Dragon's Fire by Anne McCaffrey and Todd McCaffrey. This book is lovingly dedicated to David Gerald. Book 1. Pellar. Prologue. Dragon's heart, dragon's fire, rider true, fly higher. Harper Hall, second interval after landing, AL, 483.7. Why does he have to live in a cave? Kayla muttered rebelliously as she and Zist waited impatiently outside. He was a Dragonrider. Perhaps it feels more homelike, Zist said soothingly. He's a healer, too, so why isn't he down with the other healers? Kayla retorted. Zist knew she was just showing her nerves. He's the best one for the boy, he told her, answering her unvoiced question. Because he's half mad? Kayla asked, her voice seething with all the protectiveness of an adoptive mother. And what's he going to find out? Pellar's barely turned 3. Nothing if you keep on like that, a voice responded tetchily from the cave. Kayla shut her mouth with a snap, cheeks turning bright red. Zist shot her a not quite consoling look. He was too wise to Kayla's ways to give her any look of superiority. Anyway, he knew full well that Kayla understood him well enough to know that he wasn't all that sure about consulting with the ex-Dragonrider healer. Kayla glared at Zist and resumed her quiet pacing outside the cave. Don't block the light, McCall called again from the cave, causing Kayla to twitch once and stand still as stone. Inside the cave, McCall squatted on the hard floor opposite the child. He held up a piece of glass so that it caught the rays of the morning sun. The glass was 3-sided, and the light broke into a brilliant rainbow, lighting the far side of the cave. Pellar's eyes gleamed with amazement, and his mouth made a big "oh" of excitement, but no noise came from his throat. Nodding to himself, McCall smiled at Pellar, then drew a number of colored beads from his tunic pocket and spread them out in front of Pellar. Pellar picked them up and noted their colors: red, orange, blue, green, yellow. He looked up at the rainbow and down at the beads again. In short order, he arranged them to match the rainbow in front of him and clapped his hands together excitedly. Good, McCall told him. He held up a finger with one hand and turned so that he could grab some supplies from a low cupboard. Pellar tried to peer around the man's body to see what he was doing. When McCall turned back, he noticed the boy's intent look and smiled at him. McCall placed 3 small pots of paint down in between himself and Pellar. He raised his still upright finger somewhat higher, arched his eyebrow, and made his finger dive into one of the open pots as if it were the head and neck of a flying creature. Pellar smiled, and his eyes danced at the ex-Dragonrider's antics. McCall's finger zoomed up out of the pot with a small dab of yellow paint. Still holding his finger upright, McCall nodded encouragingly to Pellar. Pellar smiled and raised the same finger on his own hand. McCall nodded again. Gleefully, Pellar thrust his finger into a different pot and zoomed it up again, his fingertip bright with thick red paint. Silently, McCall ran his finger over the ground, leaving a yellow snake on the white stone floor of the cave. Pellar imitated him, leaving a red snake on the floor. McCall held up another finger and daubed up a bit of Pellar's red paint. Pellar gave him a hurt look, but McCall shook his head and held the red-daubed finger up for patience. With a grin, McCall rubbed his red-tipped finger over part of his yellow snake, creating an orange blob. Pellar saw the color change and, with little encouragement from McCall, picked up a trace of McCall's yellow and rubbed it on his red snake to create a duplicate orange spot. In short order, McCall introduced blue paint from the third pot and showed the child how to make purple and green by combining blue with red and yellow. Can you draw me a picture of yourself? McCall asked. Use any color. Inspired, Pellar produced a multicolored self-portrait in the way of all those who had only 3 turns on Pern, exactly the same way that those who were only 3 years old back on long-forgotten Earth would have done, complete with arms sticking out of heads. The mouth in the big round head was upturned and smiling. Great! Could you draw me too? McCall asked. Pellar happily complied. I see my mouth is pointing down, McCall remarked of the finished drawing. Are you saying I'm sad? Pellar nodded. Why is that? McCall asked. In response, Pellar combined all 3 colors onto one fingertip and drew a brown shape, a long, sinewy line crossed by another gull-shaped line. Zist! Get in here! McCall called. Harper Zist raced inside, looking back and forth from Pellar to McCall. Did you tell him I was a Dragonrider? It may have come up, Zist admitted. Did you tell him the color of my dragon? McCall pointed to one drawing. No, I don't think so, Zist said, examining the drawing himself. Come to think of it, I don't think I ever knew myself. McCall grunted. He looked at Pellar and pointed at the drawing. Is that my dragon? Pellar nodded, eyes sad. How did you know what color to paint it? McCall asked. Pellar raised a paint-covered finger and gently pointed at McCall's eyes. I want the boy to train with me, McCall told Zist. Healing, painting, tracking, meditation, I'll teach him everything I know. Chapter 1. Sent from hold, sent from craft, whether old, whether daft, shunned for good into the wild, father, mother, baby child. Harper Hall, second interval after landing, AL 490.3. He's still waving, isn't he? Master Zist called back for the 3rd time. He sat at the front of the wagon as it slowly drew away from the Harper Hall. The last of the winter snow covered the fields on either side of the track. Every now and then the wagon skidded as the work beast lost his footing on the hard-packed, icy snow and struggled to regain it. Yes, he is, Kayla agreed, looking back out of the brightly painted wagon at the small figure slowly diminishing in the distance. We couldn't bring him, Zist said regretfully. He'd be too obvious. At least, Zist thought to himself, the lad was taking it better than he had when they had first told him their plans. Pellar had thrown a silent tantrum, had sprawled on the ground to the Harper Hall's courtyard, feet and fists hitting the ground in his outrage. He stopped only when Carissa had started howling in sympathy with him. She's crying for me, isn't she? He scrawled quickly on the slate that was never far from his hands. Yes, I suppose she is, Kayla answered. Pellar swiftly rubbed his slate clean and scrawled a new comment on it, thrusting it under Zist's eyes. Are you taking her? We have to. She's still nursing. We want to know that you're safe here, Kayla added. Aren't I part of your family? Pellar scrawled in response, tears streaming down his face. Of course you are, Zist declared vociferously. And we need you, as a member of our family, to stay here out of trouble. You are always part of our family, Pellar, Kayla said firmly. You've been part of our family since we first found you, 10 turns ago, Zist told him. Then why can't I come? Pellar scrawled on his slate, his mouth working soundlessly in emphasis. Because we don't know who abandoned you, Zist told him, catching Pellar's chin in his hand and forcing the youngster to meet his eyes. It could be some who were shunned. If you come with us and they see you, they'll know that we're not shunned. You could get in trouble then? Pellar wrote. Zist nodded. Pellar chewed his lip miserably, shoulders shaking so hard with his unvoiced sobs that he could barely wipe his slate to write a new message. I'll stay. No trouble for you. Kayla read the note, thrust baby Carissa into Zist's arms, and grabbed Pellar into a firm and fierce hug. That's my boy, she said proudly, kissing the top of his head. I'll be here when you get back, Pellar wrote. I promise you'll be the first to hear us return, Zist swore, freeing a hand to clap the boy on the back. He stopped waving, Kayla reported. Oh, dear. His shoulders are all slumped, and he looks so sad. Zist blew out a misty breath and pulled on the reins controlling the work beast, fighting with himself not to turn the wagon back. Moreni promised he'd keep an eye on him, Kayla said, noting how the wagon had slowed. And this was your idea. Indeed, Zist agreed, his shoulders slumping in turn. I think it's absolutely necessary that we learn all we can about this Shunned. I don't disagree with you, Kayla interjected, lifting baby Carissa in her arms and rocking her instinctively. Thread will come again soon enough. And what then? Zist went on, repeating his reasons needlessly. If there are enough Shunned, what's to stop them from overwhelming a hold or craft hall? Kayla didn't have to say a word to make her opinion of that clear. She had said enough before. Well, even if they don't, what will they do when Thread comes again? Zist asked reflectively. It's not right to condemn them all to a death no one on Pern should ever experience. I know, love, I know, Kayla said soothingly, recognizing that her mate was working himself into another passionate discourse. She knew from past discussions how vivid the image of Thread falling mindlessly from the sky, devouring all life, searing all flesh, was ingrained in Zist's mind from his reading. We've discussed this. Moreni's discussed this, and that's why we're here in this wagon, dressed like the Shunned. Do you think we should put an S on your head, too? Master Zist asked, pointing to the purple-blue mark on his forehead. No, Kayla said, in a tone that brooked no argument. And you'd best be right about how to get that mark off. It's not proper blue bush ink, Zist reminded her. The sap of the blue bush, used for marking the Shunned, was indelible and permanently stained skin. Some pine sap, lots of hot water and soap, and it'll come off. So you've said, Kayla remarked, sounding no more convinced. In front, Zist noticed that the work beast was slowing and flicked the reins to encourage it back to a faster walk. Well, I'm glad you're with me, Zist told Kayla, after satisfying himself that they were moving fast enough. I'm glad that we left Pellar behind, Kayla said. 10 turns is too young to see the sights we expect. Indeed, Zist agreed. Carissa's so little that she'll remember none of it, Kayla continued, half to answer Zist's unspoken thought, half to answer her own fears. There'll be children among the Shunned, Zist remarked. That's part of what makes it so wrong. Yes, Kayla agreed. She flicked the wisp of her honey-blonde hair back behind her ear and continued rocking little Carissa. Then she looked back again. He's gone now. We'll be back in less than half a turn, Zist said after a moment of thoughtful silence. He'll be all right. I hope he'll forgive us, Kayla said. Zist took the coast road south toward Hold Gar, southern Bowl Hold, and warmer weather. He and Kayla had guessed that the warmer climes would attract the Shunned, who would find the harsh winters of the north harder to survive. The road was still snow-covered, and never more than a pair of ruts running down along the coastline. Even in the protected enclosure of the wagon, Kayla wrapped herself up tightly and nuzzled little Carissa close to her side to keep them both warm. In front, perched on the rattling bench seat, Zist had a thick warehide blanket spread over his knees and layers of warm, thick-knit tilak sweaters, the same as those used by the tilak sailors because they kept out the worst of the wet and cold, even at sea. Even so, Zist was chilled to the bone every evening when they halted. They were both relieved when they finally came upon the outskirts of Hold Gar. Their reception by the holders was sharp and unpleasant. "Go away!" shrieked the first old woman whose cot-hold they had stopped at, hoping to barter for food. "Would you have me shunned, too?" She hurried them on their way by throwing stones and setting her dogs on them. "Go back north and freeze! We're hard-working folk down here," she yelled after them. "You won't find any handouts." Zist shared a shaken look with Kayla, who busily tried to comfort a bawling Carissa. As they neared the next hold, Kayla glanced quickly at the S on Zist's forehead. "Maybe I should go by myself," she suggested. "Bring the baby," Zist agreed. "I'll tend the beast." Carissa returned later, smiling and carrying a sack full of goods. "They cost more than they should," she said when she handed the bag to Zist. "The lady fed us, though, and had fresh milk for Carissa." 2 days later, they came upon a wagon by the side of the road. It had been burned down to the wheels. Zist halted. He went to the wreck, crawled around and through it, and came back 30 minutes later, his face grim. "They were caught while they were sleeping," he told Kayla. "How do you know it wasn't an accident with the lantern?" Kayla asked. While holders used glows, the shunned had to make do with what they could scrounge, and that often meant candles or lanterns. "I'd rather not say," he replied grimly. "I suppose we should keep a watch at nights," Kayla said. "Maybe we should turn back," Zist said. "This is beginning to seem more dangerous than I had feared. Perhaps this is what happened to Morin." "Perhaps," Zist agreed, his face going pale. With a sour look, he gestured to the burned wreck. "There has to be a better way to deal with the shunned. We don't know what happened here. We know that some were shunned for murder. After being shunned, what would stop them from murdering again?" Kayla responded. "Perhaps we're only seeing justice done." "No," Zist said, shaking his head firmly. "That was a wagon much like ours." Kayla realized from what he had left unsaid that the occupants of the wagon were much like them, too. A man, woman, and child. "We should move on before we attract attention," she said firmly. "I'd like you to keep watch from the back of the wagon," Zist said by way of agreement. "Of course." When they camped that evening, Kayla brought out her pipes and Zist's guitar. They had left their best instruments behind, as they had the telltale stamp of the Harper Hall to distinguish them as works of craftsmanship. Instead, they had brought older instruments, as befitted their status of homeless shunned. "Let's play a bit," Kayla said as she handed him his guitar. "The baby's asleep and all bundled up for the night." Zist took the guitar and started tuning it. He recognized her desire to calm them both down from the horrors of the burned wagon. Kayla adjusted her pipes slightly to match his guitar and then, with a twinkle in her eye, started into a lively reel, daring him to keep up. Zist smiled back at her, matched her pace, and then exceeded it, nodding a challenge back to her, only to find himself surprised as her fingers seemed to fly over the holes and switched pace and melody at once. "Very nice," a voice called out from the darkness as they finished the reel in record time. "Have you any other songs?" Zist stood up quickly, started to grab for the cudgel he had laid close to hand, and stopped, raising his guitar instead. As a weapon, it'd do in a pinch, and it had the advantage of not being obvious. A thin, lanky figure stepped out of the shadows toward the fire. Zist's eyes swept over him, then back to Kayla, who had turned her back to the fire and was scanning the darkness. She trilled a quick note on her pipes, but Zist wasn't fooled. The note was a D sharp, 3 notes up from C, meaning that Kayla had spotted 3 others around the fire. Pretending to check his guitar, Zist glanced behind the stranger and caught sight of the gleam of several pairs of eyes. He strummed his guitar twice, changing chords, as though checking his tuning, but really letting Kayla know his tally of 2. That made 5 total. "There's a baby in the wagon. She's sleeping," a woman's voice called from the far side of their wagon. 6. Zist tensed, his jaw clenched angrily. "Her name's Carissa," Kayla replied in an easy tone to the woman. "Please don't disturb her. She's impossible to get back to sleep." "What are you doing camped out here on Garland?" the first man asked. "We're heading down to Southern Bowl," Zist said quickly. "We were hoping to trade tunes and news." "That's Harper's work," the man said. The man was only visible as a shadow in the night. Zist couldn't see his face. The question was the man one of the shunned or one of Hold Gar? And if he was from Hold Gar, was he the same one who had burned the other wagon, if that's what had really happened? Kayla took the decision out of his hands. "We're hoping to sing to those that Harper's wouldn't." "You wouldn't know any healing, would you?" the woman at the back of the wagon called out anxiously. "For my Jenny's got a terrible fever." "I don't know much," Kayla said cautiously. The woman rushed from the back of the wagon and into the firelight. In her arms, she held a tightly wrapped bundle, which she started to thrust into Kayla's hands, but stopped, thinking better of it. "Maybe you ought not," the woman said. "My Jenny's got a terrible fever. I wouldn't want your wee one to get it, too." "We've probably all got it," the man by the fire grumbled sourly. 3 dead already. "They weren't the ones in the wagon a ways back?" Zist asked thoughtfully. "You found them, eh?" the man replied. Zist nodded, and the man peered at him thoughtfully. "Thought it was some Holder folk who set fire to the wagon, didn't you?" He saw Zist's reaction and laughed bitterly, shaking his head. Other days it would have been, the man said, and spat toward the fire. Some of them holders would do it just for fun. You shouldn't say that, Pellar, the woman snapped at him. The baby in her arms bowled feebly, and she forgot whatever else she was going to say, instead peering down worriedly at the baby and feeling her forehead with her free hand. Horrified, she cried to Kayla, "Oh, she's burning up! Is there anything you can do?" "When did the fever start, and were there other symptoms?" Zist asked, turning to the woman. "What about those others you mentioned?" Kayla asked, turning to Pellar. Pellar gestured to the woman across the fire. "Yona knows it all, let her tell it," he said, turning abruptly and disappearing into the shadows to confer, Zist guessed, with the others who had kept out of sight. Zist turned back to the woman. Yona. "Here, sit down by the fire," Kayla said, gesturing to a comfortable spot. "Start heating some water," she ordered Zist, "and get the herbals from the wagon." She paused, frowning, frantically reviewing in her head the lore she had learned from McCall about fevers. "I think Carissa is safe enough in the wagon for the moment." "She is, with my man and his crew guarding us," Yona declared. As Zist set about his errands, Kayla turned to the other woman, for the first time able to examine her carefully. Yona's face was lined with dirt, grime, and the strain of years of rough living. Even so, Kayla noted, there were laugh lines around her eyes. Life had been hard on Yona, Kayla surmised, but not unbearable, at least until now. "So tell me about the others," Kayla said, making herself relax in order to encourage Yona to do the same. "Who got sick first, and when was it noticed?" "Mara was first," Yona said after a moment's reflection. She shook her head, adding, "It's hard to remember, because Kenner got sick just after, and then their baby, little Korea." She raised her eyes to meet Kayla's and told her, "I'm the one the others come to for healing in our group. Not that I know all that much, it's just that they started asking once and they've never stopped." Kayla nodded understandingly. "So it was Mara, Korea's mother, then Mara's mate, and finally their baby, was that the order?" Yona nodded. "And beside the fever, were there any other symptoms?" "They were always thirsty and coughing," Yona told her. "They couldn't drink enough, and—" She paused delicately. "Everything they ate came out really quick, from one end to the other." Kayla nodded, showing no sign of unease. "What remedies did you try?" By the end of the third day, there were 5 sick in the camp. Baby Jenny, an older man named Viro, Nika, a young girl, Torellan, Maller's lieutenant, and Yona. Zist found himself splitting his time between caring for Carissa and fetching herbs for Kayla, who was completely immersed in her attempts to find a cure for the fever. After Zist had finished getting Carissa down for the night, he left the wagon and gathered fuel for the fire. On his return, he noticed that Kayla had fallen asleep, propped up against the wagon wheel nearest the fire's warmth. He peered down at her fondly for a moment, then shook himself and started to the back of the wagon to get a blanket for her. The sound of footsteps startled him, and he turned quickly. It was Pellar. "The baby's dead," he said, his face etched with pain and eyes dull with fatigue. "She died just moments ago." "I'm sorry." "Go," Pellar ordered. Zist drew a breath to console the distraught man, but Pellar silenced him with a shake of his head. "The others think it's your missus's fault. They're talking about burning our wagon and yours." "Come with us," Zist suggested. Pellar shook his head. "I'll stay with my kind," he said. He snorted when he saw Zist's expression. "You've had too many meals recently to be one of us," Pellar told him. "The others haven't noticed yet. But they will. They will." Pellar shook his head, adding, "Anyways, if we went with you, they'd come after us for sure, certain that we were in this together." Zist cast about for another way to make his argument, but Pellar forestalled him with an impatient gesture. "Go, now, before they come after you." Pellar was the first to hear the returning wagon, just as Master Zist had promised. He ran out under the archway from the Harper Hall. He unshielded the glows in the basket he had kept ready and recharged for the past 6 months. "No, Pellar!" Zist shouted, his voice hoarse and oddly troubled. It took Pellar a moment to realize that the harper's voice was tear-strained. "Get the healer, and make everyone stay away." He gestured from his seat to the covered part of the wagon. "They're sick. It might be fever." It was. Master Zist's wife, Kayla, and their baby daughter, Carissa, were confined to the wagon. Master Healer Kilty tried everything. Pellar set himself up in a tent nearby, ready to run errands whenever Zist wished. But nothing he nor Master Healer Kilty could do helped. Even McCall, who had come at Pellar's first desperate pleading, could find no cure. First little Carissa, then Kayla, succumbed to the fever. An anguished cry, more felt than heard, startled Pellar out of his sleep, and he raced to the wagon to find Master Zist leaning against it, his face buried in his hands. Pellar knew without asking that Kayla had lost her battle with the fever. Tentatively, he reached for the taller Harper, awkwardly patting him, only to gasp in surprise as Zist grabbed him into a tight embrace. Pellar hugged the older man back tightly until he felt Zist relax. Then Pellar pulled out his slate and wrote on it, "I should have come with you." He thrust it under Master Zist's tear-bleared eyes. Zist read it and shook his head. "Then you would have been lost too." Pellar shook his head fiercely, gently pulled his slate out of the harper's limp hands, erased its message with a corner of his nightshirt, and wrote once more, "Wouldn't have mattered." Zist read the new note and shook his head. "You do matter, Pellar. I'm glad you stay behind. I'm glad you're here." He hugged the youngster once more. "Now, please go tell the healer." Pellar gave Master Zist a cautionary look, so reminiscent of those Zist had used all too often on his mischievous charge that the harper felt his lips curving upward in spite of his sorrow. Satisfied, Pellar nodded to himself, spun on his heel, and raced off to fetch the master healer. In the turn that followed, Pellar was never far from the harper, doing whatever he could to console him in his grief, a grief he himself shared. Pellar helped dig the graves, one so terribly little, with tears streaming down his face as he remembered little Carissa's first and only word, "Pellar." He stood up front with Master Harper Murray and Master Healer Kilty while Master Zist said his last farewells to his wife and daughter. And he was by Zist's side months later when he planted the first fresh buds of spring on their graves. And now Pellar stood outside the Master Harper's door, carefully listening to the conversation inside. "You should have seen them, Murray," Pellar heard Master Zist saying. "Some of them were no more than skin and bones." "They were shunned. They had their chance," Master Harper Murray reminded him. "Not the children," Zist responded heatedly. "And some of them were shunned for no more than not giving favors to the Lord Holder or their local craft master. Where's the justice in that?" Master Murray sighed in agreement. "But what more can we do? We—" Zist cut himself off. Pellar held his breath so as not to make any sound, but it wasn't enough. With a resigned sigh, Zist rose from his chair, saying, "Hold on." Before Pellar could scamper out of sight, the door to the Master Harper's quarters sprang open, and Zist appeared in the doorway, beckoning to him with a crooked finger. With his head hung low, Pellar slumped into the room, expecting a scolding. Instead, with a glance of confirmation at the Master Harper, Zist said, "You'll hear better on this side of the door." "Not a harper," Pellar scrawled on his slate in protest. Master Zist read the message and passed it over to the Master Harper with a twinkle in his eye. Murray gave a loud guffaw as he read the slate, and then said to Pellar, "I wouldn't be so sure about that, youngster. You listen well, as you've just shown." He gestured for Pellar to take a chair and beckoned inquiringly toward the spare mug beside the pitcher of claw. With a wink, he said, "Listening's thirsty work." Pellar looked inquiringly at Master Zist, who nodded permission. Pellar smiled gratefully and offered the pitcher to the Master Harper and Master Zist, who both declined, before serving himself some of the hot, tasty brew. "I know there's no need to tell you that what we say here is craft secret," Murray said, when Pellar had seated himself and fastened his eyes on the Master Harper. Pellar nodded emphatically. Good, the Master Harper said, satisfied. He turned to Master Zist. Any sign of Morin, then? None at all, Master Zist said, shaking his head. Of course, we didn't travel very far before we came across those poor sick folk. And then... His voice broke, and it was a moment before he continued. Kayla insisted we help. When Carissa got a fever, we broke camp as quickly as we could. But I understand, Murray said, softly, in the pained silence that fell. Zist looked up again, his eyes shining. That's another thing. What about the children? They've done nothing wrong, and yet they're either separated from their shunned parents or forced to leave with them, mostly on the whim of their holder, to starve or die without any hope for a future. Is this the justice of Pern? Murray shook his head. Those who refuse to do their share of work, who steal from others, who commit murder, what else is there to do with them but to shun them? Zist made a face but said nothing, staring at the floor. Holders and crafters can set fines, but if that doesn't bring a person to his senses, what else is there? Murray persisted. Is it any fairer to insist that good, hard-working folk support lazy, shiftless thieves? Zist shook his head glumly. He glanced up, saying, But Thread is coming soon. What then? Shall the Shunned be scoured off Pern by Thread? Pellar shuddered. Thread had not fallen on Pern for nearly 200 terms. The red star, harbinger of Pern's doom, was still only a glowing menace in the night sky. It would be another 18 turns before it grew to its ghastly, largest size, and brought the voracious Thread to threaten all life on Pern for a whole 50 turns. Pellar would be nearly 30 then, a number unimaginable to him, but he did not doubt the Harper's tales of the first and second passes of the Red Star. To be caught outside of the safe stone of hold or craft hall would mean being exposed to the ravages of Thread, to be burned to a lifeless crisp as the Thread devoured all life. Only Pern's great fire-breathing dragons could save everyone and the planet itself from complete annihilation. Zist snorted as another thought crossed his mind. Not that Thread's their biggest threat. There's enough disease and fever to be found as well. Did you get any idea of their numbers then? Murray asked softly. No, they were always drifting about, and some of them were mixed in with proper traders, Zist responded. The traders don't like them because too many of them steal. What have they got to lose? And they give the traders a bad name with the holders. And there's another thing, he continued. They eat so poorly that many of them succumb to the least cold or infection. But they mix enough with crafters and holders that their diseases could be spread to others. Have you a suggestion, then? Not any better than my last, Zist replied sourly. Nor the one before it. I thought it was a good idea to get a Harper in amongst the Shunned, Murray said. It's a shame that we'll never know what happened to Morin. It's a great shame, Zist agreed. I was sure they would have accepted him. Perhaps he could have helped their plight and given us some better thoughts on how to deal with the long-term issues of Thread and the Shunned, Murray agreed. Pellar scribbled quickly on his slate. I'll go. No, you won't, Zist said harshly when he read the slate. Not a Harper? Pellar scrawled in response. That's not it, Murray said, leaning forward to read Pellar's message upside down. He glanced significantly at Master Zist, and Pellar subsided. The older Harper's face was scrunched up in thought. I'll make you a Harper now, Zist said finally. He looked up at Murray. With Morin gone, I've a right to another apprentice. Very well, Murray agreed, raising his bushy eyebrows to Pellar. Do you accept? Before Pellar could write his reply, Murray held up a hand. You know how tough he is. Think carefully before you answer. Pellar's face lit up impishly, and he shook with silent laughter. I should, he wrote, showing the slate to the other two. He grabbed it back quickly, wiped it clean with his sleeve, and wrote, But I won't. He held his answer out until the others nodded that they had read it, then hastily wiped it clean again to write another note which he showed to Master Zist. I'd be honored. Well, Master Murney said in a drawl to Master Zist, here's a first, a silent harper. He might be silent, but he behaves no better than the others, Zist replied. He turned to Pellar. You should have been my apprentice last turn. When Pellar made to protest, Zist shook his head firmly, saying, You can make and play drums, guitar, and pipes already. This turn you'll be able to pick your wood for a violin. Pellar's eyes widened in delighted surprise. He was to be a harper. So now, apprentice Pellar, what do you suggest we do? Murney asked. Go where they steal, Pellar wrote immediately. A brilliant suggestion, Pellar, Murney said, clapping the youngster on the shoulder. It is, Zist agreed fervently. We don't know where they steal, though, Murney remarked after a moment of thoughtful silence. Pellar looked crestfallen until the master harper added, But we can find out. Pellar, go to the drum heights and ask them to send a message requesting reports of any missing or lost material from all the holds and crafts, Zist said. Pellar smiled shyly, bobbed his head once in acknowledgement, and sped out the door. Now that he's out of earshot, why don't you tell me why aren't you thinking of sending him out this time? Master Harper Murney asked Zist after the boy had left. He's better able to look out for himself than even Marn, Zist said. McCall says that he's good in the wild. He survived a full 7-day relying only on his wits. His woodcraft is such that I have trouble tracking him. He frowned thoughtfully for a moment, then shook his head. But, no, I think he's better here at the Harper Hall. Then who would you send? Me, Zist replied instantly. He spread his hands out, gesturing toward the Harper Hall. There are too many sad memories here for me now. Murney regarded the Harper silently for a long while, before he sighed and nodded. I was afraid you were going to say that. I can't say that I blame you. In the distance, the Harper Hall's drums rattled, Attention. Just don't forget that you're my apprentice. Zist smiled and shook his head. As if you'll ever let me forget. Indeed, Murney agreed, letting his voice go commandingly deep. And as your master, it is my pleasant duty to inform you that Lord Agrimer has informed me that he is sending 2 fire lizard eggs from his latest clutch. He wagged a finger at Zist. I'd like you to take one. Zist shook his head adamantly. When the master harper drew breath to protest, Zist said, Give it to the boy instead. He'll need a messenger, and a fire lizard would be best. Murney pursed his lips thoughtfully, and then nodded. Very well. Pellar had been overjoyed at the prospect of impressing a fire lizard, then reflective. He stopped in his tracks as they walked back from Fort Hold to the Harper Hall and, with obvious reluctance, put down the pot full of warm sand in which the mottled fire lizard egg was nestled. Zist looked at him inquiringly, but Pellar shook his head and pulled out his slate. You should have it, he wrote to Master Zist. It was offered to me, Zist told him. I chose to give it to you, apprentice. Pellar's face went through a rainbow of expressions, going from stubborn intent through hopeful disbelief to delirious incredulity. He dropped his slate back around his neck and hugged Zist tight. Zist returned the hug with equal intensity, finally pushing the youngster away and pointing down to the egg. We'd better get it back to the hall quickly and near the hearth so that it stays warm. Pellar picked up the pot gingerly and, in an unusual display of controlled haste, set off again for the Harper Hall. In the end, Zist was glad of his choice, content to let Pellar spend the next several 7 days hovering around the kitchen hearth in the Harper Hall, happily answering any questions about the egg and anxiously checking it every few minutes. Pellar was well prepared when the egg finally started shaking and small cracks appeared in the middle of the night. Zist was sure that, had he kept the egg himself, he would have been too tired to notice. As it was, Zist was rudely jostled awake by Pellar, who used his foot, his hands being fully occupied with the just-gorged fire lizard, his face split with a grin and his eyes shining in pure joy. Zist managed to remain awake long enough to ascertain that the fire lizard was a brown, and to assure Pellar that it was, indeed, the most marvelous creature ever to grace any part of Pern. Pellar named the fire lizard Chitter, having first toyed with the name Voice because, as he wrote, Chitter was even better than having a voice. No one complained much when the fire lizard made noise. Master Harper Murray had to agree with the youngster's assessment, as the antics of the fire lizard and his bright-eyed partner were soon the talk of the Harper Hall. Not everyone appreciated the fire lizard, however. "Take it away!" McCall had cried in a hoarse, pained voice when Pellar proudly brought Chitter over to McCall's cave for inspection. Better was the effect the pair had on Zist, bringing the Harper slowly out of the depths of his grief. They spent more than a turn gathering information. In that time, Pellar had made his first violin under Master Culdazon's instruction, and had spent as much time as he could working with McCall, learning about herbal cures and first aid. Summer had come again before Zist made his discovery. "I think I should go to Crom," he said, late one night in a quiet conference with Murray. The Master Harper gave him an inquiring look. "There were those reports last winter of missing coal, and there are some more reports just in," Zist said, waving a slate to the Master Harper. "And Master Miner Brittell's setting up some new mines far away from Crom Hold." "Go on." "Places far up in the mountains that will be isolated during the winter months." "Good places for things to go missing," Murray suggested. "Along with good places to hide," Zist agreed. "This report from Joffrey suggests that there might be some friction between Miner Natalon and his uncle Tarek." "Wasn't Tarek the one who reported missing a bunch of coal last winter?" "He was." "You think perhaps the coal wasn't lost?" "Crom coal costs." "No one would be happy to lose the value of their work," Murray remarked. "Joffrey's reports lead me to wonder why Tarek didn't complain more," Zist said. "What are you thinking?" "Joffrey's ready for his mastery," Zist said. "He should come back here." Murray nodded and motioned for the Harper to continue. "So we'll need someone to take his place," Zist said. "And as I said before, I need some time away from here." "What about Pellar?" Pellar had progressed mightily in the past turn, producing a beautifully toned violin that had practically become his voice. In almost all respects, Zist thought, the boy was ready to walk the tables and become a journeyman. "Would you leave him behind?" Murray prompted when Zist made no response. The other Harper shook himself. "Sorry, just thinking." "I see my lessons have finally paid off," Murray remarked drolly. Zist acknowledged the jibe with a roll of his eyes. "And?" "He should come with me. He can make his own camp and keep out of sight." "His woodcraft is excellent," Murray agreed. "But why keep him out of sight?" Zist shook his head. "I don't know. I just think it would be better if I appeared the old, bitter Harper, unaided." "Without Pellar," Murray noted sadly, "you'll have no trouble filling the role." Pellar missed his fiddle. It had become the voice he didn't have, and he had rejoiced in it. "I'll keep it safe for you," Master Harper Murray had promised him, reverently placing it in its case and shaking his head in wonder. "I haven't seen the like, and that's the truth." He shook a warning finger at Zist, saying, "You make sure the lad stays in one piece, Zist. I'll want him back here to pass on his knowledge." He looked down at the fiddle again and added wistfully, "If I'd have known, I would have had him building them turns back." "He's a talent with wood, that's for sure," Zist agreed. He cocked an eyebrow toward Pellar, who had filled out and shot up in the 2 turns since Zist's disastrous trip. "You've the makings of a fine Harper." Murray nodded in emphatic agreement, and Pellar's eyes went wide with joy. "His woodcraft is as good as this?" Murray asked Zist, with a hint of a frown as he tore himself away from the beautiful sheen of the fiddle and turned his attention back to its maker. "Better," Zist told him. Pellar looked embarrassed. "I'm naturally quiet," he wrote. "He crept up on me, caught me completely unawares even though I had told him to and was on the lookout," Zist confided. He shook his head ruefully. "He'll not be seen or heard unless he wants to." Good, Murray said firmly. Otherwise, I would have to think twice about letting him go. His eyes strayed again to the fiddle, and then up to Pellar. I've seen you grow from a babe, youngster, and I've watched you more than you might imagine, Murray told him solemnly. I need you to understand this. You will always have a place in the Harper Hall. He gestured to the fiddle. This just makes us more eager for your return. Pellar's eyes grew round as he absorbed the Master Harper's emphatic words. Zist clapped his adopted son on the shoulder. I told you, he murmured softly in Pellar's ear. Pellar blushed bright red, but his eyes were shining with happiness. Chapter 2. Flame on high, thread will die. Flame too low, burrows woe. Cromhold, All Weir Games, AL 492.4. Come on, Jamal, you'll miss it, Cristov called as he weaved through the gathered crowd. He looked over his shoulder and frowned as he saw that the distance between him and his friend had widened. Jamal hobbled after him gamely on his crutches. Cristov stopped, then turned back. I could carry you if you want, he offered. I weigh as much as you do, Jamal said. How far do you think we'd get? Far enough, Cristov lied stoutly. It's only a few dragon lengths to the edge of the crowd. Jamal shoved Cristov away. It'll take forever with these, he cried, waving at one of the crutches with his arm. Jamal had broken his leg a 7-day before and would be on crutches for at least 2 months. Then I'll carry you, Cristov persisted, trying again to grab hold of his friend. You couldn't do it even if you were the size of your father, Jamal said. Cristov hid a sigh. Even if he were the size of Tarek, he'd probably not be big enough to carry Jamal. You'll be the proper size for the mines, Tarek had said once when Cristov had complained that all his friends were taller than him. I can still try, Cristov persisted. Jamal groaned at him and tried to shake off Kristov's aid. There's your father, Jamal said in a low tone. Cristov looked back to the edge of the gather and saw Tarek. Their eyes locked, and Kristov's heart sank as his father beckoned imperiously to him. You'd better go. He looks like he's in one of his moods. I'll be back, Cristov said as he started away. Not hearing any comment from Jamal, he turned back, but Jamal was already hobbling away, nearly lost in the gathered crowd. Cristov wanted to sprint after him, to turn him around, to meet his father with a friend at his side. But... With a grimace, Cristov turned back to the edge of the gathered crowd and caught the look on his father's face. Tarek repeated his impatient beckoning gesture, and Cristov knew why Jamal had left. I just wanted to spend some time with Jamal, Cristov said as he neared speaking distance. Never mind him, Tarek growled impatiently. You'll make new friends up at the camp. You won't need to worry about that cripple. He'll be fine when the cast's off, Cristov protested. For all the 10 turns that Cristov had lived, his father had found fault with anyone that Cristov had tried to befriend. That's neither here nor there, Tarek grunted. He's a cripple now, and I'm glad you won't be around him. He snaked a hand onto Kristov's shoulder and pulled him tight against him. This is Harper Morin, Tarek said, gesturing to the man in blue beside him. Cristov nodded politely to the Harper. Look, the dragons are starting the games, Morin exclaimed, pointing up to the sky. Cristov craned his neck back, but found himself bumping into his father's chest. He squirmed forward to give himself enough distance to look straight up into the sky. It's a nice day for it, Morin said. Not a cloud in the sky. I hope Telgar wins again, Cristov said. Cromhold was under Telgar Weir's protection. It would be the dragons from Telgar who flamed thread from the sky when it fell. Cristov knew that thread wasn't due for nearly another 16 turns. Having only 10 turns of age himself, Cristov could hardly imagine such a distant future. Of course they'll win again, Tarek growled. They won last year because of their new Weir leader. He came from Eigen Weir, didn't he, Father? Cristov asked, still amazed that a whole Weir had been abandoned. There wasn't much else for them to do, Harper Morin remarked. Given the drought down that way, and that their last queen had died. Their loss, our gain, Tarek said. Telgar Weir's got nearly twice the dragons the other Weirs have. And twice the duty, too, Morin said. Cristov lost the sound of their voices, intent only on the dragons flying into view above him. One group, all golden, burst into view high up above them. The queen dragons. Morin pointed. They're going to throw the first thread. Thread? Cristov gulped. He knew that from the teaching ballads that had been drilled into him first by Harper Joffrey and then by Harper Zist, just as they were taught to everyone on Pern. He knew that every 200 turns the red star returned, bringing thread, a mindless, voracious parasite that ate anything organic, wood, plants, coal, flesh, and grew with such rapidity that a whole valley would be destroyed in mere hours. Water drowned it, steel and stone were impervious to it, and flame, particularly dragon's fire, reduced it to impotent ash. Not real thread, Tarek growled, just rope. Made to look like thread, the harper added, for the games. Oh. Cristov turned back around and craned his neck skyward, relieved. A wing of dragons suddenly appeared in the sky well below the queens, and moments later the loud booms of their arrival shook the air. Light travels faster than sound, Harper Morin murmured. Cristov wasn't sure if the harper meant to be heard or was just so used to teaching that he never stopped. They look small, Cristov said, surprised. They're weirlings, the harper said. They're just old enough to fly between and carry Firestone. Firestone? Cristov repeated, unfamiliar with the word. He made a face and turned to his father. Is that another name for coal? Instantly, Cristov knew from his father's angry look that he had asked the wrong question. Cristov flinched as he saw his father's arm flex, ready to smack him, but he was saved by the harper. No, it's not another name for coal. More's the pity, the harper said, not noticing or choosing to ignore Tarek's anger. You've never seen it, though you might remember it from the songs. I did, Cristov confessed, but I always thought it had to be coal. Tarek glared at him. You said, Father, that crom coal makes the hottest fire there is. I thought for sure that the dragons had to use coal for their flames, he explained, wilting under Tarek's look. Feebly, he finished. I was sure they'd only use the best. Your lad's a fair one for thinking, Tarek, Morin said with an affable laugh. You can't really fault his logic. It's his job to listen to his elders and learn from them. He doesn't need to do any thinking. Morin gave the miner a troubled look. Thinking comes in handy for harpers. He's not going to be a harper. Kristov's going to be a miner, like his father and my father before me. He gave Morin a grim smile and held up a hand over Kristov's head. We're built the right size for the mines. I imagine that thinking will be important for miners, Tarek, Morin said, shaking his head in disagreement. Times are changing. The old mines have played out. The new seams are all deep underground. Mining down there will require new ways of thinking. Not for me, Tarek disagreed. I know all I need to know about mining. I've been a miner for 20 turns now, learned from my father, and he'd been a miner for 30 turns. It was his father that first opened our seam 70 turns back. A ripple of overwhelming sound and a burst of cold air announced the arrival of a huge wing of dragons, flying low over the crowd. Telga! The crowd shouted as the dragons entered a steep dive, twisted into a sharp rolling climb, and came to a halt, their formation intermeshed with the weirlings so perfectly that it looked like the two wings of dragons had been flying as one, even though the fighting wing was head to head and a meter underneath the weirlings. Cristov gasped as a rain of sacks fell from the weirlings only to be caught by the riders of the great fighting dragons. Looking at the jacket worn by the bronze rider leading the fighting wing, he saw the stylized field of wheat set in a white diamond. It was the weir leader himself. As one, the fighting wing of dragons turned and dove again, flawlessly returning to hover in the same place where it had come from between. As the dragons hovered, their great necks twisted and their heads turned back to face their riders, who opened the sacks they had caught to feed the Firestone to their dragons. Nasty stuff, Firestone, Cristov heard the harper mutter behind him. Nasty stuff. The planet Pern was a beautiful world settled hundreds of turns ago by colonists seeking to forget the horror of interstellar war. Indeed, of all war. But the original survey of Pern failed to notice that one of its sister planets was a wildly erratic rogue. It was not until 8 turns after landing that the settlers learned of their peril, when the planet they called the Red Star came close enough to loose its deadly cargo of thread across the void of space and onto fertile Pern. Thread, an alien life form that streamed into the atmosphere in the form of long, silvery strands, devoured any organic material. Neither flesh nor vegetation was safe from it. A single thread burrow could suck the life out of a whole valley in half a day. The resourceful colonists fought back with the last of their space-going technology while devising a series of long-term biological defenses, chief among them, fire-breathing dragons that chewed phosphine-bearing rocks, Firestone, to create their flames. At birth, in a ritual called impression, the dragons bonded telepathically with human riders who, with their great mounts, risked their lives fighting Thread, and so Pern survived. The Red Star receded, and Thread stopped falling. For 200 turns, the colonists spread out across the northern continent of Pern. When the Red Star returned, the Dragonriders were prepared and flamed the thread out of the skies. Even a pastoral world needed steel for plows, horseshoes, and shovels. Pern required more, including steel buckles and fasteners for the riding harness used by the great dragons. Making steel required iron ore, coal, and a host of trace metals. After nearly 500 turns, the original surface seams of coal, easy to find, easy to mine, had been exhausted. The master miner, Brittell, had sent out parties of talented miners to bore into mountains, seeking new seams of coal deep below ground. Those mining camps that succeeded in producing coal would be rewarded by elevation to full working mines. Natalon, who was both Cristov's uncle and Tarek's nephew, had just opened one such mine. When he had heard that Tarek was looking for work, he had sent word inviting him to Camp Natalon. Tarek and his family would leave for the camp the day after the games. Tenham stood toward the back of the crowd as the next wing of dragons started its first run. He let himself be caught up in the excitement, along with the rest of the gather, as they looked up in awe at the sight of 30 flaming dragons racing across the afternoon sky, flaming the rope threads thrown down by the queen riders high above them, displaying their skill as dragon and rider worked to reduce the mock menace to dust. Tenham's eye darted from the spectacle above him back to his intended victim, a red-faced, corpulent trader who bellowed loudly as the fort riders finished their run and the flags on the Lord Holder's stands were changed to Bendon. The crowd roared, and Tenham seized the moment. He added his own voice, feigned a slip, and fell roughly against the trader. "I'm sorry, so sorry," Tenham said, helping the trader to his feet and trying to brush the dirt off the man. He pushed a lock of jet-black hair off his face, his bright green eyes tinged with concern. "Oh, not to worry," the trader answered genially, backing away. Then he stopped, patting his clothes, and turned back, an angry look on his face. His purse was in plain sight, in Tenham's hands. With a nervous swallow, Tenham held up the purse and put on his most innocent look. "You dropped your purse. Here it is." "Well, thank you, lad," the trader said, grabbing the purse. "You'll not tell my master on me?" Tenham asked, his eyes wide with fear. "He'd beat me if he found out. I'm always clumsy," he added, with eyes downcast. "No," the trader said kindly. He reached into his purse and pulled out a half-mark. "Not every lad is as honest as you," he said, as he pressed it into Tenham's hand. "Thank you," Tenham said cheerfully, still in character. "Thank you so much." He waved at the trader and started off at a brisk walk, careful not to look back lest the trader suspect. Out of sight, Tenham allowed himself one long, explosive curse. His belly rumbled in agreement. No matter what Moran said, he was too old to beg. It was time to steal. In the evening there would be gambling. Tenham decided to risk his half-mark on the chance for more. If he didn't, there were always those too deep in their cups to notice his light fingers late at night. "So, Harper, what do you reckon?" The question came from a young, impetuous man, part of the crowd Morin had cheerfully insinuated himself into earlier. It's always difficult to know how these things will turn out, Baron," Morin replied after a moment's thought. Someone in the group shouted, No, it's easy. Telgar for sure." "Telgar for first, I'm certain," Morin said hastily. He couldn't identify the speaker, but he knew better than to cast doubt on the local weir's chances. "It's which weir will come second and third that's hard to know." "Have you a guess?" Baron asked. When Morin nodded, the crom holder fingered the bulge in his tunic and asked, "Care to wager?" "I don't know if, as a harper, I should bet with you." "Why not?" "Well, after all, I've been around, and I wouldn't want you to believe that my superior knowledge bested you." He caught the holder's greedy look and knew that his deliberate mistakes in their previous conversations had convinced the holder that Morin was a pompous, overconfident fool. The holder glanced at the bulging purse Morin had carefully hung on his belt in plain sight to all. Of course, the holder had convinced himself that Morin's purse was bulging with harper marks, a belief that Morin was careful to cultivate by the overprotective way he clutched at it. Fools and their money are soon parted, Morin reflected silently, remembering his early years at the Harper Hall. "Well now, I'm sure you're a fair man, Harper," Baron replied, in a tone that told Morin that, in fact, Baron was sure that Morin was a stupid man. "And I'd trust you to be honest with me if you knew something special." Morin nodded affably. "So, how about a wager for second place?" Baron asked. Morin raised his hands, feigning nervous indecision. "Nothing much, say a mark or two?" Morin gave the holder a doubtful look. "Aw, go on, Harper," one of Baron's friends called out from the crowd. "Well," Morin began slowly, clutching at his bag. "Perhaps a mark that Bendon gets second." "Bendon? I'll take a mark on that," another man called from the crowd. Morin smiled to himself as he recognized the man as another of Baron's cronies. Privately, the Harper was pretty certain that only half of the current crowd was working with Baron, the rest being innocent but greedy gamblers hoping to exploit Baron and the Harper. Morin was quite certain that in the end he would take money from both groups and come out ahead. He had no qualms with that. There were hungry children at their camp who wouldn't question how their bellies came to be full. Halla peered worriedly at her big brother as he slid on the slick ground. Jamal winced and bit off a curse after jarring his broken leg. "Are you okay?" Halla asked him. She helped him get up and made a face. "What's that smell? It's coming from your leg." "It's nothing," Jamal lied. "Maybe you should see a healer," Halla said. "Healers won't see us, you know that," Jamal replied. He waved Halla away. "You go over with the other children. You're supposed to be watching them." Halla sniffed, but dutifully headed off to a forlorn cluster of youngsters mostly younger than her own 8 turns. She turned to look back as Jamal disappeared once more into the gathered crowd and hoped that he would be okay. "Of course I'll keep this our secret," Morin promised the disconsolate wagerers as he collected his winnings. "That's very kind of you, Harper," Baron told him feelingly, his words echoed by the worried nods of the other losers. "After all, it was all in good spirits," the Harper said, carefully fishing out a few quarter marks to each of the losing bettors. After the losers thanked him for his graciousness, Morin returned to the miners. "Didn't I say that Telgar would win?" Tarek declared, soundly slapping the Harper on the shoulder. He peered down at him, his eyes shining with an avaricious gleam. "You've some marks for me, I believe?" "Indeed I do," Morin declared jovially, handing over a 2-mark piece that he had just won as part of his other wagers. He leaned closer to Tarek and said in a softer voice, "And I hope you'll find our other arrangement as advantageous?" Tarek's face hardened for just a moment before he responded. "I'm sure I will. Indeed, I'm certain of it." Chapter 3. Work and living drays do roll, taking every long day's toll, bearing goods and bringing gifts, traders working every shift. Near Camp Natalon, AL 492.7 through 493.4. Following Master Zist's instructions, Pellar snuck onto one of the trader's drays and hid behind the barrels of goods intended for Camp Natalon. To increase his chances of avoiding detection, Pellar sent Chitter ahead to Zist. The trip up to the camp took a 7-day. Zist could only manage to sneak him food twice. Fortunately, Pellar had filled his pack wisely and had planned on surviving on his own for at least 2 7 days. He left the trader caravan the night before it was due to arrive at the camp and took off into the mountains. The weather was chillier than at Fort Hold and the Harper Hall. Pellar was dressed well and kept up a hard pace, knowing that his exertions would keep him warm. He pressed on through the night, only looking for a spot to sleep as the sun crested the horizon. He found the spot in a clearing on an eastern plateau of the mountains that rose up toward Camp Natalon. The plateau was wide, with a thick canopy of trees and lush undergrowth. Grass grew in wide swaths. Pellar paused before he entered the plateau, scanning it carefully for any signs of life. A tingling feeling, some strange sense of unease disturbed him, and he shrank back tight against a boulder. He waited, taking the time to pull a piece of jerked beef from his tunic, chewing on the tough strip of meat slowly both from necessity and to force himself to maintain his composure as McCall had trained him. He peered around the boulder much later and scanned the plateau again. It took him a moment to spot what had first disturbed him. A darker spot of brown underneath one of the trees. He peered at it suspiciously. A breeze blowing up the side of the mountain, fanned by the warming air of the morning sun, caused something bright on the dark mound to flicker. Pellar shrank back against his boulder and waited again. Finally, he peered back around, examining the whole plateau until he was certain that it was abandoned. He moved around the boulder that had hidden him and walked briskly onto the plateau. He still suspiciously searched the area, stopping to check the ground and scan the areas beyond the plateau that had been out of his sight, resting himself against a tree or crouching down by a boulder. Satisfied, he made a roundabout circle to the brown spot. The bright something he had seen earlier resolved itself to a bundle of yellow flowers. Pellar paused, his throat suddenly tight and dry. The mound was a grave, newly dug, and it was too small for an adult. He took a deep breath and worked his way closer to the mound, keeping a careful eye out for any signs of footprints. At first, he thought he had found none. Then, as he looked near where the flowers had been left, he made out faint signs of disturbed ground. Curious, he got on his hands and knees and bent close to the ground. The markings didn't look like footprints until he got close enough to see the straight, thin lines of bindings and realized that the strange markings around them were those of bark being pressed into the ground. The prints were small. Another child. A child wearing sandals made of bark tied onto the feet with twine. "You can make shoes out of anything," McCall had once told him. "Warehide's the best, of course, but I once made a pair out of bark." He had shaken his head. "They're brittle, hard to keep on, and don't last long, but they're better than going barefoot, particularly in the cold." Pellar made a wide circle around the far side of the grave, trying to intersect the bark sandal tracks as they moved away. He found them. He got down on the ground again, carefully checking for signs of others. He was about to give up when he noticed some disturbed grass. He smiled to himself. Someone had very carefully erased his or her tracks. If the small child hadn't felt compelled to put some flowers on the gravesite, Pellar doubted if he would have spotted the tracks at all. Now that he knew what to look for, it would be easy to find. The tracks were less than a day old. A small child had died and been buried here in an unmarked grave without even flowers to mark the passing. Another child, maybe a sister or a brother, had sneaked back to put flowers on the grave before joining the rest of the troop as they headed north toward Camp Natalon. If he moved quickly, Pellar thought, he could trail the group right to their camp. Pellar was certain that they were shunned. Tightening his jaw in determination, Pellar hiked his pack further up his shoulders. But he had not gone 40 paces when he spotted the broken stems of flowers snatched along the pathway. They were taken in ones and twos from a clump, so that only someone looking would have seen them. Pellar wondered for a moment if the child who had picked them had done that deliberately, or had merely been picking the nicest flowers he or she could find. He looked down at the clump and stopped. His face clouded. He unshouldered his pack, pulled out a small shovel, and carefully dug up a small outcropping of the flowers. Carrying them in his hands, he returned to the gravesite and firmly planted them on it, going so far as to pour a bit of his precious water over them. Images of Carissa were mingled in his mind with those of another child, older and faceless, but another innocent lost because of the shunned and those who shunned them. Nodding to the dead child's ghost, Pellar stood back up from his planting, dusted himself off, and turned back resolutely to his tracking. How long, he wondered, could a child who wore bark shoes survive in the northern cold? He turned back to face the direction of the tracks and peered into the distance, spotting landmarks and guessing at their general destination. Satisfied that he could pick up the trail again, Pellar turned back the way he came. If he went back to the road, he thought, he could make better time and get in front of the slow-moving band. Pellar arrived at Camp Natalon in the middle of the night, silently moving through the trees on the plain to the west before breaking out into the camp's clearing and striding boldly, as if he belonged, to the small stone cot that Zist occupied. The entire camp was sleeping. Not even a night shift was working the mine, for that evening there had been a great celebration. Pellar had observed it all from across the lake. When the last of the festivities had died down, he had started his roundabout journey, going west around the far side of the lake, crossing the stream that fed it, and picking his way through the forest. By the time Pellar reached Master Zist's doorstep, the evening had turned so cold that Pellar could be seen clearly even in the dim light of the lesser of Pern's 2 moons. As he knocked on the door, his stomach grumbled loudly. The door opened quickly, and Zist stood back, blinking away sleep, to let Pellar into the warmth. "Your lips are blue," Zist told him. Pellar could only nod in agreement. Zist grabbed him by the shoulder, turned him, and gave him a gentle shove. "The fire's over there." Pellar scented succulent smells in the air. "I saved you some food from the feast," Zist said, and Pellar picked up his pace. He was surprised and grateful when Master Zist thrust a cup of warm claw into his frozen hands and pushed him into a chair, making it clear that Pellar was to eat before discussing their business. As Pellar avidly ate and drank, Zist sat and leaned back in his chair, eyeing the youngster worriedly. Pellar caught the look and interpreted it correctly. He reached under his cloak and pulled out his slate, sliding it over to Master Zist before returning to the excellent food on his plate. Zist frowned until he saw that the slate was covered with a stiff piece of cloth. He folded the cloth aside and saw that Pellar had written a long missive in carefully precise, tiny letters. As Zist read, his eyebrows went up. "You found their camp?" he said in surprise, looking up to Pellar for confirmation. The young harper nodded, grinned, and waved for his master to continue reading. Zist grunted in assent and bent over the slate once more. He did not read for long before he looked up again. "Mostly children? How are they dressed?" Pellar pointed to the slate again, and once more Zist returned to his reading. The next time he looked up, ready to ask a question, Pellar merely smiled and pointed back down to the slate. "There's nothing more there," Zist protested. Pellar nodded in agreement. "So that's all you know?" Pellar nodded again. "Winter's coming on," Zist muttered to himself. "Those children will freeze." Pellar made a grimace in agreement, and then emphatically rubbed his belly. "And starve," Zist agreed. "But I don't understand why they're here. Why weren't they left somewhere else? What use are they up here?" Pellar stood up, waving his arms to attract the harper's attention, and, when he got it, pointed his thumb at himself, put his hand flat over his head, and then lowered it down to his waist while making big and cute eyes. "They're small and cute." Pellar nodded and waved a hand, palm up in a general arc, pointed toward the miners' cottages at the edge of the lake, and then gave Zist the same small child look. "Well, of course there are children the same age here, but everyone must know all the children in the camp by now." Pellar gestured for his slate, and Zist passed it to him, waiting patiently until the young man passed it back with the new message. "Not at night." "They're stealing coal at night?" Zist asked, frowning. After a moment's thought, he declared, "They couldn't take much, being so small." Pellar shook his head and dramatically raised a hand to his forehead, turning back and forth, scanning the room intently. "They keep watch," Zist surmised. He nodded in agreement. "And at night, if one of them saw someone he didn't recognize, he could shout a warning or act lost, and no one would be the wiser." Zist leaned back in his chair and gestured for Pellar to sit down. Pellar knew the old harper well. He filled his plate again and nibbled at its contents while occasionally eyeing Master Zist as if hoping to see what the harper was thinking. "Do you know how much they're taking?" Zist asked after a long, thoughtful silence. Pellar looked up from his plate and shrugged. Zist gave him a small nod of thanks and resumed his musings. A long while later, Pellar finished his dinner and reached for his slate again. "Tell me about the feast," he wrote. Master Zist reached for the slate, read it in a quick glance, and grunted in assent. "It was quite interesting. Illuminating, really." Zist proceeded to describe the wedding between Silstra, the daughter of Danil, one of the miners, in fact, the sole remaining were-handler at Camp Natalon, and a smith-crafter named Terrigar. He went on at length about the singing ability of one of Danil's younger sons and the strains he had noticed between Natalon, the camp's founder, and Tarek, his uncle. "And the strangest thing was the watchware," Zist added, shaking his head in awe. "It flew over the ceremony, carrying a basket of glows in its claws." Pellar jerked his head up in surprise. He tucked his thumbs under his shoulders and flapped his arms awkwardly, disbelief clear on his face. I know, Zist said, raising a hand to fend off Pellar's skepticism. "It's hard to believe a watchware flying, and no one's ever reported such a thing before, but then no one really pays much attention to watchwares. I had a long talk with Danil about it afterward, and he claims that he even rode the beast once at night." Zist shook his head at the notion. "Said that the air was thicker at night." Pellar shrugged, then wrote on his slate, "Not as good as dragons." "No, certainly not," Zist agreed. "It's one thing for a beast to go where it wants, and quite another to train it to go where you want it to go." Pellar nodded emphatically, recalling his efforts to train Chitter. Zist smiled and shook his head fondly. "There's no love lost between Tarek and Natalon, that much is obvious," he continued. "And I'm afraid in my first few days here I also created some stress between Kindon and Kalek." He glanced at Pellar, saw his confusion, and explained. "They're two of Danil's boys. The younger one has got the makings of a good singer, while the older, well, he'll do well in the mines. Kalek's got the makings of a bully," Zist added after a moment spent with his lips pursed in thought. "And I'm afraid he may take his anger out on Kindon. I'd hate to have the youngster too scared by his big brother to sing from now on." Pellar thought, then wrote, "Mentor." Zist glanced at the word and nodded. "I suppose that might work," he agreed. It was an old Harper Hall trick to assign some of the more difficult personalities the job of mentoring a younger person. Sometimes the responsibility and the assumption of a mantle of authority succeeded in teaching the mentor more than the youngster. But who? Zist asked himself, leaning back once more in his chair. A yawn escaped from Pellar before he could clamp his jaws shut against it. Master Zist looked up and smiled, shaking his head. "There's no need for you to stay. I can ponder on this by myself." He rose from his chair and gestured to the kitchen. Pellar smiled and charged forward eagerly, opening his karasak as he moved. After 20 minutes of rummaging through Zist's stores, Pellar pulled the strings on the karasak tightly closed and put it on his shoulders. Master Zist smiled, asking, "Did you get your fill of supplies?" Pellar patted his carry-sack and nodded. He retrieved his slate, hung it back around his neck, and settled it under his tunic. "Chitter's guarding your camp?" Zist guessed as they headed for the door, Pellar leading the way. "You can send him here if you need more supplies." Pellar turned back to the harper, surprised. "Oh," Zist said with a laugh. "If he's seen, I'll just say that he's here on harper business." He winked at Pellar. "And it'll be true, won't it?" Suddenly, as if on cue, a fire lizard exploded into the hallway, searching desperately for Pellar and screeching anxiously. "What is this? Is he hungry?" Zist asked. Pellar reached out and coaxed the skittish fire lizard into his arms, stroking him gently with one hand. Once Chitter had settled, Pellar lifted him away from his body in order to look the fire lizard in the eye. Zist stood by quietly, still marveling at the way Pellar had learned to commune with the creature. After a moment, Pellar drew Chitter close to his side again and stroked him softly with a finger. Then he launched the fire lizard into the air, and Chitter went between again, leaving only a cold patch of air behind. Pellar turned to the door with an unmistakable air of urgency. "Pellar, what is it?" The youngster turned back, pulling his slate from under his tunic at the same time and quickly writing, "Someone found my camp." Pellar didn't return to his camp. Instead, he spent the night, cold and restless, crouched nearby, waiting for dawn. As the sun rose high enough to spread its rays into the deep valley where he had made his camp, Pellar willed himself to be calm and motionless, doing his best not to give away his position to anyone who might be looking for him. He had sent Chitter back to Master Zist with a note to say that he was safe, and had told the fire lizard to wait with the harper until he called for him. Pellar waited an hour before he was satisfied that no one was lurking near his camp. Then he slowly made his way toward it. Someone had found his pack, examined it, and carefully re-hidden it. Except there was a small bouquet of flowers on top of it. Pellar smiled. It didn't take him long to spot the tracks of bark-soled shoes. He was sure that whoever had found his camp was the same person, a little girl, who had left the flowers at the gravesite. Quickly he gathered his things, careful to leave his campsite no more disturbed than before. Then he shrugged on his backpack and strode away, determined to find a better campsite, resolved to leave no more clues of his presence. Pellar found his new hiding place high up in the mountains to the east of Camp Netalon. The site itself was a cave whose narrow entrance looked like it was nothing more than a crevice. Inside, the crevice widened out again. Pellar imagined that part of the mountain had split a long time ago to make the hollow he found. A steady, chilling breeze blew through the crevice and up the natural chimney formed by the mountain's split. Fortunately, part of the hollow was wider and provided a relatively sheltered spot out of the worst of the breeze. That was just as well, for Pellar was shivering with a bone-deep chill when he finally crawled into the widening part of the crevice and decided to make it his camp. The last rays of the evening sun only partially lit his new hiding place. He carefully scouted out a collection of small rocks and set them out in a circle, in the center of which he placed the bundle of dead twigs and branches he had gathered along his way. From one pocket he pulled some dead leaves, and from another his precious flint stones. With the fire going, Pellar rolled out his bedding and pulled off his boots. He made a face when one of the leather laces broke, and made yet another when he reached into his pack for his spare and found only dirtied twine instead. He stared at it dumbly for a moment, and then shook his head in chagrin. Apparently his flower-giver had made him a trade, taking his good leather lace strips for her bark-soled shoes and leaving him her worn-out twine in their place. With a sigh, Pellar found the least worn, least dirty piece of the twine and cut it off of the rest, carefully knotted it onto his broken lace, and laid his boots near the fire to dry. He placed his wet socks on a nearby rock, but, mindful of a time early in his training with Master Zist, not so near that they would catch fire. His feet, socks, and boots were wet not just from the sweat of his exertion in climbing into this new place, but also from his trek through a number of stream beds as he worked to hide his trail. Master Zist had told him about the burned-out, Shunned wagon that he had found on his ill-fated sojourn with Kayla and Carissa, and that tale, along with so many others regarding the Shunned, left Pellar certain that at least some of them would think nothing of killing him for his belongings, or even just out of simple spite. Pellar clenched his jaw as he thought of the little flower girl in the company of such rough men. His thoughts grew darker, and he found himself thinking about Morin, Zist's lost apprentice, imagining him tortured, and worse, after being unmasked by the Shunned. For a moment, Pellar shook in cold fear, but then got control of himself. He had Chitter, and he was better, much better, at tracking and fieldcraft than Morin had ever been. Master Zist had said so repeatedly. Pellar took a deep, calming breath and stared at the fire. With a start, he realized that some of the cold he felt was from letting the fire burn low. He smiled at his silliness and gently fed some smaller twigs to the fire until it was strong enough to take another branch. Satisfied, he searched through his pack for some more jerked beef and chewed on it slowly, doing his best not to think of bubbly pies or sliced roast wherry. When his stomach felt fuller, he put the rest of the jerky away. He stared at the fire, then craned his head around to get a good look at his surroundings. Chitter, he thought, concentrating on the image of the fire lizard and sending a mental image of his hiding place. A rush of cold air burst on him, and suddenly the hollow was full of ecstatic fire lizard, warbling in pride at having found Pellar. Pellar burst into a wide grin and held out an arm for the small creature to perch on. You are the best, Pellar thought to him. Chitter preened and stroked his face against Pellar's. Pellar soon fell into a routine, meeting every other 7 day with Master Zist, while the rest of the time keeping a distant eye on the spot he had noted at the camp's coal dump where the Shunned were stealing their coal. Their depredations were small and carefully timed, occurring when fresh coal had been deposited by a night shift, but before the coal could be bagged, making it harder for the theft to be noticed. Pellar was glad of his visits, not only for the warmth and the food, but also for the chance to hear Zist's observations of the miners. He was glad to hear that the harper had taken his suggestion regarding Kalek, and pleasantly surprised to learn that it had worked. Kalek and Cristov had formed a pleasant attachment, the elder Kalek learning more restraint, and the younger Cristov becoming more outgoing and assured by Kalek's teachings. Aside from those visits, Pellar ventured no farther from his cave than he needed, ensuring that he left few tracks. Those tracks he did leave always headed first south before circling back around to the north, and he was careful to break his tracks whenever he could, whether by walking in the middle of a stream or by climbing across several trees. He never used the same observation point 2 days in a row, and chose each one so that he could observe his previous observation point from his current one, in case someone had spotted him the day before. He stayed at his observation point only long enough to see what the Shunned had taken from the coal dump the night before. Because he moved when they were sleeping, Pellar was less worried about being discovered by the Shunned than he was about being discovered by Ima, Camp Nadalon's hunter. But his caution worked just as well in keeping him from her sight as it did from the Shunned. Still, he made it a point to arrive at his day's observation point an hour or two before dawn, and left as quickly as he could. He had learned in his 2 months of observations that the night shift, which included the light-sensitive watchware, usually finished before the sun crested the horizon, and he kept a careful eye for when they left the mine, not certain how good the watchware's sight was and whether it might spot him. He was surprised one morning when the sky seemed to have gotten lighter than usual, and still the night shift hadn't departed the mine shaft. In fact, the sun was now over the horizon, and others in the camp were beginning to stir. Pellar smiled as he spotted a distant figure walking sedately from the harper's cot to Nadalon's stone house, Master Zist, on his way to teach the children of the camp. Not long after, his surprise turned to alarm when he noticed a trickle of dark smoke, coal dust, rising out of the mine shaft's mouth. The trickle grew to a torrent, and Pellar, with a sinking feeling, realized that something terrible had happened. He could think of no way to send a warning to Master Zist nor any of the miners. The torrent of coal was its own alarm, darkening the sky above the camp, marking it in shadow. Miners in the camp noticed the smoke and moved quickly. Soon the camp was a swarm of activity around the mine entrance. Pellar watched in horror as the tragedy played itself out in the distance. He saw how the women in the camp set up an aid station, saw one boy, about 10 or so, rush out of the mine, grab some bandages, and rush back while one of the nurses waved her arms after him scoldingly. Pellar guessed that the boy was one of the victims' sons. A knot formed in Pellar's throat as he imagined how the youngster must feel, and he wished fervently, as if his hopes could change the past, that the boy's father was not too badly injured. Or perhaps the victim was another boy, Pellar thought, as he suddenly remembered that Kalik was supposed to have been on that shift for the first time. Was Kalik among the injured? Feeling an indistinct bond with the lad, who was near his own age, Pellar strained through the distance for any sign of him. For hours, Pellar watched the tragedy, saw the few injured brought up out of the mine, caught sight of a red-haired boy being brought up. Hours later, Pellar gasped in relief as he spotted a youngster emerge from the mine shaft. His relief was short-lived. He saw the figure find the red-haired boy and realized that the other boy was not Kalik, but his little brother. He kept looking and hoping until he saw one of the women throw a blanket over the two boys and realized that they were the only children in the aid station. There was no sign of the watchware, Dask, of his handler, Dan'l, or any of the sons of Dan'l assigned to that shift. Nor was there any sign of the red-haired boy's father. Chitter arrived with a cryptic note from Master Zist later the next day. He can't stay here for a while. Pellar considered the notion of sending the brown fire lizard back to the Harper Hall, but he was not at all sure that Chitter would go, nor that he could recall the fire lizard from such a distance. Pellar waited several days before making his way circuitously to the camp. He had seen the shrouded bodies of the dead miners brought up. There were 9. He had started his journey at the first of the dark, so there was a chance that the Shunned might also be moving. He sent Chitter ahead to the miners' graveyard to reconnoiter, and followed more slowly, going down the southern side of his mountain, around west below the lake, crossing the stream that fed it at the far side before going east again toward the camp. The night was noisy with the light winds that carried the cold mountain air down into the cooling valley. The graveyard was in a clearing beside a waterfall that gushed down the cliffside a kilometer west of the miners' camp. It was a peaceful place with thankfully few graves, most of them, sadly, the 9 new ones from this latest accident. Pellar had picked some yellow flowers on his way, and wasn't surprised to see, among other large floral bouquets, small bunches of yellow flowers already at the graves, each bunch tied together with a blade of grass. Even though it was possible that the yellow flowers had been left by one of the miners' children, Pellar was certain that the little girl had left them. He wondered if the little girl who had left the flowers did so because she felt somehow responsible, or was it just because she was remembering her own dead and honoring them by honoring these, as Pellar was honoring Kayla and Carissa. Pellar's musings were interrupted as Chitter suddenly ruffled his wings loudly and disappeared between. It was a warning. Pellar pushed himself tight against a tree, motionless. A figure appeared near the gravesite, not 3 meters from Pellar. The figure made its way to the graves. Pellar caught sight of a strand of blonde hair around the person's face. It was a youngster. A girl, Pellar thought, perhaps 2 years younger than himself. Definitely not the flower girl, who was much smaller and probably younger, too. Something alarmed her, and she turned toward Pellar's hiding place, reached down and searched the ground with her hand, coming up with a large rock. "Who's there?" she called. Definitely a girl. "I've got a rock." Pellar pressed closer against the tree, though he was positive that she couldn't see him in the darkness. Strangely, the girl sniffed the air. "I can tell you're not from the camp," she called over the breeze. "If you don't identify yourself, I'll tell Master Zist about you." Pellar allowed himself a smile. Master Zist would be the least of his worries, but he wondered how the girl could tell he wasn't from the camp, and why she had sniffed the air. The breeze was blowing to her from his direction, and he knew that a good bath would not be amiss, but he was certain that no one could smell him at such a distance, particularly in a clearing full of fresh-cut flowers. Perhaps she could see him. But if so, why hadn't she thrown her rock? The girl stayed motionless for a minute more, then dropped her rock and turned back to the camp. She paused once, turned back quickly, perhaps hoping to catch Pellar leaving his hiding place, and called, "Don't say I didn't warn you. Master Zist has quite a temper and won't give up until he finds you." Pellar stifled a snort of laughter. He was certain that he was more familiar with both Master Zist's temper and tenaciousness than the girl was. He waited until his feet and fingers were numb before he sent the thought to Chitter to check the way to the camp. Chitter responded instantly, letting him know that the way was clear. 30 minutes later, well past midnight, Pellar was ushered into Master Zist's kitchen and handed a mug of warm claw. Affectionately, the master also tossed some small rolls in Chitter's direction. They were caught mid-air by the hungry fire lizard. "Was that you that Nuella ran into at the gravesite?" Zist asked as soon as he saw Pellar rest his mug on the kitchen table and pull out his slate. Pellar didn't pick up his slate, but instead drew 2 curves in the air with his hands and then brought one hand, palm flat against his chest, at the height of the girl he had encountered. "Yes," Zist agreed drolly, "that would be Nuella. She thought she had frightened you away." Pellar smiled and shook his head. "I'd prefer it if she didn't find you again." Pellar nodded emphatically in agreement. "And I think we should be very careful about your future visits," Zist said. He jerked his head toward the front of the cottage. "I've got a new house guest." Pellar raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Kindon," Zist explained. "One of Daniel's sons. He wanted to stay on at the camp, and as none of his kin could take him, the harper waved a hand, agreed to take him in." Pellar tried his best to hide his dismay, but Zist knew him too well. "My predecessor, Harper Joffrey, thought highly of him," Zist continued. "His notes show that Kindon has potential as a harper." Pellar was afraid he knew what was coming next. "I'm thinking of taking him as my apprentice." Pellar burst up from his chair, his anger and sense of betrayal overwhelming him, and he pointed emphatically at his chest. Me, he wanted to shout. "Shh," Zist hissed, waving Pellar back down into his chair. "He's got good ears. He'll hear you, and we don't want that." Pellar's eyes flashed in an obvious response. "Let him," he thought. "Joffrey has gone back for his mastery," Zist said, looking sternly at Pellar. "And while it's possible for a master to have 2 apprentices, though rare, it's more common to promote one to journeyman." The color drained as abruptly from Pellar's face as his anger did from his heart, and he sat down loudly in his seat. "Better," Zist said. He cocked his head at Pellar and waggled a finger in his direction. "Although, after an outburst like that—" He broke off abruptly and shook his head. "The truth is that you're still a bit too young to be rated a journeyman," Zist admitted with a sigh. "You need 2, maybe even 4 more turns of experience." He caught Pellar's eyes squarely with his own. "But you know everything you need to know." Pellar interrupted with a wave of his hands, pointing to his throat. "Singing, or even speaking, isn't everything," Zist answered waspishly. He glanced back to the rooms at the front of the cottage and added, "In fact, I rather suspect in a short while I'll come to regard your quiet ways with more than a little nostalgia." Zist frowned and thought for a moment, and then nodded. "I'll rate you journeyman, pending more classes back at the Harper Hall. By the time we're done here, I'm sure you'll have earned it. Now," he continued, briskly changing the topic, "tell me all your latest news." It didn't take Pellar long to bring Master Zist up to date with his observations of the past few days. He hesitated before telling Master Zist about the flowers he had seen at the gravesite. He hadn't thought to mention his previous encounter, and he was afraid that Zist would be not angry, but perhaps displeased at the omission. He was right. Zist pressed him for every detail and made him repeat the details about how his leather laces had been exchanged for twine. "You know, you should have told me earlier," Zist told him when Pellar had finished writing out his latest answer. Pellar grimaced and nodded sheepishly. Zist regarded him steadily, and then added in a voice tinged with sympathy, "I can see, perhaps, why you kept this to yourself." "I shouldn't have," Pellar wrote back on his slate. "I can understand the way you feel. It must have seemed a bit of a betrayal when she took your laces." Pellar thought for a moment, and then rocked one hand in a side-to-side, maybe yes, maybe no gesture. She needed them, he wrote in explanation. I'm sure she did. But more than you? Pellar thought about that for a while before he answered with a shrug. Zist nodded absently and sat back in his chair, cupping one knee with his hands while engrossed in thought. Winter will be coming soon, he murmured after a long silence. He looked up at Pellar and sat forward. I expect the Shunned will leave the area when the snows come. When that happens, I'll want you to go back to the Harper Hall. Pellar was disturbed at the notion of leaving Master Zist by himself, and his facial expression made it clear. I'll be safe enough, Zist said, waving aside the objection. Besides, I couldn't live with myself if you froze to death on a fool's errand. I could follow them, Pellar suggested on his slate. Now, I think you'd be better employed back at the Harper Hall. Pellar nodded, hiding his own thought that it would be months before winter, and things could change. As the weather grew colder, Pellar grew bolder. He still avoided the area of the Shunned's camp, but he spent more of the daylight out of hiding. Partly it was from necessity. He felt a need for more fresh food than he could reasonably ask Chitter to carry from Master Zist's. Partly it was to increase his woodcraft. Partly, also, it was to keep warm by constantly moving in the cold weather. Partly, Pellar admitted when he forced himself to be honest, it was to prove his abilities to himself. He carefully copied the traps and styles of Camp Natalon's hunter, but avoided setting out any traps where the hunter might operate. If anyone other than Ima, the hunter, came across the traps, they'd attribute them to her rather than someone else. Pellar chose to seed his traps down the south side of his mountain, toward distant Crom Hold, and away from both Camp Natalon and the Shunned. As the weather grew colder still and the first snows began to fall, Pellar decided that there might be some sense in Master Zist's desire to send him back to the Harper Hall. The snow was not yet sticking, but even so, Pellar had to spend extra care to ensure that he left tracks neither in snow nor in the muddy ground that it produced when it melted. Pellar's best traps were simple loop snares that, when sprung, hurled the quarry high up into the trees, out of sight of anyone that might later come along. Being cautious, Pellar always varied his routes, sometimes starting at one end of his line of traps, sometimes the other, sometimes in the middle. He never took the same route on any given day, and he never repeated his pattern. This day, nearly 3 months since he had visited the graveyard, he had decided to work from the highest traps to lowest. The first 4 traps were all empty. He made a note to consider moving them, but decided not to do it just then. As he approached his 5th trap, something disturbed him. Something seemed out of place. He stopped, crouching against the ground, listening carefully. Someone was out there. He slowly started scanning the ground below him, working his way carefully, left to right, bottom to top. He spotted a disturbance of the ground near his trap. He looked up and suddenly started. Someone was caught in his trap. It was a little girl, no more than 9 turns old. She was staring back at him, her brown eyes locked intently on him as she hung upside down, one foot caught in the loop of his rope snare. One hand feebly held her tunic up to protect her torso from the cold wind, but it flopped down enough on the other side that he could see her bulging belly and bare ribs. Her legs were little more than sticks. It was also obvious, from her heaving chest and her bitter look of despair, that she had exhausted herself in efforts to get free of the trap. On the ground below her, Pellar noted a small knife and guessed that she had lost it when the trap had sprung. Her clothing, small, patched, and threadbare, merely confirmed his guess that she was one of the Shunned. Pellar remained motionless for several moments, trying to decide what to do, but when he finally made up his mind to help her and stood up, she waved him down. No sooner had he crouched back down than he heard the sound of others approaching. They came without talking, but not silently, moving in a way that any tracker would be quick to notice. Pellar counted 5, including a tall, wiry youth who was probably in his late teens, maybe older. "Halla!" one of the younger ones called as they caught sight of her. "What are you doing up there?" "Don't ask silly questions," the little girl snapped back. "Just get me down." "I don't know why," the teenager replied. "You got yourself caught. You should get yourself down." In that instant, Pellar decided that he hated the young man. It wasn't just his words or his tone. It was the youth's body language. Pellar knew that this teen would have no compunction, nor feel any guilt about leaving the little girl stuck in the trap to die. "Tenem, get me down," Halla commanded, her irritation tinged with just the slightest hint of fear. "I warned you to be careful about where you set your traps. It's a pity you didn't get your neck caught in the thing," Tenem said. "Then you'd be dead by now." He turned back the way he came. "But Tenem, she's our best tracker," one of the younger children protested. "And Morin—" "Leave Morin out of this," Tenem snapped to the speaker. "What he doesn't know won't hurt him any. Anyway," and here Tenem raised one arm straight out in front of him, "she's not our best tracker." Pellar was no more than 5 meters from Tenem in the group. Silently, he felt for the hunting knife he kept sheathed at the top of his boot, still keeping his eyes on the scene in front of him. Would they just leave her to die? Would he? He heard a strange sound in the sky above him, and noticed that Tenem's upraised arm was covered with rough bindings of leather. Suddenly, something swooped down from the sky. For a moment, Pellar feared it was Chitter come to protect him, but then he realized that the creature had none of Chitter's sleekness, nor his thin, membranous wings. This creature was a bird. "She is the best tracker," Tenem said, as the bird landed on his arm. His other hand dipped into one of the pouches hung at his side, and brought up a thin sliver of meat which the bird devoured quickly. "Grief here is." "What about the food I got you?" Halla called from the tree, her tone growing desperate. "Can Grief feed you all?" Tenem's features hardened. "At least she doesn't get caught." "Morin'll know something's wrong when I don't come back," Halla said, trying a different tack. "So?" Tenem replied, unimpressed. "What makes you think what Morin says matters to me?" Halla had no answer for that. Her lips quivered, and she looked ready to cry. Tenem glanced from her and back to the bird on his arm, a wicked smile on his face. With a quick command, he flung his arm upward, and the bird took flight. Pellar tensed, ready to spring, as the bird swooped on the trapped girl, but any noise his movements made was drowned out by Halla's fearful scream. Then, just as Pellar decided to attack Tenem, bird or no, Halla's scream turned to one of surprise, followed by a yelp, as the bird's beak sliced the rope snare and she fell hard to the ground, curled into a ball and rolling to absorb the worst of the fall. She was up again in an instant, her arms in a fighting stance. "Thanks for nothing, Tenem," she snarled, racing up to him. But she recoiled as Grief dropped again from the sky, screeching in her face. "You owe me, Halla," Tenem told her, a cold smile on his face. The smile changed to a leer as he added, "When the time comes, I'll collect." The color drained from Halla's face as his words registered. She regained her composure, saying, "If you're still alive." Tenem smiled but said nothing, instead reaching up once more to retrieve his bird and feed it. He turned away from Halla, muttering soothing sounds to the bird, waved with his other hand for the troop to follow him, and started away up the hill. Pellar stayed in his hiding place, frozen in thought and anger, with one unanswered question burning in his brain. Why hadn't the girl turned him in? "You're certain that they said Morin?" Zist asked days later. Pellar had waited until he was certain that his hiding place wasn't in danger, and then, taking all his gear with him, had set off carefully, using a route he had never before used to get to miners' camp. Pellar nodded firmly. "So..." Zist's voice drifted off as he frowned, deep in thought. Pellar knew that Morin had been Zist's apprentice. He dimly remembered a young man full of song and pretensions, but Pellar had been still little when Morin had left on his mission to find the Shunned. Terns had passed, and no one had heard from him. Zist and Muriny had sadly given him up for dead. But rumors of a harper named Morin had cropped up in conversations at various gathers, particularly those of Crom and Telgar holds. In fact, Zist had chosen Crom hold partly in the dim hope that he might find Morin, or at least find out more about his fate. Pellar had heard the rumors too, and had noted that this harper seemed surrounded by children, shunned or orphaned. When Pellar had brought it up with Master Zist, the harper had waved the issue aside dismissively. "It could be him," he had said, "or it could be someone pretending to be him. We'll never know until we find him." And now Pellar waited patiently, nursing his claw and refilling it in the long silence while Master Zist reviewed his memories. It was a long while before he looked up at Pellar again. "And only the girl saw you. You're certain?" Again Pellar nodded. Zist's attention drifted away again. Pellar took the opportunity to refill his bowl with warm stew and had finished it, offering spare tidbits to Chitter long before Master Zist disturbed him with another question. "And you're certain that this Tenem thought that the girl was the one who set the traps?" Pellar nodded fervently. Zist pursed his lips and stroked his chin, picking up Pellar's stack of slates and reviewing them again. "There were 7 in the troop. Did that include the boy and the girl?" Pellar nodded. Zist lapsed into his longest silence. Pellar had 2 helpings of dessert before the harper looked up at him once more. "I can't ask you to stay on," Zist began, but Pellar held up a hand, shaking his head. He pointed to Zist, then to himself, and then grasped both his hands firmly. "We stay together." "It's too dangerous," Zist protested. Pellar grabbed for a slate and quickly wrote, "More dangerous alone." He examined the older man anxiously, saw the look of determination forming in Zist's countenance, and wrote, "Find out about Morin." Master Zist looked unconvinced, so Pellar swiftly wrote, "Got old sheets?" Zist read the slate and repeated quizzically, "Old sheets?" "To hide in the snow," Pellar wrote back. Taking advantage of Zist's surprise, he wrote on another slate, "I could get close to their camp. Get a real count, see what they're doing. You know I can. McCall said I was the best." "What about the girl?" Pellar's face took on a bleak look, and he gently drew the slate back and wrote slowly, "She's small, not fed well, may not last the winter." Zist sat long in silence after he read Pellar's reply. Finally, he said, "I've 2 worn sheets you can use." The Shunned's camp was exactly where Pellar had guessed, a kilometer north and east of the miners' coal dump, and past a line of suspiciously small mounds. The mounds were covered with snow, so Pellar had no way of knowing how long they had been there. Master Zist had insisted that he wait until after the first heavy snowfall, and Pellar had decided that journeying as more snow was falling would further hide him and neatly erase his tracks. He paused for a long moment beside the mounds, trying hard to convince himself that none were long enough for the bright-eyed girl, and in the end grimly continued his trek. His first signs of the Shunned's camp came in the form of footprints in the snow. He examined them carefully. There were 2 sets of prints, heading away from him, roughly paralleling his own journey from the coal dump. Both sets of prints were those of adults. Both wore shoes, and both were carrying heavy loads. Coal. Pellar followed the back trail far enough to see where the footprints disappeared in the snow, and judged that he was half an hour behind. He took a bearing on the tracks, then he paused for a moment, thinking. From what little he had seen of the youth, Tenem, Pellar guessed that he would be very wary and cautious. That was one reason that Pellar had decided to wait until the second heavy snowfall before he tried to find the Shunned's camp. The other reason was the bird, Grief. While Chitter was quite willing to pop between from a warm hiding place at Master Zist's to a cold snowfall, he doubted that the bird would be up for scouting in the midst of a snowstorm. So, he reasoned, not only would the falling snow make it easier for him to remain hidden, but he would have fewer eyes trying to spy him out. Without the bird to watch out for him, Pellar guessed that Tenem would be extra cautious. Nodding to himself, he decided that Tenem would take a sharp turn to his camp, but also double back to it. So first Pellar had to find where the 2 had turned, then he had to turn back to find their camp. He also had to be very careful. It was just as possible that the 2 would turn toward him as away from him. He started forward, cautiously flitting from tree to tree, and then suddenly stopped. He heard voices. "I thought I saw someone." Pellar froze. "Shards, why don't you shout it?" Another voice growled in response. It was Tenem. "Shh!" the first speaker hissed urgently. Pellar held his breath, letting it out again as slowly and quietly as he could. The voices were too near for his comfort. "There's nothing out there," Tenham pronounced after minutes of silence. "It's just your guilty conscience getting you, Tarek. When you said I'd get rich, you never said that I'd have to haul your coal for you," Tarek grumbled in response. "What happened to all those brats of yours?" "If you're complaining, why don't you bring your own brat along?" Tenham replied. "Not that he'd be able for more than a stone or two." "You leave Cristov out of it," Tarek warned. "He knows nothing of this." Tenham laughed cruelly. "He wouldn't think so much of you if he knew what his father was doing." "It's for him I'm doing this. The lad has a right to expect his father to do right by him. The way Natalon's moaning, we'll never earn enough at this mine." "Not enough for you," Tenham agreed nastily. "All I want is a place of my own and a chance to rest at the end of my days, not always slaving away for someone," Tarek protested. "I've earned it. I would have had it, too, if it hadn't been for you and the Shunned." "Well, you don't have to worry about them. And I said I'd take care of you." Pellar shuddered, wondering how Tenham planned to take care of Tarek. "Come on," Tenham said. Pellar heard groaning and the sound of something heavy being lifted. "Oh, stop groaning. This is the last load. We'll have to get you back while it's still dark and snowing." "And you'll want me again the next night it snows," Tarek predicted with a grumble. His voice was further away than it had been. They were moving. "Exactly," Tenham agreed viciously. "After all, you want to set something by for the end of your days." "Why are we hiding the coal way out here? How are you going to get it to market?" Tarek grumbled. "Don't you worry about that," Tenham said. "When the time comes, this'll fetch a pretty price from the right people." "How can the Shunned pay for anything?" The last words Pellar heard was Tenham's response. "Who said anything about the Shunned?" "I had thought that they would have to have help from someone at the camp," Zist remarked when Pellar reported back days later. Pellar nodded. "Tarek was my first guess," Zist added, "although I would have preferred being wrong." "What now?" Pellar wrote on his slate. Zist didn't look at the note immediately. He acknowledged it with a wave of his hand, but sat back, staring off thoughtfully into the distance. "The boy will have to make his choice," he murmured finally. He glanced at Pellar's note, and then at Pellar. "It would be nice to know what this Tenham plans to do with the coal," Zist observed. "I could follow him," Pellar offered. Zist wagged a finger at him. "Only when it's dark and there's snow on the ground. I don't want you caught. In the between times you'll have to hide here, I'm afraid." Pellar frowned, but Zist didn't notice, once again lost in thought. "No sign of the younger ones?" the harper asked after a moment. Pellar shook his head. "A pity," Zist said. "This Crom winter is vicious." It was awkward having to hide in the cottage from Kindon, Natalon, Daylor, Nuella, and even Cristov, who was occasionally assigned evening lessons with Master Zist. When Kindon tripped up Cristov one day, Zist assigned the youngster the job of discovering 3 of Kristov's virtues. Pellar had found the whole situation amusing, from his position of greater age, 2 whole turns, until Master Zist challenged him to do the same when they spoke about it 2 days later. "I hardly know him," Pellar wrote in protest. "You've heard enough about him, haven't you?" Zist asked, arching an eyebrow at him challengingly. "Words aren't truth," Pellar wrote back. "Too true. Wiser heads than yours have yet to learn that, you know." "I listen," Pellar wrote in modest reply. "Then you should know all about Cristov," Zist replied, returning to his challenge with a twinkle in his eyes. Pellar was about to write a response when a knock on the side door, the one nearest Natalon's stone house, interrupted him. "That will be my lesson," Zist said, motioning Pellar into hiding once more. Swallowing his unhappiness, for he had hoped that Kindon's absence would give him more time to spend with his adoptive father, Pellar retreated to his hiding place in Zist's study. In moments, the air was filled with the sound of someone practicing on the pipes. Pellar listened, imagining the fingering and scales, while hearing Zist's patient corrections and the young piper's self-deprecating remarks. Pellar mentally replayed his conversation with Zist and what he had overheard about Cristov to see if he could rise to his master's challenge. What did he know about the boy? He recalled Kindon complaining about how Cristov bragged about sleeping in Kindon's old room, and wondered if perhaps Kindon hadn't mistaken Cristov's intent. Perhaps Tarek's son was seeking a common ground, some mutual point of interest on which to build a friendship. Pellar knew from what little he had heard that Cristov had felt very close to Kalek before his untimely death. Perhaps the boy had hoped in a similar way to kindle a friendship with Kalek's little brother. It was clear that Cristov respected and honored his father. In fact, most fights Cristov had been involved in had begun over comments about his father. Pellar couldn't blame the lad for being loyal. Noise of a door opening and voices speaking interrupted Pellar's musings. Zist's lesson had left. Before Pellar came out of hiding, he heard quick steps approaching the front door and the noises of Kindon returning. He heard Zist quiz Kindon on what he had learned and was pleased to hear that Kindon listed loyalty as one of Cristov's strengths. Pellar shook his head wryly when Zist demanded that Kindon recount the contents of the cottage. He could have guessed that Master Zist would have had more than one lesson for the lad to learn. When Zist told Kindon that there'd be a winter's end celebration the next evening, Pellar fought down a feeling of betrayal, for he hadn't heard of it before, and knew that he couldn't possibly attend. When Kindon had gone to bed, Zist brought Pellar back out of his hiding place, holding a finger to his lips for silence. Pellar gave him a sardonic look and pointed to his lips, shaking his head to remind Zist that there was no fear of him talking too loud. Master Zist glared back at him, and Pellar's teasing look faded on his face. He knew full well what Zist wanted. "What did you think?" Zist asked quietly. "About the house?" Pellar wrote back, referring to Kindon's enumeration of the contents of Tarek's house. Zist nodded. "No surprises, no more than most." Zist nodded in agreement. Pellar wiped his slate and quickly added, "A sack full of marks is not hard to hide." "If he had one," Zist said. Pellar gave him a questioning look, so Zist added, "I don't see why he'd be working here if he already had enough set aside." "Snow's melting. Traders will be here soon," Pellar wrote in response. "But with the mud and patches of snow on the ground, tracks will be easy to follow," Zist said. "Some traders might wait until later." "Or Tenem might create a distraction," Pellar suggested. "That," Zist replied, "is a disturbing notion." "I could keep watch," Pellar wrote back. Zist mulled the suggestion over for a long time before he nodded in agreement. "Just don't get caught." Pellar responded with an indignant look. "When will you leave?" Zist asked, ignoring the look. In response, Pellar grabbed his pack. "It's late enough," Zist said by way of agreement. "Just be careful." Pellar would have never found Tenem if the other hadn't been with Tarek. It was Tarek's clumsy, irritated motion that had alerted him. Tenem slid through the trees like a wisp of smoke. At the first sign of motion, Pellar froze and slowly pressed himself against the nearest cover. "Traders will be here soon, and then what?" Tarek muttered angrily as they walked by. "If Nadalon finds out that I've been mining the pillars, he'll guess—" A raised hand from Tenem halted Tarek's tirade. "What?" Tarek demanded after the barest moment's silence. Tenem ignored him, turning slowly in a circle where he stood, carefully examining every bit of the terrain. Pellar desperately wondered if Tenem could sight his trail. He had been careful to take an oblique approach. "Nothing," Tenem said after a moment, clearly still nervous. He motioned Tarek onward. "So you're afraid of your nephew, are you?" "He's too much like his father," Tarek said with a dismissive wave of his hand. "Slow, methodical, never willing to cut corners, but he always gets there in the end." "What has this got to do with the traders?" "He'll figure that someone's been stealing coal, that's what," Tarek growled back. "Only if he finds out you've been mining the pillars," Tenem observed. "Otherwise, he'll think he's only got the coal you and the other shift leaders have reported mining." "It was easier when it was my own mine I was stealing from," Tarek muttered darkly. "You still would have had it if it hadn't been for the accident that collapsed the roof." "Accidents happen," Tarek said dismissively. "Master Miner Brittel's Board of Inquiry never accused me of anything." Tenem paused mid-stride and gave Tarek a very piercing look. "What?" Tarek demanded, sounding just a bit frightened. Nothing, Tenem answered with a shrug, gesturing for Tarek to precede him. Just, as you said, accidents happen. Tarek looked nervously back over his shoulder. I've been good for you. Indeed you have. In fact, I think we've hauled enough for this evening. Why don't you go back home before your wife and son begin to wonder where you are? Tarek glared at the young man. Tenem took the glare with no change of expression, merely leaning down to tie his boots tighter, his hand casually brushing the knife hidden at the boot top. Tarek's anger cooled visibly when he caught sight of the knife hilt, and he nodded. Perhaps I'd better at that. Good, Tenem answered with an unpleasant smile. You said that there'd be winter's end festivities tonight? In Natalon's big house? He didn't wait for Tarek's answer. I could do with some diversion. Maybe I'll attend. You'd be recognized. From a safe distance, Tenem finished, his eyes flashing in amusement at the other's blatant terror. Don't get caught. Have I ever? I found you, didn't I? Tarek responded. Yes, you did, Tenem agreed, lowering his eyes. Considering Tenem's woodcraft, Pellar seriously doubted that Tarek had really found the youth. Probably Tenem had let himself be found. So be careful. And you, Tenem replied with a wave as the other turned off toward the camp. Tenem waited several minutes before starting off again, toward the camp. Pellar followed him cautiously from far behind. Tenem passed Zist's cottage and then went more slowly beyond Natalon's stone hold. The shunned youth passed by the camp cemetery before heading up into the hills and circling back toward the camp. Pellar waited until he was certain that Tenem was far away before he followed. It took a quarter of an hour of stealthy movement before Pellar reached the top of the cliff and could reinitiate his cautious trailing of the crafty young man. A sound from the valley below startled Pellar, and he froze. The noise sounded like a small rock hitting something more solid. Carefully, Pellar inched to the edge of the cliff and peered into the valley below. A glint of white was thrown from the cliff nearby and landed with a clack on the roof of Natalon's stone house. What was Tenem doing? Another stone was thrown, landing at the top of the chimney, and another. The stones ricocheted off the roof, landing silently on the soft ground below. A larger stone, big enough to be a rock, was thrown. The impact made a different noise, a sliding noise. Tenem was trying to block up the chimney. If he succeeded, the fumes from the great hearth fire would quickly overcome anyone inside, including Natalon, and then Tarek would be able to take over the camp, all because of an accident. Pellar's response was instant and unthinking. He launched himself from his hiding place and raced along the cliff edge to hurl himself wordlessly upon Tenem. Even though Tenem was a head taller than him and 20 kilos heavier, Pellar's mad dive toppled Tenem off balance. They grappled for a moment and then both toppled over the cliff to fall hard on the muddy ground behind Natalon's hold. Tenem recovered first, wrapping his fists around Pellar's throat and squeezing with a manic energy. Pellar, stunned by the fall and the ferocity of Tenem's attack, responded slowly. He strained to pull Tenem's hands off his neck, bucked to try to dislodge the heavier youth, tried vainly to twist to one side or the other, but all to no avail. Spots appeared before his eyes, and his vision turned gray. Chitter, Pellar thought desperately, wondering what would happen to the fire lizard without him. Master Zist. And then he remembered no more. Chapter 4. Fire lizard, dance on wing to the raucous song I sing. Fire lizard, wheel and turn, show me how the dragons learn. Camp Natalon, AL 493.4. Red eyes whirling, Chitter scratched awkwardly at the blankets covering the old harper. As gently as he could through his terror, the brown fire lizard clawed the harper's face. Zist sputtered and twisted, instantly awake. What is it? He demanded, pushing himself up and swiveling his legs over the side of his bed. Pellar? The fire lizard's whirling red eyes were all that Zist needed to see. He pulled down his nightshirt, slipped the robe around himself, and slid into his slippers. He hurried into Kinden's room. Get up, he called. It's time to change watch. Certain that it would be a while before the lad would be about, and equally certain that Kindon would then rush off in performance of his duty, Zist left the cottage by the back door. It was still dark outside. Chitter appeared beside him. "Where is he?" Zist asked, looking up at the gray blur of the fire lizard. Chitter made an uncertain noise. "Go, find him, Chitter. Take me to him." The fire lizard chirped an acknowledgment and blinked between. Zist cautiously looked around to be certain no one had seen their interaction, and then made his way toward Natalon's hold. A rustling sound nearby halted him, and Zist turned toward it. Someone was moving down by the old watchware shed. He peered through the night, straining to see if the figure was Pellar, but it disappeared from his view like a mist. Chitter reappeared, diving to Zist's shoulder and tugging at his robe. "You found him?" Zist asked. The fire lizard chirped and flew off toward the back of Natalon's house. Zist spared one last glance toward where he had spotted the interloper, and then set off after Chitter. Chitter stopped him before he reached the kitchen door, and flew off in a different direction. Zist paused, uncertain, but the fire lizard returned and tugged at him again. The reason for Chitter's uncertainty became apparent as soon as Zist rounded the far western corner of Natalon's hold. Right next to the back corner of the house was a crumpled figure. Pellar. He lay quite still. Tears misted Zist's vision as he raced to the youngster's body. He paused, swallowing nervously. "If I've killed him, too," Zist thought harshly, remembering his wife and child. Getting a firm grip on his emotions, he knelt down beside Pellar's body, searching his throat for a pulse. Pellar's neck was red and bruised. It looked like he'd been strangled. Rage thundered through Zist's heart, and fury lit his eyes. He swore vengeance on whoever had done this. He bent down to give Pellar one last fatherly kiss, and felt the faintest of breath. "You're alive!" Zist cried out, scooping Pellar up and cradling him in his arms. Pellar came awake surrounded by darkness, and fought as best he could, only to discover that he was flailing against Master Zist. He stopped suddenly and looked up. Zist's cheeks were wet with tears. "Can you walk?" the harper asked. "It's not far to the cottage." Pellar nodded and regretted it. His throat hurt, his neck ached, and his head throbbed from lack of oxygen. With Zist's help, he stumbled up to his feet and back to the cottage. "In my room," Zist said, guiding the youngster through the front door, guessing that Kindon would be having a cup of claw before departing from the kitchen. After getting Pellar settled into his bed and pulling off his muddy boots, he went to the kitchen to grab cold water and warm claw. "Fire! Help! Help! Fire!" Zist heard Kindon shout from the kitchen and rushed out, fearful that Pellar's attacker had returned and caught the other boy instead. "Chitter, stay with Pellar," Zist ordered as he left. Pellar woke to find Chitter resting against his side. The fire lizard stirred and stared at him warningly. Pellar felt awful and was slow to move. Then he remembered. The chimney. He had to warn the miners. He tried to rise, but Chitter jumped up and sat heavily on his chest. Pellar tried batting the fire lizard away, but he was still too weak, and his movements were disjointed and feeble. Chitter nipped at his hand, and then grabbed it with his forepaws. "How'd you find us?" a voice from the kitchen asked. Pellar recognized the voice. It was Dalar, Natalon's son. "You were late for watch," Kindon replied. Pellar listened intently as Kindon explained how he had realized the chimney was blocked, had shouted out the alarm, had opened all the doors and windows to the large hold, and had gone in search of Dalar. Pellar gave a silent sigh of relief and relaxed. Chitter gave him a satisfied look and curled back into his resting spot, clearly convinced that Pellar was going to rest as well. He was right. In moments, Pellar fell into a dreamless sleep. Pellar woke, hungry. The room smelled of cooling soup. He sat up carefully and, as his sore muscles registered, slowly. The room was dark. A small glow was uncovered near the table, its light reflected by the two faceted eyes of Chitter, perched on the back of Zist's chair, keeping vigil. Pellar's slate was on the table beside the bed. Beside it was a small bowl of soup and a spoon. Written on Pellar's slate in Zist's hand was a note. Winter's End festivities. Eat slowly. Winter's End. Pellar's ears picked up the sound of music coming from Natalon's hold. Whoever was playing the pipes was quite good, he decided after listening for a moment. Chitter cocked his head warningly, and Pellar ducked his head in wry acknowledgment of the fire lizard's nursemaiding. Obediently, he picked up the spoon and fed himself. Swallowing was misery, but he was too hungry not to finish the entire bowl. When he had, Chitter flew off his perch and nestled onto the bed in an unmistakable intimation of his expectations for Pellar. Pellar was too tired to argue, and the rich soup was already settling in his stomach. He lay back down and was asleep in minutes. Pellar woke in the middle of the night to the sound of a commotion. "Master Zist! Master Zist!" Dalar shouted. Nervously, Pellar wondered if Tenham had returned to finish his job. Zist snorted and stirred from the chair in which he had fallen asleep. "Eh? What is it?" he called out. "It's my mother," Dalar replied. "The baby's coming early." Zist wagged the finger at Pellar, ordering him to remain, then shucked on his robe and slippers and left the room. Pellar heard his muffled order to Kindon. "Go, run to Margit's and get her up here." To Dalar he promised, "I'll be along as soon as I get some clothes on. You get on back. Start to cook boiling water if she hasn't already." He continued a softer tone. "It'll be all right, lad. Now off with you." Pellar looked around the room for Zist's clothes, wondering what the harper would need, and rose from his bed, assembling a kit for him, dimly aware that Zist and Kindon were conferring outside the door. "Get off now! We'll cope!" Zist called as he opened the door to his room. His eyes lit as he saw Pellar standing and the clothes laid out, ready for him to put on. "You'll have to stay here," he told Pellar as he quickly donned his clothes. He gave the boy a warm, worried look. "Lad." Pellar shook his head and put a hand, palm flat, over his head, then brought it next to Zist's. He was nearly as tall as the harper. Zist shook his head and grabbed Pellar into a tight hug. "Man or lad, if I'd lost you—" Zist broke off. Pellar patted Zist's back and then broke out of the embrace, firmly steering the harper to the door and gesturing for him to hurry. "You stay here," Zist called back from the doorway. "Send Chitter if you need." Pellar nodded firmly and made a brushing motion to hurry Zist along, but the harper had to have the last word. "Chitter, I'm counting on you to keep him from overtaxing himself." Pellar was miffed that the harper had let him sleep through until morning, but he couldn't deny that he had needed it. As it was, he was much relieved to hear that the baby had been born healthy and without undue complications. "I'll keep watch tonight," Pellar wrote by way of apology. "You'll do nothing of the sort," Zist told him emphatically. "You'll need at least a 7-day to recover. Anyway, there's a trader caravan due soon, and among the apprentices there's supposed to be one with a watchware." Pellar gave him a questioning look. "With a watchware, the miners will be able to start a full night shift again," Zist explained. "With a crew bustling about at night, I suspect it'll be much harder for your friend Tenham to try anything." "Not my friend," Pellar wrote, pointing to his throat for emphasis. "And you're to stay away from him." Pellar gave him a stubborn look. "You've learned what I wanted to know," Zist responded. "He might try something else," Pellar wrote. "He might, and we'll have to be careful." He looked sternly at Pellar. "But you would have died if Chitter hadn't alerted me." He took a deep breath and admitted, "And I don't think I could live with that on my conscience." Pellar looked at the old harper for a long time. Finally he nodded, realizing that further argument would be pointless. It would only cause the harper further pain and worry. The traders came that afternoon, only there was no watchware with them. "Apparently someone scared the apprentice off," Zist explained as he prepared for the second celebratory gather in 2 days, donning fresh clothes in harper blue and quickly buffing up his boots. "Tenham," Pellar wrote, cocking an eyebrow at the harper. "It could be," Zist answered, "but probably not." Pellar looked surprised. "The first time anyone noticed that the lad was missing was yesterday, although he might have left sooner. Trader Terry said he kept to himself." "Morin?" Pellar wrote. Zist frowned as he read the slate. "I hope not," Zist said. "It could be, but then why would he not want the watchware to come to the mine?" Same reason, Pellar wrote. I'm not sure that Morin and Tenem had the same reasons, Zist said. Pellar gave him a questioning look. Morin was very worried about the Shunned, Zist explained. That's why Murray and I agreed to let him try to make contact. He shook his head. From what you've described of this Tenem character, I don't think he cares for anyone but himself. As it was obvious to Pellar that Master Zist didn't want to entertain dark thoughts about his old apprentice, Pellar decided to drop the matter. Still need a watchwear, Pellar wrote, changing the subject. Yes, we do. Where do we get one? Pellar wrote. I shall have to think on that, Zist replied, turning to the door. If you're still awake when the gather's through, we can talk some more. Pellar nodded, and Zist gave him a probing look. The harper wagged his finger at the youngster. Stay here. We'll be all right. Pellar waited until he was certain that everyone had entered the large hall in Natalon's hold. Then he carefully dressed himself in bright clothes, grabbed a well-used cloak, and went out through the cot-hold's front door. Regardless of Zist's warnings, or even how sore his raw throat still felt, Pellar was going to make sure that there were no more accidents. Rather than gliding silently past the entrance to Natalon's stone hold, Pellar strode purposely beyond it, looking exactly like someone who was lost but unwilling to ask for directions. He headed toward the camp's graveyard, planning to find a place beyond it where he could climb to the cliff above and backtrack to a good vantage point near Natalon's hold, but away from any possible sighting by the camp's lookouts. He was just past the graveyard when Chitter appeared from between. Pellar gave the brown fire lizard a fierce, admonishing look. He thought he had made it clear that the fire lizard was to stay in the harper's cot-hold. Chitter hovered in front of him, wings beating slowly until Pellar understood that, as far as Chitter was concerned, if Pellar felt no compulsion to obey orders, neither would Chitter. Pellar sighed in reluctant acceptance. Just before Pellar started off again, a noise startled him. Pellar froze. Someone was coming. He sank to the ground in a crouch, hoping that the cloak would cover him sufficiently. It did. The person, a small boy, passed him by, moving quickly and purposefully, but without taking any particular pains to move quietly. From the short-cropped blonde hair, Pellar reckoned that the boy was either Daylor or Cristov. More likely it was Cristov, he decided, as Daylor would have a difficult time getting away from the evening's festivities. But what was Cristov doing here? Pellar followed him quietly from a safe distance. The blond boy made his way to the graveyard, where he stopped in front of one of the graves. Pellar wasn't certain, but he guessed that it was Kalix's grave. Miners look after each other. Kristov's words drifted softly across the night air to Pellar. Was he making a promise, or repeating something he had been told, Pellar wondered. Or both. The youngster stood by the grave for a long while in silent communion. Just as Pellar decided that he had no choice but to find an alternate way to the cliff, Cristov stepped back, turned, and moved off quickly toward the cliff. Pellar followed him easily, both relieved at not having to lose time sneaking around Cristov and intrigued by the boy's motives. Was it possible that Cristov had been suborned by his father to finish Tenem's task? Cristov started climbing, following the same route Pellar had taken the other night. Climbing the cliff was more effort than Pellar remembered. His shoulders and stomach were still sore from his fall, but worse was the torment in his throat as he gulped down the air needed for his exertions. He tried his best to be quiet, but it wasn't good enough. Suddenly, he noticed a pair of eyes staring down at him from the cliff above. "Who are you?" For an instant, Pellar considered fleeing back down the cliff and eluding Cristov in the forest. He knew he had more woodcraft than the boy. But before he could put his plan into action, Chitter appeared and started scolding Pellar and Cristov with equal intensity. "Is he yours?" Cristov asked, his voice full of amazement and yearning. Pellar nodded. Chitter caught his eye and looked back and forth rapidly between him and Cristov. Pellar knew that the fire lizard was trying to tell him something, but he couldn't decide what. "Did you block the whole chimney?" Cristov asked, his voice cold with outrage. Pellar shook his head firmly. Cristov peered at him and reached forward to touch his neck. "Someone tried to choke you," the blond boy declared, his fingers brushing Pellar's throat gently. He gave Pellar another intense look. Did you try to stop someone from blocking the chimney? Pellar nodded. And they tried to choke you, Cristov asked rhetorically. And now you can't talk. Pellar nodded and then shook his head to answer both questions. Cristov looked confused. Pellar reached to his side, then paused, looked questioningly at Cristov, who, in his turn, looked confused. Pellar held up both his hands to show that he had nothing in them, and then flattened one hand and poised the other over it in an imitation of writing. You want to write something? Cristov asked. I've got nothing to write with. Oh, you do. Pellar nodded, smiling, and reached for his slate. He was bigger than the boy, and older by at least 2 turns, but if Cristov grew afraid or alarmed, his shouts could easily bring the entire mining camp out, and Pellar didn't even want to think about what might happen then. It's dark. I don't know if I'll be able to read, Cristov began, only to stop when he saw that Pellar had a slate and stick of white chalk. Maybe if you write big, then. Pellar wrote carefully. Name, Pellar. I'm Cristov, the other replied, holding out his hand. Pellar pocketed his chalk and let go of his slate, which dropped around his neck, held in place by the ever-present string, and solemnly shook Kristov's hand. Cristov pursed his lips for a moment, then asked, You aren't shunned, are you? Pellar shook his head emphatically, reached again for his slate and chalk, and wrote, Shunned, blocked chimney. And you stopped them? Cristov asked, his eyes brilliant with awe. Pellar shook his head and held up a finger. There was only one of them? Pellar nodded. What about your voice? Will it come back? Cristov blurted, obviously overwhelmed with curiosity. Pellar shook his head. Oh, Cristov said, crestfallen. Does it bother you that you can't talk? Pellar shrugged, then waggled a hand in a so-so gesture. Then he smiled at Cristov and tapped his ear meaningfully. You listen more? Cristov guessed. Pellar nodded. I'll bet you do. And so that's why you were here, to listen? Pellar nodded, surprised at how quickly Cristov had guessed. For the shunned, right? Pellar's nod merely confirmed Kristov's suspicions. So you're listening for the shunned, Cristov murmured to himself thoughtfully. Do you work for Master Zist? Pellar's startled look was answer enough for Cristov. Pellar grabbed his slate and hastily wrote, Secret. From whom? Everyone, Pellar wrote back. Why? Shunned, Pellar wrote back. He pointed to his throat, rubbed his slate clear, and wrote, Hurt people. If they found out they might hurt more people? Cristov asked, trying to guess at Pellar's meaning. Just as Pellar started to shake his head, Cristov shook his own head, dismissing the thought. No, that doesn't make sense. Pellar waved a hand to get the boy's attention and wrote, Watch now, think later. Cristov gave him a sheepish grin. You're right, he said, extending a hand to Pellar to help him up the cliff. Shortly, they were in the same position Pellar had seen Tenem occupy the previous night. Pellar leaned forward and painfully craned his still sore neck over to peer down into the valley below. Light from the great room of the stone hold outlined the far corner at the east and dimly lit the western corner, but the nearest corner was barely distinguishable. After a while, Cristov said, I think I can see the chimney. Pellar followed the boy's outstretched arm and peered carefully into the night. It took him a moment to make out the shape of the chimney. Cristov looked around where they were sitting and picked up a fist-sized rock. Pellar turned at his motion and grabbed Kristov's hand, shaking his head. He threw rocks, right? Cristov asked, dropping the rock from his hand. Pellar nodded. They pulled one of the chimney bricks out of the chimney. If Kindon hadn't come by, Kristov's voice broke. They'd all be dead. Pellar grimaced in agreement. And the baby wouldn't have been born, Cristov added quietly. He was silent for a longer moment. When he spoke again, it was in a slow, uncertain tone. If they had died, my father would have been the head miner. For the barest instant, Pellar froze. Then he felt Kristov's eyes on him, and he shrugged carelessly, gesturing for the boy to sit down and doing the same himself, sitting on his butt, his knees raised and legs splayed to provide extra stability. Kristov's gaze intensified, so Pellar wiped his slate clean and wrote a response. To read the slate, Cristov sat down beside him. I watch, he wrote. So we're safe? Cristov guessed, then added, as long as no one attacks you." Pellar gave him a pained look as he nodded in agreement. "What would the Shunned want here?" "Coal," Pellar wrote. "But we'd notice. We'd know it when someone stole coal from the dump," Cristov protested. "And they wouldn't try to sneak into the mine." Pellar nodded in agreement. Chitter, who had flown out over the cliff for his own inspection, flew back and perched on one of Pellar's knees. "Could I touch him?" Cristov asked shyly. Pellar glanced at Chitter. The fire lizard inclined his head toward Cristov, and then stretched out his neck in invitation. Pellar indicated his agreement with a beckoning wave of his hand. Slowly, Cristov brought up his hand and gently touched the side of Chitter's head. The fire lizard rubbed his head against Cristov's outstretched fingers enthusiastically. "He's beautiful. A regular dragon in miniature, not at all like a watchware." He glanced up at Pellar. "My father had a fire lizard egg once, but the fire lizard went between when it hatched. My father says that Daniel's watchware, Dask, frightened it." Pellar gave Cristov a dubious look, and the boy shrugged. "My father says that fire lizards would be far more useful in the mines than watchwares," Cristov said. "He says that he's going to get another egg soon, and he'll let me keep it." His voice fell uneasily. "But he says that I'll have to keep it a secret." He looked down at Chitter, stroking his head firmly. "I don't think I'd like that." They sat in silence for a while, and then Cristov stood up. "I think I'd better get back. Will you keep watch?" Pellar nodded. "I'll keep your secret," Cristov promised as he strode off. Master Zist was extremely annoyed with Pellar's disobedience, even after he read Pellar's painstakingly detailed account of his meeting with Cristov. "You can't imagine how I felt," Zist scolded him fiercely when Pellar returned the next morning well after dawn. "I didn't know where you'd got to, or whether you'd gone on your own free will, and even Chitter wasn't here to send after you." "Had to keep watch," Pellar wrote in his defense. It was a feeble defense, and he knew it. So did Zist, who snorted angrily. "What sort of watch did you keep? You were caught, and then later you fell asleep." Pellar nodded miserably. "If you can't do as you're told, and you won't rest when you need it, then I shall have to send you back to the Harper Hall." "Can't make me," Pellar wrote defiantly, his eyes flashing angrily as he shoved his slate under Zist's nose. Zist bit back an angry response and let out his breath in a long, steadying sigh. "Well, at least we now know what the Shunned are trading for coal," he said, forcing himself to change the topic. Pellar gave him a quizzical look. "Fire lizard eggs," Zist told him. He looked fondly at Chitter. "I should have thought of it myself. Any holder or crafter would exchange top marks for a chance at a fire lizard." Pellar nodded in agreement, one hand idly stroking Chitter's cheek. The fire lizard luxuriated in the attention, preening his head against Pellar's fingers. "I wonder if that's how they got to Morin," Zist said to himself thoughtfully. Pellar shook his head and wrote, "Tenham has bird." Zist looked at him thoughtfully. "You think that Tenham wouldn't have a bird if Morin had a fire lizard?" Pellar nodded. "And a hunting bird at that," Zist said. "I suppose they wouldn't need a bird if they had a fire lizard. So Morin wasn't offered a fire lizard. Although perhaps he was, and Tenham couldn't impress a fire lizard. From your description, the bird seems a better match for his personality." Pellar nodded, his expression bitter. "And now we know at least one reason Tarek has to hate watchwares," Zist said. Pellar gave him an inquiring look, so Zist explained. "He blames the watchwares for the loss of the fire lizard." Pellar frowned and held up 2 fingers. He wrote, "Watchwares awake at night." Zist grunted in agreement to Pellar's correction. Then his expression changed. "Maybe we should find a watchware." "Where?" Pellar wrote, his eyebrows raised questioningly. Zist pursed his lips thoughtfully for several moments, and then he looked Pellar square in the eyes. "I think it's time for you to disappear," Zist replied, his eyes twinkling with mischief. It took Pellar only a moment to guess his master's thinking. Pellar grinned. Pellar returned to Cromhold with the trader caravan, his passage arranged by Master Zist and secured by his agreement to use Chitter as a messenger in case of emergency, and his willingness to help spread gravel to shore up the roadway. Trader Terry ordered the caravan to set out slowly, with the domicile caravans in the rear, which not only made good sense, but made it easier for Pellar to creep on board the last one, which happened to be Trader Terry's. "Put these on," she said as soon as she saw him scramble aboard, "and join in the work the next time we stop." Pellar nodded mutely and waited until the trader had left before donning the loose-fitting tunic and trousers she had tossed him. He found his brawn called upon almost immediately when the caravan stopped at the next bend. Terry had arranged that the foremost dray be filled with gravel and discarded rock from the miners' diggings. She ordered the larger stones to be laid down first and packed with the backs of the shovels, then covered by a thinner layer of the light gravel he shoveled out to cover it. After half an hour, Terry was satisfied and sent the first dray carefully over the repaired road. From that point on, Pellar found himself at the forefront of the work crews, patching and filling the road as the caravan made its slow, cautious way back downhill to Crom Hold. When they stopped for the night, it was all he could do to find the rearmost wagon and crawl in. "No, you don't," Terry barked at him when she saw his muddy boots. "There's food to eat first." She led him back to the communal fire and made sure that he and everyone else ate before she did. None of the traders spared a glance in his direction, acting as though he didn't exist. The next morning, with the sky still gray, Pellar woke to the sound of someone moving beside him and the smell of fresh, hot claw. "Brought you something to break your fast with," Terry said, pushing a roll and a mug of claw into his hands. "I'll be up front as soon as it's light. You can stay here, but listen for my call, or come if the caravan stops." Pellar nodded. Terry gave him a thoughtful look, then patted his arm. "You did good work yesterday." Pellar nodded in acknowledgement of the compliment, for he knew that was the best he could hope for from the gruff trader. "With luck, we'll see Crom Hold before this evening," Terry added. Pellar looked surprised, and the trader laughed. "The journey's faster going downhill than up." She turned to leave, then turned back again. "What are you going for, anyway?" Pellar searched for a place to put his mug. Noticing, Terry took it from him. He nodded gratefully, stuffed the roll in his mouth, and pulled out his slate. He wrote, "Secret." Terry laughed. "And don't you think I can keep secrets? Nor Master Zist? If so, why'd he ask me to take you?" Pellar reddened and shrugged apologetically. Terry laughed again and waved off his embarrassment. "We traders know a fair bit about trading. It seems like Zist has sent you to find something," she said. She wagged a finger at him. "Finding things is also something we traders are good at." Pellar pursed his lips and thought for a long time before he wrote, "Watchware egg." "Oh," Terry nodded. "That makes sense, given the way the last apprentice with a watchware scarpered when he heard he was coming to Camp Natalon." She gave Pellar a shrewd look. "But a watchware egg would be no good, unless there was someone there to impress it." Pellar nodded, but wrote nothing in reply. Terry gave him another appraising look and laughed. "If you won't talk, you won't talk." Pellar started to write a protest, but she laughingly waved him back to stillness. "You know what I mean. But I'll do you a favor, little though it is. The only one who could get you a watchware egg is Elisa, the waremaster. She's got a gold watchware she sometimes breeds." "Where?" Pellar wrote. Terry shrugged. "I don't know." She tapped her temple. "There's not much call to trade for watchware eggs, so it's not something I keep in here. Maybe you can find out more at Crom Hold." The waremaster, Elisa, was so hard to locate that for the first month Pellar doubted her existence. It took him another 2 months to track her down. His journeying had hardened him in ways he would not have imagined beforehand. When he boldly made his way into the small camp that was reputed to be Elisa's domain, he was rake-thin but whip-tough. He had traveled with the traders when he could, and the Shunned when he had no other choice. His fire lizard made him a welcome guest among traders and Shunned alike, who considered the fire lizard's impression a character reference. The small groups of traders or Shunned were particularly grateful, seeing the fire lizard as a source of communications in an emergency. Over time, his nervousness with the Shunned had faded. He discovered that they were very much like the traders, with one vital difference. The traders were aloof of hold and craft hall from choice, the shunned by decree. Still, with the shunned, Pellar found himself called upon more often to prove himself, either by providing for the communal pot, prescribing for the sick, or, more often than he liked, proving his strength. His fights were always with those near his own age who looked upon him as an easy challenge and a good way to improve their standing in the community. After painfully losing his first several encounters, Pellar got quite adept at seeking quick solutions and less concerned about any bruises he gave his assailants. Even though food was not plentiful, and he was expected to share, Pellar thrived, filling out and growing tall. So tall, in fact, that as time progressed, he found himself challenged by older, taller lads, many turns older than his own 13. Upon taking his leave of Trader Terry at Cromhold, Pellar found passage on one of the barges heading downstream from Cromhold, continuing his search for Master Elisa. He worked the passage, helping pull the barge when necessary and tying it up at night. The family who owned the boat didn't trust him and made him sleep on deck, although by the end of the 7-day journey they had grown so fond of him and his fire lizard that they pressed a well-worn half-mark on him. A bad piece of advice sent Pellar eastward to Greenfields and then on to Campbell's Field, a journey that took over a month. It was only at the small hold in Campbell's Field that Pellar heard that Elisa had set up a hold of sorts somewhere around Nabol Hold. That was all the way back west of where he was. He sent word to Master Zist, returned to Cromhold, and took passage once more on a barge downriver. This time he left at Kiev, a minor hold at the bend of the Crom River. At Nabol Hold he learned that Elisa's hold was north in the mountains, but no one quite knew where. The mountains north of Nabol were mostly forested and uninhabited. Pellar found himself slowed by the necessity of having to forage for food. After 3 7 days of searching without success, his strength ebbing, and the last days of summer fast approaching, Pellar was just about ready to give in when he remembered that watchwares flew at night. So he ate early, put out his fire, found a clearing at the top of a nearby hill, and waited, eyes eagerly scanning the horizon. It wasn't until the middle of the night, when Pellar's body was so bone-cold that he could no longer shiver, that he caught the merest glimpse of something darting in the sky high above him. He quickly woke Chitter, pointed to the watchware, and launched the fire lizard into the sky. As soon as Chitter and the watchware were out of sight, Pellar crouched down to the stack of wood he had piled up before him and carefully sparked a small, and oh so joyously warm, fire. Chitter returned, quite pleased with himself, late that morning. Shortly thereafter, with a stomach freshly full of jerked beef, Chitter led Pellar to the waremaster's hold. Pellar hadn't known what sort of reception to expect, but he didn't count on having an arrow whiz toward him to strike the ground just in front of his foot.
"That's far enough,"
a voice in the distance shouted in warning.
"State your business."
Pellar looked crestfallen, not at a loss for words, but at a loss for a way to convey them. He held his hands up, palms out, to show that he was unarmed, and waited. Another arrow answered him.
"I said, state your business."
Pellar pointed to his throat and shook his head, making a face.
"You won't talk?"
another voice suggested. This voice belonged to an old woman, while the other had clearly been a man's. Pellar shook his head and pointed to his throat again.
"You can't talk?"
the woman asked, this time sounding intrigued. Pellar nodded vigorously and smiled as broadly and kindly as he could.
"You trust him?"
the man called to the woman.
"I don't know,"
the woman shouted back.
"Maybe we shouldn't take any chances. If he's one of the shunned and he reports back—"
Pellar's eyes widened. They were talking about killing him. Pellar stood stock still for a moment, concentrating on Chitter. The fire lizard chirped nervously in response, but finally, if reluctantly, went between.
"Where'd he go?"
the man called angrily.
"He could have gone anywhere,"
the old woman responded. When she spoke again, her tone held a grudging respect.
"That's what you intended, isn't it?"
Pellar nodded firmly.
"If he's trained his fire lizard well, the little one could lead others back here,"
the old woman continued. There was a silence. Then she spoke again.
You can come here, to me. Just remember that Jathan has a bow trained on you."
Pellar took a deep, steadying breath, hitched up his pack, and carefully walked toward the sound of the woman's voice. He had been walking for several moments before the woman's voice, near but now to his right, called out, "Stop!" Pellar, still very aware of a bowman somewhere out there, obeyed, standing motionless. For several moments, nothing happened. Then he heard a movement behind him, and rough hands grabbed him, pulling him backward off his feet. He fell back, mouth open in an "oh" of silent surprise. When he landed on his pack, his look was both angry and confused. Hadn't he done everything they had asked? Instinctively, he grabbed for his slate. Someone stooped over him from behind, pressing a knife against his chest. "Don't!" the man, Jathan said. Pellar let his hands go limp.
"Let him up, Jathan,"
the old woman said. Another shadow fell over Pellar. He looked up and saw a thin old woman with white hair woven into a braid that hung down her back.
"He told the truth. He can't talk. If he could, he would have made some noise when you pulled him over like that."
His pack weighing him down, Pellar rolled onto his side before shakily standing up. The woman was taller than him. Jathan stood behind him, doubtless with his knife ready. Gingerly, Pellar reached for the strap around his neck and was first surprised and then horrified at how easily it moved. Forgetting everything, he felt in his clothes for his slate and was devastated when he found that it had cracked in half from his fall.
"Is that what you write on?"
the old woman asked, her voice sounding more kindly than before.
"And it's broken?"
Pellar nodded miserably to both questions.
"Well, we'll replace it then."
She held out her hand.
"I'm Elisa."
Pellar shook it and then pointed to himself and regretfully to his broken slate. He fished out his chalk and wrote his name on one of the pieces.
"Pellar, eh?"
Elisa repeated when she read it. She nodded to herself.
"I've heard about you."
"So have I," Jathan growled menacingly from behind. "The silent harper, everyone calls you." Jathan spat in disgust, then added, "But the traders said you were a good tracker." Elisa's eyes flicked beyond Pellar to the man standing behind him, and she said,
"You walked in here. There's no other way out."
"Unless his fire lizard went to fetch a Dragonrider," Jathan growled. Elisa frowned and then shrugged.
"We'll be moving again soon enough. If the Dragonriders come, they'll find another empty camp."
She gestured for Pellar to follow him.
"Come along, youngster. There's claw and something warm at the fire."
Pellar was still somewhat dazed by the turn of events, but he remembered his manners and bowed politely to the old woman, then crooked his elbow toward her in an invitation to hold on to his arm. Elisa laughed, a deep, hearty laugh that brought out the crow's feet around her eyes. She latched onto Pellar's arm and called over her shoulder,
"See, Jathan? This one has manners."
Behind them, Jathan grumbled. Elisa's camp was hidden behind a hillock and nestled against the rising Nabal Mountains. Pellar suppressed a shiver as they went into shadow deeper than the early morning. Beside him, Elisa shook herself and shivered.
"My bones don't like this cold," she admitted to him. "I'm too old."
At the foot of the mountain there was a small opening, and Elisa led him inside. To the right side there was a small crevice. On the left, a larger opening with the smell of claw and stew. Elisa led him to the left. The opening widened to a natural cave that reminded Pellar of the cave he had found up by Camp Natalon, except that this cave was far more spacious and had several alcoves. Young children played noisily in the center of the cave, while around them a couple of women bustled, washing, cooking, or keeping the children out of the worst of the mischief.
"Those that aren't resting are on watch,"
Elisa said. She gestured to the women.
"These are just the childminders."
One of the women looked up at the oblique introduction, smiled at Pellar, but was instantly distracted by the movements of a baby crawling toward the open fire. Pellar nodded at Elisa's explanation, keeping his expression neutral. He got the impression that Elisa wanted him to believe that the camp had many inhabitants, but a quick glance at the food stored in the pantry and the size of the pots told him that there could be no more than 2 or 3 others in the whole place, and that with them all on short rations. Elisa herself served him up a cup of claw. Pellar nodded and smiled in thanks, cupping his hands gratefully around the warmth. The claw was thin and watered down. Elisa gestured toward a pile of furs placed to one side of the cave and took a seat on the largest pile. Pellar found another fur nearby and sat.
"I'd heard that you've been looking for us for several months now," Elisa said.
Pellar nodded.
"You found our old camp over by Campbell's field?"
Pellar shook his head, his surprise obvious.
"I told Jathan no one would find it,"
she said with a bitter laugh. Her look turned sour.
"Except maybe the Dragonriders."
Pellar carefully schooled his expression to be neutral, but he didn't fool the old woman.
"They don't like us,"
Elisa continued bitterly.
"They say the Watchwares steal food meant for their dragons."
She snorted in disgust.
"That Dagan, him with his high airs, he's got it in his mind that the Watchwares ate him out of Weir."
Pellar looked surprised. He knew that Dagan was the Weir leader of Telgar Weir, and that Weir had been combined with Telgar a number of turns back, but he hadn't heard anything about Watchwares being involved.
"He says that they are abominations and shouldn't exist,"
Elisa said with a sniff. She looked up at Pellar.
"I know they're no beauties on the outside, but they've hearts of gold when you get to know them. Hearts of gold."
Her eyes turned involuntarily toward the entrance to the cave and the crevice beyond.
"And there are so few left," she added softly. "So few,"
she repeated, nodding to herself, her gaze turned inward. After a moment, she glanced back up at Pellar and told him conspiratorially,
"I think she's the last one, you know."
Then her tone changed abruptly, and she demanded,
"So what do you want, and why should I let you live?"
It was then that Pellar realized that the Weirmaster was quite insane. In the course of the next few days, Pellar discovered that Elisa's camp was a desperate place full of desperate people. It took all of Pellar's tact, winsome ways, and hard work to earn their grudging acceptance and his continued existence. For, unlike the Shunned, these people were not only desperate, they were fanatics, dedicated to the continued existence of the Watchwares. Realizing how desperate the camp was for game, Pellar offered to set and tend traps, which he was allowed to do, though he was often shadowed by Jathan or one of the other men of the camp. He gladly accepted even the worst jobs and did his best at them all, to the point where even Elisa commented on how brightly he had shined the pots assigned him. Good as her word, Elisa had one of the men find suitable pieces of slate to replace Pellar's broken one and help with the difficult task of boring holes on which to string it. Pellar took advantage of the supply to lay aside other pieces for the future. Because he was not trusted, Pellar often found himself stuck entertaining the camp's 3 young children, none of them more than toddlers. It was difficult, particularly as he couldn't tell them what to do. But he quickly found that they were entranced by his expressive ways, charming games, and magical pipes. As soon as he could, he gathered enough reeds to fashion 3 more pipes, each a different note, and taught the children how to play one of the more popular teaching songs. The mothers were pleased and vocal in their pride of their children. Elisa was not.
"Blech, teaching songs," she snorted when she heard it. "What do we need of those? Honor those the dragons heed. Blech."
She shook her head disgustedly. Pellar gave her a quizzical look, surprised by her vehemence.
"Dragonriders care nothing for us," Elisa continued in a bitter voice. "It was Dagan himself, Weir leader of Telgar, who sent us packing from our last camp. Your beasts will eat all the herd beasts and leave nothing for the fighting dragons," she quoted.
She shook her head, her eyes bright with unshed tears.
"Fighting dragons," she snorted. "No threat has fallen any time in over 100 turns. What do they fight?"
She shook her head dolefully.
"And he turfed us out just like that, like we were shunned," she sniffed. "One of the babies died on the way here for want of food."
She shook her head again.
"Anything the Watchwares ate, they earned. They kept watch at night for night beasts eager to devour the herds. They caught and killed tunnel snakes, frightened away wherries. Even the herders were glad to have us, but he sent us packing."
"No," she said, looking at Pellar.
"I'll hear nothing of Dragonriders in my camp. They sent us out to die, and the last queen watchwear with us."
The look of shock on Pellar's face was so obvious that Elisa, when she saw it, gave him a sour laugh.
"You think all Dragonriders are perfect and can do no harm?"
She shook her head derisively.
"You have a lot to learn, little one. A lot to learn."
She turned away from him toward her sleeping alcove. Her gaze rested briefly on the youngsters all snuggled together, surrounded by their parents.
"This place is too cold,"
she declared, shivering. She nodded to the children.
"Come winter, there'll be less of them."
She looked at Pellar.
"You've the watch,"
she told him. From a corner, Jathan looked up sharply at her declaration.
"You wake Jathan next."
Pellar nodded.
"Don't bother the watchwear,"
Elisa warned him.
"If you hear any noise, send your fire lizard to tell her."
She rolled her eyes in disbelief.
"For some reason, she likes him. She'll check anything out. She's got the best night eyes on Pern."
Pellar waved in acknowledgement, strode to the entrance of the cave, and settled down cross-legged with his back to the distant fire. Chitter made a quick tour of the surroundings and returned to curl up near Pellar, resting his head on the youngster's leg. Pellar smiled and idly stroked his fire lizard, his mind turning over his conversation with Elisa. He had heard enough rumors about Dagan, the weir leader of Telgar, on his journeying. His trip from Cromhold to Kia had been through lands looking to Telgar Weir for protection when Thread came again. Also, Campbell's Field. He remembered that the holders, particularly the herdsmen he met at Campbell's Field, had been very wary of talking about Elisa and her watchwares. When he had convinced them that he wasn't working for Dagan and they found themselves comfortable talking to him, usually after a few glasses of wine, they told Pellar exactly what Elisa had said, though in different words.
"Best thing against the night beast I'd ever seen,"
one herder said of the watchwares, shaking his head sadly.
"We lost more herd beasts the first 7 days after they left than we gave for the protection of the watchwares in the last half-turn."
Hastily, he added,
"Not that I mean any disrespect to our weir leader."
Pellar's opinion of Dagan had been formed earlier, when he had heard how Telgar Weir had repeatedly won the Weir games. The gossip around the Harper Hall had not been very flattering.
"He's such a bad winner, I hope he never loses," was the one comment Pellar had heard most often from the older journeyman.
A noise from behind, followed immediately by something butting against his back, caused Pellar to startle and jump. When he turned back, he saw the large, glowing eyes of a watchwear staring back at him. It butted him again, politely. Beside him, Chitter leaped up and hovered near the watchwear. Pellar looked curiously at the watchwear and realized that it was the gold. He wondered what the watchwear wanted and was at a loss for some way to communicate when Chitter landed on his shoulder and started tugging at him. "Oh, you want to go out," Pellar thought to himself. He stood aside, and the watchwear lumbered out of the crevice into the dale. "You're welcome," Pellar thought, just as he did with Chitter. The gold turned back for a moment and nodded her head toward Pellar before turning back, taking one giant stride and jumping into the air. "Well, they're related to dragons," Pellar mused, "so why wouldn't they move well in mid-air?" He was still trying to absorb this new thought when a voice behind him cried out and he felt a rush of air. Suddenly, there was a second watchwear in the air, climbing frantically after the queen. A rush of feet behind him alerted him in time to turn and see Elisa come pelting toward him.
"You! Send your fire lizard away," she ordered.
As Pellar's brows furrowed questioningly, she added,
"It's a mating flight. You'll not want him around."
"A mating flight? Like dragons?" Pellar grabbed for Chitter and locked eyes with his brown. Chitter protested twice, but finally agreed, and just after Pellar released him, vanished between.
"Have you ever seen a mating flight?"
Elisa asked, her voice filled with a reverence that made Pellar uneasy. Pellar shook his head.
"Have you ever felt a mating flight?"
Elisa asked with a hint of a leer in her voice. Reluctantly, Pellar nodded. Others were awake now and rushed out of the cave. Jathan approached Elisa with a wild light in his eyes, and Pellar realized that the bronze watchwear was bonded to him.
"Do you want to do this, Elisa?"
Jathan asked, his voice rasping with barely controlled emotions. She's old.
She'll outfly your bronze if you keep jabbering, Elisa replied, turning toward the younger man.
She spared one last glance at Pellar.
Have Paula get the children and the others prepared, and stay with them.
Pellar nodded and ran back to the cave. He found Paula, one of the older women, already organizing the children into groups. He was surprised to see some of the younger women eyeing him consideringly.
It'd only be for the flight, the woman said when she caught his gaze. Nothing more than that.
Pellar nodded, not sure of his own feelings, and wondered how many of the children were the results of previous mating flights. He had heard enough about them during his time at the Harper Hall.
They'll be needing food and warmth after the flight,
Paula warned, brusquely setting the children to play near the fire. Who, Pellar wondered, the watchwares? Elisa? Or the children?
How many turns have you, anyway?
Paula asked, regarding Pellar carefully. Pellar hastily pulled out his slate and wrote 13. Paula read it and laughed, nodding toward the younger woman.
Aurella's nearer your age. She's only 3 turns older.
Pellar found it hard to believe that the other woman had only 16 turns. He would have guessed her nearer to 30. Life with the watchwares was clearly very demanding.
Come sit by me, then,
Aurelia called, patting a spot near her. Pellar crossed around the fire and had just sat nervously when the watchwares mated. Much later, Aurelia whispered in his ear,
Now you are one of us.
He is not one of us,
Jathan declared loudly the next day, staring angrily at Pellar and Aurelia, but directing his speech to Elisa. The old woman looked very tired. She shook her head slowly.
Perhaps not.
She cast a secretive glance toward Aurelia.
Time will tell.
Mother, Aurelia said, it was a mating flight. He knows. Knows what? Pellar wondered. That watchwares mated? That they were enough like dragons that people felt the intensity of their emotions?
It might be her last mating flight,
Elisa said, her voice betraying her own fatigue and sorrow.
If there's no queen egg.
Pellar looked up at the mention of eggs. Jathan and Elisa both noted it.
You're here for an egg?
Jathan demanded, towering menacingly over Pellar. Pellar nodded.
You would steal an egg. Why?
Elisa asked. Pellar shook his head. He slowly drew out his slate, very aware of Jathan's menacing presence, and wrote, Not steal, trade.
Trade what?
Jathan growled derisively. He turned to Elisa.
We've been through his pack. He's got nothing of value.
Pellar kept a neutral look on his face. He had known that they had searched his pack the first night he arrived. He had guessed that they would.
He'd have hidden anything of value, Jathan,
Aurelia said to the older warehandler, not attempting to keep her sense of derision from her voice.
What's valuable enough for a watchware's egg?
Jathan demanded. Pellar felt all eyes on him. Hastily he wrote, Warmth, fire, fuel. He passed his slate to Elisa, who looked at it and frowned, passing it on to Paula.
Warmth, fire, fuel,
Paula reported. It was then that Pellar realized that Elisa couldn't read. All the other times, he hadn't realized that she had let someone else read his slate because she couldn't. He had thought she had done it to prove her authority. Pellar gestured urgently for the slate. Paula passed it back to him, her brow creased in concern. Pellar made sure that no one else saw what he wrote before he passed it to Elisa. Elisa frowned at it, then passed it to Paula. Paula read it, gasped, and gave Pellar a hard look. Pellar gestured for her to read it. Paula glared at him, then glanced nervously at Elisa.
Well?
It says, lessons, Paula reported. Elisa snorted.
In return for which, I'm supposed to teach you how to talk, I presume?
Pellar stood up, backing away from Jathan, whose attitude, if anything, had grown more frosty during the exchange. He bowed low to Elisa, stood up again, and gestured to the children. From inside his tunic, he pulled out his pipes, mimed putting them to his lips, put them back in his tunic, and then made like he was holding a guitar.
You claim you're harper trained just because you can make pipes? Jathan asked incredulously.
He laughed derisively.
A pretty poor excuse you are for a harper, if you can't speak."
Pellar nodded and then shook his head, cupping his ear and frowning intently. "He hears better than those who talk," Elisa guessed. She laughed, and not bitterly. "And he's got a fire lizard, Mother," Orella pointed out. "If he can keep one of those, he'll be able to bond with the watchwear." Pellar shook his head emphatically and made a waving-off gesture with one hand. He retrieved a slate from Paula and wrote, "Not me."
"Who then?"
Elisa asked.
"Would you bring a horde upon us?"
Pellar gave Elisa a long, thoughtful look. "Good idea," he wrote finally.
"Good idea?" Jathan snorted when he read the slate. "What makes that a good idea?"
"Sell the eggs," Pellar wrote. "Herdsmen. Miners." Paula's eyes widened when she read his response, and her tone was very thoughtful when she told Elisa, "He's thinking you could sell the eggs to herdsmen and miners."
"Sell them?"
Elisa repeated. She looked at Pellar and frowned.
"And what would we sell them for?"
"A year's coal," Orella answered immediately. She looked defiantly at her mother and then at Pellar. "The chance of an egg for a year's supply of coal."
"Chance?"
Jathan repeated. "They'd have to get by a leask," Orella pointed out. Elisa barked a laugh.
"I like it."
"The herdsman could offer a year's supply of food," Paula added, looking at the youngsters huddled together by the fire.
"Gold," Jathan said, his eyes glowing thoughtfully. "Better than Mark's. You can buy anything with gold."
Elisa raised a hand, silencing the group. She gave Pellar a long, appraising look.
"It's a deal,"
she said finally. Pellar's eyes brightened until she raised her hand.
"If you stay here, make the arrangements, and provide for your replacement as harper when the time comes."
She held out her hand to him.
"Will you do it?"
Pellar thought for a moment and then, slowly, took her hand and shook it firmly.
"Heard and witnessed,"
Orella declared. From the watchwear's cave came a chorus of acknowledgement. Pellar's new duties, it seemed, didn't absolve him of his old duties. He found himself working twice as hard. Orella's behavior toward him was much warmer and full of playful banter, which was good, as Jathan seemed to grow more distrustful with every new day. So it was more than a month before Pellar found the time and the timber with which to fashion the frame of a decent drum. He started with a well-formed section of tree trunk, carefully carved out the center, and slowly expanded the hollow until the frame was only a few centimeters thick. With all the other work he had, the process took him 2 7 days.
"What are you doing?"
Orella asked him late one night as she watched him carefully rub a rough stone against the outside of the frame. She peered curiously around the fire in the middle of the largest cavern. Pellar paused, carefully placing his stone tool and work to the side before dragging out his slate, on which he wrote, "Sanding." Orella made a face.
"I see that. But why?"
Pellar looked at her, picked up the frame, and mimed pounding on the hole where a skin should be. Orella looked at him with a creased brow before she relaxed in comprehension.
"You're making a drum?"
Pellar nodded. Orella crossed around the fire in quick strides and sat down close by him. She leaned in to peer at the drum in his hands and begged,
"Teach me how."
Pellar thought for a moment, nodded, and handed her the frame and rough stone. Orella looked down at both in awe, and then looked up at Pellar.
"What do I do?"
"Sand," Pellar wrote in reply. The next morning, Pellar set out in search of a good hide for the drum. As he trotted from one trap to the next, he suppressed his irritation at Jathan trailing him. Grinning, he glanced back over his shoulder to where Jathan was hiding. Rather, where Jathan was trying to hide, for Jathan's skills were only slightly better than none at all. Pellar had taken pains to remain easily tracked in the past several 7 days, although he occasionally applied more of his craft just to learn the limits of Jathan's skill. He was always careful never to lose Jathan for too long, lest the older man guess Pellar's true abilities. So far, after 3 traps, Pellar had nothing to show for his efforts. What he really wanted was a wary, foolish enough to fly into one of his large aerial traps. Warehide would make an excellent drumhead, but he'd settled for one of the larger fur beasts.
What he didn't expect was half a fur beast and a busted trap. He had barely time to recognize what he was looking at before an arrow flew by his shoulder and landed near the broken trap. Pellar whirled around to see Jathan waving at him frantically and gesturing for him to run. Pellar had only taken his first confused step when Jathan stiffened, notched another arrow to his bow, and let it fly straight at Pellar. Pellar dived to the right out of the arrow's path, landing hard on his shoulder, curling up as soon as he hit the ground and turning around to face the sounds coming from behind him. He pulled his knife from the top of his left boot and cradled it in both hands close to his chest while coming up to a crouch, for the volume of the sound told him he was facing something big and fast, and the grunting noise told him it was a wild boar, one of the most dangerous creatures on Pern. Pellar only had an instant to spot Jathan's arrow sticking out of the wild boar's left eye before he dove to the side and flung himself atop the wild boar. It lurched under his weight and squirmed to dislodge him. Pellar wrapped his numb right arm around the beast's haunches and dug deeply into the wild boar's neck with his knife. The boar squealed and bucked, throwing Pellar off. Pellar fell hard, banging his head on a rock and rolling over another with his sore shoulder. He would have screamed out loud if he could. His face pinched in pain, he grabbed the rock his head had hit on the way down and threw it at the wild boar. "Are you mad?" Jathan yelled in the distance. "Run!" But Pellar shook his head, knowing that even as injured as the wild boar was, he was too slow to outrun it. The wild boar charged toward him, its good eye blazing balefully. Pellar dodged to the left just in time, grabbing at his knife as he did. The knife wouldn't dislodge, but that was fine with him. He was hoping to drive it deeper. With a sudden squeal, the wild boar's legs splayed out from under it, and it fell to the ground. Jathan rushed up. "Did you kill it?" Pellar shook his head. Jathan threw him a puzzled look, which cleared up as he saw that the beast was still breathing. "You cut its spine," Jathan surmised, drawing his own blade and deftly delivering the mercy blow. The wild boar gave one last surprised sigh and collapsed. Pellar exhaled heavily, carefully wiped his blade, returned it to his boot, pulled out his slate, and wrote, "Hide mine." Jathan snorted when he read the note. "It's yours," he declared. He gestured at their kill and said with a broad grin, "There's a 7 days eating here." Pellar nodded, smiling in return. Wild boar made great eating. With a laugh, Jathan patted him on the shoulder and declared, "Now you're one of us." Arella took charge of the carcass as soon as Pellar and Jathan brought it in. Pellar was surprised to see how deft she was with a knife, even more so when she presented him with a perfectly cut hide. She also took great pains to get as much blood on Pellar as herself, dragging him off to the nearby bathing pool as soon as she had set the meat to smoking. Pellar played and cavorted with her, but refused to be drawn into anything more serious, pointing to his various injuries. Arella's angry frown was immediately replaced by a tender look, and she insisted on bandaging him when they were done with their ablutions and had returned to the main cave of what Pellar had started to think of as the weirhold.
"So when are you going to arrange these trades?"
Elisa demanded at dinner that evening. Her abrupt manner was as close to praise as he had ever heard from her. Pellar held up a hand politely, finished chewing his food, fished out his slate, and wrote, "Eggs."
"You know I can't read,"
Elisa told him curtly, sliding the slate toward Arella. Pellar grabbed her hand, caught her eyes, and shook his head slightly. Gently, he pulled the slate back and carefully drew 3 small ovals piled on top of each other. He slid the slate back to Elisa and gave her a challenging look.
"Eggs?"
Elisa said, glancing at the drawing. Then she glanced up at the letters above.
"That says eggs?"
Pellar nodded. Elisa glanced down at the writing once more, her gaze intent on absorbing and remembering every aspect of the letters before her. After a moment, Pellar touched her hand and gestured to get the slate back. He carefully rubbed out the letter S and 2 of the 3 ovals and slid the slate back to Elisa.
"Egg?"
Elisa guessed. When Pellar nodded, she squinted at the slate, examining it carefully.
"That little squiggle at the end, that makes the s sound?"
Pellar nodded, smiling encouragingly.
That's the letter S, Mother,
Arella told her. Pellar nodded and gestured for the slate again. Elisa released it with just a hint of reluctance. Pellar acknowledged her expression and carefully erased the letters and drawing. He wrote the letter S and handed the slate back to her, this time handing her the chalk as well.
You want me to write the letter?
Elisa asked. Pellar nodded. Elisa frowned, then bent over the slate, carefully sliding the chalk on the slate. She muttered to herself as she drew, and finally looked up, holding the slate toward Pellar with a sour look.
Mine doesn't look as good as yours.
Pellar held up one finger.
You're saying that it's my first?
Pellar nodded. Elisa pursed her lips, but Pellar's face burst into a smile as he danced his finger up and down in front of her and cocked his head invitingly. He held up 2 fingers, then 3, 4, and finally 5.
You want me to try 5 more times?
Pellar nodded. Elisa's lips thinned rebelliously, and Arella smiled at her and mimicked,
5 times to learn, Arella.
Elisa frowned and stuck her tongue out at her daughter playfully. She turned back to Pellar, bit back some comment, and carefully drew 4 more copies of the letter. When she was finished, Pellar examined her handiwork carefully and then nodded emphatically, not failing to note the slight sigh of relief that Elisa tried to keep hidden from him. And so began Elisa's education. In the days that followed, though both she and Pellar found themselves exasperated by their mutual difficulty in communicating, his in speaking and hers in reading, neither one would permit it to sour or break their bargain.
I go soon,
Elisa repeated, nearly 7 days later. She shook her head at Pellar.
Shouldn't it be, I'll be going soon?
Pellar nodded in agreement, but pointed at the slate.
Oh, I see. The slate's too small.
Be sure not to use that drum of yours until you're far away, Jathan warned.
And be prepared to run.
You're likely to draw every one of the Shunned upon you, Elisa added. Pellar nodded understandingly. They had discussed his plans in detail over the past several 7 days. Jathan had been the first to point out that if in the watchware eggs they had something to trade, they also had something for the Shunned to steal. I'm convinced they get a lot of their money from trading in fire lizards' eggs, he had said. Hunting birds, Pellar had written in response, opening himself to a long line of questioning from Elisa, Jathan, and Arella, in which he explained his encounter with Halla, Tenem, and Tenem's hawk. Arella had drawn him out, and Pellar had found himself explaining about the flowers and the tragedy at Camp Natalon. Tears welled in his eyes as he recounted how he had found the small, snow-covered mounds. Working underground, Jathan exclaimed when Pellar explained the expected watchware's role. Elisa took on the abstracted look that Pellar had come to recognize meant she was communicating with her watchware.
Elisk says that watchwares like the dark and would enjoy it, she reported a moment later.
Dask did, Pellar wrote in response.
Very well. You may tell this Zist of yours that we'll trade. A winter's worth of coal for a chance at an egg.
Chance? Pellar wrote back.
Whoever wants it has to get it from Elisk, Elisa replied with an evil grin. I'll let her have the final say.
Fair enough, Pellar had written in reply.
When will you go?
Tomorrow, Pellar wrote back.
Tomorrow it is, then,
Elisa agreed. Beside her, Arella gave a sob and raced out of the main cavern. Elisa followed her daughter's anguished departure with her eyes and looked back to Pellar.
She is hoping that when you come back, you'll stay.
Pellar nodded. And? Pellar shook his head sadly.
It's a hard life with the watchwares,
Elisa said with a sigh. Her eyes twinkled as she added,
It has its compensations, like mating flights, but I won't deny it's hard.
She caught his gaze and held it with her own.
You could make it better, though.
Pellar's mouth quivered, but finally he shook his head, wiped his slate clean, and wrote on it, Shunned. Elisa read it and nodded slowly.
You don't like putting flowers on graves.
Pellar nodded.
You're a good lad, Harper Pellar. I'll not force you. But remember this, you've a home here if you want.
Pellar grabbed her hand and squeezed it in thanks, rose, and bowed slightly, then sprinted off after Orella. He found her outside of the main compound up near a stand of trees.
I'm not staying,
Orella told him as he approached. He arched an eyebrow at her. Whether she saw it in the dark or guessed at it didn't matter. She was crouched on the ground, cradling her knees with her arms, her chin rested on one knee.
I'll be here when you get back, but I'm not staying.
Pellar sat down beside her. She sidled up next to him and laid her head on his shoulder.
One of those coming for an egg will want help, I'm sure. I'll go with him. There's more than watchwears, worry, and empty bellies in this world, and I want it.
Orella pulled away from him and stood up. Pellar stood up beside her. She looked at him, half defiant, half hopeful. He shook his head slowly. No, he did not love her.
I knew that,
Orella said, but Pellar could hear the lie in her voice. He tugged at her, gesturing toward the cave. Orella followed reluctantly. Her resistance grew when he turned toward their sleeping quarters, but he waved aside her objections with a hand and begged her with his eyes to wait. Suspiciously, Orella followed him. From under his sleeping furs, he pulled out a small, perfect drum and presented it to her solemnly.
For me?
Orella asked, carefully turning the drum over in her hands. Pellar nodded and wrote quickly, Orella, emergency. I come. He had taught her how to drum her name and the emergency signal several 7 days before.
If I need you, I can call for you?
Orella asked, her eyes gleaming again. Pellar nodded firmly. Orella smiled and drew him toward her for a kiss. Not the kiss of lovers, but the kiss of friends who once had been. Pellar took the most difficult route out of Elisa's werehold. He went straight over the mountains. It took him a full day to get to the far side. He pressed on at first light the next morning and was glad to find himself within sight of Kia, a minor hold of Crom, before the sun set that evening. He found a good camp, but did not wait to set up before unlimbering his drum, checking the bindings of the wild boar hide, and rolling out the quick beat of attention. A huge grin split his face as he heard no less than 3 drums return the ready signal. His grin slipped a little as he sought to compose his message. He finally settled on, For Zist, Elisa will trade. He would send Chitter on with a longer explanation. As the drums pounded back their acknowledgement, Pellar spread out his sleeping roll and gestured for Chitter. His note to Master Zist was terse, but explained the most of the details. Chitter waited patiently for Pellar to roll the small piece of paper and tie it onto his harness, but Pellar could tell that the fire lizard was increasingly eager at the thought of the tidbits he'd find at Master Zist's table, just as Pellar had hoped. With a final chirp, the fire lizard bade Pellar farewell, leaped into the air, and blinked between before he was more than head-high above Pellar. Greedy guts, Pellar thought with a grin as he pulled off his boots and socks and settled in for a well-earned rest. Chitter was back the next morning with a small bread roll, a note from Zist, and a belly that had clearly been stuffed to the gills. Pellar merely smiled and shook his head. He intended to keep Chitter working for his food. The fire lizard caught his mood and did a quick twirl in the air, standing almost on his tail, before returning to Pellar's shoulder with a satisfied chirp. At Kiach, Pellar earned his meal and a place to sleep with his pipes and his slowly told tales of watchwares and watchware eggs. He left before first light, certain that on his return he would not only get another night's food and board, but also at least 2 holders committed to trade for the privilege of a watchware egg. But Kiach wasn't his primary goal. He had in mind, instead, the herders he had met near Campbell's Field, and some of the wiser traders he had met along the way. The herders' need for watchwares was obvious, and Pellar felt a small twinge of satisfaction at the notion of arranging things so that Dagan would have no choice but to accept the creatures. He couldn't argue that they were useless if they were set to protect the very herd beasts his dragons dined on. He traveled fast, prepared to get rides where he could and ready to steal them where he couldn't. Elisa had told him that Elise had already clutched and that it would be only 4 7 days before the watchweir eggs hatched. He planned to be back at least a 7-day beforehand, ready to acknowledge those with whom he had set up trades and fight off those with whom he hadn't. What he hadn't counted on was the Dragonrider. He was 3 days out of Keokh and worried that he was falling behind on his schedule when he noticed a strange shadow on the ground before him. Chitter squawked and flew up out of sight. As Pellar craned his neck up to follow the fire lizard, he found his eye distracted by the sight of a large bronze dragon wheeling downward on its wingtip, circling right above him. Pellar froze, unable to react. The dragon was huge. Its eyes whirled the blue of contentment. Did that mean that the dragon was happy to find him, or glad to have caught an intruder? Pellar was not at all sure how a Dragonrider of Telgar Weir would react if they knew his mission. He forced himself to relax. The Dragonriders wouldn't know his mission unless someone had told them, and the only people who knew were Elisa's people and Master Zist. Pellar waved. The dragon was low enough now that Pellar could make out the dragon's rider, and he waved back. Shortly, the dragon landed, and Pellar realized once again how huge bronze dragons could be. The dragon's head was nearly twice as tall as Pellar, and its body could easily have circled 3, maybe 4 of the trader's large work drays. Pellar bowed low, first to the dragon and then to the rider, who quickly dismounted and pulled off his headgear. "Are you Pellar?" the rider called out, striding quickly toward him. Pellar nodded. "Master Zist sent me for you," the rider said. "I'm Devin of High Reaches." He gestured back to his dragon. "This is Hearth." He saw Chitter hovering near the dragon's left eye and added, with a laugh, "I see that your fire lizard has introduced himself already." Devin eyed Pellar carefully. "Master Zist asked me to bring you back." Pellar gave him a questioning look. "Isn't it true that the Watchweirs are living on land that looks to High Reaches?" Devin asked. Could High Reaches want the Watchweirs to leave? Pellar wondered in horror. Devin must have guessed his thoughts. "Master Zist asked Weir leader Brawler to extend the protection of the Weir to Master Elisa and the Watchweirs. He said that you had told him about Master Elisa being driven out of Telgar lands by Dagan," the bronze rider added, in an odd tone, one that strived not to be disapproving. Pellar nodded. "Let me bring you to Zist," Devin said. Pellar looked startled. What about his mission? "Afterward, I'll help you on your way." Pellar bowed in thanks and then looked back at the dragon, trying to keep his eyes from going wide. He had never ridden a dragon before. The dragon, Hearth, swiveled his long, sinewy neck so that both eyes peered down at Pellar. For a moment, Pellar was lost in those huge, whirling eyes that were nearly as large as he was tall. He felt the same keenness of attention that he got from Chitter, only more so. He had a sense that something about him amused and intrigued the dragon. Hearth inclined his head slightly, and Pellar heard a voice in his head tell him with a laughing lilt, "You think that you can't talk to people. You do it all the time." Could the dragon hear his thoughts? Pellar wondered, eyes wide in amazement. "Yes," came the reply. Pellar noticed the crispness of the voice, strangely devoid of tone yet still full of inflection and meaning. "So can your little one." Chitter chirped and flew a quick circuit between Pellar and the huge dragon. "He can?" Pellar asked, both awed and thrilled. He had always thought that he had a special relationship with the fire lizard. He had felt and hoped that Chitter understood him, but to have a dragon confirm it? Pellar looked at his small friend and thought hard. Chitter flipped in the air and flew straight into Pellar's arms, made a satisfied noise, and stroked Pellar's chin with his face. "He is very lucky, your little one," Hearth said. Pellar felt that he both knew and didn't know what the dragon meant by the remark, but before he could reply, he got the distinct impression that the dragon was occupied elsewhere, listening to a voice Pellar could not hear. "Devin," the name was spoken with a warmth that awed Pellar, "says that we should go. He is glad you can hear me. He asks if you can give me the image for Master Zist and Camp Natalon." "Image?" Pellar asked himself, bewildered. Then he remembered that dragons were like fire lizards, and that they needed to visualize their destination first. Pellar had never ridden a dragonback. Image, he thought. He scanned the sky for the sun, and then visualized as clearly as he could the fork of the road leading into Camp Natalon. Zist's stone cot-hold, the larger stone-hold of Natalon, the shed where Danil's watchwear had lived, the other road curving right and uphill toward the coal dump.
"You give good coordinates,"
Hirth complimented.
"Very clear, very clean."
"You'll want to put these on," Devin said, pulling a pack off his back and removing something blue. He shook it out and handed it across to Pellar. Pellar shook his head and waved the offer aside, appalled that the dragon rider would offer him the clothes of a full apprentice harper. "They'll fit," Devin said, extending his hand again. "Master Murray swore on it." Pellar gave the dragon rider a questioning look. "He said that they're yours," Devin told him in reply. For a moment, the confident rider looked uncomfortable as he asked, "You're not upset that there's no proper ceremony, are you? Master Murray seemed assured that you'd take these from a dragon rider."
"Harper clothes? Apprentice? A full apprentice proper?"
Pellar dodged past the clothes and grabbed the rider in a fierce hug, clapping him firmly on the back. Even though Master Murray and Zist had said he could be an apprentice, he had always been half afraid that they didn't mean it, that maybe they were just humoring him. Until now. Proper clothes. He really was a harper.
"I have told Devin that you are honored,"
Hirth said, adding a low rumble to Chitter's high, happy warbling. Pellar stepped back and bowed apologetically to Devin. The bronze rider smiled, drew himself up to his full height, steadied his expression, held out the blue garments in both hands to Pellar and said formally, "Pellar, I have been requested by Murray, Master Harper of Pern, to present you the formal garb of a harper apprentice. Do you accept?" With equal formality, Pellar nodded and gave the dragon rider the same half-bow he had seen other apprentices give on their induction into the Harper Hall. Then he took formal delivery of the precious blue garments. Devin excused himself to inspect Hirth's riding harness while Pellar changed into his Harper blue. He was sorry that he couldn't clean himself up better. It had been days since his last bath. Inside the new blue-stained ware-hide boots, Pellar was quite pleased to find clean socks. He was surprised to notice that his trousers and tunic both contained several large pockets. Not standard. Devin, alerted by Hirth, turned and told him, "Master Murray told me that you'd wonder about the pockets. He said to tell you that he expects you to carry more burdens than most." Pellar looked surprised. "He also said that he was sure you'd be up to them," the dragon rider added. "From the little I've seen of you, I'd say he underestimates you." Devin gestured to Hirth's shoulders. "This time, however, Hirth stands ready to carry you." The bronze dragon snorted and nodded in agreement. A dragon. Pellar looked again at the huge beast. He felt uneasy.
"You're not afraid of me, are you?"
Hirth asked, sounding slightly hurt.
"No," Pellar responded immediately. "But you are rather big."
"I am as big as I need to be,"
Hirth replied.
"If I were smaller, how would I be able to carry you and Devin?"
Pellar smiled at Hirth's logic. His smile was echoed by Devin's laugh. "Come, Harper," Devin declared, holding out his hand. "Let me get you up on the big one before he decides he really is too small for both of us." Devin sat in front. When he was settled, he turned back to Pellar, both hands in fists with the thumbs up. Pellar returned the thumbs-up gesture with a nervous grin. He was actually on a dragon. He was actually going to fly. No, he was flying. He looked down for a moment as the ground shrank slowly away from him. A moment's dizzying sense of perspective sent a thrill of fear through him, and then Pellar realized that this was the most amazing moment of his life.
"Thank you,"
Pellar thought to Hirth.
"My pleasure,"
Hirth responded. There was that pause again as the dragon spoke with his rider, and then Hirth continued.
"Remember, between only takes as long as it takes to cough 3 times.
"Only?"
Pellar thought to himself, and then he was engulfed in blackness. He couldn't feel the dragon beneath, Devin in front of him, or anything around him. His heart beat loudly in his body. He felt his blood coursing through his veins. Nothing else. He realized that he was holding his breath and never remembered doing so. He wondered how long he could hold it. He felt cold, a bone-numbing cold, so very cold, worse than the coldest night in winter. Would his skin freeze? And then they were in the sunlight again. Pellar's breath came in a rush, and the cold became a swiftly fading memory. Pellar looked around. They were at Camp Natalon.
"You gave good coordinates,"
Earth said again.
"Very clean. Devin wonders why you were never searched."
Searched? Pellar mused. Him? For impression? To be a dragon rider? But dragon riders have to talk to be heard.
"I hear you quite well,"
Earth told him. Me? A dragon rider? Pellar thought. Chitter burst out in the sky beside them, gave a satisfied warble, and banked tightly to close in to Pellar's side.
"Good for you, Chitter," Pellar thought fondly. "You followed us just fine."
Chitter chirped smugly.
"This does not want me see,"
Earth said.
"Is there a place I can drop you?"
Pellar thought that a bronze dragon was pretty hard to disguise, but then he realized that Hearth had come in close to the East Mountain and flown back behind it almost instantly.
"There's a plateau,"
he responded, remembering the small grave site. He had a sudden wish to see how it had survived through the spring thaw, and an echoing curiosity about the other mounds he had seen when tracking Tenem and Tarek.
"I see it,"
Earth replied, veering toward it.
"I can land there."
The dragon started a precipitous descent.
"What makes you so concerned about little mounds?"
Pellar found himself overwhelmed by the question and its answer, his mind awash with many different memories, of Kayla and Carissa, of little Halla hanging upside down, of the yellow flowers.
"Dragons go between to die,"
Earth responded. He sounded sad and somewhat confused.
"I suppose Earth is like going between for people."
Pellar was startled by the comparison and stunned by Hearth's astute observation. He didn't have much time to consider it, as Devin was already helping him down onto Hearth's huge leg. Once Pellar had scrambled to the ground, Devin told him, "Let Hearth know when you want to be picked up." Pellar nodded and waved in acknowledgement.
"Step away,"
Hearth cautioned. Pellar moved a dragon length away. With a great bound of his hind legs, Hearth leapt in the air, his huge wings beating mightily to gain altitude, and then dragon and rider winked out of sight, between. Pellar was surprised to see only a faint bubble of mist where the dragon and rider had been a moment before. He stared for a moment longer, then shook himself from his musings and started off over the hill and down to Camp Natalon. He was surprised to find Master Zist waiting for him at the bottom of the hill. "We haven't much time," Zist said brusquely. "I've already heard that the Shunned know about the sale of the watchware eggs." Pellar nodded grimly. He had guessed that something as rare and valuable as watchware eggs would attract the attention of anyone desperate enough to become shunned. "Murriny has asked Baraller, the High Reach's weir leader, to provide protection for Elisa and her watchwares," Zist continued. He put a hand on Pellar's shoulder and shook him gently. "I need you to convince Elisa to accept the protection and arrange some signal that either you or the watchwares can send to the dragons if the need arises." Pellar shook his head, drew out his slate, and hastily wrote, "When." "When the need arises," Zist agreed solemnly. Pellar raised a hand, palm up, to stop Zist from saying anything more, cleaned off his slate, and wrote, "Must move." Zist read the note and nodded. "You're saying that they'll have to move after the eggs are distributed?" Pellar nodded, wiped his slate clean, and wrote, "Want Harper." "They want a Harper?" Zist guessed. Pellar nodded. Zist stroked his chin thoughtfully for a moment, then looked back up speculatively at Pellar. Pellar shook his head, pointed to himself, and followed that gesture immediately by waving both hands in front of himself, his way of saying no since he was a baby. "Not you," Zist gathered. He cocked an eyebrow at his adopted son. "Is that your choice, or theirs?" Pellar raised both hands, one with a single finger raised and the other with all fingers outstretched. "All of you, then," Zist guessed. He shrugged. Well, I won't say I'm not relieved, but I can't say when we'll have a replacement. I stay until, Pellar wrote. That's probably for the best, Zist agreed. Your chitter can tell us when they move and where. He waved aside Pellar's rising reaction. The Dragonriders will need to know so that they can provide protection. Pellar mulled on Zist's words for a moment and then nodded. Good lad, Zist said, slapping him once more on the shoulder. This time he released his grip on Pellar and pushed him lightly away. Now, go to Master Elisa and get her to agree to the protection. Tell her that Natalon will provide the coal. Pellar turned to leave, but then turned back and wrote, Did Vin bring you? When it's time for the hatching? Zist asked. Pellar nodded. Zist shook his head. No, we'll have to get a rider from a different weir, so that we don't give away Elisa's location. Pellar frowned for a moment before nodding slowly in agreement. The lands protected by a weir were vast, but not so large that a determined group couldn't locate Elisa and her watch weirs if they knew which weir protected them. Telgar, Pellar wrote as a suggestion, knowing that Dagon would never let the watch weirs back under his protection. Zist caught on to the implications immediately and snorted in laughter. Great idea! Pellar bowed slightly, waved, and turned back the way he had come. He was so immersed in his thoughts that it seemed only moments before he was back on the plateau. He paused instinctively and scanned for any sign of others. When he was certain that he was alone, he thought of signaling Hearth, but stopped, deciding first to visit the little grave. It was right where he remembered. The mound had shrunk a little as the snow had thawed into mud and the mud had settled, but it was still unmistakably a grave. There were no flowers. It looked forlorn and sad. Barren. Pellar decided that it would have been more pleasant with a blanket of snow. He closed his eyes for a moment and imagined a small bundle of yellow flowers, the image being the only gift he could leave. He turned north and west and imagined the other mounds he had seen in the snow following Terek and Tenem. He closed his eyes again, imagining flowers on each of them, and wondering once more which one was occupied by Halla, the girl with the flashing eyes and bark shoes. He felt a spasm of anger run through him as he remembered Tenem and their fight. Unconsciously, his hand went up to his throat and massaged it. With a deep sigh, Pellar opened his eyes again. One day, he swore to himself. He knew he would meet Tenem again one day. He scanned the plateau once more and then walked carefully to where he had last seen the great bronze dragon. Hearth, I'm ready. Chapter 5. What's that large and ugly thing? A watchwear who shuns daylight's sting, night's its friend, its dark ally, only in the cold to fly. Weirhold, AL 493.10. Pellar was careful to send Chitter on ahead to the camp before he approached. The fire lizard returned immediately, eyes whirling with fear, and wrapped himself around Pellar's neck, clutching tightly and painfully. I'm going in, Pellar thought to his frightened friend. Chitter gave a plaintive but resigned mewl in response. It was still daylight, and so not at all hard for Pellar to spot Jathan's hiding place before Jathan spotted him. He was sure that if he hadn't, he would never have avoided the arrow Jathan sent whizzing his way. The arrow buried itself up to the shaft in the hard-packed dirt where Pellar had been walking. It will be hard to hide in blue, Pellar decided, abandoning any notion of using his woodcraft to elude Jathan. Pellar broke into a run, zigzagging and moving in a wide arc to the far side of Jathan. He dodged another arrow, and another. He was running blindly, without any plan, his only thought to get to Jathan to convince him somehow that he meant no harm. Did you sell us out for finery? Jathan yelled as a fourth arrow missed. He threw his bow aside and pulled a long dirk from his belt. How good do you think it'll look when your blood's on it? Pellar dodged again, only to find himself gape-mouthed in unvoiced pain. He looked to his left and noticed an arrow sticking out of his left forearm. Someone else had shot him. He caught the sight of Arella rising up from her hiding place, eyes streaming with tears as she notched another arrow and aimed for his heart. I trusted you, she yelled at him as she shot at him. Alisk! Pellar cried in his head as the arrow flew at him. Chitter launched himself, too late, toward the stone-tipped missile. Time slowed for Pellar, and suddenly the arrow was stuck in the air, crawling toward him. Chitter was hovering in place, getting nearer to the arrow as slowly as the arrow was approaching Pellar, and Pellar could see that the arrow would hit him before his fire lizard could intervene. But none of that mattered. What mattered was Elisk, the gold watchware. For in that instant, Pellar felt himself a part of another in a way that he had never felt before. He found himself in touch with Elisk in a way he had only imagined, even more than he had felt with Hearth. And he only felt. He was feeling. Pain in his arm, pain in his laboring lungs, fear in his heart, sadness, grief, anger, loss, defeat, and above all that, a burning shame and anger that this need not be, that if only Pellar had done something different, if only. Time moved again, and the arrow whizzed toward him. Chitter's cry of anguish filled the air, and Pellar looked at his own death a mere instant away. Then suddenly, the air was full of gold, of noise, of movement, and of anger, of understanding, of contrition. Elisk shielded Pellar with her body. The arrow struck her in the side, penetrated, and bounced out again. Elisk bellowed, more in defiance than in pain, her head and eyes turning to Pellar, her mouth open, fangs bared. She cried out to Pellar, then closed her mouth and nuzzled him, crying again in supplication, sorrow, concern. "I'm all right," Pellar told her. He found power he had never known he had had and stumbled over to her, grabbed her around the neck and hugged her tightly. "I'm all right." The air was rent by a loud, outraged bellow, and suddenly the sky above was dark as a fully grown bronze dragon burst into existence above them. "I'm all right, Hearth," Pellar called to the dragon, fearing the wrath implied in the bronze's huge, red, whirling eyes. Jathan lurched for his bow and notched it, aiming at the dragon. "No!" Pellar cried in his head. Elisk shrieked, and the sky darkened again as a bronze watchweir emerged above them, its cries directed at Jathan, its body shielding the dragon. "Jathan, stop!" Elisa shouted. Jathan dropped his bow, his eyes wide in shock and horror. "We do not attack dragons," Elisa declared, moving forward stiffly toward Elisk. "Elisk has said so." Jathan looked at her in astonishment. "She spoke?" "She made me feel," Elisa said, holding her side at the same place as Aurella's arrow had hit the gold watchware. Elisa looked over to Pellar, her eyes hard as flint. "You played your game well, little one," she told him, her voice broken. She glanced up at the dragon hovering above her. "Now they will kill my Elisk, and there will be no more watchweirs, just as they wanted." She shook her head, tears rolling unchecked down her cheek. "I trusted you. I truly trusted you." A sound from behind caused them all to turn sharply. Devin had jumped off his dragon. He landed in a ball and rolled, jumping up quickly, his hands outstretched. "You were right to trust him," the dragon rider declared. Jathan snorted derisively. "He's even ensnared the watchweirs." "Has he?" Devin asked, turning to Elisa. "What does your watchweir tell you?" "Watchweirs don't talk, Dragon Man," Elisa responded, raising her head and glaring at him. "They feel and act." "What did her actions tell you, then? What do her feelings tell you?" Elisa frowned thoughtfully. She looked at the gold watchweir in an abstracted way, communing with her. "Watchweirs are simple, uncomplicated beings," she said after a moment. "She trusts him." She glared at Pellar, hatred in every fiber of her being, and then said to Devin, "And he sold her to you." "I trust you, Pellar," a voice called from the distance. Aurelia trotted in from her hiding place. She patted Elisk apologetically, then threw her bow down on the ground and looked at her mother. I felt you, and—" "We are not your enemies," Devin declared, glancing from Aurelia to Elisa and back. "Your watchweirs know this." He glanced at Jathan. "They know not to harm dragons." "And how do dragons think of them?" Jathan demanded angrily. "They are our cousins," Hearth declared. Pellar looked up at the dragon, and then noticed that Jathan, Elisa, and Aurelia were also staring up at the dragon, mouths wide open in surprise. "They are our kin, as are the fire lizards." "Cousins?" Devin echoed. He looked over at Pellar. "Do the Harpers know this?" Pellar shrugged.
Cousins?
Elisa repeated, turning her gaze from the bronze watchweir to the bronze dragon. And they do not like the light, Hirth added. You are to believe them. They are leaving now. Suddenly the watchweirs were gone. They are very nimble, Hirth remarked in a surprised tone. They are in their weir. They like the dark. Into the silence that followed this last draconic announcement, Devin spoke. I am Devin, rider of Bronze Hearth, wing leader at High Reaches. I have been sent by Weir leader Brawler to offer the protection and aid of High Reaches Weir.
Dragonrider,
Arella said, bowing low. On behalf of our watchweirs and the last of the Golds on Pern, I accept your offer.
I am sorry for our behavior,
Elisa said, shaking herself out of her shock. She's the last Gold? Devin asked, turning to the watchweir with a horrified look on his face. He turned back to Arella. And you shot at her? Arella flushed and gestured angrily at Pellar.
I shot at him, she declared, to protect her.
Pellar strode over to the two, waved his hands for attention, grabbed their hands and pulled them together, forcing them to shake.
Hearth,
Pellar thought to the dragon, hovering still above them.
Tell them to stop bickering, and that I'm about to faint.
Pellar says that you are to stop bickering, and that he is going faint,
Hearth dutifully reported, just as Pellar crumpled to the ground.
So, when will you be ready to continue?
Arella asked Pellar as his eyes fluttered open. Pellar gave her a look of outrage, and Arella laughed. I thought that's what you'd do. Pellar closed his eyes again and felt for Chitter.
He is sleeping here with me,
Hearth reported. Pellar got the impression of a small, brown fire lizard curled on the forearm of a large, bronze dragon.
I am glad you are well. He was quite upset. Devin says that we can go whenever you wish. Elisa says that the hatching will come any day now.
Are you able to stand?
Arella asked. It was then that Pellar realized that she was lying next to him, her body's heat warming him. Arella guessed his thoughts from his expression and smiled wryly at him.
Don't go getting any ideas, Harper, Pellar.
There's no mating flight for months yet.
I am here because it was my arrow in your arm, and I owe you.
Arella's eyes were bright as they looked deep into his. He reached over and stroked her cheek. She leaned into it and then drew back again, all business.
Are you ready to earn your keep?
Pellar nodded and rolled over, trying to rise and finding himself terribly weak. His left arm was sore and stiff, and his mouth opened vainly to cry in pain. Arella's strong arms grabbed at him, steadied him, and lifted him up.
You're as weak as a hatchling,
she told him, helping him up to a stool. Pellar looked around for his slate. When he didn't find it, he spread out his hands imploringly to Arella, then brought them together frantically, one flat like a slate, the other fisted like someone holding chalk.
Your slate's broken. You'll have to talk to the dragon,
Arella informed him.
Hearth,
Pellar thought to the dragon.
Tell me what you want and I will tell her,
the dragon responded.
Devin is ready to help if you need.
Pellar glanced quickly down at his naked body, blushed, and decided that he would wait before taking the Dragonrider up on his offer. Arella bustled about him efficiently, throwing undergarments at him and helping him with them only when his attempts failed piteously. Trousers and his blood-stained tunic went on next. Then Arella pushed him back onto the stool and gently slid socks onto his feet. She tugged his boots on carefully, keeping her eyes on his face for any signs of pain, but Pellar only winced twice as her movements jostled his arm.
I would have killed you for betraying the watchweirs to their deaths,
Arella told him softly.
You understand?
Wouldn't you do the same if someone tried to kill Chitter? She turned her head toward the watchweir's quarters.
And she's the last of her kind.
Pellar stared at her for a long while before nodding, slowly. Tears rolled down Arella's cheeks, and she grabbed his right hand tightly. Pellar clenched back and pulled her toward him. Surprised, Arella looked up from her kneeling position and crawled forward until her torso was cradled between his legs. Pellar pulled her hand back more, drawing her head toward him, and kissed her lightly on the forehead. Arella let out a sob and dropped her head against his shoulder. "Besides," she sobbed against his chest, "you left me. I loved you, and you left me." Pellar let go of her hand and wrapped his free hand around her back, hugging her tight against him. He patted her soothingly. He knew he loved her, too, and he tightened his arm, but even as he did so he closed his eyes and saw a small mound with a thin bundle of yellow flowers. Tears rolled down his face, dropped onto Arella's cheeks, mingled with her tears, and rolled with them onto his stained blue tunic. With Hearth's wings, Devin's assistance, and Arella's support, Pellar managed to find candidates for all the 12 other eggs that Elisa said Elise had clutched. "She'll outlive me," Elisa had confessed to Arella when they were ready to leave. "And then what happens? Will you bond with the last watchwear on Pern, or let her go between, the last of her kind with no queen to follow?" Arella pursed her lips tightly and shook her head indecisively. Elisa decided not to press the issue and turned her attention to Pellar. She gave him a piercing look, like the first look she had ever given him, but weaker, a pale imitation of the one mere months before. For the first time, Pellar realized how frail the thin Weirmaster was, and how tired she was of her old body, how worn out and sore she felt. "Make sure you get some joint ale medicine, Harper," she told him firmly, as though guessing his thoughts. "I don't move like I used to." Pellar nodded, and then surprised himself, leaning forward and hugging her with his good arm. Awkwardly, Elisa patted him back and then pushed him away, spreading her gaze between him and Arella. "Go now, or it'll be too late." They returned 3 days later. Hearth bellowed a warning that Chitter repeated in quieter counterpoint. From within the Watchweir's cavern came an echoing response. "You've reason to be proud, you know," Arella murmured in Pellar's ear as they spiraled down toward the ground. She was perched behind him, while Devin was in front. She reached forward and squeezed his thigh for emphasis. Pellar nodded and covered her hand with his. "Some of them are already here," Devin noted as they circled down for their landing. Above him, a dragon bugled. He peered back over his shoulder. "Those are Benden colors. The Weir leader." Hearth suddenly lurched sideways, clearing a path for the great bronze dragon bearing Benden's Weir leader. As the bronze descended, Pellar caught a glimpse of 3 passengers, Natalan with his eyes scrunched firmly tight, Zist, and Kindon. The youngest son of Camp Natalan's lost Watchweir handler looked a little green with fear, but his eyes were wide with excitement. "I need to get down," Arella muttered from behind. "I need to help Mother." As if in response, Hearth tucked into a steep dive, back-winging only a dagger's length above the ground and landing firmly. Arella was in motion immediately, nimbly scrambling down the dragon's front leg. She patted him absently before darting into the crowd gathered in the hollow. Devin turned in his seat and said, "Pellar, I think it might be a good idea to keep you out of sight. As long as those down there don't know that you're here, they won't know if you know the location of the Watchweir's lair." Pellar nodded. He and Arella had bargained well for the Watchweir's eggs, and the Weirmaster and the rest of the camp would find their lives easier for turns to come. But news of their riches would certainly spread to the Shunned, who would have the double incentive of those goods and the Watchweir eggs that could be traded for more. "I, on the other hand," Devin continued, "have to mingle amongst our guests. They don't know where this camp is, all having come a dragonback, but Zist is hoping they'll draw the obvious conclusion." Pellar quirked an eyebrow at the bronze rider. Devin smiled and waved a finger at him. "You're a harper. Surely you've noticed the only Weir not represented here?" Pellar looked around at the other dragons, some aloft on watch, some perched on top of the hill below. He found the riders and their markings: Fort, Ista, Benden, and High Reaches. Suddenly, he found himself holding his sides in silent laughter. Only Telgar was not present, Any devious mind would quickly conclude that Master Elisa's camp was still on Telgar lands.
"So where are they?"
Tenham shouted, angrily pounding his fist on the table. A sudden hush filled the tavern. Hold Ballan had grown up as natural stopping point for barges and drays on their journey between Miners' Hold and Campbell's Field. The holders earned much of their trade providing the bargemen and draymen with lodgings and meals, so they were used to a raucous, constantly changing crowd. Even so, patrons turned nervously toward him. Some tossed back the last of their drinks and made their exit with indecorous haste. Morin made calming gestures with his hands. "They're checking."
"Checking? Checking?"
Tenham roared, the veins in his neck standing out like ropes. He pounded the table again, ignoring the worried expressions of the few remaining patrons and the cowed look of the owner with whom he had already shared harsh words and short jabs, concentrating instead on Morin's worried face. "Oh, he thinks he hides it," Tenham thought, "but I know who's in charge here, and it's not this fat old fool." "Checking," Morin repeated firmly. "Halla's report is from Crom. We've still Telgar to hear from, and Miners' Hold to the east. Who knows?"
"We don't," Tenham growled. "There's a fortune changing hands, and we don't even know where."
He gave the harper a cunning look.
"Think of the children you could help with that sort of money."
Tenham smiled to himself as he saw his remark hit home. Yes, I know your loyalties," he thought, wondering how he could have ever thought of the older man as anything but a weakling. Sure, it was true that Morin had found him, fed him, nursed him back to health when no others would so much as raise a hand for the son of a shunned father, and no one had the time for his spineless mother. He never wondered any more what had happened to her. The last he'd seen of her was the night she had turned on his father, and he had struck her down. Tenham had learned not to argue with his father at an early age. In fact, at the same time that Tenham had learned that even if she'd had a will, his mother would have never used it in his defense.
"If you hadn't sold all the coal we'd stolen for your brats, we'd have enough now to pay for decent information," Tenham added. "I told you to hold on to it."
"Who would we sell the egg to?" Morin asked. He wondered again how he had come to this pass, how the boy he had succored so long ago had turned into this sour young man. And again he remembered the many petty compromises, lies, wheedles, and thefts that the harper had made to provide the next day's food, to feed just one more helpless mouth, make one more small difference, only to find himself repeating the effort the next day, this time to feed even more mouths with even more theft and lies.
"Anybody," Tenham replied sourly. "Think of what we could get. They say that Tarek's camp promised a whole winter's supply of coal for their chance at an egg. What would they pay for the real thing in their hands? No questions asked."
"Somebody would ask questions," Morin protested. "There aren't that many watchweirs."
Tenham cut him off. "What makes you so certain? Why would they care where it came from?"
"I suppose they might not," Morin said, unwilling to press the point. "Not that it matters. We don't know where they are. The eggs might have been distributed already." Tenham snorted.
"If they had, then Tarek would have told us."
He took a sip of his ale.
"You didn't hear how much he complained about the waste."
He frowned thoughtfully and took another long pull on his drink, then threw it back altogether, draining the mug and slamming it on the table. He rose and headed for the door. "Where are you going?" Morin asked. "We have to wait for the rest of the children." Tenham snorted.
"You wait if you want. I know where one egg will be, and I know what'll be paid for it. I'll get that for certain."
"There's an egg left," Elisa announced as the last of the party left.
"Is there anyone else who wanted to trade?" Devin asked Pellar.
Pellar thought for a long moment before shaking his head. He stifled a yawn, gave everyone a sheepish look, which grew deeper as others yawned in succession, and then shook his head again firmly to be certain he was understood. "Elise won't move until the last egg's gone," Elisa told the others.
"If she doesn't move, there's a good chance you may be found out by some of the Shunned," Devin replied. "So now we'll see the worth of a Dragonrider's word," Jathan responded.
eyeing the bronze rider challengingly. For a moment, it looked as though the young dragon rider would respond to Jathan's barb. Then Devin relaxed and smiled. "Yes, you will." Elisa slapped Jathan on the arm. "You apologize, Jathan. They've kept their word and more." Jathan's jaw clenched as he locked eyes with the dragon rider. Then he drew himself up to his full height and gave Devin a low bow. "Elisa's right, dragon rider. You've done everything you've said you would. I had no call to doubt you." Devin waved the apology away. "We've all been working hard. We're tired." "It's not just that," Jathan replied as he stood up. He waved a hand to include Elisa, Arella, and the rest of the weir holders. "I've had to be wary for so long that it's hard to trust anyone." "No problem. I understand," Devin told the man, his eyes full of warmth at Jathan's candor and integrity. "I think it is a problem, Bronze Rider," Jathan disagreed mildly. "We have fewer friends when we treat them like enemies." I imagine that's so," Devin replied. He held out his hand to Jathan. "Will you be friends with a rider from high reaches?" Jathan nodded and took the hand, shaking it firmly. "There's still an egg left," Arella reminded them. "If we're to trade, we'll need to act fast." Elisa shook her head. She looked over to Pellar. "That boy, Kindon, he was a worthy lad. If his egg doesn't hatch, we'll give him this one." "And what if his egg hatches, Mother?" Arella demanded. Elisa sighed. "Then the hatchling will decide what's necessary." Arella and Jathan both paled, and Pellar looked inquiringly at them. "It'll go between," Arella explained. "Forever?" Devin asked, aghast. Arella nodded. Elisa looked Pellar straight in the eyes and said, "You go. Be sure that egg hatches, and come back to help us move and keep your part of the bargain." Pellar nodded. Devin gestured for the harper to follow him. In moments, Pellar was airborne, and an instant later, between. They arrived in daylight, hovering over the Grave Plateau, hidden from the miners by the mountain peak to the east. After Pellar dismounted, Devin looked down at him and said, "You know that if this lad's egg hatches, Elisa will be expecting you to bond with the other hatchling." Pellar nodded, grimacing. Devin pursed his lips thoughtfully before continuing. "Don't forget that your future is your own to choose, not hers." Pellar shook his head, pulled out his slate, and wrote, "Oath." Devin craned down to read the slate. "Your oath was to teach her and be Harper, not to become a weir handler." Pellar felt that Devin wasn't saying all he thought. With a sudden insight, he pointed his finger at Devin and at Hearth, and then back at himself and shook his head firmly. There was no way that he could become a dragon rider. "Devin says that you should know that dragons choose whom they will," Hearth informed him. "You are the right age," the bronze added on his own. Pellar threw up his hands. "Thank you. Thank Devin, please. I must go now." "Call when you have need," Hearth said. "I like the sound of your voice." Pellar waved and turned to the path around and down the hill. He had been marching a long time before he realized that Hearth had referred to his voice. He stopped, momentarily stunned that anyone had ever heard his voice. Hearth could hear him. Really hear him. Pellar's face split into a huge grin. The rest of his journey to the miners' camp disappeared behind that amazing thought. Perhaps he could be a dragon rider. Chitter burst forth from between a short distance above him and made it clear that he was sure that Pellar could be a dragon rider. After all, Pellar was his mate, so why not something bigger? Pellar gave Chitter a shushing gesture. They were too near the camp, and he didn't want to attract attention. In fact, he thought with a sudden chill, he wasn't sure how Master Zist would feel about his sudden arrival. Reflecting on that, Pellar decided to wait until dusk before approaching the camp. Chitter wasn't happy with the decision, projecting more and more pointed images of mouth-watering food and warm fires as the bitter evening chill drew down upon them. All the same, Pellar held out until dark. If his approach to the camp afterward was perhaps more influenced by his grumbling stomach than his caution, he felt Chitter was to blame. Whatever the reason, Pellar was surprised when he stumbled across someone crouched in a bush outside of the shed that had housed the late watchwear. Believing the worst, Pellar grabbed his victim around the throat, determined to repay his attacker for every bruise and indignity.
"It's me!"
a young voice gasped out hoarsely. Pellar let go instantly and sprang back, dropping into a defensive crouch as he revised his estimate of the situation. The other person was smaller than him and younger, neither Tenem nor Tarek, but the voice sounded vaguely like Tarek's. Cristov. What was he doing here? Pellar wondered. It didn't matter. He moved close and carefully massaged the boy's throat the same way he had done his own after Tenem's assault. "Sorry," Pellar wrote after Cristov recovered. "You—" Cristov stopped, swallowed and massaged his throat before continuing. "You thought I was Tenem?" Pellar nodded. "Are you afraid he might steal the egg?" Pellar's eyes widened at the thought. It was a good idea that neither he nor Elisa had. Certainly, Tenem knew where Camp Natalan was, and would have no trouble finding the watchware egg. It would be easy for him to steal it before it hatched. In all the efforts of his dealings to find homes for the eggs, Pellar hadn't considered the possibility that, once placed, the egg might still be in danger from the Shunned. "Father says it's a waste of a winter's coal," Cristov said. He looked Pellar straight in the eyes. "Even if it is, it'd be worse if the egg was stolen, wouldn't it?" Pellar nodded in agreement with the boy's logic. "I decided I could help and keep an eye on it," Cristov explained. Pellar got the distinct impression that Cristov was not telling him all of his reasons. In that moment, he got the distinct impression that Cristov was a rather lonely youngster, someone looking for an older friend. Pellar knew the feeling well, and recalled how well his suggestion that Zist get Kalek to mentor the youngster had worked. Could it be that Cristov was hoping to see Pellar again? The thought made the young harper feel confused, both flattered and embarrassed. Chitter appeared at that moment, hovering nearby. Pellar got the impression that the fire lizard had seen everything, but had been confused by both Pellar's actions and Kristov's reactions. "He's beautiful," Cristov exclaimed, tentatively holding his hand up to Chitter. Pellar gestured to Chitter and sent the fire lizard a thought. Chitter chirped an assent and dropped down to hover just in front of Kristov's outstretched hand. "Can I touch him?" the boy asked Pellar, eyes wide with awe. In answer, Chitter snaked his head forward, jaw canted so that Kristov's fingers were touching his favorite scratching spot. Cristov needed little prodding, and was soon happily scratching Chitter's jaw and rubbing over his eye sockets, totally absorbed with the fire lizard's enthusiastic responses. "Will the watchweir be the same?" Cristov asked, taking his eyes off the fire lizard just long enough to look at Pellar. For a moment, Pellar wondered whether Cristov was asking about the watchweir's appearance or its behavior. Guessing that he meant the behavior, he nodded in agreement, remembering Elise's staunch defense. "It won't be as pretty as you, though," Cristov told Chitter, fearing that he might offend his newfound friend. Chitter agreed with everything Cristov said, especially when the miner boy brought up his other hand and scratched both sides of Chitter's face. After a long time, Cristov looked back to Pellar. "Are you here to guard the egg, too?" Pellar thought quickly and made his decision. He shook his head and wrote, "No, ask you." Kristov's eyes got very big. "Me? You want me to guard the egg?" Pellar nodded. The younger boy swallowed hard. "I'm not very big," he admitted. Pellar grinned and wrote, "Big enough." Cristov still looked dubious, so Pellar cleaned his slate and wrote, "Trust you." As the young miner absorbed this, a woman's voice called out, "Cristov!" Cristov shook himself out of his reverie, and his eyes lost their shine. "I can't stay up late," he confessed sadly. "My mother would find out." "Only day," Pellar wrote hastily. And you'll watch at night? You and your fire lizard? Pellar nodded. Cristov mulled this over, the shine returning to his eyes. Cristov! His mother called again. Deal, Cristov said, holding out his hand to Pellar. Pellar took it and shook it firmly, convinced that Cristov was nothing like his father. Gotta go, Cristov explained, then turned quickly and shouted, Coming! Pellar waved at the retreating form and then wiggled into the bush Cristov had been using. Pellar's improvised guard schedule worked perfectly over the next 3 days. Cristov's guard was unnoticed by the rest of the camp, as he lived right next to the shed where the watchware egg had been placed, and his presence made it easy for Pellar to sneak into place for his night watch and sneak away in the morning. When Pellar arrived for his watch on the 4th evening, Cristov was there to greet him, his face clouded. It hatched, he said in a dull voice. I haven't seen it yet. Pellar gestured for Cristov to say more. You're going to leave now, aren't you? Cristov asked with a deep sigh. Pellar nodded. Cristov screwed up his courage to ask, Will I ever see you again? It was obvious to Pellar that Cristov was looking for a friend, a surrogate older brother, someone to train him in what was right and how to live in the world. Pellar was amazed that the boy had already decided that Tarek was no such guide, had decided to abandon the teaching of his father and look instead for some other mentor. He understood Cristov. A wave of sympathy and regret swept over him. He had promised Elisa he was needed back with the Weirmaster. Not soon. Turns, Pellar promised on his slate, not wanting to set the boy hoping for his early return even though he wasn't sure how long it would be before Master Harper Murray or Master Zist arranged for his replacement at the Weirhold. Turns? Promise, Pellar wrote in response. Turns, Cristov repeated, eyes downcast. He looked up at Pellar. How will you recognize me? How will I recognize you? Pellar smiled and pointed to Cristov's heart, and then his own. Cristov nodded slowly in response, but Pellar felt that the boy was still disheartened. He held up a hand for a moment, then shrugged off his backpack and rummaged through it. Cristov watched wide-eyed as Pellar searched his pack. His eyes got even bigger when Pellar pulled out a lovely pipe and ceremoniously handed it to him. No one had ever given him something before. Is this for me? Cristov asked in disbelief. Pellar nodded. He wiped his slate clean and wrote on it, Zist, teach. You want me to ask Master Zist for lessons? Cristov squeaked in surprise. When Pellar nodded, Cristov confessed, I don't know if I'd be any good. Try, Pellar wrote in response. Okay, Cristov promised. Pellar sealed up his pack and shouldered it once more. As he turned to go, Cristov said, I'll try real hard. Pellar turned back and grabbed the youngster in a big hug. Then, as quick as he could, Pellar vanished into the darkness. 2 hours later, Pellar stood again in the plateau clearing. Earth, I'm ready, he thought. We come, the dragon responded immediately. You sound sad. I am, Pellar responded. How many children on Pern, he wondered, were like Cristov, trying to do their best without example? Chapter 6. Pipes for playing, pipes for song, pipes to help the day along, pipes for laughter, pipes for joy, pipes for sorrow, pipes for boys. Camp Natalon, AL 493.10 through 494.1. Master Zist was surprised when Cristov stayed behind after the end of the morning class. He was even more surprised by the boy's request to be taught the pipes. I don't know if I have any spare pipes, Zist said, not sure why he'd want to do Tarek's son any favors. Someone gave me one, Cristov replied, his face a mix of sorrow and surprise. May I see it? Zist asked, holding out a hand. The pipe that Cristov reluctantly gave him was immediately familiar to the master. He had made it himself not too many turns before. In fact, Pellar had been just about Cristov's age when Zist had presented him with this very pipe. Did Pellar give this to you?" Cristov looked surprised, but nodded.
"He said he'd see me again, but it would probably be turns."
"Well," Zist replied, "if he said it, then it will be so." Zist twirled the pipe in his hand. The ancients would have called it a recorder. The mouthpiece was at the top of the pipe, not at the side as with the more common flute. A recorder was much easier to learn than a flute, but at the expense of the dynamic range it could produce. Zist nodded to himself in sudden decision. He looked at Cristov. "I'll teach you."
"Thank you,"
Cristov said, smiling. Then his smile faded as another thought crossed his mind.
"Can we not tell my parents?"
Zist considered the question carefully. "I see no reason why we can't wait until the appropriate time to surprise them," he allowed, his eyes twinkling with a sense of mischief that Cristov had never seen before.
"Thank you."
"Let's see if you thank me after your first lesson," Zist replied. He handed the pipe back to Cristov. "And your first lesson will be on breathing."
"Breathing?"
Cristov thought to himself in dismay. He had heard how Kindon and Zenor had both been as limp as rags after an hour of Zist's breathing lessons.
Well, he had asked.
"Egg?" Tarek repeated to Tenem in disbelief. "What would you want with an egg?" "Not me," Tenem said. "Others. They'd pay full marks, too." "The egg hatched 2 days ago," Tarek replied. "It's bonded with the brat now." "Bonded?" "Yes, the thing bit the boy and now it follows him everywhere." Tenem's features soured as he scowled. They were in the kitchen of Tarek's new cothold, and it was dark. Tenem's journey had taken 2 more days than he had planned. Profitable days, to be sure, considering the increased bulk of his well-hidden purse, but perhaps not profitable enough to make up for missing a chance at the egg. "Humph!" Tenem snorted in disgust. "It's no good to me now." "It's a grain," Tarek said thoughtfully. "That means it'll mate someday." He smirked at the thought of how young Kindon would deal with that. "Greens aren't as good as golds," Tenem snapped, having absorbed that much lore from Morin's teachings. "Not green fire lizards nor green dragons. I'm sure it's the same for those uglies, too." "Then the best price would be paid for a gold egg, wouldn't it?" Tarek suggested, carefully keeping his tone neutral. Tarek would breathe easier if Tenem took up the wild watchware chase. Tenem cocked his head quizzically at the suggestion. It was a good idea. So good it surprised him. He pursed his lips and furrowed his brow while he examined Tarek, wondering what thoughts were going on in the older man's head. Still, it was a good idea. "No one knows where the Queen Watchware is," Tenem said. "No one?" "From what I've heard, there were several buyers vying for Watchware eggs." "No one's told me anything," Tenem said, gazing intently at the miner. Tarek returned Tenem's intent look with a bland one of his own, waiting with growing anxiety that he worked desperately to hide. As the silence grew uncomfortable, he suggested, "Perhaps your Harper friend might learn more?" "Him?" Tenem snorted at the suggestion. "What's he doing now, I wonder?" Tarek said, sounding as though he were talking to himself. Tenem nodded thoughtfully and rose from his seat, heading for the door. At the door, he stopped and said, "I'll find out." He waved a finger at Tarek. "When I come back, I'll expect you to have more coal set aside." Tarek nodded, knowing that there was nothing else he could do, except hope that perhaps Tenem wouldn't come back. Halla said nothing as she watched Morin scan the landscape in front of them, just as she had said nothing when Morin announced their sudden departure from the environs of Hold Balin, even though some of the older boys had grumbled about missing Tenem. "He'll find us, no worries," Morin had replied lightly. Halla had been the only one close enough to see his face in the dark night, and she had seen the deep lines and worry written on it. To her, it had looked like Morin was more worried about Tenem finding them than not, but perhaps she was just assigning her own feelings to the Harper. Little Tucker bumped into her. He did that often to get attention. Halla ignored him this time, knowing that the child was still half asleep.
"We'll need food soon," she said to Morin.
Morin gave her a surprised look. Usually children told him that they were hungry. It was a sign of Halla's forced maturity that she thought the way she did. "It looks pretty barren," he replied, but he eyed the girl hopefully. After Tenem, Halla was the best hunter. Astride his shoulders, little Nolly stirred.
"I'll take her for a while,"
Halla said, holding up her arms to grab the toddler. Although he still wore a backpack, Morin's step grew more energetic after Halla had taken Nolly from him. After a few more steps carrying Nolly, Halla could see why. There was so little in their packs that the weight of an undernourished toddler more than doubled the load. Little Nolly, who had roused slightly during the transfer, soon fell back to sleep, resting her small head on Halla's and providing warmth for the back of her neck and shoulders. At a sound from behind them, Morin stopped and turned.
"Perry," Morin said in a tone that was equal parts exhaustion and worry.
Halla half turned and warned,
"There's no more fever root."
Morin rushed back to the fallen youngster. Perry had been bitten by a tunnel snake when he was playing at the outskirts of Hold Balin, or that's what Halla guessed, for the toddler had never been much of a talker and refused to say anything about his injury. The wound had festered in the past several days, and he had walked through the night in a half-fever. Some noise or sigh caused Halla to stop and turn all the way back to the others. Instead of trudging after her, they were grouped in a semicircle. Morin was kneeling in the center. As soon as Morin lifted his head up and looked at Halla, she knew. She sighed, too tired for anything else, wordlessly passed Nolly back to Morin, and grabbed at the handle of the shovel that hung down from her backpack. She was getting too good at digging graves. A half-hour later, they trudged on. Halla more grimy than she liked, and only a few withered yellow flowers for the mound she left behind. She had liked Perry. He had just started to smile.
"They look to you," Morin thought to himself as he led the group of children away from yet another grave. "And you let them down. How many graves did that make?" He wondered idly and realized with dull relief that he couldn't remember. This isn't how things were supposed to be, Morin told himself. I was to find the Shunned, to set up meetings, to help them, Morin recalled. He had always wanted to make a difference, have ballads composed about him, make up for his unknown origins. Instead, somehow he had found himself only surviving one crisis to fall into another, never seeming to find the right place, the right answers, and always coming up with more complications. Every time he had sworn that he'd locate the next harper, report into the Harper Hall, something had happened to change his mind. He wanted to report his success. He could not bring himself to report failure. And so the turns had passed. Turns. And Morin's dreams had gone from saving the Shunned to simply finding food enough for those waifs he had found along the way. Worse still, at times he had squandered their spare marks for drink or an evening's comfort. Always, at the time, Morin had told himself that he deserved it, the drink or the warm company. And after, seeing the mute looks of the hungry children, had sworn never again. But again and again he would give in to his base desires. With such dismal failures, how could he face Murray or Zist? He shifted Nolly on his back, looking hopefully back at Halla in hope of a trade. Her face was streaked with tears. Morin swore at himself for his selfishness and trudged on. Egg hatched, green, were the words written on Pellar's slate as he met with Elisa and the rest of the weir handlers when he arrived at the weirhold that evening. So did ours, Arella replied. She was a green, too.
A small form butted its head up from under her skirt. Chitter flittered down to the young watchweir and gave it a polite chirp. The watchweir sniffed back at the fire lizard, then ducked behind Arella's skirt once more. "You'll be first watch come morning," Jathan told him. "There's a bit left in the pot, so get some food and get some rest. Elise will wake you." Pellar nodded once more, stifled a yawn, and wandered over to the cooking fire. Paula smiled at him as he found a clean dish and served himself. "I'll bet you're glad to be home, aren't you?" she asked, her grin more gap than teeth. Again, Pellar nodded, but his heart wasn't in it, any more than his stomach was enticed by the smell of his dinner. He ate quickly, spread out his bedroll in his old place, and quickly fell asleep. Tomorrow he would see about looking for reeds, or wood for a new pipe. When Arella came to bed later, she set her roll apart from his. The next day was no different. Neither the next 7 day nor the next month. Pellar found himself overcoming the difficulty of teaching others to read when he could not speak. Elisa grew proudly proficient in her abilities and took to writing a journal. The watchweirs grew older, and the camp slowly found its supplies dwindling once again to their old, meager levels. Pellar grew and thickened up. The last of his childish looks sloughed away. His chest grew wiry from his work with trap, drum, and knife. He improved his tracking, always remembering his encounter with Tenem, now several months past. Paula had flirted with him, but he had ignored the older woman, just as he and Arella found themselves ignoring each other, although with increasing difficulty. Some of the older girls Pellar had been teaching had started flirting with him too. Pellar politely redirected their attention, while he worried about what might occur the next time Elise rose to mate. His best hope was to be far away before then. Halla didn't like Connie or her daughter, Melera, but Morin had decided to accept them into their band when they passed through the meeting of the 3 rivers between Telgar and Crom Holes. Halla didn't need for Connie to part her hair to guess at the big blue S that had been painted there with blue bush ink. Young as she was, Halla had a good idea of what had caused Connie to be shunned by her lord holder, and she liked neither the way that Connie looked at Morin, like a tunnel snake ready to pounce on its prey, nor, worse, the way Melera slavishly emulated her mother. And while Connie might be a few turns past her prime, Melera had just gone from child to woman. Halla had been around Morin too long not to guess that there was more to the harper's acceptance of the two than just the kindness of his heart. Even with the death of Perry behind them by a 7 day, there were still too many mouths to fill, and nothing with which to feed them, despite Halla's best efforts with her traps. And Connie's offer to share her food did not warm Halla to the pinch-faced, sharp-eyed woman with her long, straggly hair, nor to her simpering, doe-eyed daughter. Connie's food lasted no more than a meal. A meal, Halla had noted, which fed Connie and Melera more than the rest of the troop put together. That meal had been 3 days since, and still Connie and Melera always seemed to get the best, or the most, of what meager pickings Morin's band acquired. Connie, Halla decided, would be better matched with Tenem than with Morin. Although, Halla conceded, perhaps Connie would find herself losing out to the younger Melera in winning Tenem's affections. Whichever way it was to be, Halla was certain that neither Connie nor Melera would have tolerated Halla or any one of the littler ones were it not for their ability to gather food, either by trapping it or stealing it from local cot holders. Although she preferred hunting and trapping, it never bothered Halla much to steal from a wealthy holder or crafter, but none of the holdings they had seen in the last 7 days were wealthy. Halla was certain that their thefts had meant empty bellies for the rightful owners. It bothered her to steal from those who worked as hard for their food as she did. Her line twitched, and she tugged at it. Another bite. She gently played the line with her free hand, gauging the size of the fish by its heft on her line. It had been Connie, or Melera, who had secured their passage on the small riverboat. Halla was not sure which, and didn't want to think long on it, both because she hated being beholden to either in any fashion, and because of the satisfied smirk both had displayed the morning after they had spent the night in the little cabin below deck with Morin and Geffer, the grizzled old man who owned the boat. Halla finished her battle with the hapless fish at about the same time as she finished her thoughts about the night before. She deposited the fish in the bucket, where 2 more vainly circled. There, that was enough for a good meal. She looked forward to gutting the fish, a smellier task than dressing land animals, but all the better to wash the stench that the presence of Connie and Malera lent their party.
"That one's too thin," Malera's whiny voice piped up just behind Halla. "You ought to throw it back. It's as skinny as you are."
Halla did not betray her surprise that she had been so lost in her thoughts that she hadn't heard Malera's approach. She merely threw her line back over the side of the boat and trolled it out carefully.
"The sun's just barely past nooning. I didn't think you'd be up," she said carelessly, keeping her attention on the line. "I get up when I'm hungry or bored," Malera answered. "I'm both now. Morin says that you're to feed me." "I'll share my catch," Halla replied, "when the time comes." "The time's for Morin to say," Malera snapped. "Yes," Halla agreed, with a slight incline of her head. "Until he does, I'll go on fishing." "And I told you that Morin said to feed me," Malera returned venomously. "The two big ones ought to do. You can fish for more when you've finished cooking mine."
Halla's eyes flashed, and she set her jaw, prepared to give Malera a piece of her mind when she heard footsteps climbing up from the cabin.
"Are you getting fed, Pellar?"
Geffer called as he approached. He cackled.
"Wouldn't want you to lose your strength, would we?"
Halla felt her whole face turn red with anger, embarrassment, betrayal, and a sense of shame.
"Halla's just about to gut the fish," Malera purred back. "She's only caught 3, but I suppose that's as good as she can, being still a child."
Halla turned back to her fishing to hide her anger.
"She's a good fisher to get 3 in such a short time,"
Geffer allowed.
"It's good that she's got so many talents," Malera agreed. "A plain girl's got to have some craft to trade on."
Geffer laughed agreeably.
"Will you, come back down when you're finished eating?"
"Whatever you want,"
Malera replied. Geffer laughed again, and Halla heard him pat the girl, mutter something that caused Malera to giggle, and then turn back to go below. Malera was silent only until Geffer was out of earshot, when, in icy tones, she declared,
"I'll take my fish now."
Halla bit her tongue and nodded sullenly. Times had changed. They would change again. It took another fortnight for Halla's predictions to come true, though not in the way she had imagined. When the boatman, Geffer, pulled into the wharf at the highest part of the River Crom, Malera remained behind, much to Connie's evident disgust.
"You can do better than that."
At least that's how it seemed, until Malera met up with them on the far outskirts of the small river hold, her cheeks red with exertion and face bright with mischief.
"I got his money," she crowed to her mother when she found the group. "Just waited until he fell asleep is all." "That's my girl," Connie said, patting Malera on the back and holding out her hand. "How much did you get?" "All of it, of course," Malera said, pulling out her purse and gleefully emptying it into Connie's hands. "You know I can't count."
"Thief!"
A voice, Geffer's, shouted. Other voices took up the cry.
"Thief! Thief!"
Malera's gloating look dissolved into one of worry, then outright fear as Connie clenched her hands and scarpered off, calling over her shoulder, "Fool! He wasn't supposed to wake up!"
"Scatter!"
Halla told the other youngsters. She took her own advice, dissolving into the crowd and then circling far around to come up behind their pursuers. But someone grabbed Halla before she could slip away, a tall man with bad breath and a strong grasp.
"There's one." "She was with them,"
Geffer said as the crowd gathered around.
"She didn't steal nothing. 'Twas the prettier one."
Halla flushed.
"Put an S on her, just so others know then,"
someone in the crowd shouted.
"Yes, shun her. Shun the thief."
Halla struggled against her captor, kicking and squirming futilely until she collapsed into a pathetic heap, sobbing silently with uncontrollable terror and despair.
"She didn't steal nothing," Geffer shouted over the crowd. "It was the other one, the tart, that did it." "Let her go, then," a deep voice chimed in. "Should mark her, just to know," someone muttered in the crowd. "I see them," the deep voice called. "They're over there."
The crowd surged forward, around Halla, and charged off.
"Here, let me take her,"
the deep voice spoke to Halla's captor.
"She's scared and needs a rest." "Needs a good thrashing,"
Halla's captor objected, and then looked carefully at the owner of the deep voice. Oh, Harper, I didn't know. Halla's arm was thrust into the harper's grasp. That's all right, the harper replied. I'll take her now. Well, I'll leave her to you then. Halla waited until the stranger disappeared, and then looked up into Tenham's eyes. She didn't even wonder where he had found harper garb. Tenham stayed silent, looking around the clearing until he was certain that they wouldn't be overheard. When he spoke again, it wasn't in the deep voice he had used before, but in his natural baritone. His tone was deadly. Where's Morin? At the far east edge of the river hold, Morin gathered the remains of his band and set off hastily across the path that led east toward Keogh. He could only find 6 of his original dozen orphans, but he dared not wait longer because Connie had never left his side. Her resemblance to Melera was too close, and only Morin's quick thinking and throwing a spare cloak over her had kept them both from being caught. Morin might have been able to talk his way out of the ensuing unpleasantness, but he was certain that Connie, with the blue S of the Shunned so prominent on her forehead, would find herself in mortal peril. Judging by her biting grip on his forearm, Connie felt the same. She had played him for a fool, Morin realized. A sideways glance at her features, haggard, hawk-like, bitter, confirmed to Morin that it was full proper that Connie had been shunned. She was a voracious taker, stalker, and menace to all. Worse, she had raised her daughter to copy her ways. Whether Melera would escape the holders today was of no importance. One day she wouldn't, and then she too would wear the blue S of the Shunned until her nature finally betrayed her to her death, just as it would be for Connie. If I'm caught, I'll see that you get yours too, Connie hissed beside him, her hard features showing that she had guessed at Morin's thoughts. I'll let them know that you're no harper. Morin nodded and gave her a worried look. Her not knowing that he truly was a harper might be his salvation. He didn't want to lose that advantage just yet. Whatever you say. I say we lose these brats, Connie replied, scowling at the small children following them. Morin's heart sank as he realized his mistake. Quickly, he temporized. Not here. They won't survive, and then we'd be wanted for murder as well. It wouldn't be the first time, Connie replied with a bitter laugh. Not children, Morin said. Shunned or not, they'll hunt you to your death if you abandon children. You're a fool, Connie said, lips pursed remorselessly. The next cot-hold we find, Morin said. We can leave them there. What about the others? Connie asked. My daughter. She's smart. She'll survive, Morin said with a shrug. The others will manage, too. Connie gave him a sour look and said nothing. Morin accepted his small victory without any outward sign. It was, after all, only a small victory. He had to find a way to lose this woman before she got them all shunned. I found them, Halla announced proudly to Tenham when they met in the Riverhold's main concourse late the next evening. The 5 missing youngsters crowded close by her, eyes shining with the light of the night's moons. And I've found her, Tenham said, flicking his head toward the shadow at his side. Halla nodded, keeping her expression neutral. It was obvious that Tenham valued the pretty girl more highly than he did the missing youngsters, or herself. During the day's searching, Halla had found herself several times looking in a still pool of water, or a shiny pot. Her reflection did not displease her. She was still young, and the features of her face were still not fully formed, but they were serviceable. Probing brown eyes looked out from behind dark brown hair that could do with a wash. Her nose was straight and thin. Her teeth were mostly white and strong. Her lips were thin. Perhaps they were too thin, and that was the trouble. But she liked her smile. She had to admit that her eyes danced mischievously when she smiled, but she didn't think that was such a horrible thing. No, Halla decided. Where she was most lacking was in the curves that Melera, and more so Connie, so proudly displayed. Halla couldn't quite remember if she had 10 or 11 turns. Morin had insisted on teaching her to read and count, while Tenham had insisted on teaching her to hunt and track. But she was certain that she would have to be older and better fed before she'd develop any curves of her own. Anyway, She wasn't even sure that she wanted such curves. It seemed to her that they would make running more awkward. "Did you find Maren?" Tenham asked.
"I want my marks,"
Melera added darkly from beside him. Halla gave the older girl a careful look. It was obvious that she'd grown more like her mother through the terror of the day's events. "We'll find them," Tenham said reassuringly. Halla had never heard Tenham use that tone of voice before, the same soothing tone Morin had used with Connie. "Just the marks will do," Melera said. For nearly a month, at least 3 7 days and more, they trudged along the track that skirted the Crom Hills until they finally came to the edge of the Crom River, which flowed westward toward Keogh and then southward past Nobble Hold and into the Bay of Nobble. They were lucky to get a ride with some traders. No, Halla admitted, it had not been luck, for once again Melera's simpering looks earned approving glances and sparked a hurried conversation amongst the unattached traders. Halla could not understand why any trader would believe Tenham's story that he was Melera's half-brother, given the way he hovered near her. The traders were a cautious lot. They insisted on checking every one of the children to ensure that none bore the mark of the shunned. Halla suppressed a shudder at the memory of the holder's arm-wrenching grasp of her and the crowd's fierce desire to mark her with the blue S. She had no doubt that if Tenham hadn't intervened, she'd be wearing that mark now. Nor did she doubt that if she had been marked, Tenham would have cast her aside rather than lose his ride with the traders. If the traders were disappointed with Melera and her hovering brother, they were more than pleased to take advantage of Halla's good eyes, strong legs, and productive traps. The best part of meeting up with the traders was Terry. Terry was much older than Halla, outspoken, sharp-eyed, with a ready laugh and smile. What was more, Terry shared Halla's opinion of Melera. "Looks don't last," Terry told Halla one night as the male traders vied for Melera's attention. Halla gave her a bland look, and Terry laughed. "You don't have to worry, you know." "I've been told," Halla replied glumly. Her response set Terry off into more laughter, but the trader was all the while shaking her head. "I've seen many people grow up in my time," Terry told her. Halla had her doubts, and her expression showed it. Terry nudged Halla playfully, saying, "I'm a trader. I travel, so I see more." She gave Halla a considering look before continuing. "You might even have trader blood. I've seen your features before. Or bull blood. They get swarthy down there." "Swarthy?" Halla thought to herself. She had never heard the word before. "Your skin tans faster than others?" Terry continued. "Some find your dark hair and eyes very attractive. When you get older, your features will sharpen, and you'll be glad you've got strong legs to run from all the men chasing you." Halla snorted. Terry shook her head and patted Halla consolingly. "And when you're old, really old, you'll still have that great skin, lithe figure, and flashing eyes, while Melera will be a sagging, toothless, lardy mess." Halla could never imagine herself as old, but she could easily imagine Melera as toothless and lardy. Terry took in Halla's expression and smiled, then rose from the fire. "We'd best turn in," she said. "We'll be moving early, and they'll want you to check your traps for breakfast." Halla nodded and stood, too. "You can sleep in my wagon tonight," Terry offered. "I've got spare sheets and a blanket." "But I'm dirty," Halla protested, shocked that anyone would consider letting her near sheets. "No more than I am," Terry said, grabbing Halla's hand and dragging her along. "But we'll solve that." "Come on, up," Terry said, pointing to the stairs leading up into one of the nicer wagons. "Through the curtains." Halla obeyed and gave a startled gasp as she parted the curtains and entered the wagon proper. It was beautiful. Terry stepped up beside her and started rummaging. She carefully folded back the plush carpet that lined the floor and pulled down a large pan and a smaller bucket. "There's towels and clothes down there," Terry said, pointing to one of the many doors that lined the lower half of the wagon. "Pull out 4 of each, while I see about this." Halla turned in time to see Terry disappear back under the curtain with the bucket dangling from one hand. Mystified, Halla opened the indicated door and found herself staring at large, fluffy towels. She hadn't thought that anyone except maybe a Lord Holder knew such luxury. She had just pulled out the towels and smaller clothes, shirts and pants, and was wondering what to do with them when Terry returned, carefully moving the heavy bucket so as not to jostle it. She eyed Halla appraisingly and said, "There should just about be enough." "Enough for what?" Halla thought. "That is, if you're willing to let me show you," Terry said, dimples appearing on her cheeks. Her voice sounded odd, shy. "Then we could sleep in the good sheets." "Show me what?" "It's not a proper bath," Terry continued quickly, "but it gets the job done all the same." "Bath?" Halla repeated blankly. The big pan was way too small for a bath, even for Halla, but the thought of a bath, of getting properly clean, was appealing beyond all reason. "Can we start now?" "Certainly," Terry replied, grinning at Halla's fervor. "You first," she said, pulling a curtain from one side to give Halla some privacy. Halla splashed happily for several minutes and then stopped, pushing the bucket back out with a foot and poking her head out from around the curtain. "I could do your hair, too, if you'd like," Terry offered, quickly dampening a washcloth in the bucket. Halla accepted the offer with a huge grin. While Terry worked the soapy water into Halla's hair, Halla closed her eyes and reveled in the feeling of Terry's fingers running through her hair and across her scalp. A pleasured sigh escaped her lips, and Terry's fingers stopped moving. "When's the last time someone did this for you?" Terry asked her. "Never." Terry smiled and gently tweaked Halla's nose. "Then I'll be sure to do an extra special job." Halla smiled back, thrilled that the trader liked her so much. As she drifted off in the sensual luxury of having her hair washed, Halla's last thought was of hanging upside down from a trap with a pair of bright blue eyes peering back up at her. Whatever had happened to that trapper, she wondered. "If you decide to sleep in," Terry said, "I might be able to give your tunic a wash and have it dry by the time you wake up." "Sleep in?" Halla repeated. She was always up with the first light or sooner, either to deal with traps or a crotchety youngster. "Yes, sleep in," Terry replied. She gave Halla an appraising look, adding, "I thought the concept was only foreign to traders." "But the traps can wait until the sun's properly up, I'm sure," Terry cut her protest short. Before Halla could reply, Terry pulled out a large, multicolored blanket and some soft sheets, and produced a bed that was nearly the width and length of the wagon. She flicked back one corner, and with a flourish and smile, gestured for Halla to precede her. "Ladies first." Halla smiled back and crawled into the bed. Terry crawled in next to her, and Halla moved over to give her room, amazed to find herself with a whole half of a bed. She was asleep in an instant. When she awoke, the wagon was moving. It took a few moments before Halla's sense of time informed her that it was past noon. She had never slept that late before. She heard voices coming from the front of the wagon. One was Terry's, the other was a deeper voice, a man's. Halla couldn't make out the words they were saying because of the noise the wheels of the wagon and the rest of the caravan were making, but she could tell from the tone that the man was angry, and Terry was trying to soothe him. The man's voice reminded Halla of the holder who had wanted her shunned. She got up as quietly as she could and searched in the dim light for her tunic. She found it and was surprised at how clean it smelled. She forced herself not to dwell on that for long. The man's voice made her nervous. When she tried the wagon's back door, she found it was locked. Were they keeping her prisoner? Was there no escape? Halla looked at the small windows gaily clad with curtains still closed to keep the light out. The windows were clearly too small. There was no way out but through the curtains leading to the front of the wagon and the angry man. Halla overcame her fearful shuddering with a deep, slow breath. If she came out on the far side of Terry, she might be able to avoid the man and run away before anyone knew what had happened. None of the traders had any fleet-footed animals, and she was as good at hiding as she was at tracking. She stood a better chance at running than she did trying to deal with such anger. She strained to distinguish the conversation over the noise of the wagon. "For the last time, Varen, she didn't have anything to do with it," Halla heard Terry say. "She was asleep here with me." "If you say so," Varen replied. "But what's to say that she wasn't hoping to steal from you, too?" "She wasn't." "And what makes you so sure?" "Because I asked if she'd like bangs," Terry replied. "Bangs?" "You know, hair cut across her forehead," Terry said with a hint of exacerbation. "But she didn't have the mark of the Shunned. Why would it worry her?" "That's not the point," Terry said. "If she were living with people who were Shunned, she would have known immediately what I meant and would have reacted differently." "So you've reached your judgment on a hunch," Varen declared. "As have you," Terry responded, her tone gently chiding. "Huh," Varen muttered thoughtfully. There was a moment's silence while the trader reflected on Terry's point. "So why do you want to let her go?" "She could lead us to the others," Terry said. Halla pushed her head through the gap in the thick curtains and said, "I can track them if they've stolen from you." Terry glanced back at her and smiled. Before Terry could utter a greeting, Halla's face clouded and she asked anxiously, "My traps?" "Checked, cleared, removed, or recovered before we set out," Terry told her, adding with a grin, "We've got breakfast and lunch, thanks to you." Halla sighed deeply and said with relief, "I'd hate the thought of leaving trapped animals to die." Varen, who was a good 10 turns older than Terry, gave her a startled look, which settled into one of keen appraisal. "Why would you trade the others?" he asked in a deep rumble. "Because I don't like walking. I like running even less, and I hate the thought of spending all my time worrying that someone might brand me Shunned," Halla told him honestly. "How did you come to be with the others?" "I don't know who my parents were," Halla said. In fact, she had only dim memories of a sad-faced but smiling mother, and none of her father. "Morin says he found my brother and me wandering around a gather turns ago." "Where's your brother?" Terry asked, her forehead creased in a frown. "Dead," Halla said. "He broke his leg and the wound festered." She was surprised that she hadn't thought of Jamal in so long, and ashamed that his memory had faded so much from her thoughts. "But—" Varen started to protest and then cut himself off. "Was he Shunned, then, that he couldn't get to a healer?" "No," Halla said. "But to see a healer, you've got to be known to the holders or the crafters. If they don't know you," she continued, shrugging, "they don't even ask if you're Shunned." "A trader, then?" "Traders want marks. Or trade." Her tone when she said trade made Terry blush. Varen blustered at her words. "We traders—" "Were happy enough to see that girl yesterday," Terry interjected. "At least the men." Varen weighed her words. From his expression it was obvious that he couldn't argue them, but he didn't like the way they set on his mind either. He peered critically at Halla and demanded, "So tell me that you've never stolen, then." "I won't lie," Halla replied, torn between shame, anger, and a strong desire to tell the truth. "I trap when I can, earn my food, and keep like everyone else." She met his eyes squarely. "But when I'm starving, or the little ones have gone without food so long they can't even cry anymore, then I'm not above taking from those who have more and won't share even with a starving baby." "I'd do the same," Terry admitted. Varen frowned thoughtfully for a moment, glanced away from Halla's intense eyes, and finally nodded in reluctant agreement. "If there was another way, I'd do it," Halla declared, her brown eyes flashing fiercely. "Whenever there is another way, I'd do it." Varen could only glance in her direction for a moment before the intensity of her gaze proved too much for him again. "The little ones?" Halla asked after a moment. "Where are they?" "We've got them," Varen said. "So who left?" "The girl and the lad," Terry said. "What did they take?" "You don't sound surprised," Varen growled. "She learned from her mother," Halla said. "Her mother had bangs." Terry gave Varen a meaningful look. "I see you don't name her," Varen said pointedly. "Her name's Malera," Halla replied. "Her mother's name is Connie. We were looking for her, and Morin—" "Morin?" Varan interrupted. That's the second time you've said that name. That wouldn't be Harper Morin, would it?
You mean he's really a harper? Halla asked in surprise. When Varan nodded, she explained, He taught me to read, but I was never sure.
Master Zist's had the word out about him for turns now, Varan said.
Terry looked at him quizzically. Obviously, this was news to her as well. Varan shrugged and sighed before continuing.
What I heard was that Zist had sent Morin to work with the Shunned.
Halla snorted derisively, and Varan nodded in agreement.
They say, he continued, that the Harper Hall is worried about what will happen to the Shunned when Thread comes again.
Thread? Halla peered up to the skies, wondering if the dreaded menace would fall at any moment. We've turns before then, Terry reassured her. She looked to Varan. Why would the Harpers worry about the Shunned?
They didn't say, but we've talked about it among ourselves, and it's thought that perhaps the Shunned might cause problems when Thread falls.
They'll all die, Halla declared in a dead voice. They've nowhere to go. The Thread will devour them in one fall. She looked up imploringly at Varan. Would you take the little ones? They didn't do anything wrong, you know.
Of course we would, Varan declared stoutly. We traders know what's right, and we do it, even if the holders and crafters don't. Besides, he added quietly, there's been dealings between traders and Shunned before.
Halla nodded. She had heard as much and expected as much. The Shunned were ruthless and desperate. The traders were ruthless by choice. It was obvious that the two groups would be in contact, sometimes to mutual advantage. We don't like to admit it, Terry confessed. If the holders or crafters found out we were helping...
Besides, some of the Shunned were traders who went bad.
Varan raised his eyes to Halla's and nodded emphatically.
Most of the Shunned were sent out for good cause.
I don't know what my parents did, Halla told him, but my brother didn't do anything more than he needed to survive, nor do I.
Then you'd make a good trader.
I'd like to settle someplace, I think.
That's harder, Varan replied, shaking his head. Holders don't like giving up their lands.
I thought Pern belonged to everyone, Terry said.
That's what the traders say, Varan replied with a smile.
The little ones, would you take them now?
We'd have to talk it over. But there are some who have lost children recently, and...
Of course we'll do it, Terry said, overriding Varan's caution. You can stay too. Halla shook her head. I've got to find Morin.
What about the others?
I'd prefer to avoid them, Halla confessed. Varan nodded understandingly. He pursed his lips thoughtfully, and then declared,
Tell us about Morin and the others, and you can go with a pack full of food.
The truth? Halla asked. Traders don't trade in lies, Terry warned her. Halla looked at her quizzically while she absorbed her words, then nodded in assent. She spoke for a good 20 minutes, surprised by what she said and how well Terry and Varan drew her out. She was relieved to unburden herself, and glad not to have to worry about shading the truth or having to decide what to leave out of her tale.
I've heard of Connie, Varan said when she had finished. I hadn't heard about her daughter.
She's a woman now, Terry said. Varan gave her a funny look, and it took Halla a moment before she realized that Terry was several turns older than Malera, and so a woman herself.
They say some men died near the mother, Varan said, his voice cold. Enough was proved that she was shunned.
Where was the father? Terry asked.
The father was the first to die, Varan told her.
Terry and Halla shuddered. Varan gave Halla an admonishing look.
You stay clear of both of them.
Halla nodded in agreement. You could stay with us, Terry offered once more. Halla shook her head again, sadly.
You can come back, if you want.
Thank you, Halla said, smiling. I'd like to visit again at the least. I'll spread the word, Terry told her. You'll be welcome at any trader fire across Pern by the end of the next 7 day. Varan disappeared behind the curtains into the back of the wagon and reappeared some time later with a pack
full, as promised, with provisions. "Fair trade," he said, offering the pack to her.
"Thanks. Fair trade is what you say," Terry corrected her.
Halla smiled.
"Fair trade."
"Fair trade," Tenham said as he left the body lying in the gully. Malera had been a pleasant diversion, but she had been a fool to think she could stab him while he was sleeping. She had gotten closer than he had liked. His shoulder was sore and hot where the dagger had scored. She had forfeited her purse and her life when she had tried to take his. Now Tenham traveled by himself with a pack provisioned for two. He turned his attention to the trail ahead. Not only had his purse profited, twice, from his stay with the traders, but he had gained considerably on Morin and Connie. Soon his purse would be even fuller. Tenham liked the idea. A full purse could buy a full belly, a good night's rest, even a willing partner. Connie's purse had bought them a good berth on the barge that sailed down from Crom to Kia. Her mouth had bought them an abrupt dislodgement on their arrival.
"He was rude,"
Connie muttered again, her face buried in a mugful of cheap wine. She was drunk and getting nastier with every sip. Morin eyed her distastefully. He had allowed his passion to cloud his thinking. Again, and again, he was paying far too much for his error. At least, he consoled himself, the bargeman's wife had looked upon his charges kindly, so he had reason to hope that they'd be adopted. Clearly a better fate for them than remaining close to Connie. Now all he had to do was achieve a similar distance, and perhaps he could return, prodigally, to the Harper Hall. For a moment, Morin imagined the look on the faces of the Harpers as he returned from his impossible mission. Why, he might even gain his mastery straight out. He was old enough, nearing his 30th turn, even if he looked older. His pleasant rumination was rudely interrupted by a clatter as Connie's fingers let slip her mug, and her head fell to the table, insensate. Morin looked at her critically for a long while, reached carefully to remove her hidden purse, at least that's what she believed it to be, and rose in one fluid motion to head for the door. "What about her?" a voice growled. Morin turned, and a mark flew out of his hand directly into the innkeeper's. "She'll need a place for the night." The innkeeper nodded and smiled, the gaps in his teeth showing only slightly darker than the rest of his teeth. "She'll have one." As he left, Morin found himself wondering less where Connie would be sleeping than how far he would be from wherever that was when she woke. As he made his way out of Kioch, following the river southward, he made a decision and turned sharply right to the West Hills. 3 days later, he began to regret his decision. The weather was cold in the foothills, and he could see only mountains ahead of him. His food ran out that night. The next morning, Morin wished he hadn't always left the chores of hunting and trapping to Tenham and Halla. He wasn't a bad trapper. He had taught Tenham when he was little, and Tenham had passed his knowledge on to Halla, but his skills were long unused. He caught nothing in a nearby stream, and although he'd been smart enough to remove his pack and boots and roll up his trousers, a misjudged step had sent him into the cold, snow-fed stream, so now he had warm feet and a cold backside. He pressed on, knowing that his exertions would soon warm him back up, and his body heat would dry his clothes. Snow started falling before nightfall. Morin found a sheltered cave with difficulty and huddled into it. Morin woke, shivering. It was still dark. He thrust his head out of the cave opening and looked up into the night sky. It was clear of clouds. The stars shone brightly above him. It was late. Both of Pern's moons had set. Morin paused, listening intently for whatever it was that had disturbed him. There. Something moved overhead in the night. He cocked his head sideways, trying to track. A meteor? A pair of meteors? The lights almost looked like dragon eyes, but Morin had never heard of dragons flying at this hour. A fire lizard? No, they were even less willing to fly at night. The brilliant lights grew larger, were coming toward him and then, just as suddenly, were gone, whizzing over the mountain. Morin skidded back into the cave and hastily folded his sleep roll and donned his gear. As soon as he could, he set off after the creature, hopeful of finding food or game. The air was freezing and his breath came in wisps, but he ignored it as he scampered up the hillside. He quickly lost sight of the flying eyes, but he continued climbing, his breath coming in increasingly faster gasps, his lungs protesting the effort, his tired legs threatening to cramp with each upward step. Finally, just as he felt he could breathe no more or take another step, Morin reached the summit of the hill. He paused, his breath coming in white clouds and searing his lungs, his legs trembling with exertion. He scanned the new vistas before him. His breath returned to normal, and his legs stopped trembling before he finally spotted it. Some imperfection in the distance, something that didn't look natural. It was a camp. He was sure of it. Perhaps a camp for traders or some shunned. He doubted that it was a regular hold or temporary quarters. It was too high in the cold mountain air for that. No, whoever was there hoped not to be found. But the wisp of smoke, just barely visible in the dark of night, gave the camp away. For better or worse, Morin started toward the camp. He knew he did not have enough supplies to return to Kiev. He stepped out briskly, eager for his journey's end and a warm fire. Too briskly, his eyes on his goal and not on his footing. Whether it was the snow or the rocks underneath didn't matter. The slip caused his left calf to spasm into a tight, painful knot, and then he was sliding down the hillside on his right side. His painful slide was finally halted when his head struck a large rock, and he remembered nothing more. Pellar was out inspecting his traps when he spotted the tracks. He checked the back trail. The tracks were headed nearly on a straight line for the werehandler's camp. Pellar quickly removed his traps and started obliterating the trail, replacing it with one that led northward, away from the camp. Pellar paused, sent a thought to chitter, and smiled when the little fire lizard appeared directly above him from between. The fire lizard had brought a pocket of warm campfire air with him, and that air mixed with the cold air to produce a fine mist that dissipated almost before Pellar noticed it. Pellar wrote a quick note, tied it to Chitter's harness, and carefully constructed a mental image of Elisa for the fire lizard. Chitter chirped once, happy at the thought of returning to the warm fire, and disappeared between. Pellar was about to start once more on his work when a nearby noise startled him. He looked around quickly and saw the trail of a rock rolling not far from him. Another rock landed nearby. It came from behind him. Pellar twirled around and spied a small figure in the distance behind him. The figure was vaguely familiar. It raised a hand to its mouth in a shushing gesture, then held up both hands in a gesture of peace and started walking toward Pellar. The figure stopped when it was close enough for Pellar to recognize it as a girl.
"I've seen you before, haven't I?"
the girl asked, still keeping her hands out.
Pellar recognized her.
She was Halla, the trapper who had been caught in one of his traps, the girl who had kept his existence a secret. Pellar nodded in answer to her question. She looked around and gestured to his handiwork, saying,
"That's good work you've done, disguising the trail." "That's Morin's trail," she continued. She looked at Pellar. "Have you seen him?"
Pellar shook his head. Halla's eyes narrowed as she considered his answer. Finally, she declared,
"You're changing his trail because of the direction he's taking."
Pellar gave the girl a long, frank look before, with a sigh, he nodded. She was too smart to fool, and he decided that trying to would only raise her suspicions further.
"That's a good idea," Halla said, moving cautiously closer. "I think Tenham's after him. Morin's got a purse full of marks and Tenham wants it." "What's your name?" she asked as she drew closer.
Pellar shook his head and waved in front of his mouth to show that he couldn't talk. Cautiously, he pulled out his slate and wrote on it. Halla noted his caution and cocked her head at him quizzically.
"Do you trust me?"
Pellar gave her an appraising look. She was small, taller than when he had met her last, but still not much more than skin and bones. He couldn't imagine that she'd be all that tough if she chose to fight him, and she hadn't betrayed him back at the camp. He nodded. Yes, he trusted her. He beckoned for her to come closer, lifting the strap of the slate over his head and placing it on the boulder, then moving warily away from her. Halla raised an eyebrow in surprise. After a moment she shrugged, approached the boulder, and lifted the slate. "Pellar," she read aloud. She looked up from the slate to meet his eyes. "Is that your name?" Pellar nodded. Suddenly, chitter burst into the air. Halla ducked and stepped back, her eyes wide with fear until she identified the fire lizard. Then she cautiously stood back up, her eyes shining with excitement. Chitter chirped when he found Pellar and quickly flew to him. The fire lizard had a message. With one eye on Halla, Pellar carefully removed the message and read it. "Come quick, need healer." "I thought it was grief," Halla admitted as she stood up straight once more. Pellar looked questioningly at her. "Tenem has a falcon that spies for him." Pellar pursed his lips tight. If Tenem could use his bird to track, then perhaps the camp was already in danger. "If there's anything at your camp of value, Tenem will want that too," Halla told him. Pellar nodded in agreement. He remembered too well his fight with the larger lad. He gave Halla one more frank appraisal and then passed the message over for her to read. Halla read it quickly and glanced back up at him. "Do you want me to follow you and hide our tracks?" Pellar nodded and grinned, glad that this little girl was so quick in her thinking. Halla frowned. "If Tenem follows the false trail, it'll end here and he'll backtrack. He'll probably find our trail no matter what we do." Pellar wiped his slate and quickly wrote, "Hurry, hope for snow." "That might work," Halla agreed. While Pellar wrote a note and sent Chitter back, Halla worked on extending their false trail to a realistic dead end, a nearby stream that was not completely frozen over. She ended the trail opposite some wind-exposed rocks in the hope that Tenem might decide that Morin had climbed out the other side of the stream by the rocks. When she turned back, she was surprised to see Pellar watching her with great interest. He smiled oddly at her and waved a beckoning hand. "Let's go." Chapter 7. Watchware, watchware in the night, keep us safe from fear or fright. Watchware, watchware, guard our hold, keep us from those cruel or bold. Elisa's Camp, AL 494.1. Morin woke up warm and disoriented. He was wrapped in blankets, and he could smell a coal fire burning nearby. He could also smell the cold winter air billowing in from some distant entrance. "He's awake," a young girl's voice declared. "Halla." Where's Tenem?" Morin asked, surprised at the weakness of his voice. "Not far," a deeper voice replied. A face came into Morin's view. The face was hard-edged and looked bitterly upon him. "You've done us no favors, Harper." Oddly, the last words weren't directed at Morin, but at someone else. Morin swiveled his head around and regretted it, as pain lanced through his joints. He guessed that he must have fallen hard. His head throbbed. An amazingly painful sound clawed at his ears, the sound of chalk on slate. Morin winced more as he found the origin of the sound. Was that Pellar? "Your leg is broken, and you have a nasty knock on your head," an old woman told him. "Pellar here set your leg and nursed you." A face swam into view. The woman was old, much older than Morin. "Why'd you come here?" she asked, eyeing him without favor. Morin shook his head and again regretted the motion. "I was cold and saw the fire." "Put out the fire, Jathan," the woman ordered. The hard-faced man moved to obey. The woman turned to Pellar. "What are we going to do now?" Pellar scrawled an answer on his slate. The woman read it and frowned thoughtfully. She looked back down at Morin. "Do you know who I am?" "No," Morin replied feebly, having learned not to shake his head. "I'm Elisa, and you've stumbled on our hold." Elisa? The one who was selling watchware eggs. Morin tried to sit up. He could only imagine what Tenem would do if he found them. A hand forced him back down.
Pellar says to lie still, Halla told him. Another scraping noise, and Halla turned to peer at Pellar's slate. He says he's got a plan, but you'll have to agree to it. A plan? Morin repeated. He licked his lips and continued. Tenem wants a watchware egg. They're all gone, Elisa declared with a derisive snort. But he doesn't know that, Halla said, rereading Pellar's plan. She looked up at the older boy and warned him. If he catches you... Morin realized he was too sick to move. If Tenem arrived, he'd want his marks, if not more. He decided it was a good idea that Pellar not be dissuaded from his plan, so he cleared his throat and asked, What do you want me to do? It all depended upon Chitter. Chitter and the falcon, Grief. Tenem's falcon had to spot Chitter, and Chitter had to lead Tenem to Pellar's trail. But not too soon, not until Halla had managed to disguise Pellar's original track and blend his trail in with Morin's. Pellar set out as soon as he could finish constructing his bait. The pack was heavy, and its straps tore into his shoulders as he trudged along in the cold winter countryside, heading north and west in a large loop around Kiach. If Tenem found him any time in the next 3 days, it was likely that the older lad would corner him before he could complete his plan. At least, Pellar thought ruefully, Tenem couldn't make him talk. Pellar looked down at Morin's huge shoes as he trudged along in them, and regretted that part of the plan, too. His feet were already raw and chafed, and he'd only traveled for a day. But it was vital that Tenem think he was following Morin. Pellar hoped that Halla would be all right. In some ways, she reminded him of Cristov, both needing a better example in their lives. Pellar allowed himself a fond smile as he thought of the little girl waving after him as they parted. She had insisted on leading the youngest of the Weirhold's children back to the safety of Kiach, despite both Morin's and Pellar's protests. I'll be fine, she assured them, and with the fires out, they'll perish here. She had been right about that, Pellar realized, thinking of the small, cold children, all bundled up in the freezing caves of the Weirhold. Morin had admitted reluctantly that Halla had a way with children, even those slightly older than herself, and that it would be best to get them out of the way of the harsh winter or any trouble that might come. That part of Pellar's plan, leaving Morin behind as harper, had worked out better than he had imagined. While neither Elisa nor Jathan were likely to ever look upon the older harper without distrust, it was obvious that they were willing to take advantage of his presence. After all, there were some things that were best explained without chalk and slate. Pellar stumbled on an icy patch and caught himself, berating himself for his inattention. The snowy night wind howled around him, and he started forward again, hoping to spot the lights of Kiach in the distance, but not really expecting to see anything until late the next day at the earliest. He paused for a moment to glance at the mountains around him before setting on again, making a slight correction in his direction. He didn't need to get turned around in the middle of the night. The next evening, just after he spotted Kiach to the south and west of him, Pellar allowed himself a broad grin. It was time to start the next phase of his plan. Gratefully, he built a small fire and laid some stones around it for heat. Satisfied that the fire was going well, Pellar unlimbered his pack. He rooted around in the special pocket he'd had added, pulled out his bait, and made sure that a little of the protecting sand was scattered on the ground around him before he placed the bait to warm by the stones. Tenem swore long and slow to himself as he lost Morin's tracks for the 3rd time in the past several days. It was obvious to him that the harper knew he was on his trail. Tenem's pack had grown lighter, faster than he had expected, and his stomach was now emptier than his purse. He snorted to himself as he imagined Morin getting gaunter from all the exercise. The harper rarely put on such a hefty pace. But if Morin was carrying so many marks, why didn't he simply buy his passage? The answer came to Tenem as quickly as the question. Because neither he nor Morin were willing to risk that there wasn't someone else eager to take their hard-won marks. Just as Morin had decided he'd no further need of that useless Connie. Tenem snorted as he remembered her ranting and raving when he caught up with her at the tavern. When he picked up the harper's trail again, he found signs that Morin had stopped at last. A fire, a day old. Some rocks gathered around, something placed near the fire. What? Tenem wondered and peered closer. He sifted among the ashes. Sand. Why would the harper be carrying sand and keeping it warm? With a curse, Tenham sprang up and broke into a steady trot. Morin had found a fire lizard egg, or better, a watchware egg. One day, if he could catch up with Morin before Cromhold, he'd have more than a fortune. He'd have a winter's worth of coal, or the same amount of marks. Pellar was glad to see the great walls of Cromhold rising up in the morning sun as he approached. So far, his plan had worked. Chitter had spotted Tenham a full day behind. Now, all he had to do was get to Camp Natalon and Master Zist. Faced with a camp full of miners and a harper with a complete set of drums at his command, Tenham would have to give up the chase. He paid for some provisions and sped through the far side of Cromhold, catching up with the trader caravan that was heading near Camp Natalon. He was surprised that the traders would risk the snowy passes in the dead of winter.
"It's good to see you again,"
Terry said cheerfully. "And you," Pellar wrote, "although I'm surprised you're venturing up to the camp at this time of year."
"Crom coal's worth a lot,"
said Terry, the young trader who had agreed to his passage.
"Master Zist worked out a good deal, and we've got a well-paved road, unless some of it's washed out."
She eyed his pack warily, but said nothing as Pellar climbed aboard.
"You ride up front,"
she said, crawling through the curtains to the back of her wagon. She threw him a thick blanket.
"Use this against the cold."
Pellar nodded in thanks. Terry kept an eye on him until she was certain that he had the work beasts well in hand, and then she went back through the curtains. A while later she emerged.
"It's only warm,"
she said, handing him a mug of claw. "We keep heated rocks in a pail so we don't freeze entirely." Pellar took the mug gratefully and drained it quickly. The residual warmth of the mug itself he used to heat his cold fingers before regretfully passing it back to Terry. The trader kept her eyes on him as they drove. To Pellar's relief, she took the reins in some of the more difficult passes. When not driving the wagon, Pellar dozed off, glad enough of the thick blanket Terry had loaned him. Shortly after dusk, the snow picked up and was soon falling so thickly that they couldn't see the road.
We'll stop,"
Terry told him, pointing to the large drays behind.
"You and I are first watch."
Pellar nodded and got down from the wagon, walking back to the end of the short column of work drays. Terry's was the only sleeping wagon. Everyone slept in shifts, and there were only 3 work drays in the caravan.
"Less to lose, better prices,"
Terry had explained when Pellar had first joined up. In 2 hours, Pellar was relieved and trudged back to his place at the front of Terry's wagon. He was freezing cold. Terry's head poked out from the curtains.
"Come on inside.
It's too cold, and we've another watch before we move out," she told him. Gratefully, Pellar crawled inside. He was immediately warmer. With a few gestures, he asked permission to spread his sleeping roll. At Terry's nod, he removed his boots and socks and crawled in. Terry gave him an amazed look and snorted, "You'll freeze if you try to sleep like that. You need to get out of those clothes." Pellar nodded and smiled back, carefully removing his clothes while modestly hidden in his sleeping roll. He pulled them out and laid them beside him. Terry laughed.
"I'm not as deft as you, so I'd appreciate it if you looked the other way."
Pellar nodded and rolled over. Moments later, Terry crawled under her pile of blankets and called out, "You can turn over now." She was answered by Pellar's soft snores. Tenham spread his marks liberally to get information. Yes, there had been a suspicious lad with a large pack. No signs of a harper. The lad couldn't talk, that was odd. Managed to get a ride with the traders heading up to Camp Natalon. Daft to head up the mountains in midwinter, no matter what the price of coal, even with the improvements that had been put in. Tenham had bought another round or 2 of drinks before disappearing into the night. Egg or no, purse or no, this lad owed him. He had taken Tenham in, convinced him for 3 days that he had been following Morin and a sack of marks, or, better, a watchware's egg. Now Tenham was sure that he wasn't following Morin, and he had his doubts about the egg, too. So this lad had decided to play Tenham for a fool. Morin would have to know, would have been in on it, Tenham was certain. What was the harper to the lad that he'd go out of his way to protect him? Why would the lad risk his life for a broken-down man who claimed he was a harper, but spent most of his time stealing? Or was the lad protecting something else? Had Morin stumbled on something the lad felt he had to protect? Something to do with watchwares? Tenham had smiled coldly to himself as he strode out of Crom and up the mountain path to Camp Natalon. He'd find out soon enough. He had been close behind the traders all day, and he knew they had stopped for the night. The lad might not talk, but when Tenham was done with him, he'd wish he could, and he'd still tell Tenham all he wanted to know. And after that, well, no one who made a fool of Tenham lived to tell it. Dawn was coming. He stopped and removed his pack. It was heavy and cumbersome, but the extra weight was worth it. His sources had said the lad had a fire lizard. Tenham unlaced the special compartment, reached in with a well-gloved hand and restrained the falcon resting inside. With the other hand, he finished opening the compartment, exposing it to the cold morning air. "Come on, my pet. I've got a job for you," he crooned, as he settled Grief onto his hand. Pellar woke the instant the hand touched his shoulder. He twisted his head quickly and looked up to see Terry above him. "Our watch," she said. "You get dressed and search for kindling. I'll keep watch here and ready some claw." Pellar nodded, and Terry left the wagon. He dressed quickly, rolled up his bedroll, and left the wagon, waving to Terry. The caravan had stopped at a bend in the road, crouching close to the mountainside. On the other side of the road, the mountain fell away in a cliff. Pellar looked over and saw a stand of trees and a stream in the distance below. He shrugged to himself and started carefully down the cliffside to the only source of kindling. Chitter joined him as he reached the plateau, chiding Pellar against the cold morning air. Pellar nodded and waved in companionable agreement. Yes, it was cold, and only fools would climb down cliffsides in search of kindling. He unshouldered his pack and put it down by a tree, looking around the clearing. Why, he wondered to himself, would Chitter have stirred from his warm spot in the wagon? The thought made him go suddenly cold and still, his eyes moving over the terrain in front of him. Had something disturbed the fire lizard? There! Pellar spotted a movement in the trees high above him, moving very fast. It was a bird, diving. He formed a warning in his mind for Chitter and was just about to send it when the fire lizard dove in front of him, screeching a warning of his own. Chitter was too late. A hard fist landed behind Pellar's ear, and he stumbled in pain. His last sight was of Chitter and claws and a beak, and then the air was filled with shrieking and green ichor, and then he was falling into the stream, cold water engulfing him. Chapter 8. Wail at night, cry by day, never right, always fey, make the cairns with rocks piled high to mark the spot where loved ones lie. Camp Natalon, AL 494.1. "When he didn't show up, we sent out a search party and we found this," Terry said, holding up the mangled body of a fire lizard for Master Zist's inspection. "And this," a pack, torn and shredded. There was some sand and shards still inside it. "I need you to take me there," Zist said. "It's half a day away on foot," Terry protested. "Please," Zist begged. "I've got to see." "We can take my wagon," Terry said. "That will save us some time." The day was cold and clear. The clouds that had brought snow the night before had dissipated. Terry easily followed the trail the drays had left on their way up to Camp Natalon. When she reached the bend, she pulled the wagon to a halt. "Right over there," she said, pointing across Zist to the cliff on their right. "Down the ravine." Terry showed Zist the way down. The site where they had found the fire lizard and Pellar's pack had been trampled down by the traders' boots as they searched. "We think he fell in the water here," Terry said, pointing to a depression on the bank of the fast-moving stream. "There's a fall just down there," she added sadly. Zist grunted his acknowledgement, shading his eyes against the sun to peer further in the distance. He sighed and turned back to the trampled site, particularly examining the ground where the snow was stained green by Chitter's ichor. Zist remembered the brown fire lizard's battered body. Some sharp object had cut through Chitter's neck, just where it joined the shoulders. There were claw marks on his sides. Some large bird, or a very small wary. Zist guessed it was a bird. Probably a falcon, because he had never heard of a fire lizard being so surprised by a wary that it couldn't get between to safety. There was a large patch of sand not far away and some shards. What had Pellar been carrying in his pack? And why had someone murdered him for it? Had the attack by the bird been an unhappy accident or part of a plan? Why had Pellar been on his way to Camp Natalon? "We may never know," the harper said softly to himself. "Pardon?" Zist shook himself and rose from beside the ichor-stained snow, saying, "I'm sorry, I was talking to myself." He pointed up to the wagon. "I'm ready to go now." But it seemed to Terry, as she watched the harper climb feebly up the ravine he had so vigorously descended only moments before, that Master Zist was not at all ready to go, that, in fact, he left a large part of himself behind in that ravine. They rode back toward Camp Natalon in silence and the setting of the sun. After tens of turns in his cave near the Harper Hall, McCall had learned to cipher the drum codes. He always perked up when a message came in from Zist, wondering about Pellar and his fire lizard. But the message wasn't good. "Chitter. Dead," McCall whispered to himself as he deciphered the message. He closed his eyes from the pain of the ancient loss of his own dragon, now relived in the loss of the fire lizard he had been afraid to meet. The message continued, and McCall's face drained of all color. "Pellar." Wordlessly, sightlessly, he reached around for a flask of wine, and, remorselessly, hopelessly, tried once again to blot his pain by getting drunk. Tenem was in a foul mood as he entered the kitchen of Tarek's cot-hold. He had gone up to the mine, taking the long route around to the coal dump, and then out of sight beyond the crest of the hill to come back around to the mine, only to discover from the miners' chatter that Tarek's shift had been relieved by Natalon. If he hadn't been on his guard, he might have been caught. The thrill of grief's deadly strike on the fire lizard, Tenem had never dreamed the attack would be so successful, had completely drained from him in the ensuing events. First, the boys' unexpected fall into the river, and second, the infuriating discovery that the boys' pack held only a fake egg made of clay. Tenem had been led on a wild, wary chase for no profit. "What are you doing here?" Tarek asked as Tenem let himself in. The miner was sprawled in a chair, a bottle of wine on the table in front of him and a mug in his hand. "I might ask you the same. Let's just say that I'm here to see how we are doing on our investments. Only," he went on, gesturing toward the mine, "I discover that you've been relieved." He gave Tarek a sour look. "Something about skimping on the wood joists, I hear." Tarek flushed angrily. "Natalon's a fool. He'd have us use 3 times as much wood as we need." "So you decided to profit on your own initiative?" Tenem asked, glowering down at the miner. "And instead, we stand to lose everything." Tarek took an angry breath, caught the murderous look in Tenem's eyes, and let it out with a deep sigh. "I thought you weren't going to be back until spring." "My plans changed," Tenem replied, dragging up a chair opposite Tarek. The miner gestured to the bottle on the table, but Tenem shook his head irritably. "One of us needs to keep his head clear enough to think." "Why bother? Natalon's as good as sacked me. I'll never find work after this." He shook his head dejectedly. "His own uncle, and he threw me out." "You're no use to me if you're thrown out," Tenem said, eyeing Tarek thoughtfully. The older man was too much in his cups to recognize his peril. "I should be the master here," Tarek grumbled, "not him. I've turns more experience in the mine. Help train him, too." Tenem's murderous look altered subtly as he listened to Tarek. "Where's Natalon now?" Tarek quirked an eyebrow at him, saying querulously, "In the mine. My shaft, shoring up the joists, of course." Tenem rose from his seat in one fluid motion, like a bird rising to swoop on its prey. "Stay here," he ordered Tarek. "Don't let anyone in the mine." Tarek looked up at him in confusion. "I'm not in charge." "Yet," Tenem replied curtly. "Master Zist! Master Zist!" Cristov called at the door to the harper's cot-hold. The mine had collapsed, and Tarek had forbidden anyone to enter it, declaring it too dangerous. He had even hit Kindon when the lad had insisted on going in with his watchwear. "That dumb animal's no use now," Tarek had sworn angrily.
Someone had to take charge. Someone had to do something. Cristov had run down to Zist's, hoping the harper could restore order. "Master Zist!" he called again, inching inside the door. His resolve grew, and he walked all through the cottage, calling Zist's name. In the kitchen, on the table, he spied the grisly remains of a brown fire lizard. The memory of stroking that fire lizard's cheek woke an anger in Cristov that he had never before felt. He turned on his heel and strode out of the cottage. He was going to get his axe. Book 2, Dragon's Fire. Chapter 1. Miners, dig in streets so black, find the coal, bring it back. When cold winter comes to stay, or warm cold keeps chills away. Camp Natalon, second interval after landing, AL 494.1. Tolder gently laid the most injured of the rescued miners down on the floor of the lift. "Let's go up, Cristov." Cristov grabbed one of the lift's ropes, while Tolder grabbed the other, and together they winched themselves and the lift up from the bottom of the mine. At the top, helping hands reached out to grab the injured miner from them and haul him out of the mine. Tolder stepped out behind him only to pause as he noticed Cristov holding back. "Are you all right?" Tolder asked, peering intently at the young miner. "Yes." "You should be proud of yourself," Tolder said, clapping one of his huge hands on Kristov's back. "Though you've just turned 12, today you did a man's job and made a man's decision." They reached the mine entrance and found themselves lost in a throng of torches and milling voices. In the distance, Cristov could make out a number of shining eyes peering down from the hillside. Dragons. Alarmed, he picked out several Dragonriders in the crowds, wondering if he'd have to defend his actions tonight. "Is that the last of them, Tolder?" asked Margit, the camp's healer. She squinted when she noticed Cristov. "I didn't think he'd be here." "He helped," Tolder explained, patting Cristov on the back once more. "Without him, we wouldn't have been in time." Margit started to say something but thought better of it, shaking her head and turning away. Around him, the noises and the cheering of the rescued and rescuers faded in Kristov's ears as he imagined what Margit wanted to say. He felt numb, lost, and then, across the crowd, his gaze locked with his father's. Instead of smiling at him or giving him any sign of recognition, Tarek turned his head sharply away from his son as though disowning him. Cristov felt his face burn in shame, even though he knew it wasn't right, that he was the one who should be ashamed of his father. As he watched, Master Miner Brittel and 2 miners he didn't recognize approached his father. "Tarek, I think you should come with us," Brittel said. "There will be an investigation." "I didn't do anything," Tarek growled angrily. "Precisely." Cristov was wondering if he should follow when a hand on his shoulder stopped him. "You need to drink some of this," Tolder said, pressing a warm mug into his hands. "And then you'll need to get some rest." "But my father—" "He'll have to accept the consequences of his actions," Tolder said, his voice flat. 3 days later, after Master Miner Brittel, his assistant, Master Janik, and Harper Zist had conducted an extensive investigation, the whole camp was summoned to the great room in Natalon's house. Cristov was familiar with the room. He had taken classes from Harper Zist there. The room was arranged as it usually was when Harper Zist was teaching, with one small table placed at one end and the remaining tables arranged in 2 long rows perpendicular to it. Cristov and his mother Dara sat near the end of their table, closest to the small table where Zist, Brittel, and Janik sat. When everyone was seated, Master Miner Brittel rose. "We have completed our investigation," he told the room, "and I have communicated my findings to Lord Holder Fenner." A ripple of surprise spread through the room as people wondered why the Master Miner had needed to communicate with Crom's Lord Holder. Brittel gestured to a group of men standing in the doorway, and silence fell as Tarek marched into the room, flanked by 2 guards. "Miner Tarek," Brittel said to him, "I have heard evidence that you did purposely steal the wood intended to shore up your mine shaft, and that you did purposely mine the pillars of your shaft. Will you explain what you did with the wood and the coal?" "Who said I did any such thing?" Tarek demanded. seeking out Natalon among the crowd and glaring at him. "It's all lies. Among others, miners Panit and Curdle." Master Zist's voice cut across Tarek's outburst. A vein bulged in Tarek's forehead as he tried to jump out of the grasp of his guards, lunging toward Panit and Curdle. "You're dead!" he shouted to them, struggling against his guards. "Dead!" "Silence," Zist said, his voice not loud, but commanding. Tarek fell silent, still glowering at Panit and Curdle. "Would you answer our question?" Bertel said. Tarek looked nervously around the room. He opened his mouth to speak, but decided against it, shaking his head. "Very well," Bertel said. "Minor Tarek, it is our conclusion that your actions did severely endanger the safety of the mine and directly caused the death of 2 miners. Further, it is our conclusion that you took your actions repeatedly in full knowledge of the dangers you were creating and against the directions of Camp Natalon's leader. Your actions were taken, we believe, for your own gain." Beside him, Cristov could see his mother shaking as silent tears racked her body. "Beyond that, when the mine did collapse as a result of your negligence, you purposely refused to allow any rescue attempts to the extent that you struck a child unconscious to prevent him from attempting a rescue," Bertel continued, his voice harsh with repressed rage. "There is also some question as to whether your orders to pump air into the mine after the shaft's collapse were not an attempt on your part to ensure that there would be no survivors." "That's not so," Tarek protested feebly. He raised his head to look Master Miner Bertel in the eyes. "I didn't know, I swear." Bertel glanced down to Masters Zist and Janik. Master Zist made a dismissive gesture with his hand. Bertel shrugged in response and nodded to Zist. With a slight sigh, Master Zist rose and faced Tarek. "Are you prepared to hear our judgment?" Master Zist asked him. "What about the Lord Holder?" Tarek protested. "Doesn't he get a say?" "He does," Master Zist agreed. "And he has." He lifted a small roll of parchment from the table. "I ask again, are you prepared for our judgment?" Tarek shuffled on his feet as he nodded. "Your actions indicate a disregard for the lives of others. As such, it is our opinion that you should be released from the company of men." "Shunned!" Tarek cried in disbelief. Kristov's eyes went wide. Beside him, Dara let out a moan. "Shunned and nameless," Master Miner Bertel said. Nameless? Cristov thought in despair. His father's name would be taken away from him, never to be spoken again. Beside him, Dara collapsed. "Further, for the rest of your days you will work at the pleasure of Lord Holder Fenner," Bertel continued. As Cristov tried desperately to rouse his mother, a voice spoke softly in his ear. "Let's get her out of here." It was Tolder. Delor and Zenor stood beside him, faces grave and concerned. "It's all right," Cristov protested, as Tolder lifted Dara's limp body over his shoulder. "We miners take care of our own," Delor asserted, patting Cristov on the shoulder. But as they left the crowded room with all eyes upon them, Cristov wondered how true that would hold for him and his mother in the turns to come. Chapter 2. Gather, 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 frolic, play, and laughter, juicy, bubbly pies to eat, gather days the best all week. Prom Hold, All Weir Games, AL 495.4. Cristov felt awkward wending his way through the gather crowd at Cromhold. There were more people at the gather than in all of Camp Natalon. It was overwhelming. He was sure that they were all looking at him. "They're not looking at you," Tolder said from behind him, guessing Kristov's thoughts from the lad's hunched shoulders, the way he kept his elbows close to his sides, and his bowed head. "At least, they're looking at you no more than they're looking at everyone else." Cristov paused long enough to give Tolder a sour look, and then turned his attention back to the crowd. "There's a good crowd this time," Tolder judged. "I'm surprised." "Why?" "Because Telger Weir's won the games for the past 4 turns." "And they'll win again," Cristov replied loyally. "Over there," Tolder said, pointing over Kristov's shoulder toward a raised platform. "The master miner will be over there with Lord Holder Fenner." Cristov changed his course. Again, he wondered why the masterminder had sent for him. Surely if he had done something wrong, told her, or even his uncle Natalon would have told him. He looks a lot like his father, Morin thought to himself as he watched the gangling youth heading through the crowd toward the Lord Holder's stand. Same bowed head, same surly look. Yes, he might do, Morin decided. He might do indeed, if it worked out that way. Imperiously, Morin raised his arm and beckoned. There's your target.
He was Jamal's friend, Halla objected when she caught sight of her prey. I remember him. About 3 turns back, just when Jamal broke his leg.
He was, and his father helped us too, Morin agreed. So there's no reason he shouldn't be your friend too.
But
Morin silenced her with a finger to his lips. Go, if you want to eat tonight, he told her. When she still looked rebellious, Morin added, if you want the young ones to eat tonight. Halla glared at him, her jaw set, weighing the alternatives. There were none, and Morin knew it. Morin controlled the food, the wealth, and all the secrets. She had even been relieved when he had arrived at Keokh to bring the Werehold children back to Elisa. She had found it harder than she would have believed to beg enough food to keep them fed. It was natural afterward that Halla and Morin continued on to Crom Hold, just as it was natural that Morin had collected a new group of children, orphaned or shunned. Halla could do what he said, or suffer the consequences. When Jamal had been alive, Halla had held hopes that they might escape from Morin somehow. But the fever that had seeped in through his broken leg had sapped him first of strength and then of life. She had been all of 8 when he had died. With Jamal dead, there had been no one but Morin. She doubted he was a real harper, to look after her. And now, when she was nearing 12 turns, there were other young ones to look after, and perhaps save. Halla knew that Morin had followed the same reasoning, had tied her to him out of her pity for the young ones, just as he had tied her brother Jamal to him out of Jamal's worry for her. And even so, Halla couldn't imagine leaving the young ones to deal with Morin alone. She, more than any, knew what that was like. She had experienced it after Jamal's death. The harper off at all hours of the evening, her never knowing if the harper would return, and if he did, whether he would come with enough food for them, or none at all, and him drunk instead on the marks that he had begged for their food. Just follow him, Morin told her. Listen to what's said and report back to me. Halla nodded and headed off after her quarry. When she looked back, Morin had disappeared into the crowd. Probably looking for some wine, Halla thought, wondering if she'd have to deal once again with the harper's drunkenness later that night. She felt herself chill at the thought. Cristov found it easier to look at the youngsters scampering about the gather than the older folk. He stopped and twirled around to follow the antics of a small pair of boys as they raced through the crowd, chattering incessantly. His eye fell on one girl, maybe 1 or 2 turns younger than himself. She looked forlorn and hungry.
Told her, can I borrow a half-mark?
I'm sure we'll be asked to eat with the master miner, Tolder began, then paused as he followed the lad's look. Oh, certainly. You've more than that coming to you. The tall miner fished in his pocket and handed the token, branded with the minercraft mark, over to Cristov.
Thanks,
Cristov called back as he walked over to the girl. You look like you could use some bubbly pies, he said to her. The girl froze for a moment, giving him a frightened look. I'm going to be with the Lord Holder, Cristov continued, and I'm not sure if they'll serve bubbly pies. He had the girl's attention now, he could tell. You remind me of a friend I knew here many turns back. His name was Jamal. Would you do me a big favor? The girl's eyes widened. Please? The girl nodded. Cristov smiled and pressed the half-mark into her palm. Would you go and see if the bubbly pies are still good? Get as many as this will buy and eat them all for me. Can you do that?
Yes, the girl said woodenly.
Thank you, Cristov said. That way, at least, I'll know that one of us will get bubbly pies. He smiled at her. I'm Cristov of Camp Natalon.
Halla,
the girl said, and then, as if she had reached the limit of her words, she darted off into the crowd. Cristov tried to follow her progress, but she was soon lost from sight. He turned back to Tolder. Sorry, he told the older miner, for it was Tolder's mark he had given away. Tolder clapped him on the back. There is nothing to be sorry about, he exclaimed. You did a good thing there. Master Miner, how are you? Tolder called out as he and Cristov climbed up the stands, all eyes upon them. Cristov cringed, wishing he could stay behind. Everyone was looking at him. Tolder! Master Miner Bertel exclaimed as he caught sight of the miner. He gave a cry of surprise when he spotted Cristov. Is that Cristov? It is indeed, Tolder agreed, gesturing for Cristov to stand in front of him. When did you get so tall? The master miner asked in astonishment. And where did you get all those bulging muscles? Where else but the mines? Tolder answered for him. Cristov failed to keep the flush off his face. He didn't think he was all that tall, and he still felt that he was as scrawny as when his father last griped about it. Lord Fenner, this is the one I was telling you about, the master miner said, grabbing Cristov by the arm and turning him to Crom's Lord Holder. Cristov didn't know if he was more shocked by his introduction to the Lord Holder or at the way the master miner grabbed him. It was just like his father. Lord Holder Fenner, Cristov was surprised to note, was not all that much taller than himself and did not look very imposing. In fact, Crom's Lord Holder looked less imposing than the master miner with a friendly face and kind eyes. A pleasure to meet you, Cristov, the Lord Holder said, holding out his hand. Cristov shook it awkwardly, feeling like a little boy. His unease increased with the Lord Holder's next words. You've the look of your sire. An awkward silence fell upon them, until Tolder coughed and said, I think he takes more from his mother's side of the family myself. Do you? Fenner asked, peering at Cristov. I suppose you're right at that. To Cristov he said, And how is your mother, boy? Cristov gave Tolder a bleak look, but the master miner answered for him. I'm afraid Dara had an accident. She had not been well since... The Lord Holder looked nearly as embarrassed as Cristov felt. I'm very sorry to hear that, he said after a moment. She was always such a kind, vivacious lady. She will be sorely missed. Indeed, Bertel agreed. She died of shame, Cristov said, startling the older men around him. He remembered his mother's eyes that day when Tarek was shunned. He had seen the life go out of them slowly in the days before the trial as her hopes dwindled. When the sentence was read, she had been the first to turn away from Tarek, even before Cristov had turned his back on his father. He had seen her eyes and the tears spilling from them, and he had seen her heart harden and wither, and he knew, even before Tarek was sentenced to the Firestone mines, that if the sentence had shunned Tarek, it had killed Dara. I wish she hadn't, Bertel replied gravely. Why don't you stay up here and watch the games with us? Lord Holder Fenner offered awkwardly. That's a marvelous idea, Bertel agreed. Thank you, we'll be delighted, Tolder said for both of them. It's not every day one is invited to sit in the Lord Holder's stands, is it, Cristov? Thank you, my lord, Cristov said with a slight bow to the Lord Holder, remembering his manners. If you look over there, the queens should be appearing, Lord Fenner said, pointing to the ridgeline to the east of the gather field. As if on cue, a group of gold dragons burst into view. Look carefully, lad. You won't see all the queen dragons of Pern together every day, Bertel said to Cristov. Isn't that dangerous? Tolder asked. Won't the queens start fighting? Only if one of them is ready to mate, Lord Fenner replied. You're thinking of the Queen's battle, aren't you? Yes, my lord. Fenner laughed and waved away Tolder's worry. That was back in the first pass, nearly 500 turns ago. All the dragons were crowded into Fort Hold back then. In the hold? I thought they were always in the weirs, Cristov exclaimed, adding guiltily, My lord. No, after the colonists crossed north, everyone lived in Fort Hold for a while, Lord Fenner said. He gave Master Miner Bertel a teasing look and said, I thought you miners were all taught the teaching ballads before you went underground. Christov's face drained of all color and embarrassment. He was startled when the Lord Holder of Crom Hold clapped him on the shoulder and said, Oh, give over, lad, I was teasing. I know that you've been taught by Master Zist, so I've no worries about your knowledge. I'm afraid the lad isn't used to your ways, Fenner, Bertel said, giving Cristov a reassuring nod. Cristov, relieved, looked around and noticed that, beside the plush chairs and lush appointments and the Cromhold pennant, the flags of the 5 weirs were displayed prominently in front of the stand. Near them were 3 empty flag holders set at different heights. "That's where we indicate who is to fly," Master Miner Bertel said, noting Kristov's glance. "And the other 2 are added when the judging is complete, for first, second, and third places." "These games are to keep the Dragonriders ready and trained," Lord Fenner explained. He turned to the Master Miner. "Provided there's enough Firestone to train with." Master Miner Bertel grimaced. "We've got 1 mine working now," he told the Lord. "It's enough." "For the moment," Fenner allowed. 1 mine? Cristov wondered. He knew of at least 6 coal mines and had heard of 4 mines for iron ore. 1 mine seemed insufficient to produce Firestone for all the dragons of Pern. Was that why he had been sent to Cromhold? To set up a new mine? A wing of dragons suddenly appeared in the sky well below the queens. Moments later, the loud booms of their arrival shook the air. "They look small," Cristov marveled. "They're weirlings," Bertel replied. "They're just old enough to fly between and carry Firestone." A ripple of overwhelming sound and a burst of cold air announced the arrival of a huge wing of dragons flying low over the crowd. "Telgar!" the crowd shouted as the dragons entered a steep dive, twisted into a sharp rolling climb, and came to a halt, their formation now aligned just below the weirlings so perfectly that it looked like the 2 wings of dragons had been flying as twins, even though the fighting wing was head to head and a meter underneath the weirlings. A rain of sacks fell from the weirlings and were caught by the riders of the great fighting dragons. Cristov looked at the jacket worn by the bronze rider leading the fighting wing and gasped when he saw the stylized field of wheat set in a white diamond. It was the weir leader himself. As one, the fighting wing of dragons turned and dove again, flawlessly returning to hover in the same place where it had come from between. The great necks of the flying beasts turned back, and the riders opened the sacks they had caught from the weirlings to feed the Firestone to their dragons. "That's the same entrance as last turn," Bertel said, shaking his head. "Don't they always come the same way?" Cristov asked. Bertel snorted. "Indeed they do. More's the pity. A bit of change would do them some good." He sighed. "Still, I suppose Dagan's worried about the Firestone." "Nasty stuff, Firestone," Cristov heard the Lord Holder mutter behind him. "Nasty stuff." "Indeed," Master Miner Bertel agreed. "It's the hardest of all to mine." "No mine lasts too long, either," Tolder added. "Why?" Cristov asked. "They blow up," Lord Fenner answered with a shrug. "If the gases don't suffocate the men first," Master Miner Bertel added mournfully. "But we must have it," Lord Fenner said. "Without Firestone, the dragons could not protect Pern." Cristov knew that. Harper Zist had taught him long ago that the dragons needed to chew Firestone in order to breathe flames. Without the dragon's flames, there was no way to destroy Thread in mid-air before it reached the soil of Pern and sucked it of all life, turning lush valleys into lifeless dust bowls. "Look, here comes Bandon," Lord Fenner called out, pointing to the sky. Cristov followed the Lord Holder's finger and spotted a single bronze dragon in the sky. He squinted as he noticed that something was flapping down from the dragon's neck. "What's that?" Tolder asked. 2 more bronze dragons appeared below the first one and, in a move so quick Cristov couldn't comprehend it, grabbed at the flapping object with their front claws. Cristov cheered as the flapping object was pulled taut and revealed itself to be a huge flag, in the diamond shape of the weirs, colored in the deep red of Bendon Weir and marked with the large symbol of Pern's second weir. Below him, Cristov saw the crowds of Cromhold echo his astonishment, pointing up into the sky and exclaiming to each other. "Bandon! Bandon!" voices cried in the crowd, impressed despite their loyalty to Telgar Weir, the weir sworn to protect their hold. "Very nice," Lord Fenner remarked. "But Telgar will still win the games, you'll see." "No doubt, my lord," Tolder agreed, his eyes still glued to the amazing aerial display. "They must have spent ages practicing," Bertel murmured. "Let's see what the others do," Lord Fenner said, scanning the skies for signs of the other 3 weirs. As soon as Morin saw Nicol, he knew he was in trouble. He altered his course, but the holder was too nimble and quickly caught up with him. "Morin, a word with you?" "Oh, it's you, Nicol. I was just looking for you," Morin said in mock surprise. "You were you?" Nicol asked suspiciously. "Does that mean you've got my coal? You said months back you'd have it delivered." Morin took a step back from the angry holder. Nicol took a quick step forward and grabbed the harper. "If you haven't got it, I'll have my money back," the holder growled. "I've had to make alternate arrangements," Morin said, calling upon all his training to sound believable. Desperately, he pointed to the Lord Holder's stand. "See there? See those two with the Lord Holder?" "They work for you?" Nicol asked dubiously. "In a manner of speaking." "I don't care how it's said," Nicol replied, "as long as my allotment of coal's in my lockers in the next 7 days. "You may rely on it," Morin said, stepping back out of Nicol's grasp and drawing himself up to his full height. "My word as a harper." "That was the same word you gave that I'd have my coal by now," Nicol noted sourly. "There was a problem with my supplier. It was totally beyond my control." "It's already getting cold at nights," Nicol complained. "I can't afford the prices charged for crom coal. The harvest hasn't been that good. I won't have my family and kin freezing because of you." Morin sensed the hidden desperation in Nicol's words. "I'm sure," he said unctuously, "that your holder will provide for you just as you tithe to him." "You know full well that I tithe to no lord," Nicol growled. He grabbed at Morin again. "You don't have to be marked to be shunned." Angrily, he pushed the harper away. "My father was shunned, and my mother went with him. I grew up without a lord, moving from place to place, eating only when we were lucky. And now I've got a family of my own and a chance to start fresh, to make my own holding." He gave the harper a deadly look. "I'll not have you taking that away from me," he swore. He turned away, and then back again to say, "You've the 7 days, and then I spread the word on you, harper." "How much do you think your word would count against a harper?" Morin snapped angrily. "With some folk, more than you'd like." Fort Weir's arrival was not as dramatic as Bendon's, but it was still awesome. In one instant, 3 full wings of dragons burst into the skies over Crom Hold, with a long streaming banner in the earth brown and black of Fort Weir carried by each rider. The gathered crowd clapped and cheered politely, but Cristov felt the lack of enthusiasm. "Old Jalir was hardly trying," Fenner muttered, referring to the Fort Weir leader. "There'll be a new Weir leader there soon, mark my words." Bertel nodded in agreement. Ista Weir's arrival was heralded by a steadily growing pyramid of dragons, each rider dropping an orange and black flag. The crowds below first looked on the display with puzzlement, and then with hoarse cheering as the flags together formed a giant image of Ista Weir's famous volcano.
"That was the best yet,"
Tolder shouted to Cristov above the crowd. "Ah, but they're no good in the games," Lord Fenner said. "They weren't last turn," Bertel agreed. "But who knows what they've planned?" "A point," Fenner replied thoughtfully. He scanned the skies expectantly. "Only High Reach's Weir to come, and then we'll begin the games." "I wouldn't expect much from Brawler," Masterminder Bertel said. "I don't know," Fenner replied. "Brawler's more open to change than Jalir." "I can't see much inspiring about jagged spires on a field of blue," Bertel remarked, referring to the emblem of High Reach's Weir, reflecting the Weir's lofty mountain home and the deep blue skies which surrounded it. "Indeed," Fenner agreed. "They are a dour lot up high in those northern mountains." He gestured to the nearby mountains of Crom Hold. "They say the cold in the high reaches gets into your bones and stays there." "And they don't have Crom coal to cut the chill," Masterminder Bertel agreed with a laugh. A change in the sky attracted Fenner's attention. "Here they come," he said, pointing. Above them, several bubbles of fog appeared, out of which burst blue dragons. A second group of dragon riders, all on bronze dragons, appeared from between, creating another set of bubbles outlining the first with a bronze border. "Look at that!" Bertel cried. "Did you know they could do that?" "They brought the cold, moist air of High Reaches with them," Fenner guessed. "That air would turn to fog in our heat." The blue riders released black streamers. The lower blue dragons caught the streamers and held them. In a moment, the blue of the dragons and the black of the streamers resolved itself into a huge recreation of the High Reaches Weir symbol, black mountain crags on a blue background. "Well, that's much better than last turn," said Lord Fenner. "I wonder if they'll fly any better," Bertel muttered. "Not enough so that it matters," Fenner said. He turned to Tolder. "Care to place a little wager?"
"No, my lord, unless you want to bet against Telgar."
Fenner snorted. "Not likely." He looked at Cristov. "How about you, lad?" Cristov shook his head. "No, my lord. I stand loyal to Telgar."
"Wise choice," Bertel declared.
"Besides, it's not as though there's likely to be competition." "Certainly not the way the other Weirs have been grumbling," Fenner agreed. "I'm not sure I am entirely opposed to their views."
"In what way, my lord?"
Tolder asked, curious. Fenner gestured to the master miner to answer. Bertel frowned. "It seems that more Firestone is going to Dagan and his Weir than to all the other Weirs combined."
"That doesn't seem right. How did this happen?"
Bertel gave the Lord Holder a sheepish look before he answered. "It appears that both Lord Holder Fenner and I were giving Telgar preferential treatment. That would be enough for Telgar to get 4 times what the others receive," Fenner said. "But we've also discovered that Weir leader Dagan was appropriating Firestone for his Weir directly from the mine itself." "He was stealing?" Cristov asked in amazement. "Not so much stealing as, perhaps, taking more than his fair due," Lord Fenner said judiciously. "But we'll sort that out now that we've discovered our error. Perhaps Telgar will get a little more Firestone than the other Weirs," Bertel suggested. "No," Fenner said with a shake of his head. "I think that Dagan's got enough Firestone stockpiled now to last him until the pass. Perhaps it's time to be concerned with the other Weirs, too." "High Reaches Weir flies thread over Upper Crom," Bertel noted. Lord Fenner smiled at the master miner. "Indeed they do. But I think we've got to look to all Pern's needs. Without enough training, any Weir might fail to stop thread." A young harper, an apprentice by his shoulder knots, came running up to the stand.
"Kindon?"
Tolder shouted in surprise.
"Is that you?"
Kindon nodded and gasped in a deep breath. "It is," he said with a grin. "I've just arrived from the Harper Hall," he explained. He nodded respectfully to Lord Fenner. "My lord, my greetings," he said, adding, "I've been asked to tell you that Weir leader Dagan says that all the Weirs are now present, and could you have the drums sounded to start the games?" "Of course," Fenner agreed. He turned to Cristov. "Seeing as this young harper's all winded, Cristov, would you be so kind as to wave the hold flag and start the games?" At the mention of Kristov's name, Kindon gave Cristov a nod of recognition and a grin, waving while still panting for breath. Cristov grabbed the staff from which the hold flag was flying and waved it from side to side. As he did so, he saw that all eyes were on him. Lord Fenner had given him a signal honor. Perhaps he hadn't been ordered here to be punished after all. "Let the games begin!" Lord Fenner shouted as Cristov waved the flag. From the far hill, drums beat out a rapid tattoo. High above, dragons' flames answered. Chapter 3. Dragon men, your beasts must learn when to flame and swiftly turn. Keep the burning thread away, live to fight another day. High Reaches Weir. The early morning air was colder in the center of the Weir Bowl than it had been in the living cavern, which was warmed by the hearth fires that had been stoked high to cook the breakfast that the Dragonriders had eaten early in anticipation of the day's events. Devin could see the gleaming eyes of dragons arrayed all around him. Behind him, Hearth craned his neck around to watch the proceedings. "You're as ready as we can make you," Brawler told him quietly. With a smile, Devin acknowledged his Weir leader's hidden taunt. Brawler was in the middle of his 6th decade, 40 turns of which he had been a dragon rider. Of those 40 turns, he had been Weir leader for more than 20, whereas Devin had only been a wing leader for 2 turns and had impressed Hearth only 5 turns ago. "I wish we'd had more Firestone to practice with," the Weir leader continued. "But with the wet weather, It's been hard to keep hold of our stocks. Dampness was a danger with Firestone, which would explode on contact with water. Devin nodded, but said nothing. He had already aired his concerns about their allocation of Firestone in the council room with the other wing leaders. Here, in front of his riders and the rest of the weir, he would not. "We'll do our best," Devin said. "I know you will," Pellar said, clapping him on the shoulder. "You and your wing have earned the right." "Thank you." Pellar shook his head. "I only set the standards. You exceeded them." He mounted his dragon. "The queens have gathered. Now it's time for the opening ceremonies. I'll have Calanth tell Hearth when we're ready for you." Calanth kicked off from the weir bowl and beat his wings strongly to climb out of the bowl before going between. "You heard the weir leader?" Devin called to his wing. "Mount up. We'll gather by the star stones. The exercise will warm us up for the games." Deliner and Pellar, the wing's two youngest riders, cheered exuberantly, while the others looked on with the amusement of veterans. The wing did not have long to wait at the star stones before the signal from the weir leader came. "Let's go to Crom Hold," Devin told his dragon, barely able to control his excitement. As one, 30 dragons and their riders winked out of existence over High Reach's weir and reappeared over Crom Hold. "The first event is a single-rider competition," Lord Fenner explained to Cristov. "Each weir picks 2 riders to represent them. The queens throw the rope thread down, simulating a normal fall, and the riders flame it." Cristov listened attentively. He knew that the rules for the games were changed each turn, and this event was new to him.
"How do they determine the winner?" Tolder asked.
"Each rider has 1 pass at the thread fall, and the one who chars the most thread without letting any thread get past wins," Fenner replied. Fenner turned to Kindon. "Harper, can you wave the Fort Weir flag?" Kindon nodded and took the Fort Weir flag, waved it high, and placed it in the center stand to indicate that Fort Weir was to fly thread. "Look up, lad," Master Miner Bertel told Cristov in a kindly tone. "You'll never see the like of this again, I'll wager." Cristov needed no urging. He looked up first to the queens hovering high above, and then toward the cluster of Fort Weir riders. Presently, one dragon, a blue, separated from the formation and flew low over the Lord Holder's stand, waggling its wings in acknowledgment before pulling up higher to take station at the starting point. The blue breathed a burst of flame to signal its readiness. A hush came over the field as all those at the gather looked up in anticipation of the forthcoming threadfall. Cristov, along with the entire crowd, gasped as the air beneath the high-flying queen suddenly turned silver with squiggling rope threads.
"Can they really get all that?"
Tolder asked in astonishment.
"The queens are throwing more thread than one dragon would fly in a real threadfall," Kindon informed them all. "My understanding is that the weirs always try for harder falls than they expect."
"A good precaution," Bertel said approvingly. All the same, Cristov was awed at the speed at which the blue flew through the wide swath of falling thread, flaming continuously and seemingly everywhere as it battled the fall. It seemed mere moments before all the thread was gone. It took the crowd some time to register this fact, and then the air was filled with a great roar of cheering.
"That was magnificent," Lord Fenner murmured.
"Fancy a wager?" Master Miner Bertel asked, with a gleam in his eyes.
"I'd wager that Dagon is furious," Fenner said drolly. "But, as a bounden holder, I'd not bet against my weir." "It's not your weir, just the best rider," Master Miner Bertel responded in cajoling tones. Lord Fenner waved the correction aside. "I'll bet that Telgar wins the games." Bertel grimaced. "I'd not bet against that." Kindon, meanwhile, had removed the Fort Weir pennant and with a look to the Lord Holder had placed the Benden Weir pennant in the starting position. A large brown dragon descended over the stand, waggled his wings, and took station. Again, a blizzard of thread was unleashed by the queens high above, and again Cristov and the crowd were amazed at the speed with which the brown dragon turned all of it into harmless ash.
"What if one of the ropes is still burning when it hits the ground?" Tolder asked.
"I've ground crews standing by to put it out," Lord Fenner told him. "The same ground crews that would fight thread burrows in a real fall." "Burrows?" Cristov repeated. wondering how they'd be dealt with in the games. "Oh, we're not testing the Dragonriders on burrows," Lord Fenner said with a chuckle. "That'd be for the ground crews," Bertel agreed. "Is there a separate event?" "No," said Fenner, "but I might suggest it to the conclave of holders. Usually, though, each Lord Holder is responsible for the effectiveness of his ground crews." He told Kindon, "We're ready for high reaches now, lad." A blue dragon represented the northern high mountain weir first. It flew through the threads faster than the other two dragons and drew a great cheer which changed into a puzzled noise as more and more people noticed one uncharred thread slithering to the ground. "Ah, missed one," Fenner exclaimed. "Well, there's still the second candidate." "He's disqualified?" Cristov asked, thinking that it was a shame, since the dragon had been fastest of the three. "Indeed he is," Fenner agreed. "Speed's not the point when it comes to thread, lad," the Lord Holder expounded. "Except, perhaps, for the speed with which the ground crews dispatch such a burrow." He peered over to where the thread had fallen and grunted when he saw a black flag being waved. "Harper, put a black flag over High Reach's pennant," Fenner said to Kindon. To the rest of the group he explained, "The black flag shows that the rider was disqualified."
"Tell Deliner he did his best," Devin thought to Hirth. "He and Delph are both very disappointed," Hirth responded after relaying Devin's message. "Well, there's still Pellar and Talent," Devin said. Beneath him, Hirth rumbled in agreement. Together, the two watched Telgar's first entrant, a green, dive through the next threadfall. The green's speed was greater than Delph's, but her accuracy was even worse. "Pity." In the distance, Devin could see Telgar's weir leaders screaming at the hapless dragon and rider. Devin schooled his expression, aware that several of his riders were gauging his reaction. He didn't want to give either them or the Telgar weir leader a chance to disparage his behavior. The next dragon, an Istan Green, was ridden by one of the older riders, but neither rider nor dragon could be faulted for speed or accuracy. And then it was time for Fort's second entrant, a brown. Devin was surprised at the choice of a brown. The larger dragons were usually better at endurance than speed, but the brown proved itself up to the fall thrown down by the Queen Riders and advanced to the next round. Bendon's second entrant was a more conventional blue who performed quite creditably. Devin mused to himself that while the purpose of the all-weir games was mostly to assure the holders of the abilities of the weirs to fight the threadfall that would come with the next pass of the Red Star, it also allowed the 5 weirs to become comfortable with each other's abilities.
"Tell Pellar good flying,"
Devin said to Hirth as it came turn for High Reach's second entrant. Devin saw Pellar wave at him before he and Talent dove over the Lord Holder's stand and rose up again to take their position. Devin could feel the tension in his wing as they waited for the Queen's wing to drop the thread. In a moment, he spotted it. The pattern, whether by design or the churning of the air from all of the flaming before, was oddly clumped. It would be a hard fall for a bronze to fly, let alone a small green. Still, Devin grinned as Pellar and Talent dived toward the first clump and flamed it easily into blackened char. The pair continued their run, but it was becoming obvious to Devin that they were both getting tired as they neared the end, with 3 clumps still to char. Suddenly, Talent disappeared, only to reappear, wheeling on a wingtip just below the center of all 3 clumps. It was a wild tactic, and one Devin wasn't sure he'd approve for a real threadfall. But the green's agility on wing and length of flame just managed to char all 3 clumps at once. Far below, Devin could hear the crowd cheering more loudly than they had ever cheered before. Overcome with joy, Pellar and Talent rolled quickly upside down and right side up again to the renewed cheers of the crowd.
"Tell Talent well done," Devin said. "And tell Pellar no more fool stunts."
The chagrined Green Rider rejoined his wing, but his discomfort quickly evaporated in the congratulations shouted by the rest of the wing. Telgar's second entrant performed adequately, if a trifle slowly, as if reluctant to repeat his weirmate's mistake. Ista's rider, a grizzled veteran on a blue, seared the threads out of the sky so quickly that it took a moment before the crowd reacted.
"That's how it's done,"
Devin told his dragon. Hirth rumbled in agreement, while Devin tried to fix in his mind what it was about the blue dragon that had made it so effective. It almost seemed as if dragon and rider had anticipated the fall of the thread and arrived before the thread itself. Years of training, Devin thought to himself in awe. And then they were into the second round. The queens spread out somewhat and prepared to drop even more rope threads for the next pass. The first fort and the first Iston entrants were disqualified in this round. In the third round, the queens practically doubled their original distance, and the fall was something truly frightening to behold. In the third round, Bendon's first entrant was disqualified, then Fort's second entrant, and finally, with a gasp from the crowd, Telgar's last blue was disqualified. But that still left 3 dragons, from Bendon, Ista, and his own high reaches for the fourth round. As the queens spread out yet more and prepared to drop a veritable rain of thread down, Devin was convinced that the victory would go to high reaches' larger green talent. He could not imagine either of the 2 blues even completing the course, much less without error. But they did. With Ista's blue clearly putting in the most amazing performance, Devin could find no fault with Pellar's flying or with Talenth's work, but it was obvious to him that the Istan blue dragon was simply the master of the situation. From above, he heard the queen's bugle announcing a tie. He looked down to the Lord Holder's stand, wondering how Crom's Lord Holder would decide. "Ah," Lord Fenner said, as the sound of the queens far above floated down to them. "I was afraid of that." Cristov and the others looked at him expectantly. "In the event of a tie, the Lord Holder must judge," Fenner explained to them. He smiled deviously. "And, as Lord Holder, I have decided to enlist you all in my decision-making."
"My lord?"
Tolder said. "Indeed," Fenner replied. "I think a show of hands amongst all of us for first, second, and third place should do it." Tolder caught Kristov's look of surprise and whispered down to him, "I'll bet you didn't expect to be judging Dragonriders today, did you?" Cristov gulped. "Just do your best," Kindon told him. "It's not as though they'll find out. And be grateful that our own weird dropped out of the running, or our decision would be more difficult," Master Miner Bertel added. Cristov sidled over to Kindon and asked softly, "Have you ever done this before?" Kindon shook his head. A nervous smile plastered on his face. "For first place, all those for Ista?" Lord Fenner asked. He counted easily as all hands were up. "As I expected, then," he said contentedly. "And all those for high reaches for second place?" Again all hands went up. "That would leave Bendon in third place," he said. "Harper, if you would so arrange it, be sure to wave each flag high over the stand before you put it in its placeholder." Kindon nodded and removed the Ista Weir pennant from its stand and waved it high from side to side. As the crowd roared its approval, Lord Fenner said, "See, we've chosen wisely." He waved back at the crowd before turning once more to Kindon. "And now, Harper, if you'd be so kind to wave the Cromhold pennant, that will let the Dragonriders know to come down." Kindon gave the Lord Holder a surprised look, and Fenner laughed. "I've not lost my senses. They're only coming down for a break, young Harper. The games will start up again in a half hour. That'll give the riders a chance to slake their thirst and fill their stomachs before the next event." Devin waited to order his wing down until the Fort and Bendon Weir riders dismounted in front of the Lord Holder's stand. After he dismounted, he bowed to the Lord Holder. "Greetings from High Reaches Weir," Devin called. "Greetings to you, Bronze Rider," the Lord Holder called back with a jaunty wave. "There are refreshments in the stalls. Please invite your riders to take what they need for their comfort." "I will, thank you," Devin replied. As he turned, he caught sight of 2 youngsters in the stands and turned back again, surprised. "Are those your heirs, my lord?" Lord Fenner laughed. "No, indeed. These 2 scallywags hail from Camp Natalon. Kindon's the harper and Cristov is the miner." "Do you mind Firestone?" Devin asked. He had hoped to strike up an acquaintance with one of the Firestone miners. "No, my lord," Cristov said, blushing in embarrassment. "We mine coal at Camp Natalon." "He's being modest, my lord," Fenner said, clapping Cristov on the back. "Camp Natalon has the best coal in all Crom." "Well, I'm glad to hear that," Devin said. He nodded to Cristov. Good to meet you, miner. He turned away and then back once more. My Lord Holder, could you point me to a vendor of bubbly pies? Lord Fenner looked surprised by the question, so Devin explained sheepishly, I've not had one in a long time and just caught a whiff as I landed. Lord Fenner shook his head and was about to reply when Kristov's hand shot up, pointing. My lord, he said, I think if you ask that girl there, she'll lead you right. He waved and shouted to the girl, the one upon whom he had bestowed his half mark earlier. Could you lead my Lord Devin to the bubbly pies, Halla? Halla's stomach had rumbled in anticipation as she followed her nose to the bubbly pies. A minor half mark entitled her to 4, so she paid for 2 and got a quarter mark back. She ate one pie immediately despite its burning warmth, and then turned to scan the crowd for her benefactor and quarry. She was surprised to see him on the Lord Holder's stand. What did Morin want with this one, she wondered. Still, orders were orders, especially from Morin, so she worked her way close to the stand, careful not to be obvious, and also not to jostle her second pie. The Lord Holder's stand was constructed on a high knoll, giving it not only a great view of the games, but also of the whole gather spread below. Halla had to work carefully to keep herself close enough to the stands to hear what they were saying, but far enough in the crowd to avoid being spotted. So she jumped when Cristov called her name. She couldn't help shivering in fear. Had she been discovered? Had Morin been apprehended? Had he turned her in to save his own skin? She was ready to run, almost ready to drop her precious bubbly pie when the full extent of his words registered with her. Bubbly pies? She repeated blankly, drawing closer to Cristov and the stand, like a moth to a flame. Yes, Lord Devin would like some. Could you lead him to the baker? Cristov repeated, frowning at the young girl. She was terrified. To assuage her fear, he offered, Would you like me to come with you? Dumbstruck, Halla nodded. Cristov muttered excuses to the others and climbed down the stands. He gestured for the dragon rider to precede him, but Devin politely demurred. The crowd parted for them, and they approached Halla. My lord, this is Halla, Cristov said. Halla? Devin said with a nod. Halla could only nod in reply. Can you show us the way? Halla nodded again and turned. She strode off, glancing over her shoulder to see if they were still following her. How could this happen? She asked herself. Now I've got a dragon rider following me. In fact, she realized as she glanced around again, the dragon rider had caught up with her and was walking at her side. Do you come from Cromhold, Halla? Devin inquired. No, nearby. Are you excited about the games? Halla nodded. Devin, sensing her reticence, let the conversation drop and trudged along beside her companionably, waving politely to anyone who called out or acknowledged him. Devin paused and sniffed the air. Bubbly pies! I can smell them. We're close, Halla agreed, feeling some relief at the prospect. We'll need you to lead us back, Devin warned her. I got quite lost in all that crowd. Halla's eyes grew round in alarm. Meanwhile, Cristov had been watching her closely. Suddenly, he asked, Did we ever meet before, Halla? Should I tell him? Halla wondered. Or, she thought fearfully, did he see me up at the mine? Once, 3 turns ago. Is Jamal your brother? Cristov asked, his face brightening. When Halla nodded, Cristov continued excitedly. No wonder I recognized you. You look just like him. It's been ages since I've seen him. He looked around wildly. Where is he? Halla's face fell and Kristov's expression changed. He's all right, isn't he? He had the cast on his leg when we met, but he's all right? The break got infected, Halla murmured. Cristov stopped dead, grabbing Halla's arm in alarm. Where is he? Halla pointed to the cemetery. He died not long after he met you. He had hoped to see you again. I'm sorry, Cristov told her miserably. I never knew. How are you getting along, then? Devin asked. His gaze took in the state of her clothing and the gauntness of her frame. I'm making do, my lord, Halla said, dipping her head in an apparent gesture of respect, but really trying to hide her eyes from the dragon rider's probing glance. To change the subject, she looked up again and pointed. There's the baker, my lord. Thank you, Devin replied, picking up his pace. Sonia's words from months back echoed in his head. I swear, Devin, you'd take in every stray that crossed your path. The baker was so pleased at Devin's patronage that she sent to the tent next door for fresh berry juice and set a special table out in front of her stall just for them. Neither Halla nor Cristov were used to such deferential service, but Devin did everything he could to make them feel at ease, while praising the baker's and juice-maker's efforts loudly to the bustling crowd. Halla watched the Dragonriders surreptitiously, surprised at his easy ways and the manner with which he dealt with the merchants. It was clear to her that he knew his praise would help their sales, and that he didn't overdo it. He said just enough to ensure that both vendors would have plenty of custom for the rest of the gather. Cristov watched neither of them. Instead, he explored his last memories of Jamal. Memories of a gather 3 turns past.
Cristov?
Devin's voice startled him. My lord? Was he a good friend? The dragon rider asked softly. Cristov shook his head. He might have been, but we never got the chance to find out. He looked up. My father didn't approve of him. Cristov didn't notice the startled look Halla gave him, but Devin did. With a sigh, Devin got to his feet. We'd better get back. The next event will start soon. Chapter 4. Shunned from hold, shunned from craft, steal the grain, steal the haft. Take without returning, too, and it will be shunned for you. Firestone Mine, number 9.
Get up, you lazy oaf!
Jarendel, the foreman, roared in his ear. Tarek struck out feebly from his cot with one hand, trying to fend the foreman off. A cold splash of water inundated him, and he came up suddenly, arms swinging, but meeting only air.
I was on watch,
Tarek complained, sitting back on his cot.
You were asleep on watch last night, so you'll pull a full shift,
the foreman growled. He nudged Tarek with the empty bucket.
Get up now, or we'll put you back in the stocks.
With a bitter look, Tarek grudgingly stood up. He lunged suddenly toward the foreman, but Jarendel was too quick for him and jumped back out of his grasp while at the same time smashing him on the head with the bucket. Tarek crashed to the ground and lay there, clutching his head and groaning.
Get up now, you useless, shunned, no-named oaf, Jarendel growled.
Wearily, Tarek pulled himself to his feet, his hands clenched firmly to his side, not daring a repeat of Jarendel's beating. He found his boots at the end of his cot and dragged them on.
My name's Tarek,
he growled to the foreman as he trudged out of the room.
No, it isn't, Jarendel spat. You were shunned, and lost your name along with everything else.
He laughed as Tarek turned back to glare at him.
You might win back your name one day, but with you, I doubt it.
The building they came out of was rough-hewn, built out of wood. Tarek remembered the others laughing at him when he had complained of not sleeping in a proper hold. But for more than a turn since he had been shunned, he had done just that, working as a drudge in minor holds around Crom.
If you were so bothered about that, you'd not be shunned,
Merrill, one of the shunned, guffawed. He spat.
If you want to live like a lord, you've got to please him. No spitting,
Jarendel roared at him. The other miners scowled at Merrill, not the foreman. Jarendel wagged a finger at Merrill.
You'll find yourself in the stocks if you do that again, Merrill.
But we're not in the mine,
Merrill protested.
If we were, you'd likely be dead, Jarendel said. I don't want you thinking you can spit anywhere lest you forget when you're in the mine.
He turned to Tarek.
You remember that. Firestone's fickle with water. If it doesn't explode, the fumes will kill a man.
Tarek had remembered so well that he had spent the first night in the stocks, after being caught trying to escape.
Think you're the first one who thought of escaping?
Merrill had asked him as Tarek sat, his feet, neck, and arms locked into the wooden stockade. Merrill kicked a loose pile of dirt up from the ground and rubbed it in Tarek's face.
The rest of us will all have to work extra while you laze about here,
the scrawny miner snarled.
You think about that the next time you try something. Think hard.
In the 2 months since then, Tarek had been in the stocks twice more and beaten once in the middle of the night. He was certain that Merrill had been one of his assailants. But neither Merrill nor Jarendel frightened Tarek as much as the mine.
This is the last working Firestone mine on Pern,
Jarendell had told him when he arrived. He gave Tarek an evil grin as he added, "Mine number 8 blew up a turn back and set the whole valley around it in flames. It's only a matter of time before this one blows," Jarendell continued malevolently. "But there are always those who think themselves above all others, those who don't care about other people, and they'll get shunned, and the shunned work the Firestone mines." He nodded to Tarek. "You're the first miner that's been shunned here." Tarek was shocked. How could they mine if they weren't trained? Jarendell laughed. "Oh, you're thinking that mining requires special skills? It's not but hard work with a pick and a shovel, shift after shift." "What about shoring up the shaft?" Tarek asked, in spite of his resolution against helping in any way. "That'd be your specialty, wouldn't it?" Jarendell said, leering. "Skimping on the shoring?" He noticed Tarek's look. "Oh, we heard all about you, miner. Where'd you sell all that extra lumber? That's what the lads wondered." Jarendell shook his head and pointed at Tarek's threadbare clothing. "It's not done you much good, has it?" Tarek glowered, but said nothing. Now he was going into the mine again, forced on a shift after a night's watch duty because someone had caught him sleeping. Tarek grimaced at the indignity of it all. It wasn't as though anyone would want to steal anything from the camp. Tarek had thought once of trying to convince the others to murder Jarendell in his sleep and escape as a group, but there were too many Dragonriders arriving at all hours, looking for Firestone or dropping in supplies. There was no proper road up to the mine, so everyone was brought in a dragonback. Besides, with a big blue S on their foreheads, where would they go? They'd be fugitives searching for their next meal, animals on the run with only another mine to work, or worse, if they were caught. Jarendell had warned him on the first day that the nearest dwelling was over 3 days' march away over the mountains, adding with a smirk, "At least that's what they tell me, but no one's ever come here except on a dragon." At least no one that was seen, Tarek thought. He wondered how long it would be before Morin appeared. The harper was always going on about the shunned and their needs. Tarek wondered if, now that he was shunned, Morin would still deal with him. It would only seem logical, given how much coal he had handed over for Morin's brats. Privately, he hoped not, especially if Tenem was still around. "Come on, grab a pick," Jarendell said as they left the crude shack that served as their only dwelling. The others were already milling about the shaft entrance. Sourly, Tarek noted that Merrill had managed to get the cart, the softest job of the lot. Tarek hefted his pick, eyeing the back of Jarendell's head thoughtfully. Merrill shouted, pointing at Tarek, and Jarendell wheeled around. "Right!" Jarendell shouted, snatching the pick out of Tarek's hands. "It's the stocks for you." "I did nothing," Tarek protested as Jarendell gestured toward the stocks. "Only 'cause Merrill warned me," Jarendell replied. He gestured to the others, shouting, "Well, lads, this one's decided he needs another day in the stocks. Why don't you let him know how you feel about that?" The other shunned miners roared with wrath and bounded up to grab Tarek. Roughly, they dragged him to the stocks and shoved his feet, neck, and hands into the position, locking him in. His back immediately began to ache from the awkward, half-sitting, half-standing posture the stocks forced him into. He knew that by the end of the day, he would be in agony. "I did nothing wrong," he shouted again. "I was just testing the heft." The others ignored his protests. "You'll get half rations for the rest of the 7-day, Jarendell said as he gave the lock on the stocks a final test. "You shouldn't get any," Merrill growled. "The Dragonriders only provide food for the Firestone mine." He turned to the others. "He'll be eating our share of the food. What do you think about that?" "If he doesn't eat, he'll just die," Renlund objected. "And we'll still have to do his work, and more." The small, rat-faced miner shook his head. "Let him serve his time and learn his lesson." "You're too soft," Merrill growled. "Next, you'll be wanting to leave him a drink and a snack." "No food," Renlund disagreed, "but some water. He's no use dead, and we'd have the trouble of burying the body." "See to it, Merrill," Jarendell ordered, gesturing to the others. "Come on, we've wasted enough daylight." Grudgingly, the other 14 shunned miners trudged to the entrance of the Firestone mine. Merrill lounged by the stocks until the others had disappeared inside the mine, and then, with a rude gesture, turned to follow them.
"What about my water?"
Tarek shouted after him. Merrill waved dismissively over his shoulder, grabbed the rope on the cart, and tugged it into the mine after him. If there was a center to camp at Firestone Mine No. 9, it was the stocks. Beside them was a large fire pit, carefully shielded by rocks, and a large cleared area where the miners cooked fresh meat on the rare occasions they got some. The stocks faced the mine entrance. They were set just off the path from the miner's shack to the mine entrance. The wooden rails that led from the mine entrance to the only stone building in the camp curved in front of the stocks before curving farther to the stone-walled Firestone storage building on the far side of the hill. Every hour or so, Merrill would come trudging out of the mine, muscles straining as he hauled the full cart up the hill and down to the Firestone building. About 15 minutes later, he would reappear, riding the empty cart on the downslope back into the mine. Every time, Tarek shouted to him, asking for water, and every time, Merrill smiled evilly and waved as he re-entered the mine. By noon, Tarek was too parched to call out. His legs, back, shoulder, arms, and neck all burned with the searing pain of his enforced stance. A burst of laughter from the mine entrance startled him, and he lifted his aching head enough to see that the miners were breaking for lunch. They grumbled and cursed at him on their way past him to the shack. Tarek's stomach lurched with hunger as they returned with plates full of fresh tubers and jerked beef. Renlin carried a large cookpot. In a short time, there was a roaring fire in the fire pit, and the cookpot was bubbling with the most amazing smells as tubers, beef, and herbs simmered into stew. Perhaps it was the work or the setting, but Tarek had never disagreed with the miner's assertion that Renlin was the best cook they had ever met. As the others emptied the last of the stew onto their plates, Renlin came over to Tarek. Jarendel scowled. "You can't feed him, Renlin." "Yes, how will he learn?" one of the others grumbled. "He looks parched," Renlin said, peering closely at Tarek. "Did you give him water, Merrill?" Jarendel asked. "Oh, I must have forgot," Merrill exclaimed, in tones that fooled no one. "If he dies, you'll do his work as well as your own," Jarendel replied. "I'll get you some water, Tarek," Renlin promised. The miner passed his plate off and returned with a bucket of water. He ladled some out and poured it into Tarek's mouth. Tarek coughed on the first mouthful. Renlin tried again. Tarek's parched throat absorbed the liquid eagerly. "Don't give him too much, Renlin, or he'll get sick," Jarendel warned. "Thanks," Tarek said to Renlin, his voice thick and husky. "I'll leave the bucket here," Renlin said. He turned to Merrill, saying, "Then it'll not be too much trouble for you to check on him." Merrill glowered, but said nothing. Shortly afterward, Jarendel chivied the crew back to work. On his first trip out of the mine with a cartload of Firestone, Merrill paused on his return trip long enough to fling some water at Tarek. "There!" Tarek was still thirsty enough to lick the drops off his face. Merrill laughed. Merrill ignored him on the next trip, and again on the next. On the third time, Merrill paused beside Tarek. "Thirsty?" he asked, scooping up a ladleful of water from the bucket. "Yes," Tarek admitted. "Oh, pity," Merrill said, pouring the water from the ladle back into the bucket. "Please," Tarek began, begging. He cut himself short. He had lost everything else when he was shunned. He refused to lose his pride. "Beg for it, miner," Merrill said, bending down to peer into Tarek's face. "Beg for it, and maybe I'll give you some." Tarek stared back stonily. He knew that he'd be free of the stocks soon enough, and then Merrill would pay for his insolence. "You won't beg?" Merrill asked. He stood up and grabbed the bucket. "Well, then you'll have to get it yourself." Laughing, he carefully placed the bucket just to the left of Tarek's booted foot, then, with a derisive snort, returned to the mine. The air was dry. The mountain morning's chill had worn off, replaced by an afternoon heat that bore down on Tarek. Thirst consumed him. At first he ignored the bucket by his foot, determined to last until either Merrill relented or the shift ended. Merrill passed by him again with another cartload of Firestone. On the way back, he rode the cart down into the mine, waving tauntingly at Tarek as he passed. Terek looked at the bucket. Maybe, he thought, he could hook the handle with his boot and drag it close enough to grab with his hand. He'd have to be quick. He didn't know how long it would take before Merrill appeared with another cartload of Firestone. He was certain that Merrill would take the bucket away if he thought Terek could get it. Terek eyed the bucket, eyed the mine entrance, and paused. If he didn't get the bucket, if it tipped over, what then? He was close enough to the mine shaft that the water from the bucket might flow to the entrance. Of course, he reminded himself, there was a deep gutter dug in front of the mine to carry any water away. Water in a Firestone mine would be disastrous. Terek's thirst won out over his caution. He strained his toe forward and flicked it up. The first time, the end of his foot slid off the handle, flicking it up and back down again before he could get his foot under it. He paused and tried again. This time the handle flew up, and he quickly kicked with his foot, hoping to get it under the handle before it fell back to the bucket's side. He kicked too hard. The bucket shuddered and fell over away from him. With a hoarse cry, Terek watched as the precious fluid flowed away from him, downhill toward the mine. Everything would have been all right if Merrill hadn't emerged from the mine at that moment. The water had lapped over the wooden rails the cart ran on. Merrill, pushing from behind, didn't see the stain of liquid and was taken off guard by the sudden change in resistance of his load. His pushing jarred the cartload, and a few pieces of Firestone fell off the cart. Terek's voice was too dry for more than the hoarsest of shouts. "Run!" Merrill didn't hear him. He leaned over instinctively to retrieve the errant stone just as it fell into the water and burst into flame. In an instant, the disaster was complete. The fire startled Merrill, who leaped backward, tripped, and, struggling to stay upright, tugged the cartload of Firestone back toward the mine. The cart of Firestone caught flame even as it rolled back over Merrill's leg and into the mine, gaining speed on the slope. A huge ball of flame, taller than a man, burst out of the side of the mountain where the Firestone mine had been. The blast caught Terek and threw him, still in the stocks, backward like a straw doll. The flames licked the nearby trees, withering their limbs, and then the fires subsided, leaving the mine shaft a huge, black, smoking hole in the side of the mountain. Chapter 5. A silver swath falls from the sky. Dragon and rider rise on high. Practice fighting thread with flames. 'Tis the purpose of the games. Cromhold. Devin left them at the stands. Cristov climbed back up and, when he turned back, found that Halla had disappeared. He regretted that. He wanted to talk with her more about Jamal. "They're off again," Fenner said, as wings of dragons reassembled above the crowd. He turned to Cristov. "The next competition is for whole wings fighting thread." "How is that judged, my lord?" Tolder asked politely. "It's about the same, I believe," Lord Fenner said. "The queens throw thread and the wings fight it. If any gets through, the wing is disqualified. If all wings succeed in fighting the thread, the queens spread out and throw more." "Will we have to judge a tie again?" Bertel asked, a hint of worry in his voice. Fenner laughed. "No, this continues until there's a clear winner." "That's a relief," the master miner said with a sigh. In response to Lord Fenner's questioning look, he explained, "I'm afraid we'd hardly be considered impartial if every event was a tie and we had to judge." Lord Fenner snorted in agreement. "I dare say you're right." At Lord Fenner's nod, Kindon waved the Hold's flag high over his head, signaling that the games were to recommence. Again, the drummers on the far hill drummed their tattoo, and again dragons up high flamed their readiness. Cristov craned his neck back to spot the queen dragons. He was amazed at how far up they were. "How high can dragons fly?" Cristov asked Kindon in a low voice. "It depends on the dragon and the rider," Kindon replied. "The queens can fly higher than most, but the air gets too thin eventually." "What happens if a dragon flies too high?" Cristov wondered. "I've been told that as the air gets thin, the riders start to feel as if they're drunk," Kindon said. Cristov raised his eyebrows in surprise, wondering if Kindon was teasing him. Kindon caught his look and said, "No, seriously, I've heard that from many dragon riders. One even said that the color went out of his eyes and he only saw shades of gray until he got back down on the ground. That can happen in the mines, too, if there's not enough air, as you two know, added Tolder, who had been listening in. Cristov and Kindon shuddered in memory. The cave-in at Camp Natalon had been Tarek's fault. He had skimped on the planking for the tunnel his shift was digging. Natalon had discovered this and, in the process of trying to repair the faulty tunnel, had been caught with most of his shift in the cave-in. Kindon, Tolder, and Nuella, Natalon's blind daughter, had defied Tarek's order that no one go into the mine. Cristov remembered the shocked look on Kindon's face when he had arrived with his axe to offer help. Even with his help, and the use of a secret passageway Natalon had dug when the mine was first surveyed, the rescue party was nearly overcome by the coal dust that had filled the mine after the cave-in. In the end, they discovered that the trapped miners were too far away to dig out. But Kindon somehow managed to convince Nuella that she could ride his watchweir, Kisk, like a dragon, between to rescue the trapped miners. And somehow, the strange journey Nuella and the watchweir made had bound the girl and the watchweir together, allowing Kindon to pursue his desire to become a harper. Cristov envied Kindon his freedom to follow his dreams. Wistfully, he recalled one of his conversations with Jamal when they had stared up skyward at the last games. Jamal had pointed up to one of the dragons and exclaimed, "I'd like one like that." "A bronze?" Cristov said, peering upward. "Sure," Jamal replied. "And then I'd become weir leader." He blew out a sigh and asked wistfully, "Do you think the Dragonriders will search when the games are over?" Cristov shrugged. "I don't know." "Wouldn't you like it, Cristov? Wouldn't you love to impress a dragon?" Cristov looked over at Jamal, then back up to the brilliant formation of dragons, bronze, brown, blue, and green. For a moment, he imagined himself on the hatching grounds, the excitement as the dragon eggs burst open and the dragonettes scrambled awkwardly out of their shells, multifaceted eyes whirling anxiously, searching for their life mates. Cristov imagined how he'd feel, his face splitting wide in surprise and joy as a dragon, his dragon, spoke telepathically to him and told him that he would forever have a friend, a champion. He tried to imagine how his father would react and could only see him frowning. "It'll never happen," he had said firmly, turning away from Jamal. "Father says I'm only fit to be a miner." And now Tarek was shunned, and Cristov stood here next to the master miner and Crom's Lord Holder not knowing what was in store for him, and Jamal was nearly 3 turns dead. Cristov locked his eyes on one of the high, flying bronze dragons and tried not to be envious of his rider. The pace picked up immensely as Fort began its second run. The sky that seemed practically black with the thread that the Queen Riders had thrown down was suddenly bursting into flame, and then the sky was clear, except for one strand that sailed harmlessly to the ground. A groan of sympathy rose up from the gathered crowd as they realized what had happened. Kindon waved a black flag to show that they had been disqualified. The rest of the weirs completed the second round. The wing from High Reaches was disqualified in the third round. For a moment, it even looked like Telgar had let some thread through, but as the crowd watched anxiously, it broke up into harmless char just before hitting the ground. "Now they'll have to fly 3 times as far," Lord Fenner muttered as the Queen spread for the 4th round. Bendon flew flawlessly, but just a little too slow to get to the last of the thread before it hit the ground, so they were disqualified. Kindon, who was friendly with Bendon's weir leader, Matal, groaned sympathetically. "3rd place isn't bad," Tolder assured him. It was down to Telgar and Ista. The Telgar wing flew the extended, thickened fall flawlessly with a speed that seemed to Cristov like lightning. The Istan wing got off to an even faster start, and it looked certain that there would be a 6th round. "Look!" Fenner shouted, pointing skyward. "They missed some!" Sure enough, a clump of rope fell to the ground uncharred. Bertel raised an eyebrow at Crom's Lord Holder. "Didn't you say that Telgar would win?" "I did," Fenner agreed. "But this?" He gestured to the sky and shook his head. "Ista flew well and deserved to win." "Ista placed 2nd, so they're ahead on points," Bertel noted. There's still the final competition, Lord Fenner reminded him. He cocked an eye speculatively at the masterminer. Are you willing to wager, then? Bertel snorted. Telgar will win the final event, I'm sure. What if they don't? Tolder asked. The Gan will be impossible, Lord Fenner replied with a shudder. They have to win the next event, or they'll only be able to tie with Ista, Bertel noted. At best, Lord Fenner agreed with a grimace. Cristov looked puzzled. Tolder noticed. The overall placing is based on points, Tolder explained. First place is worth 5 points, second place is worth 2 points, and third place is worth 1 point. The weir with the most points at the end of the games is the winner. There's a lot of gambling on the outcome, Kindon added. But Telgar always wins, Cristov declared loyally. Which is why most people bet on which weir will place second and third, Lord Fenner told him with a twinkle in his eyes. If Telgar wins the last event, they'll have 10 points, and the best Ista could get then would be second place in the event for a total of 9 points, Kindon continued. And if either High Reaches or Bendon wins the next event, they'll tie with Ista, Masterminer Bertel noted. That won't happen, Lord Fenner declared stoutly. One thing's certain, Bertel said. The betting's going to be fierce. Cristov, casting an eye over the crowd below and seeing how excitedly people were talking amongst themselves, silently agreed. Devin looked at the movement of the crowds far below him. He could see enough to spot bettors exchanging marks and wished he had a few to wager himself. Certainly things were interesting, and he was glad they were. Of all the events, the relay was his favorite, the one event he felt most tested a weir's true ability to fight thread. The first round of the relay would be nothing special. 3 wings from each weir would fly against the rope thread in rapid succession. It was the next round, when the queens spread out more and thickened the fall of thread, that things would start to get interesting. Far below him, someone on the Lord Holder's stand waved Fort's flag. Nearby, a Fort dragon belched flame. The relay began. Fort did well, as did all the other weirs, just as Devin had expected. He turned back from his run on Hearth with all 3 wings of High Reach's dragons warbling in elation at their run. They had done well. The queens spread out more, and then Fort's flag was waved again for the next run. Soon it would be High Reach's turn. Make sure everyone has enough Firestone, Devin reminded his dragon. Talent needs more, Hearth responded. Devin craned around to spot the small blue and saw a Pellar wave as a weirling appeared from between. Just as suddenly as the weirling had appeared, there was a brilliant explosion by its side. The deafening sound shook the afternoon sky. As Devin's eyes recovered from the flash of the explosion, he saw that the weirling had disappeared. Where are they? Devin asked Hearth. They are gone. By the egg of Ferenth, Lord Fenner declared, staring in horror at the brilliant fireball above them. What happened? Tolder asked. The Firestone must have come in contact with some water, Bertel said, shaking his head sorrowfully. It exploded? Cristov asked. Bertel could only nod, eyes wide with shock. And the dragon? The rider? Cristov looked from the master miner to the Lord Holder, but the expressions of both were identical. At least it was quick, Fenner said somberly. They're dead? Nasty stuff, Firestone, Bertel murmured, still shaking his head in disbelief. The slightest bit of water and... All around him, dragons keened for the lost weirling. Devin shook his head angrily. That shouldn't have happened. His thoughts returned to the instant, still seared in his eyes, when the weirling emerged from between, trying to see what had caused the explosion, but he couldn't. Firestone was too difficult, too impossible to handle. He could remember at least 3 times when the storage cavern at High Reaches had exploded. It burns, Hearth agreed. Devin nodded absently. The large bronze must have felt the movement of his rider's body on his neck, for he dropped his neck suddenly in an expression of irritation. It burns wrong. Devin cocked an eye down at the huge neck of his friend. Firestone had always been dangerous. He couldn't imagine how the dragons survived it, and was appalled at the risks he had taken as a weirling when it had been his task to haul it to the older riders.
Dagon asks if you will withdraw, Earth reported.
Withdraw? Devin shook his head angrily. What tribute would that be to the lost rider and dragon?
We will continue, Devin replied. Tell the rest of the flight. Dagon says good luck, Earth told him.
Devin looked over to where the Telgar flights were arrayed and gave them an exaggerated wave. Good luck indeed.
Let's show them what high reaches can do,
Devin told his dragon. The crowd cheered encouragement as High Reaches began their next run. As the queens threw down a new hail of ropes, Devin's wing raced forward, flaming it all to char, backed by High Reach's other two wings. They almost made it. Just at the end, two riders headed for the same cluster, missing a single clump that fell behind them. At Devin's urging, Hearth dove toward the clump, but Hearth was out of flame and the clump fell unburned to the ground. Below him, the crowd groaned sympathetically.
Sorry,
Devin said to his dragon.
We tried.
That's a pity, Bertel remarked, but it's not unexpected. Lord Fenner looked less sanguine, and the master miner gave him an inquiring look. I don't deny their prowess, nor that they've suffered a tragedy, the Lord Holder explained. But I hope that the Weirs can recover more quickly from their losses when thread really does start to fall. I think they will, my lord, Kindon said from his place by the flags. That's part of the purpose of these games, to train for the worst. Fenner and Bertel both nodded. Cristov wasn't listening. He was too busy wondering why the dragons depended upon such a dangerous rock as Firestone for their flame. Coal was bad enough, but something that exploded on contact with water was just incredible. How could anyone work with such a difficult mineral? The explosion above the crowd was all Tenem needed to make his greatest theft of the day. He had been by the Smithcraft Hall tent early on and had spotted the lovely dirk set proudly on display, well guarded by no less than 3 apprentices.
That?
A journeyman had said in response to his questioning.
That dirk's been made special for Lord Dagon, the Weir leader himself.
It was a beauty, Tenem decided. Its hilt was decorated with several rare jewels and embossed with gold. The blade itself was sharp enough to cut warehide, as was demonstrated by the proud smiths. It was a valuable piece, and Tenem wanted it. He had had too few pretty things in the past several turns. It was time his luck changed, and the explosion in the sky was all the change he needed. In one swift movement, he jostled against the apprentices, pocketed the dirk, and took off before anyone could react. Far enough to be lost in the crowd, he flipped over his tunic and ruffled it up, while at the same time removing his cap and patting down his hair. He switched his belt around and changed the buckle for a Smithcraft piece. No one would recognize him now. Yes, his luck had changed. It was then that he spotted Cristov up in the Lord Holder's stand. Tenem's lips tightened, and he frowned. He knew that Moran was hoping to use the lad the same way they had used Tarek. Tarek had cost him dear. Except for a quiet visit in the dark of the night, Tenem was certain that Tarek would have talked and cost Tenem even more dearly. Tenem was still not ready to have an S brushed on his head. But the price had been the coal they had stashed. It had taken little work on Tenem's part to expose it and break a trail that led to it, a trail marked only with Tarek's boot prints. All the wood that Tarek had stashed had been found, too. In the end, all Tenem got for all his efforts was a small sack of coal, the only one he dared keep from the hoard that he and Tarek had laid down. The sack of coal hadn't been worth more than 3 marks. Tenem had learned quickly enough that his final plan had been ruined by Cristov when the boy had helped save Natalon. Tenem felt that he owed little Cristov, though he was no longer quite so little, the same treatment that his father had been given. Wouldn't it be fitting for Cristov to get the same blue S his father wore? Yes, Tenem decided, nodding to himself, it would. He felt the dirk hidden under his tunic and smiled. He knew just how to do it. The dirk would be a small price for such a sweet revenge. The horror of the Weirling's loss was soon overcome by the excitement of the last event of the games. Ista had been eliminated in the first round, and High Reaches had fallen out at the second round. Fort, Bendon, and Telgar competed with astonishing passes in the third round. It seemed as though the sky was alive with the rope threads. The crowd gasped in regret when Fort was disqualified by a single thread in the third round. The fourth round was only between Bendon and Telgar.
Telgar, without a doubt,
Fenner declared loyally. Masterminer Bertel nodded in agreement.
It had better be,
Kindon quipped to Cristov with a grin. I've heard that Dagan's commissioned a fancy dirk for himself as a reward.
It's never a wise course to bet on your success, Tolder opined.
Kindon nodded, but added, It'll be his solace if he loses.
Oh, so he plans on the dirk either way? Tolder asked.
When Kindon nodded again, the older miner continued.
Then why does he wait for the outcome?
If he wins, he'll have Lord Fenner present it to him ceremoniously, Kindon said. And savor the reward all the more, Bertel remarked. Look! Bendon missed some, Lord Fenner shouted, drawing them back to the event overhead. So Telgar's the winner, Cristov said. Only if they complete this round without letting thread through, Kindon corrected, shaking his head. Otherwise, it's a tie. If they tie, they'll split the points and Telgar will win anyway, Bertel noted. Cristov frowned at that, while trying to do the math in his head. First place was worth 5 points and second place worth 2. So Telgar would earn only 3.5 points if they tied with Bendon. Add that to the 5 points that Telgar already had for winning the wing event, and Telgar would have 8.5 points. Ista had 7 points, and Bendon would add 3.5 to its 2 points, so neither would beat Telgar. Satisfied, he nodded in agreement.
Did that without moving your lips? Bertel said to Cristov with a smile. I'm impressed.
Cristov turned red with embarrassment. A cheer erupted around them, and Cristov looked up. The skies were clear of the rope thread. Telgar Weir had won.
Raise the Telgar flag,
Fenner instructed, but Kindon was way ahead of him, raising and waving the Telgar flag to indicate the winner of the games.
Dagan will be well pleased, Bertel said.
And he'll get his dirk, Kindon said to Cristov with a smile and a broad wink. Cristov smiled back, wondering what sort of dirk a Weir leader would covet. A crowd rushed toward the stand.
Here comes Dagan!
Some enthusiastic revelers rushed up onto the stand itself, pushed by the cheering crowd. Cristov was bowled over and had a hard time getting up, buried under the crush of several holders. When Cristov stood up again, his clothes felt different, heavier. He started searching his clothing for what had changed.
Cristov, stand up. Dagan's coming, Tolder hissed in warning.
Hastily, Cristov straightened up and sidled over to Tolder, peering out over the stand to where the crowd had parted wide to let one group pass through. The Dragonriders all bore the strange, hot, burning smell of Firestone and the lean look of those who had mastered their craft. They looked haughty, proud, determined, and they had earned the right. As Dagan stepped upon the platform, the holders and crafters in the gather burst into cheers. "Telgar! Telgar! Telgar!" they shouted. Dagan nodded and waved at them, his face beaming with pride.
"Lord Fenner!"
Dagan called out, extending his hand imperiously.
"Do you have something special to mark this occasion?"
Fenner turned to the group of smiths who were approaching and told Dagan,
"I believe that the smith crafters of Telgar have created something special for you, Weir Leader."
"My lord," the eldest of the smiths called out in despair, "it's been stolen."
"Stolen?"
Dagan cried in amazement. Cristov suddenly identified the strange weight in his clothes. With a metallic clatter, it fell to the ground.
"There it is,"
one of the smith apprentices exclaimed, pointing to Kristov's feet. Before Cristov could react, he found himself grabbed roughly from all sides. Dagan strode over to him and bent to retrieve the dirk. He eyed it carefully for damage, then held it up, point first under Kristov's chin.
"You dare steal from a dragon man?"
"No," Cristov said, shaking his head fiercely. "No, my lord, I never saw it before."
"A likely tale,"
someone from the crowd shouted.
"Shun him!"
Halla heard Tenham shouting.
"His father was shunned. Shun him, too!"
She followed his voice to spot him standing right before Lord Fenner's stand, urging the crowd on, and Halla knew that Tenham had planted the dirk on Cristov. Tenham glanced her way, smiled, and nodded evilly. "Speak up if you want to join him," Tenham told her.
"He's innocent!"
Halla shouted, but her small voice was lost in the crowd. Desperately, she strode forward to the steps and shouted once more,
"He didn't do it!"
Tenham's gleeful look vanished from his face, and he slipped back into the crowd. Even if she couldn't convince others, he didn't need Halla pointing her finger at him. "Shun him!" the crowd shouted. Up on the platform, Dagan waved for silence. The crowd slowly subsided, pressing forward eagerly, sensing that the Weir leader was ready to make a proclamation.
"He's innocent!"
Halla shouted once more. "Indeed he is!" a loud voice shouted from the back of the crowd. The crowd parted as another group of Dragonriders strode through. Halla recognized Devin. "This is a Telgar matter," Dagan declared, turning away from Devin. "With all due respect, Weir leader," Devin replied, "it seems to me that this is a matter best left to the Lord Holder of Crom." Devin strode past Halla and up the steps to the platform. He turned to Fenner and pointed at Cristov. "My lord, I happen to know that this lad was here on the platform for the entire gather, except when he accompanied me on your request. Is that not so?" "Well, yes," Fenner replied, glancing uncomfortably at Dagan. "Yes, he was." To Dagan he explained. "Cristov and Tolder were invited to attend by Master Miner Bertel." "And why was that, Miner?" Dagan demanded. "I asked that they be here because they are being promoted in rank," Bertel replied. "Tolder to Master, and Cristov to Journeyman." "Is it your habit, then, Miner, to promote thieves?" Dagan asked, in a vicious tone. "No, it is not." "Yet am I not correct in remembering that this lad's father was just recently shunned?" Dagan continued. "And now we find him with this dirk, a dirk commissioned especially for me." "There was a rush to the stands a while back," Tolder interjected. "Perhaps someone dropped the dirk then." Dagan laughed. "That seems hard to believe." A throbbing sound overwhelmed Cristov. He was going to be shunned. Shunned on the day he was to be made journeyman. The throbbing grew. He looked around, aware that others had stopped speaking and were also looking around. A dragon bugled imperiously, and the silence grew. The throbbing remained. In the silence, Cristov recognized the sound as distant drumming. A nearer drum picked up the message and amplified it, and then another. "Firestone mine number 9 has exploded," Kindon reported. "Number 9?" Devin echoed, turning in alarm to Dagan. "Is that the last mine?" Dagan sheathed the dirk in his hands and spun on one heel, shouting to his men, "To your dragons! To the mine!" "I'll come!" Devin shouted after him, jumping off the platform. Dagan twirled back to glare at the younger Dragonrider. "Stay where you are, High Reaches. This is a Telgar matter." And with that, he was gone. Devin turned to Master Miner Bertel with a questioning look. "Shouldn't some of the miners go, too?" Bertel shook his head. "There were no miners at the Firestone mine." "Cristov," Kindon said softly, stepping close to him. "Wasn't your father at that mine?" Slowly, Cristov nodded. Chapter 6. Dragon fly, dragon flame, dragon char, dragon tame, rider watch, rider fight, rider aim, rider right. Firestone Mine, number 9. Dagan swore as he circled down over the wreck of Firestone Mine number 9. He swore at the miners, he swore at the shunned, he swore at his luck. Hadn't everything been going too well? And now this. The camp was a smoking ruin, all the firestone consumed in the explosion of the mine. A gaping hole in the side of the mountain was all that remained. Firestone Mine number 8 had gone much the same way, although it had operated for nearly 30 turns before disaster struck. Prior to that, well before Dagan's time, the records showed that the last mine, number 7, had been completely mined of ore without incident for over 100 turns. Privately, Dagan wondered if the old Telgar records hadn't been altered to disguise some earlier mismanagement. He knew that such things happened. He certainly saw no reason to leave records over which his eventual successor might one day gloat. Firestone Mine No. 9 had lasted only 2 turns. It had been hard enough to locate a new vein of Firestone. Many Shunned had been killed in the search. Well, Dagan thought to himself, there are plenty more scum to hand. His thoughts turned back to Tarek's son. A movement caught Kaloth's eye, and the great dragon banked tighter, circling back.
There.
I see it,
Dagan answered. Covered in bits of wood and debris was the body of a man. It had moved.
Tell the others that we're landing.
Kaloth obeyed, then circled in for a neat landing not far from the body.
Over here,
came a voice. Great, Dagan thought. There's a survivor. His worries about finding someone with enough lore to locate Firestone abated. His elation lasted only until he got a good look at the survivor. I know you, Dagan swore, pulling his dirk from his belt and waving it threateningly. You're Tarek. Your son tried to steal my dirk. Still in shock from the explosion, Tarek flinched and tried to scramble away from Dagan, but he was still pinned by wreckage. Over here! Dagan shouted to his wing riders. 6 of them ran over immediately. Dagan issued a crisp set of orders, and Tarek was freed from the rubble only to find himself restrained on either side by 2 burly Dragonriders. Dagan strode up to him, toying thoughtfully with the dirk in his hand and eyeing Tarek with evident distaste. What happened here? He asked, gesturing behind him at the ruin of the Firestone mine.
There was an explosion,
Tarek replied. Dagan's eyes narrowed in a frown, and he tightened his grip on the dirk. Hastily, Tarek added,
Someone kicked over a bucket of water. I tried to warn them, but it was too late. The mine exploded and blew me over here.
What were you doing in the stocks? Dagan asked, nodding toward the pile of rubble in which Tarek had been found. He watched Tarek's reaction shrewdly and noticed how the ex-miner's eyes widened in alarm, only to narrow again in calculation.
I'm a miner. They wouldn't listen to me. The foreman was afraid of me.
If he was afraid of you, why didn't he kill you? Dagan asked, advancing toward Tarek, dirk held tightly in his hand.
He needed me,
Tarek replied, with an edge of desperation in his voice.
I know too much about mining.
At Tarek's words, Dagan paused. The miner had a point. Toss him that shovel, Dagan said to a wingman, gesturing for the ones holding the miner to release him. As Tarek caught the shovel, Dagan sheathed his dirk and told the shunned miner, I'll be back in the morning for 100 weight of Firestone.
100 weight,
Tarek protested.
But the mine's been destroyed.
Build another, Dagan commanded and turned away to his dragon.
What about food?
Tomorrow, Dagan called over his shoulder. You don't want to be wasting time on something that trivial today.
But if I don't eat, I'll die,
Tarek cried. Dagan climbed up Kaloth's leg and vaulted into his position astride the bronze dragon's neck before responding. If you don't have my Firestone in the morning, I'll kill you. And then neither you nor I will have to worry about your belly.
But who will mine for you then?
Tarek shouted back in terrified amazement. The Shunned. There's plenty of them, as you well know. Before Tarek could muster another protest, Dagan and his wing of dragons leapt into the air and disappeared between. The wing reappeared over Crom Hold an instant later. The moment Kaloth touched ground, Dagan leaped off, ordering his dragon back into the air so that the rest of his wing riders could assemble behind him. With gratifying speed and precision, his wing riders formed silently behind him, and Dagan strode off briskly, heading back to Lord Holder Fenner and the others who were still on the platform, waiting respectfully, as they should, Dagan noted to himself. His face tightened when he caught sight of Tarek's brat. The brat had blonde hair and blue eyes, while Tarek had both brown hair and eyes, but the shape of the face was the same. Same vapid look, Dagan thought to himself, same whining ways. With a nod to himself, Dagan decided that the boy was as guilty as the father. Justice would be served. There were no survivors, Dagan said. The mine was totally destroyed. He let that sink in for a moment before adding, It looks like the miner caused the explosion. Sheer carelessness overturned a water bucket. We won't be getting any more Firestone. This last he said with a sly look at Devin and a sharp cut of his eyes to Tarek's brat. Only the Shunned worked the Firestone mines. Why not arrange to have 2 miners and 2 mines? The idea appealed to Dagan not just for its redundancy, but also for its efficiency. If both son and father died in the mines, then Dagan was doing all Pern a favor, weeding out a bad bloodline. And if they survived, Pern would benefit from the protection their labors helped provide. Yes, he told himself, a good solution. He turned his attention to Fenner.
We'll need new miners.
Lord Fenner and Master Miner Bertel exchanged a quick, worried look.
My Lord Dagan,
Bertel began, only to be cut off by Dagan's upraised hand.
You can start with him,
Dagan said, pointing at Cristov, setting off a cacophony of protests.
It's not clear, Bertel protested.
I'm sure he didn't do it, Devin declared. The matter shall have to be decided, Fenner said. I'll do it, Cristov said. The others looked at him in shock. He waved aside Tolder's unvoiced objections and the worried look of the master miner. I'll go in my father's place. He destroyed the mine. Pern needs the Firestone. Devin had been watching Dagan carefully and now spoke up.
The mine was destroyed?
Dagan nodded absently, savoring the look of misery on the brat's face. He should be ashamed, he thought, with a father shunned.
He is not bad,
Kaloth remarked from up on the fire heights, punctuating his thought with a low rumble.
It's for the good of Pern,
Dagan responded, wondering what in the name of the shell of Faranth had prompted his dragon to make such an observation. Devin glanced up at rumbling from Dagan's bronze and made a snap judgment.
Cristov can mine at high reaches.
High reaches? Dagan snorted in disgust.
No one's ever mined Firestone there.
There is Firestone at high reaches, Kindon piped up suddenly. Bertel and Devin turned to him questioningly. I remember from a map at the Harper Hall. In response to their surprised looks, Kindon added, I recall large areas in the mountains, mostly to the north by the sea. Devin extended a hand to Cristov with a firm nod.
So, Journeyman Cristov, will you mine for high reaches?
Yes, my lord, Cristov said in a daze.
No! Dagan exclaimed angrily. He should stay here.
Lord Fenner looked at the weir leader consideringly. Granted that you have a grievance with the lad, wouldn't it be better all around to give him a chance to prove himself outside the lands that look to you? Dagan gave Crom's Lord Holder a sour look, followed by a curt nod, which he repeated to Master Miner Bertel. He snorted at Devin and turned to leave, only to turn back to Tolder, who had been watching the events intently.
What about you? Would you mine Firestone?
Tolder lined up beside Cristov with a firm nod, saying,
I will, my lord.
Dagan was elated with his response. He held out a hand invitingly. Tolder shook his head regretfully.
I will stay with Cristov, my lord.
He nodded at the startled youngster and gave him a reassuring smile. He glanced at Devin, then turned to Dagan.
We miners take care of our own. Journeyman Cristov will need a master's instruction.
Well said! Well said, Bertel exclaimed, nodding fiercely. What about Alara? Cristov asked, referring to Tolder's mate.
I would like to have her join us,
Tolder said, looking inquiringly toward Devin and then back to Cristov as he added,
but not until we've got a proper house for her.
I can arrange a dispatch to Camp Natalon, Bertel offered. Dagan's eyes flicked angrily from Tolder to the other men before settling on Fenner.
I'll need more men to start a mine, Dagan told him.
Wouldn't it make more sense to get men for Cristov, my lord? Fenner said.
High reaches can fill his needs, Dagan snapped.
He pointed to the hills in the distance, saying,
I want men for a mine there.
He turned to the others.
I think it's a good idea to start 2 mines, so that we don't find ourselves without Firestone when Pern most needs it.
There is that, Fenner said, glancing to Bertel and the others. Then he shook himself and said regretfully, But I've no Shunned at the moment. Perhaps you might find some at Telgerhold, my lord. Dagan scowled. I should get going, Devin said. He glanced back at Tolder and Cristov.
Would you care to come with me now or later?" "I think now would be best," Master Miner Bertel said, nodding firmly. He looked at Tolder, adding, "There's an extra hour of sun at high reaches. It would give you a better chance to get settled today." Dagan hissed, but said nothing, stomping off toward his wing, circling his arm over his head in an ancient gesture. Over his shoulder he shouted to Fenner, "Start the victory ceremonies!" "As you wish, my lord," Fenner said with a bow. Turning to Kindon, he said, "Kindon, place the banners in their order." Kindon first picked Fort Weir's banner, raised it high, waved it from side to side, and then placed it in the 5th rank stand. The gathered crowd clapped politely. Kindon next picked High Reaches Weir's banner, and after the flourish placed it in the 4th rank stand. The crowd again applauded politely. As Kindon reached Bendon Weir's banner, Fenner raised a hand and told him, "Wait a moment, lad. Some of the betters are a bit drink-fuddled." A momentary look of puzzlement crossed Kindon's face, to be replaced by a smile of understanding. Not everyone of the gathered crowd would have figured out the final rankings, so Lord Fenner was giving the gamblers a bit of suspense. After a long moment, during which the noise from the crowd changed from one of excitement to one of confusion, Fenner waved a hand at Kindon, saying, "I think now will be good enough." With a nod, Kindon picked up Bendon's banner, to the murmured approval of the crowd, waved it overhead, and placed it in the 3rd place stand. The crowd clapped approvingly. Their applause grew when Kindon repeated the performance with Ista's banner. "Now, watch them go really wild," Fenner said, as he nodded to Kindon to proclaim the winning Weir. As Kindon raised the Telgar Weir banner, the crowd erupted in a huge roar of approval that seemed to go on forever. Only when it finally died down could the sound of the crowd's clapping hands be heard. Slowly, the applause died away, only to rise again to a new crescendo as all the dragons of Telgar Weir, in fighting formation, flew a low circuit of honor over the gathered grounds, while the dragons of the 4 other Weirs kept station far above them. When they completed their circuit, the dragons from 5th-placed Fort Weir vanished between. The dragons of Telgar Weir continued their circuit 3 more times. At the end of the 2nd circuit, 4th-placed High Reaches vanished between. At the end of the 3rd circuit, 3rd-placed Bendon Weir went between, and finally, at the end of the 4th circuit, 2nd-placed Ista Weir departed. The dragons of Telgar Weir performed one final lap, and then they, too, went between, with a huge, resounding explosion of sound. As the last echo died away, Cristov felt as though he had woken from a dream. "Well, that's that," Lord Fenner said. "At least until the next turn." As dawn broke over the surrounding hills, the unmistakable sound of dragons coming from between erupted over the remains of Firestone Mine No. 9. Tarek looked up at the sound and was not surprised to see a full wing of 30 dragons descending toward him. He identified Dagan in the forefront. Wearily he raised an arm and waved at the Dragonriders as they landed. He swallowed nervously when their dragons took station on the hilltops and valley exits, but then schooled his expression to project a calm he didn't feel. As Dagan strode directly toward him, his wing riders arrayed themselves in a circle, cutting off any chance for Tarek to escape. Dagan's hand hovered over his dirk. "Your son knows that you're dead now, shunned one," Dagan said, his eyes looking hard for Tarek's reaction. Tarek merely grunted, in a response that grated on Dagan's nerves. "Where's the Firestone?" Tarek bowed low, gesturing behind him with one arm. "Over there, Weir Leader." Dagan nodded to one of his men, who strode off and quickly located a mound of filled sacks. 200 weight of Firestone, Tarek added, rising slightly from his bow, his eyes just avoiding Dagan's. 200 weight? Dagan exclaimed derisively. No man can mine 200 weight in a single day. He drew his dirk and advanced on Tarek. You're a liar, just like your son. We're leader, the detailed Dragonrider shouted. There's over 200 weight of high-quality Firestone here. Dagan halted, his menacing look replaced by one of surprise. With a curt nod to Tarek, he said, Explain.
Tarek straightened some more, still careful to keep himself slightly hunched in obeisance. With a wave of his hand around the ruins, he explained, "My lord, I could not find a suitable site for a new mine. However, I was able to recover some Firestone from the ruin of the mine and the storage shed." Dagan pursed his lips, his brows furrowed in angry contemplation of the useless man standing in front of him. With a lunge, he swung, hitting the shunned miner with an open backhand. Tarek recoiled, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and anger. With a wave to his riders, Dagan ordered, "Take the Firestone."
"My lord?"
Tarek inquired obsequiously. Dagan favored him with a glare. Tarek licked his cut lip before continuing.
"I know where you can get more Firestone."
Dagan gave the shunned miner a considering look and frowned. "Where?"
"Near Kia," Tarek said quickly. "Still in Crom lands, but high up in the North Hills. And how do you know this?"
Tarek looked to the ground, acting subservient while hiding the triumphant gleam in his eyes.
"Came across it when I was looking for more coal mine sites," he muttered.
"Coal and Firestone are never found together."
"As I discovered, my lord,"
Tarek quickly replied.
"At the time, I hadn't seen Firestone, but I learned that any prospect that included it was not a good prospect for a seam of coal."
He risked an upward glance to gauge Dagan's response and continued.
"I know exactly where it was, and it was a large site, a full valley."
"In Kia, you say?"
"Near it. It was difficult to locate, barely accessible, but I'm sure I could find it again."
"And you'd have to be on foot to find it, wouldn't you?" Dagan asked suspiciously. "And the ranges over there are so steep that anyone could get lost without much trouble. Is that what you were hoping?"
"No, my lord,"
Tarek protested quickly, waving his hands in supplication.
"Nothing of the sort. I couldn't find the site on Dragonback, but once found, you'd have no problems flying in."
Dagan snorted. Cocking an eyebrow at Tarek, he said, "So you're asking us to trust you?"
"If you please,"
Tarek said, lowering his head once again.
"And what is your price,
nameless one?" Dagan demanded, knowing very well what the miner would ask. Tarek straightened and looked Dagan square in the eyes.
"My name and life."
Dagan shook his head.
"Your life you left when you were shunned and marked with the blue S."
"My name, then,"
Tarek responded, slumping once again, his voice barely more than a whisper.
"And to be foreman."
"Ha ha!" Dagan exclaimed, tossing his head. "Now we see your true price. You would want to be master to others."
"I was a miner, my lord. If I could mine your stone, I'd be a miner again."
Dagan gave Tarek a long, searching look. The miner was hiding something, he was certain. Still, the notion had possibilities.
"If you desert us, the dragons will be able to hunt you down," he warned.
"I had guessed, Weir Leader."
Dagan nodded slowly, his lips still pursed thoughtfully.
"And how many men would you need?"
"It would depend upon the richness of the vein and of your needs,"
Tarek told him, knowing that Dagan already knew that. Seeing Dagan's eyes narrow angrily, he added hastily,
"With 8 men, I could have a mine producing 100 weight of Firestone every day within 2 7-days.
Dagan snorted.
"I'll give you 4 men and a 7-day.
Tarek bit off an angry protest, let out his hastily drawn breath in a slow sigh, and nodded.
"As you wish, Weir Leader."
"Yes," Dagan said, steel in his voice. "As I say." He wagged a finger at Tarek.
"And remember, nameless one, that if I wish, I can leave you to the wild, or take you to the sea and let you swim for your life, for you're shunned, and no man will lift a hand to help you."
Tarek swallowed angrily, his eyes lowered, and nodded in resignation. "I'm glad that we understand each other," Dagan responded, with a cold of between in his voice. Tarek kept his head lowered until he was ordered onto the back of a green dragon. He looked up only once the dragons rose into the air, and his eyes were gleaming in triumph. Even though he had 2 purses filled to near bursting, Tenham's earnings weren't enough, especially if he was to share them with Morin and the Harper's starving brats. Sure, Morin had fed him and reared him ever since he had found him, but the price had been paid. He was ready to move on. Large numbers attracted attention, and too many might remember him with Melera. No, it was best, Tenham decided, to finally part ways. He glanced around to be certain that none of Morin's brats were in sight, particularly the nosy Halla, and started to fade into the deepening night. He had no idea where he would go next, not that, with both purses so full, he would have to worry about food or lodging. He was about to set his course when he noticed a disturbance over the hills in the distance. North of Kia were the unmistakable signs left by dragons coming from the cold of between into the warmer, moist evening air. Why would dragons head there? Tenham wondered. They would have to be Telgar dragons. Dagan would permit no interlopers. Tenham frowned, wondering what could be keeping the Telgar riders from their victory celebrations. What? Tenham decided with narrowing eyes, but finding Firestone. Word of the disaster had fanned throughout the gather, and the drums had spread the word throughout Pern. Tenham guessed that the Dragonriders, particularly Dagan, would be desperate to found a new mine immediately. From all he had heard after the disaster with the Firestone and the Weirling, Tenham knew that the Weirs stored only the barest minimum of Firestone, no more than that needed for a 7 days' worth of training. If the Weirs were without Firestone, what would they pay to get it? His musing look grew more contemplative. Dagan had been stingy with the rations. What would the other Weirs pay for extra? Certainly far more than for coal at the start of a cold winter. With a calculating frown, Tenham set off in the direction of the dragon sign.
"He's gone,"
Halla told Morin as the last of the small ones reported into her.
"We should be going soon."
Morin turned slowly around the churned field that had earlier that day been thronged full of spectators recovering from their revelries of the night before. Gone. Morin had never considered that Tenham would leave. What would the lad do without him?
"Morin,"
Halla said urgently,
"we have to find a place for the small ones to sleep soon."
She waved a hand toward 2 of the toddlers.
"They'll fall over soon enough, and the ground's too cold and moist."
Where had the lad gone? Morin wondered again, ignoring Halla's pleading tone. He made another long, slow scan of the grounds. In the far distance, he spotted a pinprick of light, a wood fire in the distance toward Keogh. Tenham had been evasive when asked about Melera, and violently abrupt when questioned about his whereabouts. Morin had known that the lad had spent the time since then attempting to locate Elisa's weirhold. As long as Morin controlled the purse strings, Tenham stayed close by, and that was as Morin preferred it. He needed the lad's greater speed and strength to protect the small ones, just as he needed Tenham's quick fingers to provide the marks needed to feed these small outcasts of Pern. If Tenham were gone, Morin worried, how would the children be fed? What if, and Morin's stomach shrank in fear, Tenham had decided to find the weirhold and had left him with the children in order to slow him down? Would Morin find the weirhold a ruin littered with shattered remains? He shuddered. Elisk was the last gold on Pern. If anything happened to her, there would be no more watchwares. He turned to Halla. "I have to go."
"Go?"
Halla repeated, alarmed at the harper's tone.
"Go where? What about the children?"
Halla was still a child, Morin told himself, glancing down to meet the challenge in her upturned eyes. Her brown eyes blazed at him, full of determination. A child, yes, Morin thought to himself, but she's been mother to so many that she's a child only if measured by turns. A part of Morin shrank at that assessment. Well, no matter. He would not let Tenham's greed destroy the dragon's cousins. "You can take care of them, I'm sure," he told her. "You've always done so."
"And where will you be?"
Halla demanded. "I'll be back in a 7 day. Not much more," Morin responded evasively. He unhitched his purse and tossed the sack to her. Halla caught it easily. "That should be enough until I'm back." Halla weighed the purse in her hand. "There's more than a 7 days' worth here." "Extra, just to be sure," Morin replied lightly, hoisting his sack to his shoulders. As he strode away, he called back over his shoulder, "Anyway, it's safer with you." Halla glared at the harper's back, her mind full of guesses at the reason for his sudden desertion. Then one of the smaller children started whining, and Halla found herself engulfed in the issues of dealing with 8 small ones all by herself. She hefted the purse once more and scanned the now empty field. The lights of Crom Hold burned bright in the cliffs above her. Decisively, Halla started chivying the children toward the hold's walls.
"What are you doing out this late?"
a voice called from in front of her an hour later. Halla's feet were sore from stomping on the hard-packed road that led up from the foothills into Crom Hold proper. She had one of the smallest perched on her shoulders, another held to her side, and a third dangling off her free hand. "We're looking for lodging for the night," she said, working to deepen her voice. The effect was not quite what she had hoped.
"Where are your parents, lad?"
the guard asked, angling a glow light down to shed its eerie, glowing green light on them. He peered closely at Halla.
"Why, you're just a girl."
"Just a girl?" Halla bristled and bit back a quick retort.
"Where are your parents?"
the guard asked suspiciously, glancing at the small children draped around her.
"What are these young ones doing out so late?"
he added with a shake of his finger.
"You're sure to get a tanning, missy."
"If you please, we've lost our parents,"
Halla said, picking up on the guard's guess.
"You have you?"
The guard bent over to peer more critically at Halla. With one hand, he reached down and swept her hair off her forehead, looking for the telltale blue S of the Shunned. Halla suppressed a shriek, the image of the outraged holders from 2 turns back suddenly in her mind.
"Maybe you have at that,"
the guard allowed. He stood upright, drew his dirk, and beat a quick tattoo with it on his shield.
"We'll let the guard captain deal with you,"
he told Halla, sheathing his dirk once more.
"If you're lucky, he'll let you go with no more than a scolding."
"I hope so,"
Halla said fervently.
"You'd better. Elsewise, you're likely to be seeing Lord Holder Fenner himself. He'll not appreciate being disturbed this late at night."
Halla was not lucky. An hour later, she found herself wrapped in a blanket with a mug of warm milk, perched on the far end of one of the great tables in Lord Holder Fenner's great hall, small children nestled all around her. When Lord Fenner entered the room, dressed in his nightrobe, Halla's heart skipped at the sight of his angry, stiff expression.
"Out at night?"
he bellowed, waking the smaller children who started whimpering fearfully. He stormed up to Halla and wagged a finger down imperiously over her.
"Your parents must be frantic. My captain has told me that you've refused to name them. That's all the worse for you. For now, you have not only them to deal with, but me as well."
He paused to see how his words registered with Halla, and then his expression changed to one of confusion.
"I've seen you before. Where was it?"
"I was at the gather, my lord,"
Halla mumbled, her inside shivering as the Lord Holder's angry intensity overwhelmed her.
"I know you were at the gather,"
Fenner barked, waking up the rest of the children. Startled and sensing Halla's fear, they began to cry quietly. Tears started in Halla's eyes. Tears of fear, tears of sorrow, tears of rage.
"Wait a minute,"
Fenner said, kneeling beside her and peering close at her dirt-stained face.
"You're that girl Cristov pointed out, the one that found the bubbly pies."
He looked past her to the sobbing youngsters. He raised a hand and told his guards,
"Get someone to settle them in a guest room."
The children's wails rose as the guards tried to remove them from Halla, and Halla grabbed at them impulsively.
No, Fenner told her irritably. "No one's going to hurt them."
"Where are they going?"
Halla demanded, rising to her feet, her eyes flashing a challenge at the towering guards and darting around the great hall, searching for avenues of escape. But it was futile. The guards were too many, too big, and Lord Fenner stood directly in her way.
"Halla!"
Fenner declared,
his face brightening in memory. That's your name. I remember now. He noticed that Halla was still resisting the guard's attempts to pick up the other children. No, leave off that, he scolded her. They're only taking them to bed. You'd think they were going to be shunned the way you're... Fenner abruptly stopped speaking, his gaze intent on Halla's forehead. Slowly, almost apologetically, he reached out his hand and parted her hair. He grunted to himself when he saw that she was unmarked. Halla's relief was short-lived, however, for Fenner's eyes narrowed again critically. A number of turns ago, Fenner began slowly, there was a theft and attempted murder at 3 Rivers. He watched Halla carefully. And a girl matching your description was caught. The crowd was ready to mark her shunned, but she escaped. Halla swallowed hard and lowered her head. She knew that she would never escape the mark, the sign of those to whom no aid would ever again be given. Her parents had been shunned. Halla had expected no other fate. Turned from hold, turned from craft, how long could she survive in the wild by herself?
Please,
Halla said in a whisper, tears streaming down her face.
The little ones, they did nothing.
Halla started as Fenner's strong hands grabbed her. Would the Lord Holder strangle her here and now? She wondered frantically, clawing at him with all her might. Maybe, if she broke free, she could rescue the others, too. Stop struggling! Fenner's voice boomed over her. Halla went limp, sobs racking her small body, eyes scrunched tightly closed. She felt herself being lifted. Huge arms wrapped around her and hugged her tight. Was he going to crush her in his arms? Halla wondered anxiously. She squirmed once more. I said stop, Fenner growled. By the first egg, he continued almost to himself. It's as though you expected me to shun you on sight. The impact of his words registered in his ears, and he peered down at the figure shaking in his arms. Okay, shh, it's all right, he told her soothingly. It's all right, little one. Some inner flame, some core of her being flared to life inside Halla once more, and she looked up, eyes glaring, and declared, I'm not little. Yes, of course, Fenner agreed hastily. Why, you must be all of 9 turns. I'm 12 turns, Halla growled back defiantly. No, Fenner responded, his heart sinking. The child in his arms was light for 9, skeletal for 12. He looked down at her and wrapped a large hand against the back of her neck, pulling her head gently toward his chest. Why, my youngest is the same age as you. Lord Fenner had children? Halla found herself wondering, her neck still resisting his insistent hand. Fenner let go of her head and looked down at her, telling her frankly, I haven't hugged anyone your size in turns. Would you humor me? He smiled down ingratiatingly at her, making his eyes go wide and waggling his eyebrows. He kept his bright blue eyes focused on her warm brown ones until he felt her relax, and then he gently pulled her head against his chest. With a contented sigh, he started rocking from side to side. We can talk in the morning, he said softly, still rocking. After you've eaten. Her fragile reserves of energy all consumed by her previous struggles and desperate panic, Halla felt a warm lassitude spread over her. She nodded muzzily in agreement. Yes, morning would be good. Slowly, Lord Fenner carried Halla to the sleeping chambers where the other youngsters had been sent. As he walked, he hummed contentedly to himself. By the time he got to the bedroom, Halla was fast asleep, lips curved in a soft smile. Chapter 7. Lord Holder, your role is assured. Lead the hold, help all endure. Set the pace and show no slacking. Let the lazy ones go packing. Crom Hold. When Halla woke the next morning, she gasped in surprise. She was in a bed with fresh sheets. She shouldn't be in a bed. She was too dirty. Memories rushed back,
and Halla struggled to get out from under the sheets only to discover that she was surrounded by the warm bodies of the children Morin had placed in her care. It took several moments of careful maneuvering before she could extricate herself, leaving the sleeping children behind. She spared only a moment for her embarrassment when she discovered that she had on only her undergarments, blushing red at the thought of Lord Fenner's skinning her out of her dirt-encrusted tunic, before locating a huge plush towel and wrapping it around her. She listened at the door for a moment before opening it swiftly, hoping to catch anyone outside off guard.
"Daddy said you'd be up by now,"
a girl down the corridor called out to her. The girl looked like a thinner, smaller version of Lord Fenner, only with blonde hair instead of brown, and eyes that, if anything, sparkled more than those of Crom's Lord Holder. The girl bore down on Halla and held out her hand.
"I'm Nera."
Awkwardly, Halla took the preferred hand.
"Are you hungry?"
Nera asked, and Halla saw that she carried a basket in her other hand.
"I've got some rolls, but not much fruit, and all of it dried."
"Dried fruit would be nice, my lady," Halla said, trying her best to imitate the curtsies she had seen old ladies use. Nera smiled so widely that her face dimpled.
"Oh, but the rolls are fresh, and I've got butter."
"Fresh?" Halla repeated blankly.
"Cook told me to bring them specially,"
Nera said. She gestured back to some distant spot in the large hold.
"She said I was to feed you before your bath, and to watch the children if they woke."
Her face fell as she confided.
"I don't know how I'll manage 8.
"I can have a bath?" Halla repeated, her skin crawling with excitement at the very notion. She turned her head to peer around the hallway. "Where's the bucket?"
"Bucket?"
Nera snorted.
"We don't have a bucket. We have a bathroom."
"A whole room?" Halla exclaimed, eyes wide.
"Certainly,"
Nera replied in a surprised tone. She gestured back to the room.
"But first we should eat."
And so, 20 minutes later, Halla found herself lowering her small, lean frame into a whole tub of warm water. She only came out again when she heard Nera's frantic knocking and the other girl's frantic cry.
"Help! They're all over the place!"
Halla found herself issuing orders to the Lord Holder's daughter and the hold guards, while clad only in a pair of thick, plush towels. Soon, to Nera's obvious amazement, she had restored order and got the 2 younger ones into a bath where, after several moments of panic, they were now happily splashing, cavorting, and thoroughly drenching the guard captain. Much later, the guard captain, properly dried off, escorted Halla once more into the great hall, with Nera chatting away happily at her side. Halla felt nervous in the rich surroundings and the old clothes Nera had loaned her.
"Don't worry, he's not the growler he pretends,"
Nera whispered to Halla, stopping and, suddenly all formal, curtsying to her father.
"Greetings, my lord,"
she said, doing nothing to ease Halla's fears.
"I bring the prisoner for your judgment."
"Prisoner?" Halla's eyes widened, and she found herself once again searching for the best exit from the great hall.
"What are her crimes?"
Fenner called out from his seat at the end of the hall.
"Complicity in theft, flight from a crime,"
Nera replied formally. Quietly, in a totally different tone, she confided to Halla.
"But I told him you didn't do it."
"Lady Nera, please stick to the forms,"
Fenner growled in exasperation. Nera gave her father a grumpy look, but nodded.
"What is your pleasure, my lord?"
"The rule of Cromland rests with the Lord of Crom,"
Fenner intoned severely. He crooked a finger at Halla, beckoning her forward. With a slight push from Nera, Halla found herself walking down the long way to the Lord Holder's chair. When she was directly in front of him, Fenner held up a hand for her to stop.
"What is your hold?"
he asked her, his tone still formal. Halla shook her head in silence.
"What is your craft?"
Again, Halla shook her head.
"So, you claim no hold or craft?"
Fenner asked, his tone full of solemn disapproval.
"None, my lord,"
Halla said honestly, her arms hanging limply at her side. He had seemed so nice, too.
"And did you steal as accused?"
"No."
Halla answered honestly. Were you not identified as a thief and nearly shunned? Fenner asked, leaning forward to gaze directly into her eyes.
Yes.
How plead you? Fenner asked solemnly.
Plead?
Halla looked at him questioningly. She shifted on her foot nervously.
Was she supposed to beg for her life?
Or did he expect her to tell him that Melera was the thief? If Melera ever found out, and Halla wondered where she had been so long, she'd choke her for sure.
Not guilty,
Nera whispered stridently to her. Halla turned to face her with a questioning look.
Say not guilty,
Nera whispered again.
Not guilty,
Halla said. Hastily she added, My lord.
Good,
Nera murmured approvingly.
Now demand justice.
Halla nodded and swallowed.
My lord, I demand justice.
In what name?
My name. Halla?
Very well. Justice is asked, and will be given. He closed his eyes for a moment and thought. When he opened them again, he looked straight at Halla. The issues against Halla of no hold are dropped. The judgment is that the children traveling with you will become fosterlings of Cromhold under my protection until they come of age. Halla opened her mouth to form a protest, but Nera nudged her foot so sharply that Halla was afraid for her balance. After a moment of silence, Lord Fenner looked up at Halla again and smiled. Well, now that that's done, I think it's time for some lunch, don't you? Halla could only nod in shock. Moments later, she found herself seated at the great table in the kitchen, while Nera bustled about arranging for the feeding of the 8 new fosterlings. I swear that I'll treat them as my own, Fenner said, when he caught Halla glancing nervously at the children. Once he was certain that she had heard him, he allowed himself to cast a glance at the 8 youngsters, the newest additions to Cromhold. They were all very thin and haggard. Fenner hoped that they would fill out with enough food. I'm surprised they survived.
Not all did,
Halla admitted in a dull voice, her thoughts full of shallow graves and yellow flowers. Why did you not ask for the mercy of the Lord Holder? Fenner asked, his face full of honest curiosity. Halla flushed and shook her head.
I didn't know. Who was with you before? Nera asked.
Halla gave her a startled look, which Nera waved aside.
You were little once. Someone had to look out for you.
Hastily, Halla sought a safe answer.
My brother, Jamal. What happened to him? He broke his leg and it got infected. So where is he?
Nera asked, glancing around as if expecting to see him any moment.
He died 3 turns ago.
Then he wasn't the last one to help you, Fenner declared. Who was? Halla pursed her lips tightly. Fenner reached over and lifted her chin lightly with his forefinger until her eyes met his. I have a reason for asking. I am trying to contact the Shunned, you see. Halla gave him a startled look. Why would a Lord Holder want to contact the very people he had shunned? Thread will be coming soon, Lord Fenner said in answer to her unspoken question. I think now is the right time to set aside lands for the Shunned and give them the right to hold what they can. Halla blinked in surprise, crying,
But they're shunned.
Some I've shunned myself, Fenner confessed. When I can see a way, I let holders and crafters be. For murder, repeated manslaughter, repeated theft, even sheer laziness, I have to consider the good of all. He pointed to the ceiling. Thread is coming back. We need to start storing the food we can now in case we aren't so prosperous in future turns. That way we'll have sufficient in reserve for any disaster Thread might inflict on us. He sighed and spread his hands, indicating his entire hold. I can't ask one man to toil in the hot sun when another does nothing.
What if one man has no tools? Halla asked. Or his fields are full of rocks?
We give him tools, and we all work to clear the rocks from fields, Fenner said. When Thread comes, we will all need everything we can get,
Shorting one man makes no sense.
Halla nodded, wondering why Morin hadn't told her this. Of course, she thought sourly, he was a fat man. But if you give them tools, wouldn't that make you shunned also? Halla asked after a thoughtful silence.
Before that, we have to contact them, which is where you come in.
Halla was surprised, and it showed.
I'd like you to contact those of the shunned who are willing to settle, Fenner told her.
Halla looked questioningly at him. He nodded.
You are young enough to present no threat, and bright enough to know when to speak. And the traders speak highly of you, he added, smiling at Halla's look of surprise. As Lord Holder, I am supposed to know what goes on in my hold.
He does, believe me, Nera added fervently. Fenner waved at his daughter for silence. To Halla's eyes, the gesture spoke of an affection greater than she had ever seen. But I'm only a little girl, Halla protested feebly.
Yes, Fenner agreed, eyeing her carefully. I suppose you are.
Halla caught the challenge in his tone, and her face flushed with anger.
I'll do it, she told him defiantly. But you're right, you are young, Fenner responded.
Don't push it, Father,
Nera said acerbically. She's agreed to go. Fenner smiled at Halla.
I had hoped you would. We'll have to go higher, my lord, Tolder called to Devin from behind the Dragonrider as they flew over the precipitous mountains north of the high reaches. I can still smell the sea.
In front of him, Devin nodded, and Hearth suddenly banked and veered inland. Cristov was wedged in between the bronze rider and Tolder, still somewhat in shock at the speed with which events had moved. It had taken less than a day to gather tools, maps, and equipment, and it had taken only 3 short seconds to move halfway across the continent from Crom Hold to High Reaches Weir. There, Tolder and Cristov met with Brawler, the Weir leader, to discuss their plans. Cristov took the time to stroll around the Weir, examining dragons and quarters with nearly equal interest, marveling at how the ancient builders had managed to produce such straight, smooth corridors, at the size of the individual weirs, and at the sheer bustle and energy of everyone in the weir. He was even more impressed, and somewhat daunted by the tour of the Firestone caves, especially when he was told that the replacement cave had taken the weir folk 3 turns to construct. Another cave was a mere open sore at the base of the weir, testament to the power of Firestone and its combustibility. It took another hour for Tolder and Cristov, referring to the wind-rattled map, to find a suitable place for mining. Once they had settled on a location, it took mere seconds for Hearth to land them and their supplies.
I'll be up to check on you every day, Devin promised. Let me know if you need help.
Certainly,
Tolder said, waving a thanks to the Dragonrider.
We'll have our first sight by noon tomorrow.
After Devin departed, Cristov and Tolder selected a suitably flat site and set up a hasty camp under a rock outcropping. The 2 collected kindling and larger branches and quickly built a roaring fire. As the night wore on, Cristov grew increasingly grateful for the fire's warmth and light.
It's colder up here than at Crom, Tolder observed as he slipped into his sleep roll. We'll need to be careful if snow comes.
Cristov grunted in agreement, too tired and wound up to talk. He was soon asleep.
This is a bad time to mine, Tolder remarked the next morning as they chipped cautiously away at the grass and soil covering a nearly sheer cliff.
Tolder frowned as a drizzle of dirt rained down on him from above.
At least the ground's soaked enough to keep the dirt from sliding too much,
Cristov said as the slide tapered off. Tolder frowned, shaking his head.
I'm not sure I like the idea of wet soil meeting Firestone.
They peered at the bare rock their labors had exposed, and smiled.
There's a clay layer here, he said happily. It would protect any Firestone beneath it.
Cristov nodded, looking at the exposed rock for the telltale dark gray and dark yellow crystals. When he found a candidate, he would silently point it out to Tolder. 4 times he pointed, and 4 times Tolder shook his head. When he pointed for the 5th time, Tolder nodded, saying, It looks like it to me, too. Tolder gingerly tapped a small section out of the hillside. Cristov caught the shards as they fell, grateful that he and Tolder had found a creosote bush nearby in the valley. They had rubbed their hands on it to stop their palms from sweating, a precaution they had learned from the Whirling Master at high reaches. They took their samples over to a nearby stream. "Ready?" Tolder said, eyeing the stream carefully and nodding to Cristov. Cristov tossed the contents of the bucket into the stream. Tolder peered intently for telltale signs of gas, then shook his head. Devin had explained that Firestone gas only exploded in large quantities. In smaller quantities, the gas was deadly if inhaled. Cristov and Tolder had agreed that tossing the suspect rocks into a running stream was a safe way to detect Firestone. If the rocks were Firestone, they'd emit the characteristic gases that immediately exploded on contact with air. "I don't know," Tolder said as Cristov gave him a questioning look. "Perhaps we'll have to use the bucket instead." Neither of them liked the idea of filling a bucket with water and dropping suspect rocks into it. The dangers of inhaling fatal gases or of ruinous explosion were too high. Cristov pursed his lips and thought, "Perhaps we could use one of the cooking pans." "Get the big one," Tolder suggested. Cristov nodded and raced back to their campsite. When he returned, he was moving more slowly, as the big pot was not only heavy but bulky, restricting movement in the undergrowth. They selected a wide clearing near the river, placed the pot close to the river's edge, and used the bucket to fill it with water. "Now all we need are more samples." Cristov shook his head. "We need a dry bucket, too." Tolder grunted in agreement. With a shrug, Cristov turned back to the campsite. "I'll head back to the rock site," Tolder called as Cristov moved away. Cristov raised an arm in acknowledgement, still moving briskly toward their camp. 10 minutes later, they were back beside the pot, close together. Cristov tossed the contents of the dry bucket into the water in the pot, while Tolder watched carefully. The water bubbled, and the bubbles burst into flame on contact with air. "Firestone," Cristov whispered in awe. Tolder's amazed and wary look was all the agreement he needed. "We've got to work, quickly," Tolder said, his voice full of urgency. His legs gave meaning to his words, and he outpaced the shorter Cristov. When Cristov caught up again, Tolder said, "We've got to build a full entrance before nightfall. We don't want a late-night snow or downpour to destroy our site." They worked quickly. Kristov's hands blistered as he hauled away load after load of clay, while Tolder bared the entrance fully and dug into the face of their Firestone bane, squaring it up. Cristov would dump a load of clay and return with planed wooden beams for shoring. Working carefully, he and Tolder constructed a proper shaft entrance. They glanced at the entrance for a moment before Tolder groaned, "The first drop of water will set off the mine." They went back for some clay, which they placed on top of the mine entrance to keep any melting water from entering the mine. It was a tough race, but by night, bone-weary, Tolder and Cristov stood in front of a proper mine entrance, the roof and sides protected by layers of protective clay. Early the next morning, when Devin arrived, Tolder surprised him with a sack full of rock. "No more than an 800 weight," the miner said diffidently. "But we wanted to give you some more to test." "Well then," Devin said, "let's see if you've found some Firestone."
Ready?
He asked his dragon, patting Hearth's neck affectionately.
It's not a lot,
Hearth responded, warily eyeing the sack Devin held. However, he opened his great maw and let Devin throw him the largest of the chunks to chew and swallow.
It seems about the same,
Hearth said after a moment. Hearth raised his head and emitted a bellow of fire. Cristov jumped in surprise. "That's definitely Firestone," Devin said. "The quality's good, too." "Is he okay?" Cristov asked, looking up at Hearth worriedly. "Have you ever heard of the hot peppers from Southern Bowl?" Devin asked. Cristov nodded. "Imagine that you had eaten a whole mouthful of the ripest, hottest of those peppers."
That bad?
Tolder asked, shaking his head in awe at Hearth's constitution. "If our ancestors created the dragons, why didn't they create them so that eating Firestone wasn't so painful?" Cristov asked. "A good question," Devin asked, "and one that's talked about often in the Weirs." He shook his head resignedly. "Our best guess is that our ancestors didn't have the time to make things perfect."
But doesn't the pain of chewing Firestone distract the dragons from fighting Thread? No, they are willing to endure it for Pern's sake. And so am I, he added to himself, casting an apologetic look toward his dragon.
It is the only way,
Hearth agreed, his second stomach feeling bloated and his throat sore. Devin nodded in agreement and turned to the miners. This is high-quality Firestone. How soon can you get the mine into operation? What do you need from us? Cristov and Tolder were prepared for those questions, having thought about both for a long while.
We don't ask for Dragonriders to help in the mining, Tolder began, but any help would speed things up, particularly among those miner-trained.
Devin sighed and shook his head. I'm afraid we can't help you there. None of our weirfolk have mining experience.
We had thought as much. But if your weirfolk could help in making the wooden shorings and beams, then we'd have more time to put them in place and flesh out the mine head.
That we can do, Devin replied, nodding vigorously. Anything else? Do you suppose you have someone who could rig up some pumps? Cristov asked. He pointed to a waterfall in the distance. I was thinking if they could use the power of the waterfall to run the pumps, then we could pull any gases out of the mine.
If we don't have an automatic way to clear out gas buildups, we'll have to run the pumps by hand, Tolder explained. That would mean only one of us in the mines, and, well, I'm afraid that the mine and the miner would be short-lived.
Very well. I'll get with the head woman and see if we can't solve that problem. If we can't, I'm sure the master smith can. Cristov turned to Tolder, eyes shining with amazement as he mouthed the word Master Smith. Tolder laughed and clapped him on the back.
You think too little of yourself, journeyman. All Pern relies on our efforts now, so why wouldn't all Pern pitch in and help?
Indeed, Devin agreed. Why wouldn't all Pern help? Tolder's question echoed in his mind. Was there a way to get more help? Help Devin hadn't ever previously considered? Weren't the Shunned also part of all Pern? What would Brawler say to his radical thought? What of the Lord Holders and Craftmasters? But with two of us, even if the pumps are automatic, we can hardly mine enough for all the weirs, Cristov said. Tolder gave him a thoughtful look, then turned to the Dragonrider. How much Firestone do the weirs need? As much as we can get, Devin said promptly. Seeing Tolder's surprised look, he expounded. We like to keep only a little on hand because it's so dangerous. Typically, a dragon needs at least 100 weight of Firestone for a full fall, sometimes 2 or 3. With 300 fighting dragons in a weir, that works out to a minimum of 15 tons per fall. He paused, stroking his chin, debating whether to say more, and finally added, My search of the records indicates that in a typical fall, a weir needs closer to 40 tons. 40 tons? Cristov murmured, glancing to Tolder and then on to the mine, unable to imagine how they could mine such a large number every 7 day. For one weir, Tolder noted. We'd need 5 times that number for all the weirs. Probably more, Devin corrected. Telgar flies with the strength of nearly 2 weirs. 240 tons every 7 day? Cristov said, awed. I think we're going to need some help. Devin waved a hand, dismissing the issue. Not for some time, however. The first thing is to get you up and running. Aside from pumps, what other needs have you? Tolder took on a distant, thoughtful look. We'll need a good storage site, plenty of Firestone sacks, maybe some hands to help load the Firestone, a good set of rails and carts to haul Firestone to and from the mine. I think that's it. Devin laughed, shaking his head. The 2 miners looked at him in surprise. Weren't you ever planning on sleeping? Well, yes, Tolder said, wondering why the Dragonrider had brought up the issue. Or eating? The 2 miners nodded. Then I suppose you'd like a place to live and perhaps a cook to take that burden off of you. We can sleep in our camp, Tolder said, surprised at Devin's generous offer. And we cook well enough. Devin shook his head, holding up a hand to forestall further comments from the miners. The least the weir can do is provide you with a warm place to sleep, hot meals, and hot water with which to bathe. A look of joy and amazement flashed across Cristov's face, only to be replaced by bemusement, as he wondered why the weir would consider treating 2 mere miners so well. It's the least we can do, Devin said in answer to his unasked question. And if you think about it,
It's for the most selfish of reasons. Every waking moment you're not mining Firestone means less practice time for us.
Dragon men must fly when threats are in the sky, Cristov quoted, realizing that dragons without Firestone were helpless against Thread. In the days that followed, Cristov and Tolder found themselves pampered by weir folk morning and night, with hot food pressed upon them and a sturdy shelter quickly built. Beyond that, the weir folk quickly erected a water wheel and a crafty set of pumps to continuously suck the air out of the mine, built tracks, and assembled ore carts to haul out the ore. The actual mining, however, fell to just Tolder and Cristov, and while they managed to produce a steady amount of Firestone, both were depressingly aware that it was much less than the high reaches, let alone the other 5 weirs needed just for practice. Tarek yelped and twisted over in his bed the second time a foot kicked him, not too gently, in the shoulder. The light of a low glow dimly lit the tent.
"You!"
Tarek growled as he made out the figure towering over him.
"What are you doing here?"
"I've come to renew our contract," Tenem answered, his eyes glinting green in the glow's light.
"I've lost everything, and you want—"
Tarek's protests were cut off in a gasp as Tenem dropped his hands around Tarek's throat and squeezed tightly. He lifted the miner's head by the neck, his face nearly touching Tarek's. Tenem watched emotionlessly as Tarek's frantic efforts to free himself and gain breath grew feebler and feebler. Finally, as Tarek's fight for his life was reduced to no more than a frantic look in his eyes, Tenem let go and threw Tarek back onto his cot. As the miner lay gasping in rasping breaths, Tenem whispered to him calmly, "Everything. Think again." He glanced around, found a folding chair, pulled it up, and sat down close to Tarek's head. "I hear that the Dragonriders are desperate for this Firestone," Tenem said. "I'm sure that they'd pay more for it than Crom coal."
"The God pays nothing,"
Tarek said, his voice still hoarse from Tenem's crushing grip.
"So? Aren't there other weirs?"
"He knows how much we're mining," Tarek replied warily. "There's only so much a person can do in a day."
"In a day? What about a night?"
Tarek considered the notion. "The workers would tire out too quickly, he'd notice."
"Then we get more workers."
"And the food?"
"They can share with the others."
"The God barely provides enough. If we have that, the workers will die."
"I don't believe I care."
"How soon can you have your first shipment?"
"Shipment?"
"My dray carries 2 tons, Tenem informed him. "When should I bring it by?"
"But the workers—"
"Surely Dagan doesn't collect every day," Tenem said in a tone that was almost reasonable. "I'm sure you could spare some Firestone before I bring you additional help. Anyway," he added with a shrug, "I'll need some money to help in acquiring your additional aid. Shall we say in 2 days' time?" At those words, Tarek's mind began to work furiously. How long had Tenem been working on his plan? How long had he been watching Tarek's camp? Did he know that Dagan came for Firestone no more than twice in a 7-day? Another thought caused Tarek to ask,
"How can you get a dray here? There's no road."
When Tenem didn't answer, Tarek added,
"Where did you get a dray?"
Tenem smiled, touching the side of his nose.
"Don't ask questions unless you're willing to live with the answer."
Tarek shuddered unwillingly and remained silent.
"I'll see you in 2 days,"
Tenem said, and, turning on his heel, headed toward the door.
"Wait!"
Tarek called out, ignoring the pain of his raw throat. Tenem paused, but did not turn back as Tarek said,
"For a ton a day, I'll need 8 strong men."
Tenem waved a hand in mocking acknowledgement and disappeared into the night. Tarek spent the day alternately flogging his workers mercilessly for extra Firestone and hoping that his encounter with Tenem had merely been a nightmare. By nightfall, the workers had managed to produce only an extra 3 hundredweight. The next day was no better. Darkness found Tarek nervously pacing in his tent, his dinner uneaten. 2 workers were in the stockades, their parched and swollen tongues lolling in their heads as a lesson to the others. A loud noise caused Tarek to jump as something was thrown in his tent. He dived out the door, intent on catching the miscreant, only to find his legs taken out from underneath him. He fell heavily, the breath knocked out of him. A hand covered his mouth. Tarek's eyes found its owner.
"Hello,"
Tenem told him softly,
eyes gleaming in the dark. "Is everything ready?" Tarek nodded. "Good," Tenham said, releasing his grip and stepping back from Tarek. He gestured expansively in the dark. "My dray is on the far side of that hill, next to your Firestone."
"We can't move 2 tons that far by ourselves," Tarek protested.
Tenham smiled a big, toothy smile at him. "I promised you I would bring help." Tenham's help was a disheveled crew of young teens and children.
"They won't last long," Tarek complained as he bullied the new arrivals into hauling the heavy sacks of Firestone into the dray.
Tenham smiled at him. "Then I'll get more."
"Get 'em older," Tarek snapped. Instantly, he regretted it.
Tenham's fist landed at the point of his jaw and sent him flying.
"I give the orders, old man," Tenham said to Tarek's sprawled form.
He gestured for Tarek to get up. Rubbing his jaw, Tarek rose again. "Hurry them up. I'll want to leave before the second moon rises." Tarek's angry protest died stillborn as he caught the deadly look in Tenham's eyes. Instead, he swallowed hard and nodded swiftly. 2 hours later, Tenham rumbled out of sight in the fully loaded work dray, leaving his 10 recruits in Tarek's care. By the end of a 7-day, frantic in his efforts to meet both Dagan's and Tenham's unreasonable demands, Tarek was a hollow-eyed wreck of a man.
"Your workers are slacking off," Dagan complained as he surveyed the work site. "Aren't they getting enough sleep?"
"It's their nerves, my lord. They're afraid of an explosion." Dagan grunted in response to the explanation. He waved toward the small group of new hands he had found.
"Perhaps these 6 will help."
Tarek scanned the group with little hope. He spotted one small body flopped on the ground and pointed.
"I'm not sure he'll last all that long, my lord."
"We spotted him on our way here," Dagan said dismissively. "He was extra. Use him as you wish." Spotted him? Tarek walked over to the unconscious form, half hoping and half fearing that it was Tenham. Instead, it was a much smaller teen. Tarek sighed deeply and then, to cover his reaction, asked,
"Where was he when you found him?"
Dagan glowered at him until Tarek recognized his gaffe and corrected himself, saying,
"I mean, where was he when you found him, my lord?"
"One of my riders found him near a river not far from here. It looks like he had tangled with something or someone a while back." He nudged the slumped body reflectively with his boot, adding, "He's got deep scars that are healed and signs of broken bones."
"Did he not say where he was from?"
Tarek asked, careful not to put the tone of his real question, "Are you sure he was shunned?" into his voice. "He doesn't talk," Dagan replied. "We think he'll recover, and if not, well, he'll still be able to work for you." For a little while, Tarek thought to himself, grimly. His eyes strayed to a line of mounds on the other side of his valley, particularly the 3 fresh mounds of the youngsters who had died the previous night.
"Can we get more provisions to care for him, my lord?"
Dagan sneered at him.
"More provisions? You are too wasteful as it is."
"I was just thinking," Tarek persisted, "that it would be wasteful to have to spend time burying the lad when with a few more supplies we could get some work out of him."
"You've a point," Dagan admitted. With a wave of his hand, he tossed the matter aside.
"Give my wingman your requirements and we'll see."
Tarek took Dagan's words for a dismissal and was relieved to deal with Dagan's second, a reasonable man who asked few questions. Still, it was a distraction having to remember every jot and tittle needed to run the mines. He made a note to himself to find someone to act as scribe. It was a 7-day before the injured lad recovered. He still couldn't speak, but Tarek was pleased to discover that the lad could write, and immediately set him to work compiling the lists of supplies needed to run the mines. The extra help was not enough to relieve Tarek's worries. Dagan's constant demands and Tenham's nocturnal visits kept him jittery and on edge.
"Who's this?"
Tenham asked when he spotted the silent lad keeping pace beside Tarek.
"Someone the dragon men dumped on me,"
Tarek replied with a shrug.
"He helps me manage supplies."
Tenham peered at the lad for a moment longer in the dark night, then ignored him, turning back to Tarek.
"Why not put him in the mines with the others?"
"Because between you and Dagan, I'm managing over 30 men."
There was a note of pride in his voice. "And I need help with the records." "Suit yourself," Tenham said. "But you'd better be shorting Dagan this one share of the Firestone, not me. The lad saved me so much time I'm thinking of opening another shaft." "Another shaft?" Tenham asked, looking askance. "I wouldn't do that." "I'll need to if I'm to meet your demands. If you do, then Dagan will get suspicious." "So what am I supposed to do?" Tarek protested angrily. "There are so many working now that I'm afraid they'll trip over each other and cause an explosion, and you know what that would mean." Tenham cocked his head thoughtfully. It was a moment before he replied. "Yes, that would be a tragedy, wouldn't it?" "Do you know," he went on, his eyes glinting in the dark, "I think you should have 4 tons of Firestone ready for me when I get back." "4 tons?" Tarek repeated in amazement. He spluttered, But I have to guard my investment," Tenham told him calmly. "It's important that I have a reserve in case something happens to my stockpile." "Stockpile? I thought you had a buyer." "Several," Tenham lied cheerfully, "which is why I have a stockpile." He nodded curtly to Tarek, saying, "So, 4 tons in 2 days' time." With that, he turned away, ignoring all of the inarticulate noises coming from Tarek. It was easy for Tenham to do so because he was busily plotting how much would he get if there was no supply of fresh Firestone. How much would his stockpile be worth then? It had surprised him to discover how difficult it was to find a buyer for his Firestone, given how all the other weirs had complained about Dagan's stinginess. Tenham had been convinced that it would be easy and profitable to sell Firestone, so he was much surprised to discover that neither was the case. In fact, Tenham had considered abandoning the effort altogether and switching to a different venture. But now... Tenham returned to his calculations. How much could he get for 100 weight of Firestone? "Firestone?" Cedar repeated with a horrified look on his face. "You've got Firestone?" Tenham didn't move a muscle. He had come to Cedar after exhausting all his other resources. The man was known to cheat, steal, and murder for his profit, methods Tenham preferred to reserve to himself, but when he paid well. "Where do you store it?" Cedar asked, looking around the room carefully. "The stuff explodes with the merest contact with water." "Like this?" Tenham asked, throwing a small pebble into one of the cauldrons hanging over the hearth. There was a small hiss, followed by a bluish flare. "Shells, are you mad?" Cedar asked, jumping to his feet. "If the Dragonriders catch you, you'll be shunned for certain." "So will you," Tenham said in bored tones. "In fact, one must wonder how you've done so well as to avoid it so far." "Indeed, particularly when one considers the full implications," Cedar agreed. His lips twisted into a small smile as he countered Tenham's implied threat. Tenham waved aside the issue, saying, "The question remains, how much will you pay?" "Pay?" Cedar asked incredulously. "For something that might explode at any moment? Are you mad?" "No," Tenham said. "It's not just that Firestone bursts into flame so easily. It's that Firestone's the only thing that dragons can use to flame thread." "They can always get more," Cedar replied sourly. "And what if they couldn't get more? What would Firestone be worth then?" "All Pern depends upon the dragons," Cedar replied. His tone made it clear that Tenham had overstepped his bounds. Tenham shrugged. "Only when thread is in the sky," he replied, and glanced up to the ceiling. "The Red Star is still a long way off." "All the more reason for the dragons to train now," Cedar replied. He rose, indicating that the discussion was at an end. "No, your best bet is to return those goods whence they came and get far away before—" "Before what?" Tenham interjected, his arm twitching slightly in the dim light. Suddenly, he had a dagger in his hand. He toyed with it and glanced up innocently at Cedar, asking, "Would there be a problem?" "Leave," Cedar growled, undisturbed by Tenham's sudden display of a weapon. "Leave, before you find yourself as lifeless as your wares." It was Tenham. Halla declared as she stood up from her examination of the footprints surrounding the tracks of the stolen work dray. They were at a trader camp just north of Kia, a smaller hold to the southwest of Crom. "Are you sure?" Varen asked. "He taught me how to track," Halla told him. "Did he teach you how to steal, too?" "He tried," Halla said. "I didn't like it much." She cast her gaze in the direction of the tracks. "It looks like he was heading due north." "We didn't find anything that way," Varen told her. "He would have found a way to hide the tracks." "There are no roads in that direction. He couldn't get far." Halla nodded to indicate that she heard him, but her thoughts were elsewhere. Why would Tenham steal a work dray? She could understand his desire to take one of the brightly colored domicile drays for himself or his profit, but what would he need a work dray for? "That work dray could only haul 2 tons at best," Varen was saying. "We'll absorb the loss. It won't hurt as much as if he had taken a larger one, and it wasn't even loaded." "Not loaded," Halla repeated bemusedly. "In that respect, we were lucky. There was a larger one right next to it, fully loaded with crom coal." What would Tenham want to haul away if not crom coal? Halla wondered. What could be more valuable than that? "Could I get some supplies?" Halla asked, turning back from her inspection of the distant trail after being certain to memorize sufficient landmarks. "Supplies?" Varen asked. "What are you going to do?" "I think I'll see what Tenham is doing," Halla told him. Varen looked dubious. "That doesn't sound much like what I heard Lord Fenner ask of you." "How will the traders react when the word gets around that someone like Tenham has stolen one of your drays?" "Word's already gotten around," Varen confessed. Sheepishly, he added, "and we traders are none too happy about it." "So how will all the traders feel when they hear that the dray was tracked down by someone else like Tenham and returned to its rightful owners?" Varen gave her a long, thoughtful look. "Are you sure you're only 12 turns?" Halla shrugged. "That's why I've been told. I'm not certain." "Not certain," Varen muttered to himself. "That's not right." Halla nodded, saying, "That's what Lord Fenner said, too." "He's a good man, Lord Fenner," Varen said by way of agreement. He looked down at Halla and frowned. "Are you sure you'll be able to track him?" "Yes." "And what if he finds you?" "He won't," Halla declared, trying to sound calm. "I'm a better tracker." Varen looked at her a long time before responding with a sigh. "I just hope you're a better tracker than you are a liar." Halla smiled up at him and patted his arm. "I am. Honestly." She paused a moment, then asked, "So can I get those supplies?" "You want to leave now?" "Soonest is best," Halla said. She gestured to the trail. "The trail's days old. I can't wait. It might get wiped out." Varen shook his head reluctantly. "Maybe you'd better reconsider. There's been rain since that dray was stolen. There probably aren't any tracks." "I've got to try," Halla replied. "It was a good idea of yours, my lord, to send the extra supplies," Terek told Dagan when next they met, knowing full well that it had been the other way around, but now recognizing the need to flatter the Weir leader. He put an arm around his aide's shoulder. "This one has turned out to be a real time-saver when it comes to toting up tallies." "Has he?" Dagan drawled in icy tones. "And here I had hoped to see him get more Firestone to protect Pern." Terek blanched. "Well, my lord, in a way he has. By freeing me up to work more on mining chores than on numbers, I've been able to up our output." "Really?" Dagan turned away from the busy mine shaft to the Firestone dump opposite it, where weirlings were carefully loading up sacks full of Firestone and disappearing between. "I could scarcely believe that from the amount of Firestone you're storing." "We need more bags," Terek told him. Beside him, the silent youth gave him an odd look, which vanished before either Terek or Dagan could comment upon it. "More bags?" Dagan repeated. "We brought in more than enough bags." "Well, some of them have ripped," Terek told him nervously. "Have someone repair them," Dagan ordered. He waved a hand at the silent youth. "Him, for example." Terek's mouth worked up a protest, But under Dagon's glare, he never voiced it, instead bobbing his head obediently. "Seeing as you're doing so much better, I think we should expect more Firestone from this mine." He looked around appraisingly. "You've done well," the Dragonrider admitted. "I think you'll have no problem producing another ton before we next arrive." Tarek's face went white. Feebly, he stammered, "My lord?" Dagon nodded firmly. "Yes, I think that will do nicely." He turned to look Tarek in the eye. "My men need a good, full weir training, so we'll have the extra sacks for you." "Yes, my lord," was all Tarek could say in response. Irritably, he waved at the teen standing at his side. "You, go start fixing those torn Firestone sacks. And be sure to do a good job," Dagon added. The youth gave Tarek an inscrutable look, then nodded, handed Tarek his slates, and headed toward the shed where the Firestone sacks were stored. Neither Dagon nor Tarek paid the youth any attention while the Firestone was being ferried away. Dagon turned down Tarek's feeble offer of refreshment with a sneering, "We send you the swill that's deemed unfit for Dragonriders. Why do you think I'd want some now?" Finally, the last of the sacks were gone, and Dagon took his leave, allowing an exhausted Tarek a few hours of respite. Irritably, he sought out the silent boy and thrust a stack of new slates at him. "If you didn't keep count of what the Dragonriders took, I'll tan your hide." The silent youth nodded and quickly made new marks on the slates he'd been handed. Disgusted at the lad's diligence, Tarek cuffed his head. "Just to keep you on your toes." To his surprise, the blow rocked the small youth. Slates fell everywhere, some shattered. "Now you've done it," Tarek growled as the lad tried desperately to collect all the slates. "If you don't have this fixed by dusk, you'll spend the night in the stocks, you hear me?" With a sullen look, the boy nodded and scampered off toward his work tent. Alone for a moment, Tarek heaved a deep sigh. He looked around him. The once green valley was now a dry, dirty bowl dotted only with stone sheds, tents, and tracks for the carts, all his. A screech from the sky brought Tarek's attention back from his musings. He looked up and picked out a black dot moving swiftly in the dark sky above him. Tenem was on his way. It was time to rouse the night crew. Wearily, he turned and trudged off to the secret meeting place. He was halfway there before he paused, swearing, and turned back. He had forgotten his scribe. Tarek stood, torn between being late and doing without the lad's handy services before finally muttering, "I don't need him." He failed to notice a small figure lurking in the shadows beside him. As Tarek turned back to his trail, the figure silently followed him. "You're late," Tenem snarled when Tarek arrived. He looked around. "Where's your shadow?" "Huh?" "Oh, the lad," he exclaimed when enlightenment dawned. Hastily he lied. "In the stocks." "Good. I never liked him. You should consider keeping him there. He knows too much." "He's useful. He saves me a lot of work." "He could tell Dagon all about us," Tenem responded. "Then all you worry about is your comfort." "He won't talk." "Shells. He can't talk." "Can't talk?" Tenem asked, cocking his head in sudden interest. "Not a sound. At first I thought it was from whatever hurt him. Now I'm not so sure." Tenem grew quite still as his thoughts outpaced him. Could this be the egg carrier come back to life? "No matter," he said aloud. He would merely kill the boy again, along with everyone else. Yes, that would work. Tidily. He turned to Tarek, another dead man, and said, "Have you got my Firestone?" "Our Firestone," Tarek corrected. "Of course." "Then what are you waiting for?" Tenem replied. He pointed into the shadows. Tarek could just barely make out the outline of a work dray, a patch of darkness in the shadows. "Get your lads to fill it up." Tarek nodded. With a whistle, he roused the children Tenem had provided. He unhitched the whip he kept looped off his belt and gave it a loud crack. Shadows shuffled out around them. Suddenly, the dim light of a glow could be seen, shining eerily in the night like a dragon's giant eye. "Bring the dray over and start loading," Tarek called. He turned back to Tenem.
There'll be no use for any other work tonight.
No use?
Why?
Tenham asked. He pointed to Tarek's whip. Can't you use that?
Not in the mines,
Tarek replied. A pair of youths passed by, grunting as they hauled a full Firestone sack between them.
It might make sparks.
And sparks are bad.
Of course. In fact, there's so much gas building up that we'll have to get more pumps soon or risk an explosion.
He frowned, adding,
We've had a few close calls already. Workers have been passing out from the fumes, and we've had to wait until we can fan in more fresh air.
Tenham said nothing in response, preferring to watch the drays loading. The conversation died off until the dray was loaded and the work beasts, gaunt old things, were hitched up.
I'll see you soon,
Tenham told Tarek.
You'll not need more Firestone? Tarek asked in surprise.
No. I think you've done enough.
A look of relief, almost gratitude, crossed Tarek's face, plainly visible in the light of Pern's 2 moons. Then relief was replaced by suspicion.
When will you be back?
Soon,
Tenham repeated, flicking the reins to urge the work beasts on. As the dray moved off, Tarek resignedly turned back to the work of the dawning day. When he arrived back at the camp, he banged on the work tent where he had last seen his scribe.
Boy, wake up! It's time for work!
He shouted, determined that as soon as he had everyone working hard enough, he would allow himself a well-deserved rest. When, after several moments, the boy did not stir, Tarek stuck his head inside the tent, shouting,
Boy, you'd best hope!
But the tent was empty. Tarek's swearing was enough to rouse the rest of the camp. The boy, who had been following Tarek earlier in the evening, watched Tenham's departure carefully, noting the direction the young man took. He was about to return to the camp when he noticed that Tenham had stopped. Why? Curious, he silently moved toward the work dray. He stopped abruptly when he spotted a figure walking back toward him. Tenham. He was carrying something on his arm.
Remember how I taught you grief?
Tenham's voice drifted clearly on the early morning air.
The water buckets.
They were on the hill overlooking the Firestone camp and the dam that had been one of Tarek's earliest projects. Tenham stepped closer. The boy recognized the bird on his arm and the partly filled Firestone sack hanging from his shoulder. The boy started running, but he was already too late. In a moment, the falcon was in the sky, zooming down the valley to the carefully placed table outside the mine shaft with its half-full buckets of drinking water. It would take nothing for the falcon to jostle the buckets, tip them over, and have their contents seep into the mine. But that was only part of Tenham's plan. The second part became apparent when he started lobbing rocks of Firestone at the base of the dam. At first, they merely sizzled, but soon the air was full of flame. The boy slammed into Tenham, knocking him off his feet, but the older youth was larger and stronger. Tenham recovered quickly, lashing out with bold fists. Still the boy persisted, even as the dam grew weaker from Tenham's earlier Firestone bombings. Taking a moment, Tenham threw the rest of the Firestone sack into the water now streaming from the dam, and then turned back to his opponent.
How many times do I have to kill you? He asked, his fists slamming into the boy's stomach.
Behind him, the Firestone exploded, and Tenham heard the sudden rush of water. The dam had burst. The boy stood rooted for one horrified moment as a wave of water rushed down the hillside, heading straight for the Firestone dump. His distraction lasted long enough for Tenham to land the boy a knockout blow. Tenham stared down at the unconscious boy and twitched to release his hidden knife. 2 explosions, nearly simultaneous, rocked the morning air, and he turned around in time to catch sight of the fireball rising where the Firestone dump had been. From the mine entrance came a huge gout of flame and the more distant rumble of an explosion. A worried look crossed his face as he scanned the skies, to be relieved when he spotted the small form of his falcon racing back toward him. He slid his knife into his belt and raised his arm for the falcon. Grief landed, and he quickly tied her jesses around his arm and placed her hood on her head. Only then did he look back down at the sprawled boy, a considering look on his face.
I think I'll leave you,
Tenham said finally.
That way, they'll think you did it.
With that, he strode off, firm in the belief that he had just made himself the richest, most powerful man on Pern. The low rumble woke Halla. She jumped out of her sleeping roll in time to spot a brilliant light in the distance. She was only kilometers away.
Firestone,
Halla declared. She had taken to talking to herself, having not realized how much she appreciated the comforting chatter of the children who had always been in her care.
It has to be.
Now she knew why Tenham had stolen an empty work tray to carry Firestone. Had he been mining by himself? No, that didn't make sense. And hadn't Veran told her that Dagan was getting Firestone from some unknown place? Judging by the sound she had heard, that place was no more. She broke her camp, hoisted her pack, and set off in the direction of the noise, determined to search for survivors. Pellar woke slowly and kept his eyes closed, listening for a long while. In the distance, he heard the cries of the camp's survivors. Closer, he only heard the sounds of mourning. He kept his eyes closed while he gingerly tested each of his limbs. Satisfied that this time nothing was broken, he carefully sat up, wincing as the movement strained the bruise on his jaw. How many times do I have to kill you? The question echoed again in his mind as his memories flooded back. He remembered fighting the icy stream, sliding backward over a huge fall, and waking up much later, leg and arm broken, his head resting on the stream bank. Shivering with cold, he had found the strength to pull himself out of the water before he had collapsed again in exhaustion. How long he had stayed there on the edge of death, Pellar couldn't recall. He had survived on worms, trundle bugs, insects, whatever he could stuff into his mouth. Once he had fought off a wild dog determined to have him for dinner. Another time he had survived a wherry's aerial attack by fending it off with fallen branches. But it was his memories of McCall's teachings that finally healed him, although it took a terribly long time. He had sought out the healing rocks from the stream bed, looking for quartz above all. Carefully, he had placed the crystals as he had been trained by McCall, aligning their vibrations to help his healing. As soon as he could, he had found stringy runners and shorter branches to fashion a splint for his arm and then for his leg. He had just barely survived winter, huddled in a cave and eating raw fish. When spring came, he set traps, and when they were full, he ate well. Slowly his strength returned. But he could remember only flashes of his past. When the Dragonriders had discovered him, he was initially glad, thinking he had found aid. But they had dropped him off here, and the cold of between had helped settle an irritating cold deep in his chest. It had taken several days of rest before he had recovered. He remembered being irritated when he first met Tarek, although he had to feel gratitude for the others' care of him. And he'd felt insanely angry when he had first seen Tenham, and only caution had prevented him from attacking the larger youth at that time. But it was only at the sight of the falcon that Pellar had remembered everything. The falcon that had killed Chitter. Pellar's face clouded in memory. Chitter had saved his life. For what? Pellar wondered bitterly, feeling well enough to stand and survey the wreckage of the valley below. His eyes strayed back to the green dale in which he was standing. There, a leaf good for burns. There, a leaf to reduce pain. He didn't spot any numbweed. As swiftly as his sore body would move, Pellar started harvesting healing leaves and roots. Provisioned, he set off at a trot to the camp. As he grew closer, he saw, to his horror, that some of the injured were badly burned. Some would not survive the day. He had no Fellas juice to ease their pain. Most of the survivors were either lying on the ground in exhaustion or walking around listlessly. He needed more help. Could he still speak to dragons? "Earth," he ventured. "I need help." The response was immediate, worried, and full of that special draconic warmth. "Where are you?" Pellar scanned the valley and closed his eyes, building the image in his mind. "We come." The immediate response was a tonic to Pellar, and he lengthened his stride. He was barely at the first of the tents when the sky above him filled with dragons. He waved frantically at the large bronze he knew to be Hearth. "Pellar!" Devin shouted from his perch atop Hearth's neck, his face alight with joy. "We'd given you up for dead!" He paused and surveyed the scene around him. What happened? Devin jumped down from Hearth's neck and then turned back to help down the group of weirfolk that had ridden with him. Pellar waved his hands and groped around his neck to show Devin that he had nothing to write with. He turned, holding one hand out to highlight the scene surrounding them, but already it had changed as weirfolk and Dragonriders bustled about, providing aid to the burned and dazed survivors.
"Does anyone have a slate?"
Devin shouted over the growing din. A young woman dressed in riding gear raced over to him, her long black hair highlighted by one white streak. "Thank you, Sonia," Devin told her with a smile that went to his eyes. She smiled back at him, turned, and waved goodbye over her shoulder as she sped off in search of more work. Devin handed Pellar the slate and waited patiently while the boy wrote his message. When he was done, he handed the slate to Devin, who read, "Tenem, destroyed the mine, stealing Firestone." "He's stealing Firestone?" Devin asked in amazement. "What for?" "To sell," Pellar wrote in response. "Sell?" Devin repeated in surprise. He shook off the question, asking instead, "Was this Dagon's mine?" When Pellar nodded, Devin made a face. "I'll have to let him know." He gestured toward a green dragon hovering high over the valley. "Fortunately, Pellar says we're not too far from our borders." Pellar gestured for the slate and wrote hastily, "I should go. Dagon's men brought me here, put me to work." "He's been putting men in the mines?" Devin asked, brows furrowing angrily. Pellar nodded in confirmation and wrote, "Tenem brought him children to work a second shift."
"Children!"
Devin exclaimed in shock, adding thoughtfully, "Not that you're all that much older." The sky grew thick once more with dragons. "That'll be Dagon," Devin judged, looking up at the arriving dragons. He looked back to Pellar. "I think you'd best leave until I can calm him down." Pellar nodded and strode off, heading toward the ruined dam. A new resolution had entered his thoughts. Rather than avoid Dagon, he would track Tenem. Halla arrived at the outskirts of the valley in time to see a second group of Dragonriders appear. She stared at them for a long time, lost in their beauty, before she brought her attention back to the goings-on in the valley. Dragonriders and weirfolk were attending the injured. In the center of it all, Telgar's weir leader was talking to a Dragonrider wearing High Reach's colors. With a start, Halla recognized the High Reach's rider as the one she had met at the gather. Carefully, she made her way down the valley, hoping to pick up on the conversation without being noticed. She need not have bothered. Dagon was shouting so loudly that Halla could easily hear his every word from 2 dragon lengths away.
"My mine!" Dagon shouted. "My workers! I've no stomach for High Reaches poaching them."
"We came to their aid," Devin replied, his voice firm and not as loud. Halla thought that for all his deferential stance, the High Reaches rider was very angry and only just holding on to his temper. "And I informed you as soon as I could."
"You did you?"
Dagon yelled in response.
"Not before you carted off a load of Firestone, though. I would have never thought that I'd see the day when one weir stole from another." "My lord," Devin interrupted curtly, "we are dragon men. We came to offer aid, not to steal." He paused as he considered Dagon's words. "And why would we cart off Firestone when we can fly it off?" "I don't know,"
Dagon declared petulantly.
"All I know is that there are tracks leading off in the direction of your lands."
Devin was silent for a moment, communing with his dragon, Halla guessed. "My dragon has found the tracks you mentioned. We shall investigate."
"You will investigate,"
Dagon roared in response.
"This happened on Telgar land. We'll investigate."
"As the Dray is now in High Reaches territory, tracking it becomes our problem," Devin replied. He held up a placating hand to prevent Dagon's next outburst. "However, we'd be delighted to accept your offer of help." Dagon spluttered for a moment before saying,
"Fine. You find them."
Devin nodded curtly. After a moment, Dagon said,
"But why aren't you going?"
Devin looked at him in surprise. "Your miners still need aid."
"Leave them. That's Telgar business, and we'll handle it."
Devin's reluctance was obvious to Dagon, who ignored the fact that he had brought none of his weirfolk, and that most of his riders were still hovering over the valley on their dragons.
I said we'll handle it, the Telgar weir leader repeated, tapping his fingers testily against his riding helmet. You may leave now, wing leader. Devin bit back a bitter response and settled for bringing himself erect and bowing to Dagan. Weir leader? Dagan nodded back and waved Devin away. The High Reaches folk were slow to leave their charges, their concern visible on their faces, but in short order they were arrayed once more behind the Dragonriders who had brought them. The dragons leapt aloft, formed the wing, and vanished between. Halla was already heading away from the valley by the time the High Reaches weirfolk departed. She had learned what she needed to know. As she turned north and west, scanning for the heavily loaded work drays' tracks, she reflected that she could leave Tenem to the Dragonriders, that this was not what Lord Fenner had asked her to do, and that Tenem was much larger and more dangerous than she. But she would find him. A cry from one of the injured behind her strengthened her resolve. She lengthened her stride. Chapter 8. To flame the skies, your dragon must chew 100 weight or more for you. High Reaches Weir. So, Dagan's mine was destroyed, Pellar said, looking up from his position at the head of the council room. And he complained when you arrived with aid. Yes, Devin said. He was still surprised at the speed of events since the destruction of Firestone Mine No. 9. The weir leader chuckled. And all the while he had been telling us he had no more Firestone. Devin smiled. We haven't been too frank with him, either. Pellar grinned and nodded. That seems just as well now. And it seemed a better idea when we didn't know how your miners would perform. Not as well as Dagan's men. We'll need a lot more trained men before we start to see a ton a day. They got that much? Pellar asked, sounding impressed. As near as I can tell. I talked with Tolder and Cristov about it. Pellar gave Devin an inquisitive look. They said that it was possible to mine that much in a day, but they were concerned that it would require a lot of risks. Pellar said. He looked at his wing leaders. So, High Reaches is now the only weir that has a Firestone mine on its lands. He snorted. Imagine how Dagan will feel when he finds out. The wing leaders grinned. I'm worried about this Tenem, Devin said. He seems a dangerous character, and he's willing to use Firestone in a way we've never considered. We should catch him as soon as possible, Pellar agreed. What do we do then? Devin asked, his voice tinged by the memories of the burned and injured miners. Worse, more than half of the miners had perished, including Tarek. Pellar pursed his lips in thought for a moment. Let's capture him first, then we'll decide. The others nodded in assent, and Pellar assigned his patrols. The meeting broke up, and the wing leaders marched out briskly to issue their orders. Devin, wait a moment, Pellar called as Devin rose to leave. Devin turned back and looked at the elderly weir leader expectantly. It's not enough for a weir leader to fight against Thread. A weir leader needs to chart a course, turns ahead, yet be prepared for any eventuality. For which I am glad that I'm not a weir leader, Devin replied with a grin. One thing a good weir leader does is keep a close eye on all potential weir leaders, Pellar said. For the good of the weir. Devin shook his head. Weir leader, I wish you a long and happy life. Pellar laughed. I accept, and will certainly aim for it. He grew more somber. But my days are numbered, just as any other man's. He caught Devin's eyes and held them. Don't forget what I said, and don't do anything you might come to regret later. Devin bowed his head in acknowledgement. Then, with an inquiring look, he asked if he could leave. Pellar waved him away, shaking his head at the waywardness of youth. Tolder and Cristov were surprised when Devin arrived at their camp, and grim when he explained his purpose. Well, we're safe enough here, Tolder declared after a moment's thought. We've well water, and our Firestone is stored in a well-built stone shed. He could still destroy the mine, Cristov objected.
The news of his father's real death, after all the months he'd spent thinking that Tarek was already dead, was something he hadn't yet fully absorbed, and he was determined to bury himself in his work to avoid the issue for as long as he could.
"Only if there's no one guarding it," Tolder said.
"We should consider starting another mine," Cristov said. "Maybe training some others to do the work so we can mine more Firestone."
Tolder shook his head. "I can't imagine who would volunteer, especially after news of Tarek's mine gets out."
"But how will the Dragonriders train?" Cristov demanded, gesturing to Devin and his riders. "And if they don't train, what will happen when the Red Star returns?" "Oh," Devin said demurely, "I think the dragons might enjoy a short break from Firestone." Behind him, Hearth rumbled approvingly. He turned back to the mine. "How are you doing?"
"Well enough," Tolder said. "But Kristov's right. 2 people can only mine so much in a day, even with all the help your weir folk are providing."
Cristov looked chagrined and mumbled something about sorry.
"You've no need to apologize," Devin replied fiercely. "You and Tolder have done excellent work. If more miners would—"
Cristov coughed, and Tolder gave the Dragonrider a pained look. "What?" Tolder squared his shoulders before replying.
"We sent messages to Master Miner Bertel asking for more miners."
"Did you? That's excellent."
Tolder shook his head.
"The Master Miner said that there were no takers."
"And that was before this news about the other mine," Cristov added.
"And, before you ask, Dragonrider, none of your weir folk have volunteered either."
Devin nodded and propped his chin in his hand, resting one arm on top of the other across his chest. "We'll think of something," he declared finally.
"They can start at mine number 10, Dagan declared. "If that doesn't work, they can start at old mine number 9.
"Weir leader, none of the survivors who have remained are fit to stand, let alone work," Healer Karem told him. Dagan shot a venomous look at Larat, the wing leader charged with guarding the camp.
"Have you found any of them yet?"
Miserably, Larat shook his head. "No, Weir leader. Our riders have spread out all over and have had no luck so far."
Dagan fumed. "If we hadn't spent so much effort on the injured, we could have guarded the able well enough to keep them from running away."
"I don't think they would have worked even under pain of firestoning," Larat said, spreading his hands in surrender.
"Well, you let them get away, so we'll never know, will we?" Dagan retorted scathingly. He waved a hand at Larat. "You lost them. You'll find their replacements. We'll need 24 to start with."
"But, my lord, the holders say that there are no Shunned left in any hold," Larat protested.
"Find some. Make some. Goodness knows those useless holders are always up to something."
Larat drew breath to protest, but Dagan startled him into silence, shouting,
"Well, what are you standing about for? Go get more workers!"
Larat nodded reluctantly, cast a pleading glance at the weir healer, who refused to meet his eyes, and departed after sketching a quick bow to Dagan.
"We have to have Firestone," Dagan said to himself.
He looked up at Karem for support.
"Without it, all Pern is doomed."
"Yes, my lord," Karem agreed, "but I can't help wondering if there isn't an easier way to get it." The pounding that woke Cedar up was more welcome than the figure he found standing in his doorway.
"Are you insane?"
he hissed angrily.
"Old Pern is looking for you."
Tenem smiled and forced his way past the other man, heading to the hearth to warm his hands.
"And how much of Pern is looking for Firestone?" he asked nonchalantly.
"Firestone?" Cedar exclaimed incredulously.
"They're getting enough from the mine at High Reaches."
Tenem was glad he had his back to Cedar, for he could feel his face drain of all color.
"High Reaches?"
"Yes, you fool," Cedar snapped back. "Tarek's brat has been mining up there ever since the last gather."
"Really?"
Tenem asked, turning to face Cedar, his features once more composed and calm.
"Really?"
Cedar said. He grabbed Tenem by the collar and pulled him off his stool, shoving him toward the door.
"Now get out. You're no longer welcome here."
Tenem turned back to face the older man.
"Not welcome?"
he asked, looking crestfallen, After all we've done, come back and my heavies will deal with you, Cedar promised. I wouldn't want that, Tenham said agreeably. He slung his pack off his shoulder and fished in it for something. Seeing as you've been such a good friend, I've got something for you. Call it a going-away gift. He looked around and spotted a jug. In return, all I want is some water. Cedar eyed him warily and backed away until he saw what Tenham had pulled out. A rock. It's just a rock. Why should I trade water for that? Tenham threw the rock at him, and the older man caught it reflexively. Tenham stepped over to the jug and filled a mug. No ordinary rock, Tenham responded smoothly. That's Firestone. Cedar eyed him warily, and then the rock speculatively. It's not worth my water, he growled. You'd best leave. That's quite valuable, Tenham continued in the same smooth tone. Cedar snorted derisively. You don't like my gift? Tenham asked, sounding sad. Neither it nor you. Now get out. Oh, but that's a special rock, Tenham said, smiling. He pretended to sip from his mug and made a face. Certainly worth more than this water. He threw the water at Cedar, who grunted in surprise. And quite deadly, Tenham added, stepping back as Cedar gave a strangled cry and lurched away from him. Tenham continued on as if nothing were happening, completely ignoring Cedar's frantic movements. It seems that if the gas doesn't explode outright, it burns the lungs and the air in them. Death is quick, if painful. Tenham watched as Cedar's desperate movements became more and more feeble, and finally stopped. Shaking his head, he turned to go, only to turn back again for one final admonition. You really should have bought when you had the chance. Back outside, Tenham climbed back aboard his work dray and drove it around into the shed behind Cedar's cot-hold. He unhitched the beasts, put them in good stalls, fed and watered them, all the while whistling to himself and examining the runner beasts across the stables. Once done, he selected the best beast, saddled it, added his bedroll, travel pack, and falcon's hutch, and rode out into the night heading west toward High Reaches Weir. Halla swore when she lost Tenham's tracks in Keogh. She arrived 3 days behind him, late enough that the body of the holder had been found. Halla herself had discovered the missing work dray and its deadly load of Firestone, but she left before Dagon had arrived to supervise its unloading. Now Tenham had a horse and a 3-day lead. Halla wondered about the other set of tracks she had spotted on the way. Why had they continued west, even after Tenham had veered south? Still, she had her mission, and the mission Lord Fenner had given her. So far, her hopes of finding any of the Shunned had proven just as false as her hopes of bringing Tenham to justice. So what am I going to do now? Halla asked herself. West, she decided. At the edge of town, she found a trader caravan that agreed to take her along the moment she identified herself as Terry's friend. Terry's report said good things about you, their leader had told her, gesturing to her fire lizard as her source of news. They camped halfway up the High Reaches Mountains that night. Well bundled against the cold, Halla joined the caravanners around a large fire and listened as they talked. So what are the odds for that Firestone mine? One of them asked. No better than the one Dagon had, another answered. But I hear they've got miners working it, the first one said. The other snorted a laugh. At least until they make their first mistake. The group joined him in a bitter laugh. And then what? What happens when there's no one to mine more Firestone? There'll always be someone to mine Firestone, as long as there's the Shunned. I hear, the first one said, dropping his voice, that Dagon's taking even those who aren't to start a new mine. You don't say. What a terrible thing to do. They say that half the miners at the old mine were burned in that explosion. I heard that one of the Shunned did it on purpose. Could you blame them working like that? Shouldn't get shunned if they didn't want to work like that, another grumbled. Halla fought an impulse to finger her forehead. Not everyone gets a choice.
How's that? Isn't it justice that they do? Justice is different from Lord Holder to Lord Holder.
A chorus of assents passed around the campfire. After a while, the conversation moved on to other topics, and Halla drifted off to sleep, but not before she asked,
"Does anyone know where this other mine is?"
The oldsters exchanged thoughtful glances before one replied,
"High up in the mountains, near high reaches. They say only dragons can get there."
Pellar crossed the mountains as quickly as he could. He made good time, and found a boat heading downriver at the first decent-sized hold. For keeping watch, he got a free ride, but first he had to show his forehead to prove he wasn't shunned.
"Not that I'd do it," the boatman explained, "but there's word that Telgar will pay a bounty for a shunned man."
Pellar looked at the man politely, encouraging him to continue conspiratorially.
"I hear that Weir leader Dagan himself ordered it. He's all put out that High Reaches has their own mine. I guess he figures he's the only one who deserves a monopoly on Firestone."
Aside from that, the man spoke as little as Pellar, having gone silent after asking, exasperatedly,
"Why can't you talk, boy?"
Pellar had pulled down the collar of his tunic and mimicked someone trying to strangle him, which had been enough. They parted ways at the river's fork, the man heading further downstream, and Pellar decided to see if he could get to High Reaches Weir. What he discovered after a grueling day's walk was that the mountains surrounding High Reaches were cold, barren, and inhospitable. A storm dashed his final hopes of arriving at the weir to surprise Devin, and left him fearing instead for his very survival.
"Earth,"
Pellar called, finally admitting defeat. The storm was so bad that the best Devin could do was drop down a parcel which, though brightly colored, Pellar took over an hour to locate. Inside was cold bread and jam. He found a place to shelter for the night and ate, savoring every bite. "You should have bespoken hearth before you tried anything so foolish," Devin scolded him the next day when the weather had turned sunny once again. Pellar nodded in rueful agreement. "So, what were you doing here?" Devin asked. Pellar explained about Tenem and his concerns about the new Firestone mine. "I agree. We're worried too," Devin said. "So is Master Zist, who, by the way, sends his warmest regards and demands that you don't get yourself killed again." Pellar winced. He fished out a note he had written days earlier on the trail and passed it over to Devin. Devin took one look at the top of it and folded it up. "I'll see that it gets sent to Zist tonight." Pellar smiled in thanks. "So, what are we going to do with you?" Pellar had already written his answer to that question, so he merely passed his slate over. "Take me to the mines. I'll guard." Devin shook his head. "We guards enough already. I think you should go back to Master Zist." Pellar shook his head and gently pulled back his slate, writing on it, "I can track." Devin considered the suggestion carefully before shaking his head. "I'll have to ask the Weir leader and Zist." Pellar shook his head again, his expression grim and determined. He wrote, "For Chitter, I have to do this." When he passed the slate back, he locked his tear-rimmed eyes with Devin's until the young wing leader nodded. Smiling sadly, Pellar withdrew his slate once more and wrote, "Keep it a secret, my guarding." Devin mulled that over for a long time. "Very well," he agreed at last. He pointed a finger at Pellar. "But I want your promise that you'll call Hearth for help if you spot anything suspicious. It's only that you're so good at calling Hearth for help that I'm agreeing." Pellar nodded and wrote on his slate, "Part of my plan." "Part of your devious plan," Devin agreed, shaking his head ruefully. "I just hope that neither of us regrets this." Tenem didn't know whether he wanted to swear or laugh when he found the High Reaches Firestone mine. There was Terek's brat, digging Firestone along with one of the other miners from Natalon's camp. Why, this was perfect. He'd get revenge for all the things the miners had done wrong to him, and he'd have the honor of exterminating Terek's brat. On the other hand, it infuriated him to see how well Cristov and the other man worked, and how much Firestone they brought up with each load. Worse, they were obviously being treated like lord holders, a warm stone house in which to sleep,
pumps built by master smiths, rails laid by the weirfolk themselves. They were too well dressed to be anything else, and a dump where they had to do none of the tedious sacking. What made him want to swear the most, and laugh the most, was the way the mine was guarded day and night. In the 2 days and nights he'd been watching, Tenham had never seen the mine unguarded, but the guards were all old men and scrawny women, no match for him. The Dragonriders were too complacent, Tenham decided, for which they would pay, and then pay him handsomely. Because for all their guards and their careful planning, the Dragonriders were mistaken if they believed they could protect their precious mine from him. He had a plan, and he would execute it just after the miners went down for their first shift, and then even Dragonriders would listen to him. Pellar refused to be angry with himself for not finding Tenham's trail sooner. Clearly, Tenham had gotten better at disguising his trail than when Pellar had last encountered him. His discovery had been made more difficult by the decision to move only at night. But at night, Tenham's falcon was sleeping. Pellar would only have to evade one pair of eyes, and those eyes tired from their own full day of surveillance. It was clear that Tenham had arrived some days before, and that once he had arrived, he had moved very little, going only from his resting place to his observation spot and back again, making it all that much harder to spot his trail. In fact, Pellar would have never spotted it if he hadn't decided that Tenham's intention was to attack Cristov's mine. Guided by that idea, Pellar had spied out the best locations from which to observe and launch an assault. What he hadn't figured out was how Tenham hoped to succeed in any single-handed attack. But then he didn't plan to find out. All he needed was for Tenham to move, and Pellar would have him. What Pellar didn't count on was the falcon, Grief. The first sign of the attack came in the pre-dawn when a commotion arose from beyond the clearing, back where the watch dragon was posted. The dragon cried first in startlement, then in pain as the falcon dived repeatedly, beak and talons raking dragon hide, despite the desperate efforts of his rider to protect him. The commotion woke the weirfolk in the house, who all rushed over to see what had happened. "Stay there," the older guard shouted to the youngster on duty with him. "I'll see what's happening." Tolder and Cristov emerged and exchanged words with one of the weirfolk. "You go," Tolder urged them. "We'll watch the mine." Pellar watched them enter, still wondering what Tenham hoped to gain from assaulting a dragon. It was then that the second part of Grief's attack began. Pellar had only time to catch a fleeting spot of darkness falling from the early morning sky before he realized what was happening. By the time he had jumped up from his cover, the guard was already down on the ground, his hands covering his clawed and bloody face. Pellar raced toward the mine entrance, but before he was halfway across, a large object was lobbed from Tenham's lair toward the mine entrance. "Hearth, help!" Pellar shouted at the same time as another voice shouted, "Help!" For one brief moment, Pellar thought perhaps the words were his own, that in his panic he had found his voice. And then Pellar realized that the voice wasn't his own. In that brief instant, Grief reacted, dropping from the sky with a raucous cry toward the back of Pellar's head. But Pellar was ready. He twirled around, pulling his knife from his belt, and knelt, holding the knife above him. With a hideous shriek, the diving falcon impaled itself on the knife, showering Pellar with blood and feathers. "You!" Tenham cried in fury, bursting from his cover. As Pellar turned to face him, a roar exploded behind him, and he felt a gout of flame. Immediately, Pellar turned back and raced toward the mine entrance, ignoring the deadly peril at his back and the fire in front of him. He reached inside the mine, groped, and found a hand. He pulled, but the body wouldn't budge. Then, suddenly, as if pushed, the body lurched forward. Pellar pulled the body to one side and was about to go back for the other miner when another, larger explosion rocked the mine and shook him off his feet. Rough hands grabbed at him as he tried to stand up again, and he turned to see the irate, bloody, and burnt face of Tenham above him. Pellar had no idea where his knife was. Tenham's, however, was right in front of him. "Catch!" a voice shouted from behind him. Pellar swiveled, and reaching up in one fluid movement, grabbed the knife out of the air and pivoted back to face Tenham. "You killed my bird!" Tenham shouted over the roar of the explosion, lunging down to bury his knife in Pellar. The blow didn't connect. Instead, Pellar dropped to the ground and thrust up and out with the knife he held, which caught Tenham square in the chest. Tenham lurched, his mouth going wide in surprise, and Pellar quickly pulled his knife out and thrust it up again, higher, into Tenham's throat.
That, he thought hotly, was for Chitter.
Pellar slipped to one side as the hot blood erupted and Tenham dropped, dead, on the ground. It was only then that Pellar turned back around to seek out his benefactor and see whom he had managed to rescue. The sudden movement, coupled with the heat of the explosion and the stress of his exertions, was too much. He collapsed. Chapter 9. Dragonrider, this is true. Others all look up to you. Your hard work and bravery keep Pern safe and skies thread-free. High Reaches Weir. Don't move, a muffled voice said in kindly tones as Cristov opened his eyes. A cool cloth was placed on the side of his head and neck. You must remain still for the healing to work. A face came into his view, a young woman's with olive eyes set in a face framed by long dark hair, made darker still by a single long streak of white flowing from the top of her forehead. I'm Sonia. You're Cristov, and lucky to be alive. Cristov blinked and tried to sit up. Sonia held him down, telling him imperiously, I said, don't move. Cristov obeyed, having neither energy nor inclination, in the light of Sonia's scolding, to consider otherwise. Where was he? What had happened? He peered around the room, rolling his eyes to the limit of their vision. Not the mine, obviously, nor his quarters. He caught sight of herbs in jars and sniffed. He was in a healer's room. If you don't move, the healers said, there's a good chance you'll have no lasting pain from the burn, Sonia cautioned him. Burn? Cristov remembered, closing his eyes in a wince. He told her. He snapped his eyes open, hoping to convey his question by look alone. Best get some rest, Sonia said. It'll be 7 days, maybe a full month, before you're back on your feet. She could not quite suppress a grimace as she added, Firestone leaves nasty burns. If the pain gets too great, you're to have some Fellas juice. Firestone? The mine? Cristov remembered sudden searing heat, cries of surprise and pain, and someone tugging on him. Told her? What had happened? Slowly, he drifted off to sleep, distracted occasionally as Sonia gently bathed his wound. His last thought on the very edge of a troubled sleep was a startled realization that Sonia was bathing the whole side of his head, not touching about his ear. What had happened to his ear? What will happen now? The question startled Devin, who had been expecting Tolder's mate to burst into distraught tears and crumple into a trembling wretch at the sight of the burned-out mine and her mate's tomb. No one will disturb this sight, he told her reassuringly. Alara shook her head, indicating that he had mistaken her. What about the dragons and Firestone? Devin shook his head and spread his hands. This site has been destroyed, so we find another. That's what we intend, Devin agreed with a firm nod, his eyes rapidly re-evaluating this mate of Tolder's. Alara correctly interpreted his look and bowed her head slightly to him in acknowledgement. I'm the mate of a miner, Dragonrider. We share our burdens. A smile twisted across her lips fleetingly. If I had been the stronger, Tolder would have had me in the mines. Devin was surprised, and it showed. He was a special man. And a special man needs a special woman, a voice observed from the distance. Alara and Devin turned to see Sonia approaching them, her long hair braided into a tight ponytail. Sonia extended a hand to Alara. You must be Tolder's mate. Alara nodded. So, Dragon Lady, what needs to be done? Sonia shook her head and laughed. I'm not a dragon rider, merely weir folk. I help my father, who is the weir's healer. Cristov? Alara asked. He lives. He is badly burned on his neck and the left side of his head. She took a deep breath and added, He thinks that Tolder must have shoved him down when the blast came and sheltered him with his body. Alara gasped, and she bit her lip harshly before responding in a choked voice,
He would. He loved that boy like he was his own.
She drew a deep breath and straightened up, gazing firmly at Devin.
My lord, as Tolder's mate, I stand ready to serve in his place. When shall I begin?
Devin could think of no answer, and turned entreatingly to Sonia, who said, First, I think we need to consider our options. She gestured toward the waiting dragons. Perhaps this is best discussed at the weir.
No sign? No sign? Dagan emphasized his irritation by pounding on the council table. He jumped to his feet and leaned on his arms, shouting at his assembled wing leaders. What do you mean, no sign?
They've dug at 5 different sites and found nothing, Karem said. And those 12 Shunned died in that cave-in, another wing leader added. Dagan purpled, ready to blast his wing leaders into action once again, but stopped, letting his breath out in a sigh. He glanced at each wing leader in turn as he said, in a soft, hard voice, Without Firestone, the dragons cannot flame. Without flame, thread will burrow. When enough thread burrows, it will suck all the life out of Pern. We must have Firestone.
The master miner knows nothing, Dagan growled at the unknown wing leader. We'll just have to find more of the Shunned.
What if there aren't any more?
Karem asked worriedly.
Find some, Dagan said. There are always those who should be shunned.
He pushed off the table with his arms and stood.
Dragonriders need Firestone to serve Pern. We shall get it.
Dagan is looking for more miners,
Zist commented sourly to Muriny as they paused in their discussion to listen to the drums. Muriny snorted derisively.
I can never figure out how his Kaloth ever caught Lena's queen.
With a shake of his head, he added,
They say that the mating flight chooses the best weir leader, but... Well, Zist said, you know how it was. Dagan was the strongest rider from Eigen, and it seemed the right thing that the 2 weirs should merge bronze and gold.
Muriny gave him a reproachful look.
That's my theory you're poaching. It seems to be the only one that fits, Zist said with a shrug.
He glanced at the sand glass that he had turned over just moments ago, and then thoughtfully back to the master harper. Perhaps he would lose the bet after all. But no. A rush of feet and a hasty knock announced the arrival of the Harper Hall's newest apprentice. Zist allowed himself a small smile as he exchanged looks with Muriny, who shrugged and cautioned,
You don't know it's him.
Zist merely smiled wider as the master harper called, Enter!
Sir,
Kindon began breathlessly, his sides heaving from his mad dash to the master harper's quarters.
Is it true?
Zist allowed himself one moment of triumph before he turned to Kindon and asked, Is what true?
Tolder and Cristov,
Kindon replied, gasping for breath.
And the mine at high reaches.
It is true, Muriny replied, shaking his head sadly. Our reports are that the mine was completely destroyed.
And Cristov?
You heard the reports, Zist said, his tone mildly disapproving as he wondered if Kindon had come to gloat over Cristov's tragedy. But the lad's next words relieved him, as Kindon asked,
What can I do to help?
You can learn everything there is about mining Firestone, Muriny said, catching Kindon's attention.
He gestured down to the archives hall.
You'll start there, and then, if necessary, go through the master miner's records, the records at Telgar, and wherever else you can find any reference to Firestone.
Kindon's eyes bulged and his mouth hung open in shock, but only for a moment. Then he closed his mouth and nodded, saying,
I'll get started right away.
You can look now, the weir healer told Cristov. It had been nearly a full month before the healer had pronounced Cristov properly healed. He placed a small mirror in Kristov's right hand. The face that peered back at him was his own, Cristov saw with relief. But then he turned his head to the side and saw the horrid, mottled flesh that lined the left side of his head where hair and ears should have been. The burn mark where the exploding Firestone had seared his flesh completely away.
Scars like that make a Dragonrider look distinguished, Devin declared as he entered the room.
Sonia looked up and flashed him a smile, which the dragon rider returned, enthusiastically. Cristov turned his scarred head to Sonia and asked, "Do you think so?"
"No,"
Sonia admitted.
"but I look at the heart of a man, not his face."
"Anyway, I'm not a dragon rider," Cristov said to no one in particular. Devin ignored the comment, turning instead to the healer. "Is he fit?"
"Fit enough."
Devin nodded at the assurance and turned back to Cristov. "Why don't you come for a stroll with me? I'd like to show you what you gave so much for." Reluctantly, Cristov rose and followed the bronze rider. Devin turned back at the entrance and said, "You might want to come too, Sonia." Sonia gave him a look that Cristov couldn't read, exchanged an inquiring look with her father, who nodded in assent, and joined them, her eyes gleaming. Cristov found as he walked that the left side of his neck felt tight, awkward.
"It will take a while for the skin to stretch out,"
Sonia commented from behind him, grabbing his hand as he reached to touch the scarred surface.
"It's best not to irritate it. Father will give you a salve to help the skin stretch more."
As they exited the tunnels into the great bowl of the weir, he noticed with annoyance that it hurt the left side of his neck to squint against the light, and he felt a twinge as he lifted his head upward. But the sight before him drove such minor aches completely away from his thoughts. Dragons! Golds, bronzes, browns, blues, greens, all soared in a graceful pattern over the top of the bowl, striping the ground below with wing shadows. An older man detached himself from a group of dragon riders who were also watching their friends' aerial antics.
"They're honoring you,"
the man said, giving Cristov a slight nod. Cristov could only nod back, still transfixed by the sights above him. So many dragons! Twisting, spinning, pirouetting, climbing, diving. It was almost as though a rainbow had taken flight. For a moment, Cristov imagined himself on the back of one of those dragons, soaring up and diving down with delight. He could almost feel it. Almost.
"They're beautiful."
"They are indeed," the man agreed. Cristov tore his gaze away from the aerial antics and looked at the man who had spoken. His hair was gray and his face grizzled. His body seemed shrunken, tired, but he bore himself with an air that commanded respect. Kristov's eyes widened as he took in the rank knots on the man's shoulder.
"We're leader,"
Cristov breathed. He shook himself, angry at the pain on the left side of his neck.
I meant no disrespect."
"None was taken," High Reach's weir leader told him with a smile. He held out his hand, and Cristov took it. "I am Brawler."
"Weir leader Brawler,"
Cristov said, bowing deeply.
"Thank you for your kindness."
Brawler gestured for Cristov to straighten up and waved aside his thanks, saying, "It's we who should be honoring and thanking you." Cristov was so surprised that Brawler chuckled.
"Why, it's because of you that we had any Firestone at all. But the mine's ruined," Cristov cried. "And Telgar has no mine either."
Cristov stopped for a moment as he absorbed the full impact of his words, then squared his shoulders, looked up into Brawler's eyes, and said,
"I'm ready to start again, weir leader."
Brawler looked into Kristov's eyes for a long while before responding. "I see that you are, but I think it would be best if you were to wait here with us a while longer." When Cristov made to protest, Brawler raised a hand. "We have enough Firestone, thanks to you, to keep us for a month, if necessary." The weir leader waved his hand to indicate the entire weir. "In the meantime, we would like to offer you our hospitality as thanks for all you've done." Cristov still looked ready to argue. Brawler smiled at him again.
"Please, we owe you."
"But—" "Come, see the hatching grounds," Devin interrupted, laying a firm hand on Kristov's right shoulder. "There are 23 eggs near to hatching." "Yes, do," Brawler agreed, waving him away. Cristov had only a few moments to notice High Reach's lofty 7 spires, the uneven peaks that gave the weir its name, before he found his eyes adjusting to a darker indoors, the tunnel to the hatching grounds. Sonia, who had paused to chat with some weirfolk, eagerly rejoined them. Garurth is bathing, Sonia said as she joined them. I'll take a chance to check out that egg.
Devin chuckled. You've no need, now that your father confirmed that it's safe. To Cristov he explained, We thought one of the eggs had a crack in it, but it turns out it's just a strange marking.
My egg, Sonia declared, fingering the white streak in her hair.
Devin didn't laugh. In a softer voice, she added,
Maybe Garurth's last queen.
You don't know that, Devin said.
Jessela's not been well these past 2 turns, Sonia said, and Garurth's mating flight was short and low.
Garurth's strong.
Her strength is as much as her riders, Sonia replied, shaking her head.
They continued on through the tunnel into the hatching grounds in silence. Instead of darkening further, the way slowly brightened.
Cristov gasped.
The hatching grounds were as well lit as the weir bowl outside. There are mirrors guiding the light into the hatching grounds, Devin explained, seeing Kristov's expression. He shook his head at memories of his youth. Made of some sort of metal, the weirlings are assigned to polish them when it's dark.
Some more than others,
Sonia quipped, glancing slyly at Devin. Devin acknowledged her jibe with a wave of his hand, confessing to Cristov, The whirling master had it in for me. Sonia snorted derisively, but said no more, her levity fading as she caught sight of the far end of the hatching grounds. There are only 23, Devin said apologetically. There'd be more if Garurth were younger.
Eggs as high as Kristov's chest were sheltered together in an array of mottled brilliance. Bluish, greenish, brown, soft brown, the eggs were swirls of color that confused the eye. Sonia loped away, intent on one egg set slightly apart from the others.
She's hoping it's a gold, Devin told Cristov in a low voice. But the queen usually rolls queen eggs aside. Sonia says that it's a sign that Garurth is weak, that she couldn't roll the egg very far away. Cristov nodded, thinking that was the polite thing to do. If it's not a queen egg, Devin continued, and Garurth dies, then we'll be queenless, like Eigen.
Would High Reaches band with Telgar? Cristov asked worriedly.
Devin laughed, shaking his head. I doubt that would be Weir Leader Brawler's first choice. No, I imagine we'd barter for a queen egg. His face grew grim as he added, Doubtless that egg would come from Telgar, and we'd be beholden.
Cristov gave him a questioning look.
We'd be beholden to open our mating flight to the bronzes of Telgar.
So you hope that's a gold egg, then?
I do, Devin agreed. He pointed to the other eggs, turning away from Sonia, who was carefully inspecting the odd striations in the larger egg. Why don't you look at the others while you're here?
Cristov looked at the eggs and back at Devin in alarm. Sonia turned from her egg and said to Cristov, Go on. When will you have another chance?
But Kristov's protests were so many and varied that he couldn't pick a first one.
Everyone does it, Sonia said. And you've earned the right. Is that what the Weir Leader had meant? Cristov asked himself. He turned his gaze back longingly to the eggs lying less than a dragon length away. The light played upon them like they were jewels beyond imagining. Without realizing it, he stretched a hand out as if to grasp one, but they were well out of his reach.
You'll have to get much closer than that, Devin said humorously. Just as he gestured for Cristov to move closer, a loud bellow sounded from in the bowl.
That's Garurth, Sonia said with an edge of nervousness in her voice. She's on her way back.
Devin sighed and said regretfully to Cristov, We'd best leave. We can come back another day.
It's not like you're going anywhere soon, after all, Sonia said. Cristov gave her a questioning look, which she referred by a jerk of her head to Devin, who sighed before responding slowly. One man by himself? What could he do?
Cristov felt himself flush with angered pride as he answered, I could do my duty, Dragonrider.
Sonia made a rude noise, surprising Cristov. By yourself, you'd die, and neither I nor my father are willing to let you. She glanced at Devin, who nodded, saying,
You're the only one alive on Pern who is mined, Firestone.
It'd be foolish to let you go before you could at least teach what you know to others.
I don't see how the Weirs could have survived with the beastly stuff for all these hundreds of turns, Sonia said with a shake of her head. Devin indicated a side passage off the main tunnel to the hatching grounds, which they took just as Garurth's lumbering form blocked the light from the weir bowl.
I agree, he said.
He looked curiously at Cristov.
Earth hates the stuff.
Fire lizards won't eat it, Sonia added. I tried.
But it was the same as you gave us,
Cristov protested defensively.
It was, Devin agreed, and all that Hearth's ever eaten for flame. The flames are hot and quick, but...
Maybe the Harper Hall will know more, Sonia said. Cristov gave her a questioning look. Brawlers sent to the Harper Hall for more information on Firestone mining.
They assigned their best lad to the job, Devin added.
With a growing sense of surprise and dismay, Cristov guessed the answer to his own unspoken question.
Kindon?
Yes, Devin said with a curt nod of his head. That's the lad. Do you know him? Cristov could only nod wearily. And then the humor of the situation dawned on him. Kindon was working for him.
I'm gonna go blind, and it'll be all your fault,
Kelsa complained as she pored over yet another moldy record stored deep in the bowels of the Harper Hall.
Nuella's blind, and she's got a watchware,
Kindon replied affably, feeling no less scratch-eyed and irritable than Kelsa, but refusing to admit it.
These records are useless,
Kelsa growled.
Who wants to know who was married to whom?
It's important for lineage, Kindon replied.
Why did you have to pick me to help?
You're good at spotting things.
I'm better at writing songs.
Angrily, Kelsa grabbed record.
I can barely read this one.
Be careful, then, Kindon said. He waved a hand at the neat stack of records in front of him.
These are easier to read, but they make no sense.
What do you mean?
Kelsa asked, glancing from her stack to Kindon's. She had seeded him the oldest records in the belief that they'd be the hardest to read, and was now regretting her choice.
Well,
he said, holding up the sheet he was currently reading as an example.
This one's all on about how they first discovered Firestone.
Kelsa leaned toward him, eyes wide.
That should be great, Kindon.
Kindon shook his head.
It says that they spotted fire lizards flaming and tracked it down to Firestone on the beaches.
Kelsa made a face.
Fire lizards don't flame.
Kindon nodded.
And wouldn't Firestone just burn up when the tide covered it?
Kelsa nodded.
You're right. That's cracked.
She moved closer, peering at the record in his hand.
Maybe this is some child's story that they preserved. You know, proud parents and all that.
Blearily remembering that Kindon had no parents to be proud of him, Kelsa held out her hand, gesturing for the record by way of diversion. With a shake of his head, Kindon passed the sheet to Kelsa.
You know,
he mused while she read the paper,
it must have been very odd, the way the colonists discovered Firestone. I mean, it's buried under a certain sort of rock and all.
Kelsa bent closer to the record.
Wish we had better light,
she murmured, bringing her glow closer.
Glows just aren't bright enough to read with.
We could wait until day, Kindon suggested jokingly.
Kelsa glared at him.
I can just imagine how the Master Harper would react to that decision.
I suppose we could use a candle.
Are you mad?
Kelsa squeaked, gesturing around at the stacks of records.
They'd burn, Kindon.
Only if you put them near the flame, he retorted.
He waved aside any further argument and gestured to the record in Kelsa's hands.
What do you think?
The print's too small and fine to be a child's,
she declared after a moment. She pointed at the text.
And the phrasing doesn't sound like one either. The small, winged creatures dubbed fire lizards were observed to chew a particular rock scattered along the shoreline and then emit flame to defend themselves against thread. It was later determined that the rock was phosphine-bearing. She looked up at Kindon. That sounds like Master Zist when he's teaching.
But Kindon wasn't looking at her. He was staring off into space.
Kindon,
Kelsa muttered, snapping her fingers under his nose.
You're not asleep, are you?
Kindon batted her fingers away and focused back on her. "Kalsa," he asked slowly, "have you ever wondered why they're called fire lizards?" Kelso looked from Kindon to the record she held in her hands, and then back again, frowning thoughtfully. "I think we should wake the Master Harper," Kindon said. "It's the middle of the night," Kelso protested. Apprentices who were foolish enough to wake the Master Harper any time, let alone the middle of the night, often found themselves regretting their mistake for a very long time. Kindon nodded. "It is here," he said. "But when will it be dawn at Telgar?" Kelsa was tired, and it took her a moment to think through to his meaning. Dawn would come earlier at eastern Telgar than the westerly Harper Hall, and when dawn came, some would be working the mines. Some would possibly even be digging new Firestone mines. "Let's run," Kelsa said. Chapter 10. Harper learn, Harper read, Harper help those in need. Weirhold. "If I don't get those herbs, she'll die," Morin repeated, glaring at Jathan and Orella. Since his arrival, their acceptance of him had been conditional at best, hostile at worst, but they could not hope to match his skills as harper and healer. Now, Elisa lay before them, burning with fever. Morin quickly determined that the self-styled Waremaster was more than a little crazed by a long life of trauma, not eased any by her association with watchwares. But somehow, he and Elisa had found and kindled a strange sort of respect, bordering on friendship. Perhaps he recognized a kindred spirit, tormented by past decisions and indecisions, torn between high ideals and petty indulgences. Or perhaps it was Elise, with her strange looks and quiet presence. He learned quickly enough that Elise was the last gold watchware, and that Master Zist and even the Dragonriders found the creatures valuable. After so many turns spent fruitlessly striving to find an answer for the Shunned, or hope for their children, Morin found the issue of the watchwares and their handlers to be a much easier burden, and he was in need of a rest. "I don't trust you, Harper," Jathan said. "How do I know you won't betray us?" "How do I know you'll return in time?" Orella asked, her face tear-stained from worry and haggard from hours of caring for her ailing mother. "You don't," Morin said in reply to both of them. "But I can guarantee that the longer before I return, the less likely she'll live." Orella looked away and bowed her head. Jathan held Morin's eyes for moments more before dropping his arms and growling, "Go, then." He took a deep breath. "But if you don't come back, I'll hunt you down and kill you." Morin laughed. "You and Tenham both," he said. He gestured beyond them to the crevice where the watchware was sleeping restlessly, and said to Orella, "If I don't come back in time, can you save Elise?" Orella shook her head. "Not with a watchware of my own," she told him. "If you don't save my mother, we'll lose the last gold watchware on Pern." Morin winced as he rose to his feet. "Then I'd best hurry," he said, striding quickly toward the light of the brightening day. "How long will you be?" Jathan called after him.
3 days, if I'm lucky,"
Morin called back.
"Be quick,"
Orella called after him. "Be lucky," Jathan growled ominously. Morin shouldered his pack at the cave's entrance and strode quickly away. He made good time the first day, better than he had hoped. He knew that a lot of that was due to his new environment. The short rations of the Weirhold and the work that Jathan and Elisa had demanded of him had forced him to grow stronger and leaner. He woke early the next day, sore. It took him longer than he would have liked to get moving, and he found it hard to keep the same pace he had set the day before. The ground between the Weirhold and Keogh was rough and barren. Morin chose his path with care. Any fall here might well be fatal, even if he only broke a leg. His concentration on his path was his undoing. He didn't notice the dragon above him until its shadow fell over him. For a moment he froze in panic. What if Dagan found out about Elisa? What could he do? He thought frantically, desperate for a plan. Finally, a slow grin spread across his face. He looked up and waved at the descending dragon and rider. His waving grew more frantic, and he smiled and bellowed,
Over here! Over here!
When the dragon rider dismounted, Morin ran over to him.
By the first egg, I'm glad you found me, Morin declared. I was afraid I was dead for certain.
What are you doing out here? The dragon rider demanded, glancing around the barren terrain.
I ran away, Morin said, waving behind him. The Shunned were after me, and I ran away. They caught me sleeping, and it was all I could do to get away with my pack.
Shunned, you say? The dragon rider repeated.
How do you know they were shunned? Who else would be out here attacking the unwary in the middle of the night?
What were you doing out here?
I was heading to Kia, Morin replied. I need to get some medicines.
Medicines?
Yes, I've left a sick mother behind at a cot-hold a ways back, Morin said, gesturing generally far north of Elisa's camp. And I need to get her feverfew or she'll die.
Feverfew, the dragon rider murmured, then looked intently at Morin. How do you know medicines?
I am a harper, Morin said, bowing low. Morin, journeyman to Master Zist.
Pellar, the dragon rider replied shortly.
I thought that Joffrey was Zist's journeyman. A harper may have more than one journeyman, Morin temporized quickly, hoping that his surprise at Pellar's news hadn't shown on his face.
Well, Pellar gestured impatiently toward his green dragon. Come along. I can get you where you're going faster than your legs.
Thank you, Green Rider, Morin responded gratefully.
Pellar's response was a rough grunt that left Morin feeling uneasy until they were airborne and the dragon went between. Morin's unease exploded into surprised outrage when they burst out from between.
This is Crom Hold!
Yes, Pellar agreed. Lord Fenner must judge you.
If, as I suspect, he knows nothing of you, or worse, then you will be shunned and sent to the mines.
Morin was too stunned by this change in plan even to speak as they descended to the entrance to Crom Hold. Even if he could get the feverfew, he was now more than 5 days' journey from Elisa. She would die, and then what would happen to the last queen watchwear of Pern? At Pellar's commanding gesture, Crom Hold guards formed up on Morin's flanks to prevent his escape, and his walk assumed the nature of a march of doom. The great hold doors opened, and Morin found himself admitted to the hold's great hall. Morin had seen Lord Fenner several times from a safe distance, but he had never been introduced. He could hope that no one he had cheated out of their marks had reported a good likeness of him to the Lord Holder. He did not want to be shunned and turned over to Pellar and the Firestone mines. As he marched up the length of the great hall to the dais on which Lord Fenner sat, Morin noticed several people, even children, watching from tables placed along the walls. One of the children pointed at him with wide, surprised eyes. Morin paused, stunned.
Feather?
Another child appeared familiar.
Marta?
Rage, sudden and immense, filled Morin. He shook off his guards and raced to the end of the hall.
What are you doing with them? He demanded at the top of his lungs. Are you sending children into the mines?
He looked around feverishly, recognizing the children he had left with.
Where's Halla? What have you done with her?
The guards caught up with him and wrestled him to the ground before he could assault Lord Fenner. Morin fought back as hard as he could, only to have more guards descend upon him. Even so, he fought.
Must save them.
Pellar stunned him with a two-handed blow to the back of the neck. Morin slumped over, and his lips split against the hard stone floor.
What justice is this?
He asked through bloody lips, lifting his face up enough to catch a glimpse of the Lord Holder's boots.
What justice is it to send children to the mines?
Not mine, Lord Fenner answered from above Morin. At a gesture, the guards stepped back, but retained wary holds upon the battered harper. Morin straightened enough to meet Fenner's eyes.
Where's Halla, then? I left these children in her care.
She went off after Tenem, Fenner said, meeting Morin's gaze squarely.
Are you mad? You'll kill her.
Fenner shook his head. It was not my idea, he said, glancing for just a moment at Pellar. I had sent her on a different task, but the traders told me that she changed her course. Morin realized that he was missing something, and gathered that Fenner was guarding his tongue, but he couldn't understand why.
You must send someone to get her, Morin said desperately. She's not safe with him out there." "Who is Chenim?" Pellar demanded from behind him. "He was my ward until he turned thief, and worse," Morin said, not quite telling all the truth. "Thief and murderer," Fenner said. Morin tried to cover his surprise and his fear. "He was implicated in the death of one Cedar of Kia." "Someone used Firestone," Pellar growled from behind Morin. "He was burned?" Morin asked queasily. "No," Pellar said. "Sometimes Firestone gas won't burn. Breathing it alone kills." "What were you doing with the Shunned?" Fenner asked. "Isn't it enough that he was consorting with them?" Pellar said. He failed to notice the irritated look on the face of Crom's Lord Holder as he continued. "Dagan will want him in the mines. The dragons need Firestone." "I was ordered," Morin replied to Fenner. "By whom?" "My master, Harper Zist," Morin said. Fenner was silent for a moment. When he spoke again, it was to Pellar. "Dragonrider, I will have to investigate this," Fenner told him solemnly. "It will take no more than a day to get word to the Harper Hall. When you do, please send word that Master Elisa needs feverfew and a healer," Morin begged. Fenner gazed for a long moment at the Green Rider before asking frostily, "You took this man from the sick?" "He was wandering alone," Pellar said. "He claimed he was going to Kia, but I didn't believe him." "Dragonrider," Fenner began, and paused, putting a smile on his face. "I thank you for your kindnesses and bringing this man to my attention. I will, of course, deal with any punishments necessary in my capacity as Lord Holder." Pellar recognized Fenner's words as a dismissal. "But Dagan wants more workers," he protested, easily imagining his Weir leader's fury when he returned empty-handed. "So he has repeatedly told me," Fenner replied. "But there are only so many holders whose behavior warrants being shunned." Pellar looked like he wanted to argue the point, but could think of nothing to say. With a curt nod, he turned on his heel and strode out of the great hall. "That wasn't courteous, was it?" a young voice asked curiously as the great doors slammed shut. At a gesture from Fenner, the guards stood completely away from Morin. "Grab him a chair, child," Fenner replied. "And no, it wasn't." To Morin he said, "The Dragonriders of Telgar seem short of courtesy since they integrated with the Eigenriders." The young girl, whom Morin didn't recognize, pushed a padded stool noisily to him. Morin stumbled upright enough to sit on it gratefully. "Thank you," he said absently. "You're welcome," the girl replied. "Marta, get a washcloth and some water, please." Morin heard but didn't see the patter of Marta's feet as she raced off on her errand. Painfully, he raised his head so that his eyes met Lord Fenner's. "Please, my lord, could you send that message now?" Morin asked softly. "More than one life depends upon it." "I can," Fenner said. "But I wonder if you recall that the Harper Hall is farther from Kia than we are." Morin nodded wearily. "Help will have to come a dragon back, if it's to be in time." "You'll get no help from Telgar," the young girl snorted derisively. "Nera, that's no way to talk," Fenner said reprovingly. "We are beholden to Telgar Weir." "Yes, father," Nera said, in a tone that showed she accepted the fact, but didn't necessarily like it. "The Harper Hall could ask for help from Ford Weir or Bendon," Morin said. He examined Fenner's face carefully, seeking to determine the nature of his character. He had heard that Fenner was a shrewd, cautious man who was not above sharp dealing. This man didn't seem to match the description. Morin's own judgment was suspect, he knew, for he had clearly misjudged Tenem. Still, "The other life is a watchwear," Morin said, watching Fenner's eyes for any reaction. Lord Fenner nodded and leaned forward in his chair. "She is the last gold watchwear on Pern." "I see," Fenner said, nodding. He glanced up and waved imperiously to his daughter. His words were clipped and fast, urgent. "Nera, run to the drum tower. Do you know what to say?" "Of course," Nera replied, racing away. "Shall I use the emergency signal 2 or 3 times?" "3," Fenner called after her. Without pausing,
Nera acknowledged him with a wave of her hand and was gone.
"Thank you,"
Morin said with feeling. The emergency signal was repeated 3 times only in a Pern-wide emergency. "We'll see if you will still feel that way later," Fenner said. He gave Morin a sour look. "Your name came up not too long ago, as I recall." Morin raised an eyebrow. "My lord?" "Yes. A poor man named Nicol swore a complaint on you," Fenner said. "Said he had paid you for a month's cromcoal and never got it." Fenner paused, watching Morin's face carefully. "When he told me that you had claimed to be one of my harpers, I felt obliged to fill his lack." "I had hoped," Morin began, but Fenner cut him off with a raised hand. "The issue will be between you and the Master Harper," Fenner told him, "for which you should be grateful. I've shunned men for stealing." "It was for the children," Morin explained. "You should have come to me," Fenner replied. Morin shook his head, confused, and momentarily lost for words. He licked his lips and winced. "They were shunned." Marta came back at that moment with a wet washcloth. Fenner smiled at the child and directed her toward Morin. She handed him the washcloth and darted away, an action that spoke of no great affection for the harper. Fenner's frown was unseen by Morin, who was busy wiping the blood off his face. When Morin had finished cleaning himself up, Lord Fenner said, "I think there will be some time before we get a response. Why don't you rest for a while?" "Thank you, Lord," Morin said, rising slowly to his feet. Upright, he was surprised to find himself swaying with shock and fatigue. "I could use it."
"Kindon! Kindon!"
a voice shouted urgently in his ear.
"They're calling for you!"
Blearily, Kindon opened his eyes to find Kelsa hovering over him, shaking him into wakefulness.
"Didn't you hear the drums?"
Kelsa continued. Kindon shook his head. He had been up through the night and well into the next day before he and Kelsa had been dismissed by an ecstatic zist to catch what sleep they could. Judging by the light from Kelsa's glow, it was still dark out.
"News from Crom," Kelsa told him. "A triple emergency. Help from Master Elisa."
Kindon was on his feet so fast that Kelsa had to jerk her head back.
"Master Elisa?
What's wrong?"
"She's ill."
"Don't want me," Kindon said, fumbling for the door. On his second attempt, Kelsa pushed him aside.
"Let me,"
she said. As he stumbled out the door, she grabbed him, saying, "Maybe I'd better come along?" Kindon nodded a quick thanks. It was moments before the thought struck him that Kelsa usually did everything she could to avoid the attention of the Master Harper. When they arrived at the Master Harper's quarters, Kelsa reverted to form and thrust Kindon inside before she could be noticed. Kindon was not surprised to see that Master Zist was already there, but he was surprised to see another, older person in the room. If Zist was old, and Murriny older, this man was ancient. His hair was completely white and thinning. Bright, light blue eyes stared out of a face that was lined with creases, crow's feet at the edges of the eyes, and pain lines around the mouth. "McCall?" Kindon guessed, surprised that the Harper Hall's famous recluse had deigned to emerge from his crystal cave. McCall, once Dragonrider McCall, had made a place for himself in a cavern, shunning the more boisterous atmosphere of the Harper Hall itself. The ex-Dragonrider had devoted himself to the study of healing, and had become a master in his own right, developing his own brand of healing arts, which relied mostly on crystals, physical exercises, and meditation. His techniques were unique to the Harper Hall. Many otherwise incurable injuries had been overcome with his practices. "Yes." "You're late," Master Zist said, motioning for Kindon to grab a seat. "I was expecting you minutes ago." Kindon took the indicated seat and apologized. I was tired." "Tired while we old men keep longer hours than you?" Murney snorted. "He knows this, Elisa?" McCall asked, gesturing to Kindon. "Not well, my lord," Kindon answered quickly. "I met her once, turns back when I got my watchwear egg." "I've just been informed about the watchwares," McCall said, shaking his head. A strange, pained look flashed across his face as he added,
I hadn't really thought about them much.
According to Morin's message, Elisa's queen is the last of the gold watchwares, Zist said. His tone suggested that he was continuing a discussion that had begun before Kinden's arrival. If she dies... McCall ignored him, turning to Kinden.
Zist tells me that you broke bonds with your watchware.
Kinden took a moment to process the ex-Dragonrider's words before he nodded. It was an emergency. Unless she let Nuella bond with her, the miners would have died. McCall nodded as he absorbed Kinden's response.
So, wouldn't it be possible for the Queen to bond with someone else?
Kinden shrugged. Maybe.
So you're saying you won't go? Murray pressed. Because the Queen might rebond? No, I'll go, McCall replied. He nodded to Kinden. He comes too.
It took the cold of between to rouse Kinden out of his fatigue-induced haze, but what really woke him up was the dragon's dizzying descent in full darkness. I'll wait here, the dragon rider told them after they alighted. Kinden guessed that the rider's behavior was more in deference to McCall than for any concern for the weirholders. The watchware knows you're coming, he added, with a hint of humor in his voice.
Why the laugh?
McCall asked. The watchware was surprised that a dragon could make a night flight, the rider replied, chuckling. They see in the dark, Kinden said.
So do dragons,
the rider replied with pride in his voice.
Well, I don't see well,
McCall said, grabbing Kinden's shoulder.
I hope you see better, miner's son.
The last time I was here was in daylight, Kinden said defensively. He need not have worried, for his night vision was good, and he quickly found a way into the weirhold. Which one of you is the healer? The woman's voice startled him.
I have some understanding of the art, McCall replied. The lad carries supplies.
A man's voice spoke out from a different location, behind them.
Where's Morin?
Crom, Kinden replied. He was intercepted by a Telgar rider and brought before Lord Fenner for judgment.
He sent word to the Harper Hall, McCall added, and Master Murray asked me to come.
What about the boy? The man asked suspiciously. I was once bonded to a watchware, Kinden said. Once? The woman snorted derisively. How'd you lose it? Kisk bonded with Nuella and is now Nuelsk, Kinden replied, surprised at the anger in his response. No words were spoken, but Kinden felt the atmosphere change from dangerous suspicion to cautious respect.
If you don't want us here, we'll leave,
McCall said, turning around. Wait, the woman called desperately. A dim light suddenly emerged in front of them. Follow the glow. In short order, they found themselves being led through a set of canvas doors into a room lit dimly by red coals. The woman holding the glows handed them off to another woman. I'm Arella, the woman said. Elisa is my mother. The rustle of canvas behind them caused them to turn. A hard-faced man entered, his hand on the pommel of his dirk. McCall stared at him for a long moment before the man removed his hand from his weapon and instead held it out in greeting.
I'm Jathan.
McCall shook it quickly, then turned back to Arella.
Where's your mother?
He asked, gesturing with a hand for Kinden to give him the pack of supplies. In there, Arella said. Her eyes roved over the older man's face, seeking some sign of his skill. You arrived quickly enough, she said. Morin said she'd be all right for a number of days.
He might be right,
McCall said noncommittally. Gesturing politely for Arella to precede him, he followed her into another chamber, muttering,
This is nice rock. I can feel the crystals in it.
Kinden, relieved of his pack, turned slowly around the room, spotted a familiar crevice, and asked Jathan, Is that where Elisk lives? Jathan's eyes narrowed in an instant of surprise, which he covered immediately with a derisive snort.
You don't know much about watchwares if you don't know she's out hunting. It's night.
My watchware was a green, one of Elisk's, Kinden said. He made a cheerful sound of greeting toward the crevice, so reminiscent of the noise he had made over 4 turns ago that he felt a moment of regretful memories. Elisk's response from the crevice was no shock to Kinden, who merely turned back to Jathan, saying, I'd like to see her. She sounds worried. Jathan looked at the young man with renewed interest mingled with respect. Kindon turned back toward the crevice. Jathan's hand on his shoulder startled him. The man spoke softly in his ear, saying, "Do you know what will happen if Elisa dies?" Kindon turned his head back to meet Jathan's eyes. "I do. It's hoped that I could bond with her." Jathan nodded slowly. "Maybe you could," he said after a moment. His expression softened, and he added, "I hope it doesn't come to that." "So do I," Kindon agreed fervently. "This is something I think Nuella would be much better at." He turned his head back, squared his shoulders, and walked into the watchweir's lair. Much later, Kindon was awoken by steps and a voice calling in awe.
"She's a real queen."
It was McCall. Kindon looked up from where he lay near the queen watchweir and felt tentatively with his thoughts. Had Elisa passed on in the night? Was Elise now bonded to him?
"She is all right," McCall assured Kindon. "Marin was right to send for Feverfew, and wiser to ask for help. He didn't understand some of the subtler issues."
Kindon nodded. Until the other day, he had known nothing of Zist's missing journeyman, but he knew much of McCall and the ex-Dragonrider's renowned abilities as a healer. McCall looked around the dimly lit chamber with interest, turning this way and that, reverently feeling the rock walls.
"There's good rock here," he announced.
He turned back to Kindon.
"I will stay here. The rock is good, and the watchweirs are pleasant company."
Kindon was startled. He had thought that McCall would always be a fixture of the Harper Hall, but McCall was lured by rocks and crystals, and— "Do you know of a different Firestone?" he blurted suddenly.
"A different Firestone?" McCall repeated blankly. "Why do you think there's a different Firestone?"
"Because the records speak of fire lizards chewing it on the shore of the southern continent," Kindon told him. He wondered why neither he, nor Master Zist, nor even the Master Harper himself hadn't thought of asking the ex-Dragonrider. In an instant, he knew why. McCall sank against the floor, his legs suddenly weak. Kindon moved to help, but the old man waved him away. Feebly, he explained,
"My dragon died from a Firestone explosion."
He searched Kindon's face.
"Are you saying that there is a safer Firestone?"
"Maybe it was all used up," Kindon said, in a vain effort to ease the pain so evident in McCall's eyes. He had heard of the bond between dragon and rider, but he had never thought it was so strong that tens of turns later the loss would still cause so great a pain. This was nothing like the feeling he had had when his watchweir had bonded with Nuella. McCall's look demanded more. "The records said that fire lizards ate Firestone on the shore," Kindon said again. McCall shook his head in disbelief.
"The sea air alone would destroy the Firestone, to say nothing of sea spray and the tide."
"That was my thought," Kindon said. "But why were they called fire lizards? They won't eat Firestone."
"They won't,"
McCall repeated faintly in surprise. His brow knotted in thought.
"If there was a different Firestone, then you'd know, because a fire lizard would eat it. Look for the stones that fire lizards eat."
"Fire lizards are hard to find," Kindon said. "There are a few at the Harper Hall. Fort's Lord has a new clutch."
"Pellar had a fire lizard. Send for him."
"Pellar?" Kindon said. He shook his head. "We don't know where he is." McCall shook his head.
"Finding fire lizards is easy enough. It's finding this Firestone of yours that will be hard, if it exists."
"Maybe they couldn't find it in the north," Kindon suggested.
"Maybe,"
McCall agreed dubiously. Then he brightened.
"But you know where it was, so you could go there."
"Go to the southern continent?" Kindon asked warily. Everyone knew that the southern continent was unsafe. That was why the colonists had moved to the northern continent nearly 500 turns ago. He mulled over the thought. Perhaps we could go just to find a sample.
"Wouldn't the master miner be able to tell you where to find this Firestone here, once you had a sample for him?"
I don't know, Kindon said, then shrugged in apology for contradicting the old man. It's just that the records seem to show that Firestone mining has been dangerous for several hundred turns. If there was a safer Firestone, we'd be mining it, unless the only ones who could tell had died. It would have been an accident, most likely, Kindon said. Perhaps they discovered a vein of our Firestone and it blew up before they realized their mistake. McCall mulled the suggestion over. Perhaps. Kindon was intrigued with the notion. If they didn't know about our type of Firestone, they'd never know their peril. And if the fire lizard's Firestone was impervious to water, they might have doused the new Firestone with water without realizing the danger, McCall said. Kindon had a horrific image of miners using water to clean a wall of rock, only to have it explode in a sheet of flame, extinguishing them in a terrifying instant. But why wouldn't the next miners have simply gotten a new sample from one of the weirs? Kindon wondered. McCall shook his head. We'll never know. And we'll never know if there is such a Firestone until someone gets a sample from the southern continent. He pushed himself upright and turned determinedly toward the entrance. We must talk with the Dragonrider. Chapter 11. In your hold you are secure from perils that the dragons endure. 'Tis your duty, 'tis their due. You give to them, they shelter you. High Reaches Weir, AL 495.8. Cristov had never felt more uncomfortable in his life. He was in a meeting with the Weir leader of High Reaches Weir and all his wing leaders, the Master Harper of Pern, Master Zist, a grizzled old healer named McCall who was treated with awe by the Dragonriders, Tolder's widow, Alara, and Kindon. The grouping of so many august personages had been so frightening that Sonia had avoided it, which only increased Kristov's own sense of alarm. Of all them, Kindon made him feel most uncomfortable. However he tried, Kindon could not quite keep his eyes from Kristov's injuries. If he hadn't been so obviously understanding and sympathetic, Cristov might have hit him. If Kindon had just looked a bit smug, Cristov probably would have. But Kindon looked even more apprehensive than Cristov felt. So you want us to go to the southern continent from which our ancestors fled to search for a Firestone that fire lizards will chew? Brawler asked, summarizing Kindon's report. Kindon flushed and nodded. Yes, sir. My lord, he said in a small voice. I think he's right, McCall said. For myself, I shudder to think how many have suffered needlessly if this is so. But what if this Firestone is only good for fire lizards? One of the wing leaders protested. What then? The only way to know is for a dragon to test it, another observed. I'll do it, Devin declared. Hearth is willing. Brawler pursed his lips. We don't have that many bronzes. Devin pointed at Cristov. And we've even fewer miners. Brawler glanced at Cristov, and Alara, sitting beside him, sighed and nodded in agreement. Very well, he said. I approve this journey. You know, Murray said thoughtfully, even if we find this new Firestone here in the north, who's going to mine it? I'll mine it, Cristov declared. Brawler gave him a troubled look. There's a hatching soon. You should stay here. For a moment, Kristov's eyes lit with joy. The Weir leader was offering him a chance to impress a dragon. I'll go, Alara said. I owe it to Tolder's memory. Cristov nodded. I'll go, he said. He met the Weir leader's startled look. I owe it to Tolder, and I owe it for my father. Even that won't be enough, just the two of you, Kindon objected, somewhat surprised by his own jealous reaction to Brawler's implied offer to Cristov. You need a shift of 10 to do any serious work. That's for coal, Cristov corrected. Rock's rock, Kindon replied, standing his ground. There's only so much a person can mine in a day. The Weir folk helped, Cristov responded. But will they be able when thread falls? Zist wondered. He glanced back at Brawler, who returned his glance with a troubled look. We could use the Shunned, McCall suggested. In response to the other's muted reactions, he added, Offer them an amnesty for a turn's worth of work. Murray shook his head regretfully. A good suggestion, but Telgar's been putting the Shunned to work in the mines for turns. They know it's death to work Firestone.
Someone would have to tell them otherwise, then, McCall suggested. If they knew the Firestone wouldn't explode, I bet they'd come in droves.
Zist gave him a thoughtful look and then said to Murray, "It might be the solution to our problem." Murray nodded, and in response to Brawler's questioning look, explained. "Master Zist and I have been concerned with the issue of the Shunned and what will happen with them during the fall."
"They'd be protected like anyone else on Pern," Brawler said immediately.
"But they've no holes, no place to grow crops," Zist pointed out. "Such people will be desperate." "We sent Journeyman Morin out to make contact with them turns ago," the Master Harper added, shaking his head sadly. "Perhaps Morin would be willing to continue his mission," Zist suggested to Murray. He looked up at the Weir leader. "Would it be possible for me to get to Crom on Harper business?" "Pellar could take you," Devin offered. "I'm sure his talent would oblige." Halla tracked Pellar down at last, ready to pummel him for departing their hidden camp without leaving her the slightest message. It had taken her over an hour to find the first sign of his trail and another 2 to find him. She was hungry, hot, irritated, and, she hated to admit it, relieved at finding him. Her relief gave way to surprise as she took in his position. He was kneeling. Was he sick? It had taken all her strength to pull him away to safety that day so many 7 days ago. When she had found enough energy to go back for the other boy, she discovered that he was gone, as was Tenham's body. Dragonriders, Pellar had later written in explanation. But by then days had passed, and Halla had spent sleepless nights wondering if the blast had made Pellar addled. It had taken several more days before she recognized his strange gestures as attempts to write. And then she had spent a fruitless day searching for something he could use, only to find, on her return to their camp, that Pellar had cleared a patch of ground and had used a stick to write, "I'm not addled. Remember, I can't speak." Halla's relief had been so great that she had cried, for the first time since she'd been with Lord Fenner of Crom. She was surprised and grateful when Pellar wrapped his arms around her and held her tight while she cried out all the fears and horrors of the past weeks. But she also felt a bit uneasy. With Lord Fenner, Halla had felt that she had been with someone like the father she had never known. But with Pellar, she felt more like she'd come home, and it scared her. They had had to change camps and hide when they discovered that the Firestone mine had attracted several groups of the Shunned, who looted the wrecked mine and outbuildings for whatever they could find. Halla had refused to allow Pellar to contact the Dragonriders, protesting, "They'll capture them and put them to work on Firestone mines." Nothing Pellar wrote could persuade her otherwise, and they spent several days angrily apart, not communicating beyond the barest necessity for survival. The Shunned had fled when the dragons returned, but the Dragonriders had stayed only briefly and were gone before Halla and Pellar could resolve yet another argument over whether to contact them. And now, the last of the food Halla had was gone. They would have to move camp soon, as the local game was now too wary of their traps, and Pellar was here, kneeling in the grass. He turned at the sound of her approach, which irritated Halla no end, as she could have sworn that no one could hear her, and grinned, holding up something cupped in his hands. It was yellow. No, they were yellow. "Yellow tops!" Halla exclaimed in surprise. Then she remembered her worried hours of searching and shouted at him, "You went looking for yellow tops?" Pellar nodded, his grin slipping into a smaller smile. He stood up and handed her one, gesturing for her to follow him. Halla raised an eyebrow at him, but shrugged and waited for him to lead the way. They walked in silence, which grew more companionable with every step. Pellar was clearly excited about something, and his excitement was infectious. What was he going to do with yellow tops? The question had just turned over in Halla's mind when they topped the rise, and she knew what he was going to do. She lengthened her stride and caught up with him, pulling him to a stop. Pellar's eyes met hers just as Halla leaned up and kissed him. "It was you," she said. "You were the one." Pellar nodded. She kissed him again and grabbed his hand, dragging him after her as they made their way down the rise to the neat graves set in the dale below. Wordlessly, they stopped and knelt in front of the mounds. After a moment, they leaned forward and carefully placed the small yellow tops on each grave. One was Tolder's, one was Tenham's, but Halla could not tell which was which, nor did she care. In her mind, the dead were clear of all debts. Zist was surprised at the sight of Morin. His memories of the man were over a dozen turns old, but he hadn't expected to find the young man he had sent on a perilous journey changed into such an old, worried person. "Master Zist, I'm sorry," Morin said, bowing deeply. "I've failed you and the Master Harper." Zist waved his apology aside. "Not your fault, boy. The job was bigger than you." "Then why have you let Lord Fenner send a mere girl on the same mission?" Morin demanded hotly, meeting Zist's eyes squarely. Zist raised an eyebrow and turned an inquiring look to Lord Fenner, who had the grace to look embarrassed. Behind him, however, a girl who bore a remarkable resemblance to Crom's lord merely snorted in annoyance. "Father was absolutely right to send Halla," the girl declared. "She's a girl, after all." "Nera, hush," Fenner said quellingly. Nera took an involuntary step backward before she caught herself, huffed, and defiantly regained her previous position. "I will not. You were right to send Halla. She was a much better choice to deal with the Shunned." "She was so small," Morin objected. "Exactly," Nera said, pouncing upon his words. "No threat to anyone, and quick on her feet as well as her wits." "So where is she?" Morin demanded. Nera's exultant look collapsed, and she was reduced to murmuring, "They didn't find her body at the Firestone mine." "The Dragonriders could search for her," Zist suggested. "Not Telgar," Nera declared. "They'd take her to the mines." She pointed at Morin. "They were all ready to take him to the mines, except that father refused." She sniffed. "At least Dagan still recognizes the rights of the Lord Holder, if nothing else." "Nera, that's no way to talk about our weir leader," Fenner said. But it was clear to Zist that his heart wasn't in it. Nor could the Harper blame him. He had seen enough of Dagan's imperiousness firsthand. Dragonrider or not, the man bore his rank and responsibilities poorly. "What did you ask this girl to do?" Zist asked Fenner. "I asked her to track down the Shunned in hopes of opening communications with them," Fenner said. "That's what Master Zist asked of me," Morin exclaimed. Nera looked ready to say something acerbic, but was quelled by a look from her father. "The traders had taken her under their protection," Fenner explained. "They agreed to lend her aid and support." "And if she had contacted the Shunned, what then?" Zist asked, curious to see if Crom's Lord Holder had come up with a solution to the knotty problem of Pern's dispossessed. "Arrangements could be made," Fenner said. He met Zist's eyes squarely. "Some of those are doubtless people I've shunned myself, but the Red Star grows larger and Thread will return, and when it does, what then will people with nothing to lose not do in order to survive?" Zist nodded. "That was a question the Master Harper and I considered many turns ago." He glanced at Morin. "Our plan miscarried, however." "The only plan that seems to be working is Dagan's," Fenner admitted ruefully. "Round them up and force them to mine Firestone." "Perhaps not force," Zist said, "but encourage." To Lord Fenner he explained, "We've just discovered records that indicate there might be 2 types of Firestone." He went on to describe the meeting at High Reach's Weir and the conclusions that McCall, Kindon, and Cristov had reached. "So they are going to the southern continent?" Fenner asked in surprise. "Only the shore," Zist said in reassurance, "to see if they can find any of this fire lizard Firestone." "A Firestone that doesn't explode in water," Morin muttered to himself. He looked up at Zist. "What do the Shunned have to do with this?" "This new Firestone wouldn't be deadly to mine," Zist explained. "And all Pern will need it soon. If they could be convinced to mine it, their place and protection would be assured directly by the weirs." "That could work," Morin agreed, stroking his chin thoughtfully. He looked up again to Master Zist. "Master, I'd like to offer my services. I will make contact with the Shunned." "And find Halla while you're at it," Nera demanded. "And find Halla," Morin agreed, turning to sketch a short bow in the girl's direction. "Perhaps Pellar will drop you somewhere along our way," Zist said, turning to the Green Rider who had silently watched the entire exchange.
For a Firestone that doesn't explode, I will do anything, Pellar agreed fervently.
The southern continent. Cristov couldn't believe his luck as he sat perched atop Hearth's huge neck and peered cautiously down at the headland below. Beside them, Blue Talith struggled to keep up with the huge bronze dragon's easy turn of speed. It had startled Cristov for a moment to think that Dragonriders couldn't just go to the southern continent. "We need someone who's been there before," Devin had explained when they first set out. "Perhaps someone in Ista will know." Weir leader Karayan greeted them courteously enough when they arrived in Ista Weir's bowl. "What do you want with the southern continent, Devin?" he asked when Devin presented their request. "Firestone," Devin said immediately. He recounted the meeting at High Reaches and the conclusion reached by Kindon, Cristov, and McCall. Karayan looked skeptical until Devin added, "McCall was a dragon rider many turns back." "Firestone accident?" Karayan asked. Devin nodded. "There have been so many of those." He looked at Cristov. "And you say there's a Firestone that doesn't burn in water?" "The fire lizards got their name for some reason," Cristov pointed out. "And Brawler approves this?" Karayan asked, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "Well, he's a cautious one." "If he says so, then I'm up for it." "Do you know someone who could guide us?" Devin asked. Karayan heaved a sigh before replying. "You know that the southern continent is banned." When Devin nodded in agreement, he continued. "There's good reason for it, I'm sure. But I've one blue rider who won't listen to reason and just flies off by himself now and again. When he comes back, he's always got these most amazing fruits of the largest size." "He goes to southern?" Devin asked. "I've never asked," Karayan replied drolly, his eyes lit with amusement. "But perhaps he can guide you." And so, without actually saying it aloud, Devin managed to get Jetrel to agree to give him the coordinates, provided he could come along. "I suspect he wants an official reason to know where the southern continent is," Devin confided with a grin to Cristov as they rose out of Istanbul and took station beside the wiry blue dragon. And now, here they were. Devin gestured to the beaches beyond the headland, indicating that they should land there. The sun was warm and the sand hot as they jumped down and looked around. At some unspoken word from Hearth, Devin laughed and told his dragon, "Yes, go play, but be ready when I call." With a huge cooling breeze from his wings, Hearth leapt into the air. Soon he and Jetrel's Talith were cavorting in and out of the warm southern water. "Any sign of your ox, Cristov?" Jetrel asked as he strode up to them. Cristov looked dismayed to hear the fire lizard's Firestone referred to as your rocks. He wondered how the Dragonriders would react if none were found. "Are there any fire lizards around?" he asked hopefully. "Maybe we could find the rocks they like." After an hour, Devin suggested they try further south. The dragons returned from their water play quickly enough, though neither Cristov nor Devin were quite happy to be riding a wet dragon. "We won't go between," Devin said reassuringly to Cristov, "but fly straight. Call out if you see anything." They checked out 2 more beaches, but there was no sign of any rocks worthy of consideration. "Let's rest a bit and continue later," Devin suggested as they trudged in the hot sand. "Good idea," Jetrel agreed readily. "I know where to get some fruit." His face fell as Devin smiled knowingly at him, but he recovered quickly, adding, "It's the best fruit you'll ever taste." "I'm sure of it," Devin said. He waved Jetrel off and called Hearth in from the sea. The dragon curled up comfortably in the sand, tired from his exertions. Jetrel returned shortly, his sack full of large, orange-mottled fruits, which he shared with the other 2. Cristov waited until Devin had bitten into one. Manners, he would have said, if challenged. But when the Weir leader's face lit with appreciation, Kristov's restraint vanished. "They're great!" he exclaimed as soon as he swallowed his first bite. He had never tasted anything like it. He could completely understand why Jetrel had ignored all prohibitions to search out this fruit. Silence descended as the 3 ate heartily. The silence continued as the sun reached its highest point
and bore down on them relentlessly. Fortunately, Hirth agreeably stretched a wing out over Devin and Cristov, providing them with shade. Jetrel sought the company and protection of his smaller Talith. Soon, all 3 humans and 2 dragons were asleep, lulled by their full stomachs, exertions, and the hot noon sun. Cristov woke with a start, angry with himself for nodding off. He tried to get up, but discovered he was trapped by Devin's arm across his chest. Devin silenced him with a look, and then deliberately turned his head slowly forward, away from Cristov. Cristov followed his gaze. Fire lizards. He tracked them with his eyes, picking out prominent landmarks so that he would know exactly where they had been. There was a little queen and several bronzes. A mating flight? No, there were blues, greens, and browns as well. Idly, Cristov wondered whether a fire lizard could help in the mines. One of the bronzes had noticed them. It flew toward them, and then, with a chirp of surprise, blinked between. Immediately, the rest of the fire lizards vanished. Devin chuckled. Hirth tells me that the bronze couldn't believe he was looking at a relative that was so big. Devin released Cristov, and the 2 got up. Jetrel joined them, his eyes alight. Such antics! Did you get a good fix on their location? Not far from that promontory, Cristov replied, pointing. Maybe 500 or 600 meters away. It's a pity they weren't flaming, Jetrel said. It's possible that they won't be looking for Firestone until the first threadfall, Devin remarked, with a sideways glance at Cristov. Cristov groaned, and his shoulders slumped. Oh, I hadn't thought of that. Nor had anyone else, Devin told him reassuringly. Still, we can look. He cocked an eyebrow at Jetrel. Is your Talith up to chewing strange rocks? Certainly, the Blue Rider replied after a moment's silent communication with his dragon. It's a pity we forgot to bring a shovel, Devin remarked as they started toward the promontory. Behind him, Hirth grumbled and leapt into the air, arriving at the site before them. A shower of flying sand flew into the air as the great dragon began to dig. Sorry, Hirth. I had forgotten we didn't need one, Devin apologized with a smile. For a fire lizard, the stones would have to be about, this big, wouldn't they? Jetrel asked Cristov, making a shape about half the size of his fist. I suppose, Cristov agreed judiciously. He looked around. And they wouldn't bother with the larger rocks, so if we found any place where there were lots of larger rocks of the same type, and no smaller ones, like these? Devin asked, holding up a rock the size of his fist. Cristov beckoned, and Devin tossed the rock to him. The young miner examined it for a moment, started to toss it aside, then changed his mind and tossed it to Jetrel. That's too heavy for Firestone. It should be lighter. Cristov spied some rocks not far from Hirth's new hole. He walked over and picked one of them up. This is more like it, he said, hefting the rock judiciously. It looks like sandstone, Devin said, picking up another one from the pile. Cristov nodded and threw his rock down hard on a larger rock. His specimen cracked, revealing a blue-green crystal. Is that Firestone? Devin asked. It could be, Cristov replied. There's only one way to find out, Jetrel said, picking up the other half of Kristov's specimen. Talith, if you'd be so kind. The blue dragon opened its mouth, and Jetrel threw the rock into it. Shortly, there came the grinding sound of a dragon chewing, and then Talith swallowed, visibly and audibly. Now we wait, Jetrel said. The 3 found it impossible to wait patiently. Cristov found himself examining the promontory for more signs of sandstone or blue-green rock. Devin found more of the sandstone rocks and started cracking them, throwing the ones that were pure sandstone into one pile and the ones with hints of the blue-green rock into another pile. Jetrel merely spent his time nervously pacing in front of his dragon. So, how do you feel? Jetrel asked out loud. Does it feel like Firestone? Before he could get a response, he jumped away, arms outstretched, crying, Stand back! Talith opened his mouth and burped. A tiny flicker of flame erupted. That took longer than regular Firestone, Devin said. Talith says that it didn't burn, and he'd like to try some more, Jetrel reported, gathering up some of the rocks that Devin had sorted and feeding them to his dragon. Devin started doing the same with Hirth. In a few short moments, Both dragons produced a decent flame, and both pronounced it much less stressful than the Firestone they were used to. "Does it look like they can sustain flame longer?" Devin asked Jetrel.
"Yes, it seems like this Firestone produces the fire gas more slowly,"
Jetrel agreed. He looked up at Talith again.
"Is that how it feels to you?"
Cristov understood Talith's response merely from the blue's emphatic nod. He picked up a specimen and walked with it to the sea.
"Cristov, what are you doing?"
Devin asked, his voice tinged with equal parts curiosity and alarm. Cristov threw his rock with its exposed blue-green crystal into the surf and watched carefully. Nothing. No explosion. No puff of gas. Nothing.
"I just wanted to be sure,"
he said, turning around and walking back to the others. He picked up several specimens and stuffed them into his pouch.
"This Firestone doesn't explode on contact with water."
"There must be something extra in the dragon's stomachs to make the flame," Devin suggested, hefting a rock in his palm. "If this were the old Firestone, the sweat from my palms alone would produce some gas."
"If this were the old Firestone, all the sea air would have combusted long ago," Cristov remarked. "Well, now that we've got the right Firestone, what do we do next?"
Jetrel asked.
"We find it in the north, if we can, and mine it," Cristov replied.
He turned to Devin.
"I'd like to start immediately."
"If not sooner," Devin agreed, looking very thoughtfully at his sample. It was a long moment before Kristov's agitated movements attracted Devin's attention. The Dragonriders smiled at him, but did not apologize, merely gesturing for Cristov to mount Hearth.
"I do not understand,"
Halla cried to Pellar in exasperation. Pellar started to write again, but Halla pulled the stick out of his hand and snapped it in two, throwing it to the ground.
"Our traps are here. Our food is here. Why do you want to go north?"
Pellar sighed and picked up the thicker piece of his broken stick. Bending down, he wrote, "Dragonriders."
"That's what you said before,"
Halla exclaimed, her frustration evident.
"We can avoid them. The woods are too thick for them to land, and we can hide."
She looked up entreatingly into Pellar's eyes.
"We're safe here," she said in a small voice. "We don't have to run anymore."
Pellar nodded, but still he smoothed out the patch of dirt he had written on and bent down to write again. "We help."
"Help?" Halla repeated. "We don't need help. We can get along just fine on our own."
"Thread," Pellar wrote in response.
"Thread won't come for turns. You said so,"
Halla replied irritably. What was wrong with him? Pellar wrote the word fight just above thread.
"Fight? Thread?"
Halla shook her head.
"Why should we worry about that? That's Dragonriders' work."
Pellar nodded, then wrote another word above fight. The word was Firestone.
"Firestone, fight, thread,"
Halla repeated. She paused to digest the meaning.
"The Dragonriders need Firestone to fight thread, and you want to help them?"
Pellar nodded, smiling. Halla shrieked at him.
"You'll get killed!"
He shook his head.
"Then you'll get burned just like your friend."
She pushed him away from her, tears streaming down her face.
"Go on then! Get killed! See if I care!" she cried,
and ran away from him into the dense underbrush. She didn't go far, and crumpled into a small heap when she failed to hear Pellar coming after her. "I don't need him," she thought. "I can survive on my own." After a moment she asked herself, "Then why do I hurt so much?" Pellar sat in silent thought for a long time after Halla had run off. Then, with a sigh, he stood and walked off purposefully in the opposite direction. "There!" Morin pointed below them as they flew over the vast barren country north of Kia. Zist peered down, following his arm, and saw faint marks on the dusty ground below.
"It could be traders."
"This far north?" Morin asked, shaking his head. To Pellar, he said, "Put me down somewhere in front of them." Moments later they were on the ground, and Morin was hefting his pack onto his back.
"You'll stay in touch?"
Morin nodded. "I will."
"And be careful."
"More than last time."
"If I don't hear from you in a month—"
"You'll hear from me," Morin promised, turning toward the oncoming wagon.
"Probably sooner than that."
Halla awoke, angry with herself for having fallen asleep and cold from the chilly late afternoon breeze. She peered blearily around for Pellar, and then remembered their last conversation and how she had pushed him away. People always leave, she thought bitterly. Why should Pellar be any different? Something caught her eye, fanned by the breeze. Halla turned her attention to it, then pounced on it eagerly. It was a pair of yellow tops, their stalks twined together. Halla picked them up and held them gingerly in her hands, impressed at how deftly Pellar had woven them together. A smile wobbled on her lips. In the distance, she saw another bright bundle. Intrigued, she went toward it and discovered another pair of yellow tops. She picked them up, too, just as she noticed a third pair. A trail. Halla's earlier thought echoed. People always leave. But no one had ever left her a trail. It was dark by the time Halla caught up with him. She would have missed the last bundle of yellow tops if Pellar's trail hadn't continued unerringly north. He was camped in the open, which surprised Halla. Clearly he wasn't worried about intruders, but his lack of precaution increased the danger of attack from night animals. Pellar slept like someone who was under a nighttime watch. Who? The answer brought a smile to her lips. Her. She dropped her armload of yellow tops on the ground beside him. She stuffed them into her pack where they would create a great pillow, and lowered herself to the ground, dropping her pack under her head. She lifted his blanket. Pellar shivered in the night air until she bunched herself up, scooched against him, and lowered the blanket. For a moment, Pellar was awake. He wrapped an arm possessively over her, drawing her tight against his stomach. Then he fell asleep once more. Though her back was against him, she knew he was smiling. She smiled, too, and closed her eyes peacefully, a feeling she hadn't felt in turns, overflowing in her heart. She had only one name for it. Home. Cristov was depressed. They had been searching the shoreline of high reaches for 3 days, and they had nothing to show for it but a nasty collection of cuts, bruises, and sore muscles, except now Alara had broken her leg as she ran from a rock slide they had caused with their digging. She had been quickly evacuated to the weir, where the healer had set her leg and ordered her to rest until the bone knitted together once more, at least 6-7 days. Cristov had insisted on continuing the search, and Devin, after consulting with Brawler, had reluctantly returned Cristov to the mountains south and east of their previous location. "Hirth will be listening if you need help," Devin told him. "Otherwise, I'll send someone by next 7 day." When Cristov looked curious, wondering why Devin hadn't promised to return himself, the wing leader said, "The hatching will be any day now. Seeing as we want to present as many suitable candidates as possible, I'll be riding in search." Cristov promised himself that he would not call the bronze dragon except to announce success. On the first day, he had no luck at all. He wasn't sure if his technique was right anyway. He would stop at a spot that caught his fancy, usually a place where the rock had been bared already, and dig around it, looking for signs of sandstone in the layers. If he found any, he'd dig around looking for loose rock. Failing that, he'd use his pick to break some rock free. He worked for no more than an hour and then moved northward again, looking for a new spot. In this way, he covered 2 kilometers and had made 5 excavations by nightfall. The next day, though sore, he repeated this method. He was pretty certain that he had found a vein of sandstone, but he couldn't be sure. He had never learned this sort of minecraft from his father, or even from Tolder. On the 3rd day, Cristov changed his tactics, deciding to dig deep into the sandstone vein he had located the night before. It was a hot day, and Cristov was all the hotter, digging into the moist cliff in front of him. He liked sandstone because it was soft. He disliked it because it was crumbly, not a good supporting material. He had dislodged a fair amount of the soft stone and was making amazing progress digging into the side of the mountain when it happened. From one blow to the next, the whole nature of the vein changed, and instead of a trickle of loose rock, Cristov suddenly found himself facing a flow, then a rush, and finally a torrent of sandstone that threw him backward and engulfed him. For the past 2 days, Pellar had been traveling due north, and Halla had followed. They were tired, irritable, and hungry, but they were together, and Halla found that Pellar's mute companionship more than made up for his annoying determination. Thirst, however, was something neither could ignore, and so they were drinking at a stream when Halla heard it, a distant rumble that quickly died away. A glance at Pellar confirmed that he had heard it too.
"Come on!"
Halla shouted, racing off in the direction of the sound. When they reached a clearing, they spotted a cloud of dust rising about a kilometer north of them. Wordlessly, they broke into a steady, ground-eating trot. Pellar lengthened his stride, his long legs quickly widening the gap.
"Go on!"
Halla called, waving him onward.
"I'll catch up."
When Halla arrived at the site, she found Pellar inspecting the remains of a mine. She quickly toured the immediate area and found a campsite. The footprints around it belonged to one person, someone bigger than her, but not by all that much. She returned to Pellar and the disaster.
"Only one person,"
she told him between ragged breaths. She knelt over, filling her lungs with cooler air and forcing herself to take slow, deep breaths. Pellar nodded and began to pull armloads of the rocks away.
"You think he's there?"
Halla asked as soon as she had recovered. She stepped up opposite him and began to throw stones away. She stopped when she caught sight of something shiny among the coarse red rock. Thinking it was odd, she quickly pocketed it, then returned to her work. A little while later, Pellar encountered Hare. He wrapped two rocks together to get Halla's attention and pointed. Wordlessly, she came around to where he was and began to help. In moments, they uncovered a head.
"I know him!" Halla cried. "That's Cristov!"
Pellar nodded and bent over the face, clearing the smallest dirt away. He pressed his ear close to Kristov's mouth and then looked up at Halla, alarmed. Then, to her surprise, he leaned over again and parted Kristov's lips, put his own mouth over Kristov's, and blew a deep breath.
"Pellar!"
Halla exclaimed disgustedly.
"Ugh!"
Pellar paid her no attention, looking instead at Cristov. He repeated the movement. This time, Cristov coughed and sputtered.
"Stay still,"
Halla ordered.
"You're in a landslide."
Quickly, Pellar and Halla dug Kristov's chest out from under the loose rock. It took more effort and more care to extract his legs. Finally, Pellar motioned for Halla to stand back and gestured that he would pull Cristov out.
"No, I won't,"
she declared firmly, eyeing the rocks above them.
"We'll do this together."
Pellar pursed his lips angrily in response, and Halla stuck her hands on her hips and glared in return. Pellar gave her one last angry look, sighed, shook his head regretfully, and gestured for her to come help. Together, slowly, they pulled Cristov out from the landslide. When he was far enough out, Halla moved to his legs and picked them up. Cristov groaned painfully.
"I'm sorry,"
Halla told him, "but we've got to get you away from here."
"My rock!"
Cristov cried through clenched teeth.
"Shh!"
Halla told him soothingly.
"We can find you plenty of rocks."
Cristov was in too much pain to argue. They went about 20 meters before Pellar gestured to Halla to set the boy back down.
"I'll get some water,"
Halla said, moving quickly to the campsite. Pellar was kneeling beside Cristov when she returned.
"Am I dead?"
Cristov asked Halla.
"No,"
Halla replied testily.
"But he's dead,"
Cristov said, pointing to Pellar. Halla shook her head and opened the flask.
"Here, drink this."
When Cristov complied, spluttering a bit on the water, she looked at him and said,
"There. Do you think dead people cough when drinking?"
Cristov thought for a moment, then shook his head. He winced at the movement. Pellar laid a hand on his head and glanced up to Halla, shaking his own head.
"Pellar says that you shouldn't move your head,"
Halla told him, her tone implying that she expected that Cristov had already figured that out himself.
"You can talk to him?"
Cristov asked in wonder. Halla shook her head.
"No, but it's easy to guess what he means."
Pellar shot her a penetrating look and broke into a huge grin.
"My rock," Cristov said. "We must find it." "There are plenty of rocks," Halla repeated soothingly. "We can look when you're better." "No, we've got to find it," Cristov responded, his face twisted in irritation. "If not, we'll have to go back to the southern continent to get another." "What sort of rock is it?" Halla asked in surprise. "And what were you doing in the southern continent?" "Looking for Firestone," Cristov explained. "But you've found it already," Halla said. Her brows drew close. "You weren't hoping to find it in that sandstone, were you?"
Yes, Cristov said. That's where we found it before. Sandstone? Halla repeated dubiously. But Firestone explodes in water. Not this Firestone, Cristov replied. It doesn't burn in water. It's what the fire lizards eat, and they find it on the shore on the southern continent. He frowned. I've got to find that sample. What's it look like? It's a blue-green crystal. There's usually some sandstone around it. Halla fished in her pocket. Like this? That's it, Cristov cried, reaching for it. Halla gave it to him readily. But there's loads up there, she said, waving her hand back up toward the landslide. That was just the smallest piece. Kristov's eyes widened, and he looked at Pellar for confirmation. The young harper nodded. A mixture of joy, relief, and impatience crossed Kristov's face. We've got to tell the weir, he exclaimed. Of Halla, he demanded, How much was there? How quickly can we get it? Pellar shook his head and pointed at Kristov's legs. Halla guessed his meaning and said, We've got to take care of you first. No, Cristov cried. We've got to tell the weirs. Until we prove this is the right Firestone and there's enough, they'll still try to mine the old Firestone. Pellar and Halla exchanged worried looks. All we have to do is find the blue-green rock? Halla asked, an idea forming in her mind. Yes, Cristov agreed. Halla gave Pellar a questioning look. He nodded. We'll do it, Halla said. Any luck? Pellar called as Devin strode into the kitchen caverns. Devin pulled a face, shaking his head while filling a mug with claw from the kettle left on the warming stove. Nothing in Tillich. I tried Hold Balin as well, but found no likely lads there either. We've 23 eggs and only 19 solid candidates, Pellar said, frowning. Perhaps Benil will have better luck, Devin suggested. Pellar made a sour face. His Danent is nowhere near as good as Hirth at spotting candidates. I don't think there will be more than 2 7 days before the hatching. I can go out again, if you'd like, Devin suggested. He started to say more, but stopped, clearly listening to his dragon. When he spoke again, he was already moving, dropping the mug of claw on the nearest table. Pellar's found Cristov. Kristov's injured. Go, Pellar said, waving him off. I'll let Sonya know. Devin waved acknowledgement as Hirth descended from his perch to retrieve his rider. No broken bones this time either, Sonya said to Cristov when he woke the next morning to find himself tucked once again in the High Reaches Weir infirmary. She smiled at him. I think you do this just to spend time with me. Sonya's hand descended on his chest as soon as Cristov tried to sit up. And again you're trying to move too early, she added with a sigh. She shook her head at him. You're going to rest for a while. How long? Cristov demanded petulantly. I found the Firestone. We've got to mine it. I know, Sonya replied, smiling. Everyone's talking about it. Alara was furious that you had found it before she could get back out again. I still am, Alara snarled from a bed just out of Kristov's sight in another alcove of the infirmary. You'll be on your feet soon enough, Sonya assured her. And if you're good, we'll give you crutches in another 7 days. Cristov looked startled, so Sonya explained. We had to take her crutches away because she was doing too much on her feet. She shook her head wonderingly. What is it about you miners? It's not as though you don't have time. But we don't, Cristov protested, his words cutting across a similar protest from Alara. A weir needs 40 tons of Firestone a week when fighting thread. Sonya shrugged. This new Firestone isn't as dangerous as the old Firestone, Cristov continued in response. We could mine it now and build a stockpile. And have it ready before threadfall? Sonya asked. Maybe even have some in reserve, Alara called. But we need to start now, Cristov groaned, leaning back in his bed. I think you're going to be a worse patient than you were the last time, Sonya muttered ruefully. As the days passed, Sonya discovered that her prediction was more than accurate. Sasan, her father and the weir's healer, would steel himself every day to enter the infirmary and deal with the 2 impatient miners. You can go tomorrow, Sasan told Cristov the evening of his 3rd day at the weir.
Provided you agree to do no work.
What's the point, then? Cristov demanded. You can supervise, Sonia told him. There's no one to supervise, Cristov snapped. Sonia merely smiled and rose from her place beside him. In that case, you can wait until you're healed. As she stood in the doorway, she called over her shoulder. What should I say to Devin? Cristov schooled the sour look from his face. Please tell him that I'd like to go back at first light. Are you sure? There's a hatching soon. You don't want to miss that. What's the use of a dragon if it can't flame? Cristov demanded, shaking his head irritably. I'll do my duty and mine Firestone. Sonia turned back to face Cristov, eyeing him cryptically and saying, There are other ways to serve Pern, you know. Cristov grimaced. This is the one I know. He remembered his father's sour comment from Turn's back. It's what I'm fit for. The look Sonia gave him was pitying. If you say so.
There have been some changes since you were last here, Devin warned as they descended through the morning mist. Cristov couldn't imagine that Pellar and Halla could have done all that much in the 4 days he'd been gone, however hard-working and dedicated the two seemed to be. The mist thickened into fog as they settled into the valley. Cristov was surprised that Hearth could find the ground, let alone a safe place to land, but the dragon landed without even a bump. I can't stay, Devin apologized. We've more eggs on the hatching grounds than candidates, so I'm still on search.
Good luck, Cristov said. Devin gave him an odd look and started to say something, but shook his head and said instead,
Good luck to you as well.
Cristov was alone in the foggy valley, the sun a dim dot just above the horizon. He stopped to catch his bearings, then started in surprise as he heard noises in the distance. The creak of a loaded cart on rails, the distant sound of bellows, the even fainter but unmistakable noise of picks against rock. The whole valley was filled with the noise of work. Cristov! A voice called from the fog. A small figure resolved from the shadows. It was Halla. She smiled when she saw him. Pellar says you're not to work, she warned him. But we need you. I'm sure I can do something, Cristov told her. Not to work, Halla said, shaking her head. We need your advice. Cristov cocked his head in inquiry. Halla sighed and grabbed his hand, dragging him after her and saying over her shoulder, It's best if we show you. Come on up to the mines. Mine, Cristov corrected. Unless you've got more than one, it's just a mine. Mines, Halla replied testily. And we've got 3. Cristov was dumbstruck. 3? Why did you start 3? Well, it seemed pointless not to put everyone to work, Halla told him. Everyone, Cristov repeated blankly. He squinted, trying to see through the fog. He could see Halla clearly now and make out the color of her clothes. They were new and looked freshly washed. He wondered how she had found the time to wash her clothes. Everyone. How many people are here? I don't know, Halla said. Ask Pellar. I think he's trying to keep count. Trying? Well, the numbers keep changing. I think another wagon came in during the night, and we've got some farmers further up the valley. They're really thrilled with the soil. They say it'll be great for crops. Crops? Cristov repeated dully. Farmers? Pellar! Halla shouted. Pellar! Cristov's here! She turned back to Cristov. Mind your head. Cristov caught a glimpse of a dark space in front of him and instinctively ducked. They were in a mine. Watch out for the rails, Halla cautioned. There should be some glows here, she muttered. I'll have to talk to Spenno. She raised her voice again to shout, Spenno! Spenno, where are the glows, you dimwit? A glow approached them, illuminating an older man. Sorry, Halla, I was just down with Pellar, the old man Spenno said. I'll get more glows now, he said, handing her his glow basket. It's all right, just bring us to Pellar. Oh, certainly, Spenno replied. He glanced at Cristov, and his eyes widened. Is this him? This is Cristov, Halla said. She turned to Cristov and whispered, Everyone's excited that you're here. Why? Cristov whispered back. Halla's response was a bit embarrassed. Well, Pellar and I might have bragged about you a bit.
But you're the one who found Firestone that doesn't burn. So? You saved them, Halla explained, still in a whisper. When word got out, they came from all over. Miners? No, the Shunned. She took in Cristov's stunned expression. They can work here without shame and without fear. This is their hold. Their hold? Cristov repeated in surprise. A hold for the Shunned? How is that possible? If they work, Halla said. If they don't, they can leave. We feed their children, but if the adults don't work, they don't eat and they don't stay. 3 mines? Cristov said, repeating Halla's earlier statement. Yes, Halla replied, looking at Cristov as though wondering if he were all right. She glanced ahead. Here's Pellar. The mute harper waved and smiled at Cristov, beckoning him forward to look at a drawing he had made on a huge slate. What is it? Cristov asked, splitting his question between Pellar and Halla. It's a map of the mines, Halla explained. Somehow, Pellar had found several colors. She pointed out the various sections. Red is where we found the greatest concentrations. White is where we're planning on going. Pellar wants to know if you have any suggestions. Cristov bent over the map, wishing the light were brighter. Halla must have sensed it, for she lifted her glows higher and closer to the map. He peered at the map for a long while, confessing, I've never seen anything like it before. He glanced up at Pellar, who looked nervous until Cristov told him, It's perfect. He pointed to several areas, particularly the red spots. It looks like there's a vein running through the mountains, and all 3 mines pierce it, he said after a moment. He frowned over Pellar's white lines and looked around for something to write with. Pellar handed him some white chalk and a bit of cloth for an eraser. Cristov declined the use of the eraser. I don't want to change anything just yet, he said, drawing a number of dotted lines. I'm thinking, he explained as he drew, that perhaps the vein runs north-south through the mountains. If that's so, you could mine here and here to meet the center mine. Pellar was afraid of cave-ins, Halla said. Cristov glanced up and inspected the beams and woodwork over them. Not if your people keep shoring the roof up like that, he said, grinning. He said to Pellar, You're right to be worried about the sandstone. It's very soft and not good at holding weight. Shore up everything and you'll do fine. He looked around. Just how big is the vein, anyway? Halla smiled. It's as big as this shaft. We're getting over a ton a shift from each mine. Cristov whistled in surprise. You said we'd need 40 tons every 7 day for 1 weir, Halla said, looking grim. We can only get about 21 tons right now. But now we know what to look for, Cristov replied. We can find more mines, maybe 1 for each weir. A disturbance from the mine entrance distracted them. Spennel called out, Devin is here. What does he want? Halla asked in wonder. Pellar shrugged, carefully took the large slate, now marked with Kristov's dotted suggestions, and hung it back up on the wall before gesturing that the others should precede him. Some of the Shunned were telling me that Holder children don't start working until they've 12 turns or more, Halla remarked as they walked toward the shaft entrance. Well, that's silly, Cristov said. What would they do with all their free time? I don't know, Halla said. The youngsters here all work. She gestured toward the camp outside. They want to learn a craft before they marry, and by 12 they're already courting. Pellar handed Halla a slate he had been writing on, and she read, Harpers don't marry until they're older. She glanced back at Pellar. What's older? 16? Cristov guessed, glancing to Pellar for confirmation. Pellar made a go-higher gesture with his free hand. 18? When Pellar nodded, Cristov exclaimed in surprise, Miners are lucky to live 30 turns. We usually mate much earlier. They came to the mine's entrance and squinted. The sun had broken through and was bathing the valley in bright morning sunlight. A gentle breeze had moved the last of the morning's mist away, wafting fragrant smells through the valley. Cristov grunted in surprise at the vista exposed before him. There were tents, wagons, and some small houses sprouting up all over the valley. 3 paved roads led up to the hills, one running right up to this mine, the other 2 to the other mine entrances. All this in 4 days? He asked in amazement.
They were hungry,
Halla said. At Kristov's look, she explained.
They had to work to get fed, and Morin brought in a whole group when he came in 2 days ago. Halla, there's another wagon coming in,
A woman called up to them.
You know what to do, Laura,
Halla called back.
See what they can do, find out why they're here and what they'll do. Make sure that Harper Morin knows about them, too. Where should I put them?
Laura called back.
Find out what's up and then decide,
Halla called back, glancing at Pellar for confirmation. Pellar smiled and nodded at her decision. Cristov looked at Halla with renewed interest. It seemed that everyone in the camp looked to her for guidance. He guessed that some of that was due to her nature, some of it due to her position as Pellar's voice, but he couldn't quite imagine what else would be required to get adults to accept directions from a girl who was just coming into womanhood.
It wouldn't have worked out this way if it hadn't been for Pellar's ability to talk with dragons,
Halla explained. Kristov's confusion must have been evident, for she explained.
Even the Shunned are wary of the dragons. Having a wing show up whenever Pellar needed it was enough to convince even the hardest heads to listen to reason. And Harper Morin sent them all here.
She made a face and then grinned.
We keep an eye on his drink, and he teaches the little ones their ballads. Respect for Dragonriders and dragonkind.
The reference to dragons reminded Cristov that they had left the mine to see Devin. He scanned the valley below and picked out the bronze dragon easily. Devin was much closer to them, moving purposefully. A group of miners noticed the dragon rider, and then noticed Cristov, Pellar, and Halla. The miners paused on their way to the mines, curiously, some pointing at Cristov, others at Devin.
Pellar, Devin called when he was close enough to be heard. There's a hatching.
A hatching?
Halla cried delightedly.
Pellar, did you arrange for us to...
The look on his face cut her off.
What's wrong?
Not going, Pellar wrote quickly, holding it up to her and then to Devin as he joined the group.
You can talk to dragons, Devin said. We're short just one candidate.
Pellar shook his head again and pointed firmly to the ground.
But if there are not enough candidates for the
Hatchlings, Devin said, his voice full of despair, then...
What will happen?
Cristov asked. Halla glanced between them, her face betraying a wide range of emotions. Pellar gave Halla a horrified look, and she knew.
The hatchling will die.
It will go between forever,
Devin confirmed. Pellar frowned, torn. Devin caught the way he looked around at the valley, at Halla, at the mines, at Halla, at Cristov, at Halla, and finally at some distant vision only he could see. When he caught Devin's eyes again, the wingleader knew Pellar's decision. For whatever reasons, and Halla was bound at the center of them, Pellar felt obligated to stay.
Who else could go?
Halla asked Devin, flicking her eyes toward Cristov. Cristov caught the look and held up his hands, protesting.
Not me. I don't deserve the honor.
Why don't you let the hatchlings decide? Devin suggested.
But there's work to do here,
Cristov protested.
We'll do it,
Halla assured him, jerking her head toward Pellar, who nodded emphatically in agreement.
You've shown us how, but go on,
Halla said, jerking her head toward the dragon in the distance. Kristov's eyes widened. He looked longingly toward the dragon, and then back to Halla.
Are you afraid, then?
She taunted. She grabbed him and turned him toward the dragon.
There's your future. Go on, impress. Impress a bronze for us all, and show them at high reaches. Show them what to expect from Firehold.
She gave him one final push and turned away, walking back to the waiting crowd of miners. Head held high, Cristov walked to his future. Epilogue.
Dragons fire way up high, light the way, protect the sky. Dragons flame, burning bright, char away the thread mid-flight. Firehold, AL 498.8.
As Cristov circled down, he was surprised by how much Firehold had changed in the 3 turns since his impression of Bronze Sereth. He was not surprised to see Halla standing in the center of all the activity, but he was surprised at how tall and graceful she had grown. She raised a hand as soon as she identified him, and then was jumping up and down, waving both hands frantically to catch his attention. Cristov smiled.
Ready? Ready,
Sareth agreed. The bronze dived and then flipped wingtip over wingtip, rolling around in the air so that the world was one moment below, next moment beside, next moment above, beside again, and finally, properly, below. A surge of elation spread through dragon and rider, while beneath them erupted noises, first of fear, then of amazement and outright pandemonium.
"I think they know we're here,"
Cristov said with a huge grin. He asked Sareth to land in the clearing. Halla had grown into great beauty. For a moment Kritov's heart faltered, and he wondered whether it had been a mistake to return, particularly on this festive day. The moment lasted only as long as it took Halla to race across the distance and grab him in her arms tightly. "You came! Oh, we'd hoped you'd come!" she roared into his good ear, her exuberance complete and unfeigned. Just as Cristov thought he might recover, another figure thundered into him and grabbed both him and Halla into a huge bear hug. "Pellar?" Cristov thought to himself in amazement. Cristov had never imagined that Pellar could grow so tall and broad. Indeed, the bronze rider felt nearly dwarfed by the other. The two fire miners pulled back as one, and in that instant, Cristov lost any misgivings he had had at coming back. Pellar's gentle movements were complemented and amplified by the exuberant but indefinably graceful movements of Halla. Just as he, Cristov, was forever bonded with Sareth, so were Pellar and Halla bonded to each other. They moved, Cristov decided, like parts of the same body, with a respect and strength that flowed between them. "I'm glad I came," he replied, and he realized that he truly was. He took a moment to grab Pellar and pull him into a deep hug, putting into his motion all the gratitude he felt for the other's selflessness turns gone by. Strengthened by the warm embrace, he pushed Pellar away and stared deep in his eyes. Then he turned to Halla. "Would you let us talk alone for a moment?" Halla raised a hand toward Pellar, who nodded in response. Halla cocked her head at both of them. "Only for a moment, no longer," she declared, and raced back to the other miners of the hold. Pellar followed her prancing movement with his eyes until she was lost in the throng, then politely turned his attention back to Cristov. Cristov turned to Sareth, unable to keep the joy of impression from brightening his face. He turned back to Pellar again, looking serious. "You could have had him, you know," he said softly. "I'm sure you would have got a bronze." Pellar met his friend's eyes and nodded slowly, glancing only briefly at the beautiful bronze dragon. "Why?" Cristov asked, his face full of honest inquiry. Pellar pulled something from his tunic and handed it to Cristov. It was a tiny yellow flower. He reached into another pocket and pulled out a second yellow flower. Beckoning politely to Cristov to hand the first flower back, Pellar gently took the two flowers and wound them together by the stems. He handed the paired flowers back to Cristov. Cristov looked at them, and then at Pellar. "I don't understand." Pellar pointed to the flowers, and then to Cristov and Sareth. Then Pellar pointed to the flowers again, and to himself, and off to where Halla had vanished. "You are bound to Halla like I am to Sareth?" Cristov guessed. "I'd say that everyone sees that," he added with a laugh. Pellar waggled his hand in response. Not quite. He turned away from Cristov and gestured far off in the distance. Cristov followed his gesture and spotted a meadow full of yellow flowers, the same as those Pellar had produced. "The flowers are on mounds," Sareth, with his greater eyesight, informed him. "Graves?" Cristov asked Pellar. "Halla was the one who put the flowers on the graves?" Pellar smiled and nodded. "But you could have still impressed and brought Halla to the weir," Cristov protested. He wouldn't have traded his bond with Sareth for anything, but he couldn't help feel that the chance should have been Pellar's instead. Pellar turned back to Cristov and nodded, his lips pursed in acknowledgement. "So why didn't you?" Pellar pointed to the two twined flowers in his hand. He crumpled them up and then pointed to the graves in the distance. "If you and Halla weren't here, then no one would tend the graves?" Pellar nodded, then held up a hand. There was more. He raised both hands and made the gesture of pushing away, turning in a great circle. And no one would care for the Shunned. Pellar nodded. That still doesn't seem enough to exchange for a dragon. Pellar held up a hand again for patience, then raised the other and grabbed them together, going down on one knee, pleading. Whatever you want, Cristov told him fervently. Always and forever. Pellar shook his head and held up just a finger, only once. Any time, Cristov corrected him firmly. Ask away. Pellar looked very nervous, which surprised Cristov. For a moment the bronze rider wondered if he had promised more than he could deliver. Then the moment passed as he resolved that he would meet any request Pellar placed on him. Pellar pointed hesitantly to his head, and then to Sareth's great head. Cristov grasped the request instantly. Sareth, what does Pellar want to say to me? Cristov waited, trying to control his anxiousness as he felt his dragon communicating with another. It was an odd feeling, and Cristov forced any jealousy out of his mind. After all, he could talk with Sareth any time. Pellar. And Cristov was surprised by the warmth of his dragon's tone when referring to the mute harper. Says that Halla is his voice, that he is her song, and only together can they make music. The dragon paused for a moment. The music they make is compassion, and their song is for all Pern.
We hope you have enjoyed our presentation of Dragon's Fire by Anne McCaffrey and Todd McCaffrey. Copyright 2006 by Anne McCaffrey and Todd J. McCaffrey. Read by Dick Hill. Directed by Ruth Bloomquist. Engineered by Matthew Cristov. Performance copyright 2006, Brilliance Audio. All rights reserved. For further information concerning this program or other Brilliance Audio titles, please call the following toll-free number, 1-800-222-3225, or visit our website at www.brillianceaudio.com. No part of this recording may be played for an audience or reproduced in any form. It may not be streamed, downloaded, broadcast, or copied without written permission. Address all inquiries to Brilliance Audio, P.O. Box 887, Grand Haven, Michigan, 49417.